Chapter 1, The End Times. Every so often, Lu Zhifei would head out to patrol the perimeter of the forest. This morning, as he prepared his gear for departure like any other day, Lu Jiuyue said, "Brother, I want to go too." Lu Jiuyue had just turned 14. Her features increasingly resembled that person. Even her gait and tone of voice were similar. If not for these years of hardship, perhaps she would have grown tall and slender like that person. But now, she looked more like a short boy with short hair, a thin neck, and calluses on her hands that could rival those of a 40-year-old woman. That hair was cut by him, the only pair of scissors at home being too dull, resulting in uneven cuts. With her messy cropped hair sticking up everywhere, Lu Jiuyue said, "I'll go with you." Lu Zhifei didn't say anything. Patrolling was a dangerous task because you never knew what you might encounter, especially during the long, cold winter. Both humans and animals were ravenous due to lack of food. Extremely famished people could be even more terrifying than animals or zombies. He didn't want Jiuyue to take such a risk with him. But he realized that relying solely on him wouldn't protect her forever. Eventually, she would have to face this chaotic and cruel end times alone. Learning survival skills sooner rather than later wasn't a bad idea. Of course, despite learning how to survive, living through it all would still depend entirely on chance. So he remained silent for a moment, stroked Lu Jiuyue's hair, and said, "Go grab the sunglasses, and also bring the watermelon knife from the kitchen." "Okay." Lu Jiuyue turned around and left. Lu Zhifei watched her retreating back, feeling a pang of melancholy. He thought, when that person entrusted their only sister to him, they probably never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to keep her well fed and warm. Just ensuring their survival had already exhausted all of his wit and strength. When Lu Jiuyue returned from the kitchen, she was holding the watermelon knife and imitating Lu Zhifei, wearing a wool cap and sunglasses, exposing only the tip of her nose, with a backpack slung over her shoulder. It was evident that she had made preparations the previous night. Sure enough, she waved the knife at Lu Zhifei and said, "I sharpened it yesterday, it's very sharp." Lu Zhifei didn't say anything. He took the knife, stuck it diagonally into the backpack on her back, then handed her a sturdy-looking stick. In critical moments, a stick is more effective than a knife. He paused and added, "Any weapon you can grab nearby is better than a knife or a stick." "Oh," Lu Jiuyue obediently agreed and followed him outside. The outdoors was a vast white expanse. Snow covered the nearby flatlands and the surrounding forests in the distance. The frozen snow was hard as rock, making crunching sounds underfoot. This was how an end-times winter felt. Those who hadn't experienced it couldn't imagine its biting cold. A person without adequate clothing, food, and weapons would find such a winter incredibly difficult to survive. Their residence was a small plateau nestled among the mountains. Originally, there were about 10 households here, but when Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue fled to this place, the village was deserted except for a few zombies. Those few zombies had been infected for quite some time and didn't possess much combat ability. After all, most of the villagers left behind at the time were elderly people and children. He and Jiuyue didn't have much trouble cleaning up the village and moving into a relatively sturdy house. The two walked silently, reaching the southernmost edge of the village. At the foot of the slope, there was a cave entrance taller than a person, dark inside. Lu Zhifei stopped, removed his sunglasses, lit the torch in his hand, and continued forward, one after the other. This place used to be a relatively obscure tourist attraction. Lu Zhifei had even visited once. The small village on the plateau was surrounded by dense forests, with only two routes leading to the outside world, one newly built winding mountain road, and an underground cave system buried beneath the ground. Today, they planned to leave via the underground passage. After walking about 20 meters from the cave entrance, they suddenly came upon a narrow, steep staircase descending into the darkness. Lu Zhifei reached back and said, "Hold on tight." Lu Jiuyue firmly gripped her brother's hand, and the two half-squatted down, carefully descending the iron steps. Under the flickering firelight, Lu Jiuyue could only see her brother's silhouette. He was still tall, just thinner than before, quieter, but he remained the person she trusted most in this world. Actually, they used to argue all the time in the past. They would squabble over trifles and report each other like roosters glaring at each other with bloodshot eyes. Back when she was 7 or 8, she frequently bullied her second brother, even though he was a hulking man nearly 190 centimeters tall. Each time she leaped from the sofa to pounce on his back and punch him, he always caught her steady, angrily yelling as he tossed her into a pile of sofa cushions. It wasn't until after the person who acted as an arbitrator in their home left that the two of them stopped such noisy disputes. From then on, they began relying on each other to survive in this chaotic world, barely making it through day by day. The ceiling above and the stone walls beside them occasionally revealed oddly shaped rocks under the flickering firelight. The iron ladder had been damaged by falling rocks, its steps warped and deformed, but aside from a large boulder blocking the middle section, the rest could still accommodate people passing through with great difficulty. Lu Zhifei tightly held Lu Jiuyue's hand as they carefully climbed over the rocks, eventually reaching the bottom of the steps. Suddenly, the space opened up, appearing vast and deep. The light of the torch seemed like a tiny fluorescence floating on the surface of a river. This was the end of the cave system, a grand hall the size of an auditorium. It wasn't so dark before, it had been lit everywhere. Under colorful lights, you could see peculiar stalactites and pillars surrounding the area. Layers of calcified rock piled up like small mountains, while the slopes were adorned with miniature terraced fields of stone filled with little pools of water reflecting the light beautifully. Back when he visited this place for fun, he came with that person. They walked slowly inside the dimly lit cavern where tourists were sparse. Seizing the opportunity, he held that person's hand, pulling them behind a pillar for a long kiss. That felt like something from another lifetime. Lu Zhifei took a deep breath, driving that figure out of his mind. Their current location was at the top of the rock formation. The path leading outside had been completely destroyed by the fallen stones, and he had to focus entirely on finding a way to lead Lu Zhiyue safely out of here. The cavern stretched dark and winding, with no trace of daylight. In the faint glow of the light, rats occasionally scurried out from cracks in the rocks, rushing toward the shadows like rolling pebbles. Fortunately, they were just rats. This cavern was already a lifeless dead cave. Inside, everything was barren, devoid of food, and the streams had almost dried up, incapable of sustaining any large creatures. This was precisely why Lu Zhifei chose to take this route. Though difficult to navigate and requiring constant vigilance against falling rocks, compared to the winding mountain road, it was much safer. After all, a severely damaged mountain road covered in thick, slippery snow combined with wild animals lurking in the woods posed a fatal risk. To attract tourists, the cave paths had been deliberately designed to be long and meandering. What once was scenic now became particularly arduous to traverse, especially since sections of collapsed rocks almost blocked the paths entirely. Lu Zhifei exerted considerable effort to help Lu Zhiyue pass through those parts. Holding onto her brother's hand, Lu Zhiyue stumbled along, working up a sweat. After more than an hour, the narrow paths gradually widened, allowing light from the snow outside to shine through the cave entrance. Lu Zhifei extinguished the torch, hiding it in a crack nearby, and removed a long axe from his shoulder, gripping it firmly as he led Lu Zhiyue step by step out of the massive cave. At the mouth of the cave, snow had formed a gentle slope nearly as tall as a person, giving them ample time to observe the situation outside. Lu Zhiyue peeked through the snowy pile at the edge of the cave and only saw endless trees. The wind swept across the dark forest, causing the trees to emit long creaking sounds. Occasionally, the weight of the snow snapped dry branches, which crashed to the ground with a crackling noise. A block of stone taller than a person used to stand beside the cave, engraved with the name of the scenic spot. Now it was completely buried under the snow. Emerging from the cave, Lu Zhifei cautiously followed the bottom of the valley, keeping a careful eye on the tracks in the snow. Small animals like sika deer, hyenas, or badgers didn't require much caution, but packs of wolves, large beasts, zombies wandering in, or even humans, especially humans, were dangerous. Thankfully, throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered any strange footprints. Lu Zhifei let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least this meant their living plateau remained safe for now. Continuing forward, Lu Zhifei pointed out landmarks around them. The sky was overcast, like a gray pot overturned on their heads, foretelling more snow. In heavy snowstorms, it was extremely easy to lose direction in the wilderness. Without finding shelter, one would freeze to death in the snowfields. They tried to choose flat terrain, sitting down briefly midway to drink some water and eat a bit of dry food. Not until glimpsing the exit downhill did Lu Zhifei stop, pointing ahead and saying, "You can stay here every time. Don't go beyond." Ahead lay a small town. Beneath the snow-covered ruins stood decrepit houses with broken rooftops, several power poles leaning precariously. Lu Zhiyue tiptoed to take a look and asked, "Is there anyone there now?" "I don't know," Lu Zhifei said. "There wasn't anyone the last time I was here." The last time he ventured out, he had thoroughly searched the town, finding by pure luck half a cardboard box of salt under a bed in one of the houses. Although he nearly got injured during a struggle with a few zombies when leaving, compared to the precious salt, it was nothing. The clumpy salt would allow him and Lu Zhiyue to use it for a long time. Finding food to fill their bellies was the most important thing they did to survive. The other important matter was finding that person. As for whether that person was still alive, Lu Zhifei didn't want to think about it too much. He couldn't afford to think about it, nor dared he. When the infection first broke out, he frantically searched throughout the city for that person. If not for the 9-year-old girl he had been taking care of at the time, his recklessness might have already cost him his life. Now, he was more rational, returning every so often with Lu Zhiyue to the city where they used to live, searching for food as well as for that person. Even if they didn't find him, the act of searching itself was a form of hope. The wind gradually grew stronger, its sound coming from the direction of the town, without any unusual noise. Despite this, Lu Zhifei didn't let down his guard. He listened for a moment, then looked up at the sky, which was segmented by tree branches into dark sections with an odd brightness, like moonlight in a dream. This signified that a heavy snowstorm was imminent. They had to quickly cross through the cave system and return home before the storm arrived. Holding the axe, Lu Zhifei gestured for Lu Zhiyue to follow closely, and the two of them walked toward the town. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Something's not right." Lu Zhiyue immediately pulled out her knife from her backpack, holding it in her left hand and a stick in her right, whispering, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhifei didn't answer but focused on listening to the sounds carried by the wind. Lu Zhiyue imitated his stance and also listened carefully. All they could hear was the howling wind rushing over the treetops, causing them to groan under the strain, seemingly no different from before. Just then, amidst the wind, a prolonged "ah" sounded faintly, as if someone was screaming in agony. Lu Jiuyue's body tensed while Lu Zhifei silently grabbed her and ran quickly toward the forest. He leapt into a snow hollow several meters away behind a tree and crouched down inside, cautiously peeking out. A few minutes later, voices grew closer, accompanied by crying and screams. Clutching his axe tightly, Lu Zhifei pressed Lu Jiuyue's head lower. Suddenly, two figures burst out onto the snowy ground from the direction of the town and sprinted toward the forest. The one trailing behind appeared to be a woman who slipped in the snow. The man in front paused briefly, hesitated, turned around to pull her up, and the two continued running for their lives. It was already too late. 3 men emerged from the direction of the town, wielding knives and iron rods. These 3 pursuers were robust and moved faster than the fleeing pair. Clearly, hunger had drained much of the latter's strength, and they barely had the energy to flee. Lu Zhifei closed his eyes briefly. He understood, the 2 fleeing must have been kept by those chasing them as livestock for consumption. In these times, everyone was starving, especially in winter. To survive, people ate anything. At first, some women and children who got separated during their escape were captured and eaten. Later, when food became even scarcer, isolated elders, men, or the weaker individuals within groups risked becoming what was called human livestock, detained to be consumed when needed. Amidst the clamor of shouting and footsteps, a sudden scream tore through the air, a woman's cry filled with despair. Evidently, they had been caught up. Lu Zhifei pressed his body further down, gripping Lu Jiuyue's hand. The girl, though trembling all over, held firmly onto her knife and stick, squatting behind the tree without making a sound. Outside, the fight lasted only a short time, occasionally punctuated by angry curses from several men. One of the men, panting heavily, complained intermittently that they should have slaughtered these captives long ago since the cold weather wouldn't spoil the meat. In such freezing temperatures, these fools had dared to escape, truly inviting death. Crouching in the pit, Lu Zhifei inwardly laughed bitterly at the twisted logic in their words. Yet he had no intention of lending a hand. There were 3 adversaries, and possibly more waiting in the town. Alone, he'd be signing his own death warrant. Furthermore, with Lu Jiuyue by his side, taking such a risk was simply out of the question. Not long after, the fight turned into a one-sided beating. The dull sound of sticks hitting someone continued for a moment, then one man told another to stop, saying, "Shit, how dare these bastards run away. It's all because of this little punk. Tell me, was it you who encouraged them?" At that moment, a weak voice croaked, "You animals. May you die miserably." This voice suddenly struck Lu Zhifei's heart with a jolt. He turned in shock to look at Lu Jiuyue, only to see that she too had turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and both of their faces changed simultaneously. Chapter 2, Reunion. Lu Zhifei poked his head out from behind the tree, carefully peering toward the road. Not far away, just a few meters, lay a woman on her stomach. The blood beside her was particularly striking against the snow. The man who had been pulling her to escape lay curled up on the ground, and 3 people stood next to him, one of whom had his leg blocking Lu Zhifei's view of the man's face. Even though the man was curled up in a ball, Lu Zhifei could tell that although he was thin, he wasn't short, likely almost 180 centimeters tall, quite close to Lu Zhifei's height. At this moment, the man who was facing away from Lu Zhifei struck the man lying on the ground fiercely with a stick. The sound of the club hitting bone echoed sharply, but the man on the ground didn't even make a sound before becoming still. That sound pierced through Lu Zhifei's heart, shaking him all over. He couldn't remain calm anymore. Even if it wasn't Lu Zhihe but just someone who looked like him, he couldn't simply watch as the man died right in front of him. Anything related to Lu Zhihe, he had to protect at all costs, just as he would protect Lu Jiuyue with everything he had. He crouched low, took off his backpack and sunglasses, looked at Lu Jiuyue, pointed toward the way back, and mouthed the word, "Run." Lu Jiuyue stared at him with her large eyes, her expression filled with fear, but she shook her head firmly. She pressed her lips together and gestured toward outside. She wouldn't run. She wanted to stay by his side. She also wanted to know whether the person outside was their older brother they had been separated from for 5 years. Lu Zhifei stopped trying to persuade her. Whether they ran or not, the consequences were likely similar. If he died here, where could a 14-year-old girl possibly go? The 3 people outside were clearly exhausted too. To conserve energy, they had stopped savagely beating the man on the ground. After standing there catching their breaths for a while, 2 of them began dragging the man on the ground back, muttering curses as they did so, while the 3rd carried a knife and brought up the rear. Lu Zhifei waited until they had taken a few steps. Then, clutching his machete, he abruptly leaped out from the snowdrift, crouching down as he charged straight towards the man in the rear. He moved like a leopard on the snowy field, exploding with astonishing speed. By the time the man noticed the approaching footsteps, Lu Zhifei was already right beside him. He swung his hatchet without hesitation, aiming directly for the man's neck. The man reacted quickly, immediately turning his head to dodge and simultaneously slashing at Lu Zhifei with his own blade, attempting to drive him back. But Lu Zhifei didn't retreat at all. As the blade cut across his chest, the hatchet sailed through the air, heavily chopping into the man's side neck. Immediately thereafter, he pulled out the axe, kicked the man down, and turned to chase the other two ahead. By then, the other two had heard the commotion. Without even a second of hesitation, they both reacted. The man closer to Lu Zhifei dropped the body he'd been dragging, wielding his iron bar to charge forward, whereas the shorter man further away turned around and fled outward. The iron bar came whistling towards Lu Zhifei with a heavy wind. Flashing aside swiftly, Lu Zhifei realized that if the shorter man managed to escape and call for help, they were doomed. Without much thought, he hurled the axe in his hand as far as possible. The howling axe embedded itself into the back of the fleeing man, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Before Lu Zhifei could breathe a sigh of relief, his left shoulder received a blow from a club. He didn't have time to feel the pain, he reflexively grabbed the iron bar and lunged at the man, throwing a punch. His fist collided with teeth and flesh, emitting an unpleasant crackling sound. The man was also well built. Despite being staggered a few steps backward after the punch, he tightly clutched onto the iron bar, refusing to let go. The two struggled fiercely for the bar, grappling wildly and exchanging blows, every punch hitting its mark. Snowflakes flew everywhere during the struggle, and after rolling a few times, the man eventually gained the upper hand, pinning Lu Zhifei under him in the snow. One hand gripping Lu Zhifei's throat, the other drew a knife from his boot and thrust it downwards furiously. Lu Zhifei grabbed hold of the man's wrist, the two wrestling in midair. As he saw the trembling blade tip inching closer and closer to him, suddenly there came a loud thud. The man's head dropped instantly, collapsing lifelessly on top of Lu Zhifei. Looking up, Lu Zhifei saw his younger sister, the 14-year-old Lu Jiuyue, standing behind the man with a stick in her hand, gritting her teeth as she swung another blow at his head. Seeing the man fall unconscious, Lu Jiuyue hurriedly knelt down, frantically pulling Lu Zhifei out from beneath the man. As soon as Lu Zhifei sat up, the young girl trembled, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Lu Zhifei patted his sister's back, signaling that he was fine. They both rose quickly. Lu Zhifei picked up the dagger and slashed once more at the throat of the man lying on the ground. Blood gushed out from the wound, confirming that he was now completely dead. Then, Lu Zhifei rushed to pick up his hatchet and, seeing that the targeted man was still breathing, delivered another merciless slash without hesitation. Then he turned and ran back, only to see Lu Jiuyue had already flipped over the man lying on the ground. Lu Zhifei squatted down, wiping away the hair and snow stuck to the man's face. Just one glance made his brain explode with sound. At that moment, his scalp went numb. The roaring in his ears was so loud that he couldn't hear anything for a long while. When he finally regained his hearing, he saw Lu Jiuyue crying, sobbing as she said, "Older brother. It's really him. Wake up, older brother. Brother, quick, is he still alive?" The man on the ground was pale, with blood around his head and mouth, he looked just like a corpse. As Lu Zhifei shakily felt for a pulse on his neck, fear gripped him so tightly it felt like grinding teeth, his mind shouting, "Lu Zhihe, you'd better be alive. You'd better be. If you dare die, I'll never take care of your sister again. Seriously, this time I mean it." This damn bastard used to ignore any threat except when it came to his sister. He could never abandon his sister. Even if he abandoned everyone else, there's no way he'd abandon her. Perhaps his threat actually worked because when he moved his hand across the cold, lifeless thin neck, he suddenly felt a pulse. Lu Zhifei's heart began pounding wildly. After confirming once more, he raised his head and said as calmly as he could, "He's still alive." Lu Jiuyue had been kneeling beside him, holding her breath. Hearing his words, her tears immediately fell again. Lu Zhifei supported Lu Zhihe's back and stood up, saying to Lu Jiuyue, "Take the stuff and let's go quickly." There was not a minute to spare at this place. If their companions realized they didn't return, they might come looking for them soon. If those people discover their footprints, they would never escape. Lu Zhifei carried the unconscious man into the forest while Lu Jiuyue sprinted ahead to retrieve the backpack, picking up the man's dagger along the way before catching up with Lu Zhifei. Along the way, she kept glancing warily backward. Through the howling wind, faint human voices seemed to echo from the edge of the forest. Snowflakes fell from the sky, the blizzard had finally arrived. On their way back, Lu Zhihe remained unconscious, and even after they returned home, there were no signs of him waking up. By the time they passed through the cave and reached the plateau, the sky had completely darkened. A fierce blizzard raged outside, disorienting everything. Had the plateau not been so small and Lu Zhifei not left clear markers, they likely wouldn't have found their way back to the house. As soon as they entered, Lu Zhifei immediately laid Lu Zhihe on the bed and checked his condition. Apart from the large bump on his head, Lu Zhihe's entire body was battered, bruises, frostbite, various wounds, some of which had become infected, and a swelling on his arm indicating bone damage. Lu Zhifei almost dared not touch him. And aside from checking, there wasn't much he could do. He wasn't a doctor, and even if he were, there would be no medicine available now. All he could do was sprinkle some expired Yunnan Baiyao powder onto the wounds and place several glass bottles filled with hot water at Lu Zhihe's feet before covering him with blankets to keep him warm. It was then that Lu Jiuyue remained relatively calm. Seeing her second brother refusing to leave her older brother's bedside and knowing she couldn't help much, she quietly headed to the kitchen. She cooked a pot of congee on the stove and warmed some dry food. When the meal was ready, she brought it to the bedside, urging Lu Jifei to eat first while she stirred a bowl of rice porridge, cooling it by blowing. Lu Jifei had no appetite, his emotions having swung wildly throughout the day. When Lu Jiuyue cooled the porridge, he gently propped Lu Jiha up, allowing Lu Jiuyue to use a spoon to feed it to their brother. At first, nothing went down. The soup leaked from the corners of his mouth. Lu Jifei wiped it clean with a cloth, persistently asking Lu Jiuyue to try again. After a great deal of effort, under the dim light, they noticed a slight movement in Lu Jiha's frail throat. Lu Jiuyue burst into tears, crying and laughing as she said, "He swallowed it. Did you see that, brother? He swallowed it." Lu Jifei's eyes also reddened. Pausing a moment, he said, "Quickly, make him eat 2 more spoonfuls." Together, they worked for over an hour, and Lu Jiuyue eventually managed to finish the bowl of rice porridge, though most of it spilled onto the cloth, with only a small portion making it into Lu Jiha's stomach. Both of their eyes sparkled. Lu Jiuyue placed the bowl in the kitchen sink and then fetched a basin of hot water, asking Lu Jifei, "Second brother, are your injuries serious? Let me see after you take off your clothes." Lu Jifei had barely had time to clean up, he looked disheveled from head to toe. A slash on his chest had torn open his coat, exposing the cotton padding inside. It looked horrifying, but in reality, the blade had only grazed his skin after piercing through the thick layers of clothing. What truly hurt was the blow he'd taken on his shoulder while carrying Lu Jiha back. The pain had been sharp and needle-like during their escape, though at that moment he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, however, the pain had become so intense he couldn't lift his arm. Lu Jiuyue helped roll up his sleeve, then removed his outer coat and lifted his undershirt, revealing a large, swollen bruise on his shoulder. She rushed to fetch the liniment oil that had been left on the table, but Lu Jifei stopped her. "I can handle it. I'll be fine in a couple of days," Lu Jifei said. "We're out of medicine at home anyway, so let's save this for him." Lu Jiuyue's eyes welled up again, but she didn't press the matter further. Instead, she silently wrung out a towel and handed it to him so he could clean his face and hands. Then she said softly, "Go get some rest and eat something before you sleep. I'll stay up tonight and keep an eye on things. If anything happens, I'll call you." Lu Jifei agreed and stood up to go to the kitchen. He felt somewhat dazed, standing there by the stove for a moment before remembering to ladle out the congee. As he slowly finished drinking a bowl of warm porridge, a sudden jolt came over him, like awakening from a dream. His heart echoed with thoughts, "Yes, I found him. I finally found him." Shaking slightly, he sat down on a small stool near the stove, burying his face in his hands. In just a short while, his palms were wet with tears pooled in a little puddle. When the end times first arrived, people always thought it was just a minor catastrophe that would soon pass, much like all the other calamities humanity had faced in history. When the virus initially reached the city they lived in, experts on TV confidently claimed it was merely a variant of rabies, under full control. Around that time, Lu Jiha started feeling something wasn't right. Working in the hospital, he likely had access to more first-hand information than others. During those nights, when he worked endless shifts at the hospital, unable to return home, he would often phone them, urging him to rush back and bring their parents over. But Lu Jifei didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation yet. Truthfully, he wasn't very eager to go home. For various reasons, he hadn't interacted with his family for several years. Lu Jiha couldn't explain more but insisted, "You must go back. If anything happens to your parents, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." And he was right. Later, what Lu Jifei regretted most was how dull his reaction had been, his failure to act fast enough to protect those he should have guarded, including his parents and he. It was during their journey to their parents' house with Lu Jiuyue that he first encountered an infected person. School had been suspended, leaving Lu Jiuyue nowhere else to go. So Lu Jifei took her along. They drove into a gas station nearby, and something felt off from a distance. Thus, he locked Lu Jiuyue inside the car and grabbed a baseball bat from the trunk before going in alone. The place was empty except for the mess in the mini supermarket, goods scattered all over the floor. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a pudgy middle-aged man lying behind the cash register. The man was foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Barely a moment passed before Lu Jifei watched in horror as the man got up, crawling on all fours, and with an agility unmatched by his obese frame, lunged fiercely at him. This was the first person he'd killed. The baseball bat struck the man's skull with a sickening crack, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Still, even after this, the infected person struggled for a bit before dying. Lu Jifei remembered standing before the corpse, his limbs icy cold, his mind blank except for one overwhelming thought, "He's dead. I've killed someone, I'm going to jail." Back then, he never imagined this was just the beginning. In the 2 years immediately following their separation, he and Lu Jiuyue had traveled far and wide searching for Lu Jiha. The streets were riddled with varying levels of infected beings, which later came to be known as zombies. Supermarkets, shops, and pharmacies were looted bare. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, climate anomalies, unexplained deaths of animals and plants, all sorts of bad news kept pouring in. Eventually, the internet, TV, and telephone lines disappeared altogether. Everywhere was chaos, confusion gripping everyone as they scrambled to find a safe place to survive. Risking everything, Lu Zhifei drove to the hospital where Lu Zhihe worked, searched places where crowds gathered nearby, and went to every location he could think of. Whenever he saw someone, he would pull out Lu Zhihe's photo, asking, "Could you please take a look? Have you seen this person? His name is Lu Zhihe, he's my family member. If you see him, please tell him that his family has been looking for him." At first, whenever Lu Jiuyue missed her brother and cried, Lu Zhifei would comfort her, "Don't be afraid. Your brother is so smart, he will definitely survive. And he must be looking for us too. Don't worry, we'll definitely find him. I'm here." But as the number of deaths they encountered grew higher and higher, he became increasingly aware that in the apocalypse, human lives were no different from ants. Thousands outside were dying silently, and no one knew when death might suddenly strike them. Just staying alive was such a difficult thing. At first, he had hoped extravagantly that when he found he would still be living well in this world. Later, he gradually came to feel that as long as he was still alive, even with some minor illnesses or pain, he could endure it. In the final few years, he even frequently dreamed that Lu Zhihe had already been infected. Though these dreams often made him break out in cold sweat when he woke up, subconsciously, he felt he could even accept this, as long as he found him. If he did, he would lock him away somewhere safe and take care of him until the day he died. What if one day there was a cure? Taking a step back, even if there wasn't medicine, at least he could watch he die right before his eyes. At least, he wouldn't have to worry anymore about him being bullied, tortured, or living a life worse than death outside. And now, Lu Zhifei truly thanked heaven for showing mercy, letting him finally find and he's still alive, he's really still alive. Since heaven wasn't completely heartless, since it had shown this compassionate side, could he dare to hope just once more, and ask it to let he wake up soon? In the wild fury of the snowstorm, Lu Zhifei sat trembling in the dark kitchen, tears streaming down his face as he silently prayed, if only he could wake up fine, then everything this damn rotten world had done to them, including all the suffering it inflicted on their parents, all the trials it put them through, even all the pain it gave he was willing to reconcile with it all, forgiving everything and starting anew in the days ahead. Chapter 3, Awakening. After waking up, Lu Zhihe still didn't awaken, but Lu Zhifei had developed a fever. On the way back yesterday, he was so exhausted that he broke out in sweat all over his body, feeling alternately cold and hot. Once home, he didn't dry off or change clothes in time. The first half of the night was fine, but by the second half, he became delirious with fever. But even though he had a high fever of 39 degrees, it didn't stop him from getting up multiple times in the middle of the night to approach Lu Zhihe's bedside. Each time he woke up from a nightmare, he would get up and go to another room to confirm if Lu Zhihe was really lying there. A lamp burned throughout the night in the room. The only window was completely covered by burlap bags and cotton coats, both blocking the wind and preventing the light from attracting wild animals. Amidst the howling wind outside, this little flame flickered warmly yet unrealistically. In the dead of night, Lu Jiuyue took a nap beside the bed. When she woke up, she saw her older brother standing quietly beside the bed again and couldn't help but say, "Are you tired or not? I promised to keep watch, you should go back to sleep." Lu Zhifei cleared his throat and said, "I can't fall asleep. Little sister, you go sleep. I'll sit here for a while." Lu Jiuyue was young and usually slept more. Moreover, she was already worn out from running errands all day. Hearing this, she could only stand up and let Lu Zhifei take the chair. She draped a thick coat around him, muttering unclearly, "Then I'll sleep for a bit and come replace you. Big brother, wake me if you're sleepy later." Lu Zhifei made a sound of acknowledgement. He sat on the chair next to the bed. After Lu Jiuyue left, he stared intently at Lu Zhihe without blinking for a long time. This Ahe on the bed was similar yet different from the Ahe of the past. The former Lu Zhihe had never been so thin that the flesh on his face seemed dried up, skin tightly stretched against his cheekbones. The previous Lu Zhihe also had never looked as unkempt, with tangled hair forming lumps that looked like a coarse piece of hemp cloth rather than hair. Even dirty and emaciated, one could still see Ahe's original appearance. His face unmistakably bore brows uniquely belonging to Ahe, long eyebrows with a slight upward slant at their peaks, and a straight nose bridge, thin lips, and a mole above the lip distinctive to Ahe alone. Previously, Lu Zhifei had once heard someone say that people with moles on their lips enjoy a life full of blessings, lacking neither food nor drink. He joked with Lu Zhihe about it, saying, "Your husband might not make you extraordinarily rich, but providing good food and drink is definitely something he has the ability to do." When he said that, he was brimming with confidence. Those years when he gave up what others regarded as a great future, he moved in with Lu Zhihe and even quarreled with his parents because of it. While Ahe went to work, he started a small company. Naturally, the beginning was tough. With no income himself, he relied entirely on Ahe's support, living frugally. But Ahe was capable and managed to bring joy into their three-person family with that meager salary. After surviving the early stages of entrepreneurship, his small business quickly began to thrive. In those profitable couple of years, he secretly paid off the house mortgage and added a car to their household, though Ahe did not need it. He also planned to save up money to hold a wedding abroad with Ahe. What everyone else had, he and Ahe would have too, though, before the wedding, he first needed to deal with that traitorous younger sister of Ahe, Lu Jiuyue. He never expected the apocalypse to descend upon them so abruptly. In this hellish world, his Ahe almost starved to death, and worse, nearly got eaten. Just imagining all the hardships he endured sent shivers down his spine. Lu Zhifei gently cradled Lu Jihe's hand, resting his forehead on it motionlessly. He thought, thank goodness we found him. From this moment forward, these two people were the only family members he had left. He would not lose either of them. He would do everything in his power to protect them from hunger and harm, even if it meant sacrificing himself. There was nothing frightening about it. The next morning, when Lu Jiuyue came to this room, she saw that Lu Jihe was still unconscious, and Lu Zhifei was sleeping beside the bed. It wasn't until she got closer that she noticed her big brother's unusually flushed complexion. Touching his forehead immediately alarmed her. "Big brother, you have a fever. How could you not know?" Lu Jiuyue hurriedly woke him, saying, "Go lie down and sleep. I'll fetch some hot water for you to drink." When Lu Zhifei woke up, he was still disoriented and didn't move from his seat, only touching Lu Jihe's forehead and asking, "Why hasn't he woken up?" Lu Jiuyue lost her temper, tears welling up in her eyes. "Will you ever listen to me? Now that big brother is in this state, are you going to ruin yourself as well? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Shakily standing up, Lu Zhifei didn't want to leave. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll just sleep at his feet. It will warm them up anyway." He slowly took off his clothes, got into bed, and pulled the covers aside to get in. He then took out a few glass bottles from near Lu Jihe's feet. The water inside the bottles had cooled, yet Lu Jihe's feet were still not warm. Lu Zhifei hugged those cold feet against his chest, feeling dizzy and faint. His heart stirred with sudden alarm as he thought, "This won't do, I must recover quickly. September can't possibly take care of two sick people." Lu Jiuyue saw that he had lain down properly, so she adjusted his blanket, before checking Lu Jihe's head for temperature changes. She brought over the quilt she was using and placed it on top of them. Then she turned and opened the hall door, only to see the path to the kitchen blocked by snow. The heavy snowstorm finally ceased at dawn. Snow had accumulated in the yard, reaching up to half a person's height. Such deep snow was common in winters after the apocalypse. In past years when their city rarely saw snow, every snowy winter would spark an enthusiastic celebration. People made snowmen with all sorts of creative shapes, these could be found in plazas, street sides, or even social media feeds, always praised with auspicious phrases like, "bountiful harvest foretold by blessed snow." There was one year when her elder brother, because of work, forgot to buy her a little claw-like tool designed to play with snow. That day, Lu Jiuyue felt truly upset. This gadget allowed shaping the snow into small animals, such as rats, ducks, or lambs. The boy downstairs had one, but he wouldn't lend it to her since he considered it his treasured possession. Now, despite having abundant snow, Lu Jiuyue no longer desired to build snowmen. Instead, she started fearing the snow. During winters after the apocalypse, blizzards were horrifying events. They would often persist continuously, sometimes lasting for 6 months or more. Because of the freezing temperatures, many plants died off, and the survivors struggled to grow. Without sufficient food, people frequently starved. Blizzards also collapsed houses, froze rivers, and exacerbated the survival conditions for the already struggling population. Lu Jiuyue glanced up at the roof, somewhat worried. Before winter arrived, second brother had helped her reinforce the old house's roof, but now, thick layers of snow lay on it, and she wondered whether the old house's roof could hold its weight. After pondering briefly, she resumed her work. Currently, the priority wasn't clearing the snow off the roof but rather digging a passageway to the kitchen so she could boil some hot water for big brother and second brother to drink. She recalled how people used to mock inept men online, criticizing them for merely advising their girlfriends to drink more hot water upon hearing they were sick. Likely, most couldn't have imagined how precious medicines would become during the apocalypse, making hot water indeed one of the most important methods for treatment. With great effort, Lu Jiuyue dug until her palms grew warm. Finally, she cleared the way to the kitchen and continued laboriously digging another path leading to the well, resembling a hard-working mole. She then fetched a thermos from the kitchen, pouring its remaining valuable hot water onto the frozen cover of the well. With one strong effort, she pried open the cover, revealing the black mouth of the well. A rope-tied bucket hung inside the kitchen. Lu Jiuyue retrieved it and lowered it into the well. After what seemed like an eternity, she heard a soft splash indicating contact with water. She let go of the rope, allowing the bucket to fill completely, before exerting force alternately with both hands to haul it up. Quickly, a bucket full of water emerged, slightly steaming with warmth from beneath the earth. Lu Jiuyue drew up several buckets, filling the water jar in the kitchen, and then prepared to light the stove and start cooking. The clay stove had 2 pots, she used one to heat the water and another to cook porridge. Once the water boiled, she filled the thermos and poured a large amount into an enamel basin, cradling it in her arms and heading to the bedroom. Lu Zhifei had drifted close to sleep, but Lu Jiuyue roused him again. Leaning against the bedhead, he watched Lu Jiuyue busying about, replacing the hot water in the glass bottles, washing rice, and preparing meals. After drinking half of the enamel basin full of hot water, Lu Jiuyue presented a bowl of thin porridge and a plate of coarse grain cakes. Determined to recover faster, Lu Zhifei forced himself to eat a bit. Then, he crawled to the other side of the bed, helping Lu Jiuyue support Lu Jihe while feeding him the congee. Compared to yesterday, more of the congee went down Lu Jihe's throat. Perhaps this indicated real improvement, or it might just mean Lu Jiuyue had refined her skills in feeding him. Of course, compared to considering the latter possibility, both Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei firmly preferred to believe it was the former. After finishing the meal, Lu Zhifei decided to put aside all worries and catch a nap. Hugging Lu Jihe's feet, he fell into a drowsy slumber. When he woke again, it was almost evening once more. After a nap, he felt that he had indeed recovered quite a bit. In situations where medical resources were insufficient, ample sleep and hot water were the only two remedies for a cold. This was something Lu Jihe had taught him in the past. It was a long time ago when Lu Jihe wasn't yet a doctor but just a high school student. A few classmates had gone out to play during their holiday break. Also in a mountain village, one night, for some reason, Lu Zhifei, who always had a robust constitution, suddenly developed a fever. Lu Jihe spent the entire night looking after him and later shared this experience with others when he had recovered. He had always been good at taking care of people. Even when they were fleeing for their lives, he would never forget to help others along the way. Feeling somewhat sorrowful, Lu Zhifei thought about this as he crawled over to the bed to check on Lu Jihe, who remained unconscious. Lu Zhifei sighed, bent down to kiss his hand lightly, and whispered softly, "Ahe, please wake up soon. You can't sleep any longer, you'll starve yourself to death like this." With no idea what else to do, he stared at Lu Jihe for a moment before starting to climb off the bed to get dressed. He had heard some noises outside earlier, but didn't know what Lu Jiuyue was up to. He needed to go out and check. After bundling himself up tightly, Lu Zhifei went outside and first looked up at the sky. The familiar strange white brightness indicated that another blizzard was about to come. Irritated, he cursed under his breath and glanced back at the roof of their house. To his astonishment, he saw Lu Jiuyue standing on the roof. "Get down quickly," he shouted loudly. "What are you doing? Be careful, don't fall." Lu Jiuyue was carrying a shovel and walking cautiously on the roof. Hearing her brother's call, she glanced down and said, "Big brother, are you feeling better? I'm going to shovel the snow off the roof. I'm lighter than you, so it's easier for me to climb onto the roof." With no other choice, Lu Zhifei positioned himself on the pathway between the living room and the kitchen and anxiously gave instructions, then walked towards the ridge of the roof and start shoveling from there. "Be very careful underfoot, and beware of the snow sliding off from above." As Lu Jiuyue continued climbing, she replied, "I know, stand further away." Lu Zhifei then went into the kitchen and watched Lu Jiuyue shovel snow from the doorway. She pushed a few shovels full of snow downwards, and suddenly, an entire section of the roof's snow became loose. A large patch slid off and crashed down into the yard with a thunderous roar. Amidst the sound, Lu Jihe, who had lain on the bed for a whole day and night, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 4, Family. After waking up, Lu Jihe instinctively glanced quickly around the room and realized no one was there. He immediately shut his eyes tightly, pretending he was still unconscious. But his ears were focused on listening to the commotion outside. There was someone moving about outside, definitely with a guard at the door. Was he the only person in the room? Where had those people brought him? As various circumstances of the escape flashed through his mind, it was followed by an intense headache, and the pain from his body and arms made them feel numb. But this pain was a good thing, constantly reminding him that he was still alive, that he still had all his limbs intact, that he could still run, and he hadn't collapsed like a heap of pork waiting to be chopped up. Had they taken him back? Why hadn't these people killed him? Did they still need him as a doctor? Or perhaps, keeping him alive served some other purpose. His heart was pounding fiercely with panic. He couldn't imagine what these reckless individuals wouldn't do next. He must find a way out, and fast. Even if death awaited him in the blizzard, it would be better than dying at their hands. The mention of death pricked him slightly. He opened his eyes again. No, he couldn't die yet, he still needed to find Fei and Mimi. Before finding them, he absolutely couldn't let himself die. Lu Jihe suddenly flipped over and got off the bed, his bare feet hitting the floor. Dizzy and unable to stand steadily due to the pain throughout his body, he still managed to brace himself against the edge of the bed to stay upright. Then he took a deep breath and scanned the room again, spotting a pair of scissors on the bedside cabinet. He grabbed the scissors firmly and rushed toward the locked door, peering through the gap. Outside seemed to be the main hall of a farmhouse, and surprisingly, there was no one inside. Lu Jihe's heart began to race furiously, it was a great chance to escape. He gently nudged the door, unexpectedly, it wasn't locked and opened without resistance. Lu Jihe paused for a moment, then looked back at the bed where he'd been lying. Several layers of thick quilts covered it, making it warm when he'd been under them. Where exactly was he? How could those people suddenly become so kind, allowing a man like him, ready to be slaughtered, to stay in such comfort? Could they be afraid he would freeze to death? Though questions flooded his mind, now wasn't the time for thinking. Whatever happened, he had to wait until after he escaped. Turning back, he hastily grabbed a cotton coat, pulling it over himself before rushing into the main hall. Barefoot on the cold floor sent sharp shivers through him. Footsteps were already approaching from the front door. With nowhere to hide, he immediately ran towards the back. There was a cabinet there, and he quickly ducked behind it. Then he heard the door opening and footsteps entering. A clear voice spoke, "It's so cold," obviously belonging to a girl. Then, he heard a man say, "Come inside and warm your hands. Change the water in the bottle beside your brother's feet. I'll go cook in the kitchen." Lu Jiha stood behind the cabinet, trembling all over. He was too familiar with these voices, which had even appeared in his dreams. However, nowadays, even dreams of them came fewer and fewer times. He clenched his eyes tightly, wondering if he was trapped in a dream, unable to wake up. If this were a dream, it would truly be the most beautiful dream he'd had in over a year. Soon, cries filled the house accompanied by hurried steps running outside. "Brother, come quick. Big brother is gone." Lu Jiha slowly turned and peeked out from behind the cabinet. He saw the light of snow shining through the doorway and spotted the girl standing in the entrance. Although he could hardly see clearly, he instinctively knew it was Joyue, his Joyue, whom he had searched for longingly for 5 years. Then, he saw the man who was running hastily from outside, holding a water ladle in his hand. When he saw Lu Jiha at the door, he froze momentarily. Step by step, Lu Jiha moved forward, afraid that if he walked faster, the scene before him would disappear. In an increasingly teary-eyed haze, every image he saw became slow yet vivid. He watched the girl turn her head, saw how her panicked expression transformed into joy, and how that joy quickly changed into childish crying. He noticed the water ladle falling from the man's hand, watched the face, blurred almost beyond recognition, reveal profound resentment and sorrow. Yet, it felt like he saw nothing, everything becoming vague. Could there be such a vivid dream? Could touch feel this real? Whose sobbing echoed near his ear? Who embraced him? Whose embrace was so familiar, so warm? It wasn't until Lu Jiha was tucked back into bed, covered by the quilt again, with his left hand holding his little sister and his right hand tightly gripped by Lu Jifei that he still wore an incredulous expression. After choking for a while, he finally managed to ask his first question. He said, "How could you be here?" "I've been living here with second brother. When we went out yesterday, we saw people chasing you," Lu Joyue sobbed intermittently. "The 3 men who captured you, I killed them," Lu Jifei said. "No one knows about this place where we're hiding. You're safe now." A strong sense of unreality surged over him once more. Lu Jiha looked at one and then the other, unable to utter a single word. It's all over." Lu Jifei gently hugged him, speaking softly, "You've come back. You're safe now. We're finally together again." Lu Joyue burst into tears again. She hiccuped as she cried, embracing her elder brother and second brother tightly. As if in a daze, Lu Jiha also reached out to hold them. The touch of their arms was real, the sounds he heard were real. These were his younger sister and his heir Fei, something he had never dreamed possible, reuniting like this under unimaginable circumstances. Lu Jifei let go after hugging for just a moment. He arranged Lu Jiha to lean against the pillow, carefully gripping the injured arm, saying, "You were so badly wounded yesterday that I didn't dare to move you. How should we treat this injury? What about the wound on your head?" Leaning on the pillow, Lu Jiha looked at him and smiled faintly, saying, "My arm isn't broken, it's fractured. How does my head look?" While talking, he raised his hand to touch it, but Lu Jifei caught his hand and said, "Don't touch it." Then Lu Jiha said, "By the way, cut my hair first. Joyue, don't lean against me, there are lice in my dirty hair. Shake out the bedding I slept on later." Lu Jifei had wanted to cut his hair last night but refrained because he feared it would affect his head injury. Hearing these words, he quickly went to find scissors. Lu Joyue tugged at his hand lovingly, saying, "Brother, I'll make some food. You're awake, which is truly wonderful. Eat well, and you'll get better faster." Lu Jiha held his sister's hand, touching rough calluses, feeling both heartache and relief. His Joyue must have endured much hardship. When they separated, she was only 9 years old, and now she'd grown into a young girl. Still alive, still fine, this was truly the most beautiful thing in the world. He smiled slightly and said, "Good, do we still have food?" "Yes," Lu Joyue stood up immediately, saying, "You must be starved. Wait, I'll be right back." The moment Lu Joyue walked away, Lu Jifei came in. He handed Lu Jiha a cup of hot water, ready to feed it to him. After feeding 2 sips, Lu Jiha trembled and took the enamel mug, drinking it down in one breath without fearing the heat. Seeing this, Lu Jifei felt immense pain in his heart. Considering that they would soon eat, he didn't allow him to drink any more, simply putting the cup aside. Then he went outside, replacing the warm water in the glass bottle and placed it under Lu Jiha's feet. After finishing these tasks, he sat on the edge of the bed and began to sharpen the scissors. Lu Jiha, leaning on the headboard, felt dizzy, as if thrown into a spinning drum washing machine, the heaven-spinning sensation overwhelming him. The tiny bit of energy he had summoned earlier for trying to escape disappeared after drinking the hot water. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to close his eyes, instead turning his head and staring at Lu Jifei. He stared for a long time before softly calling out, "Heir Fei." Upon hearing this familiar address, Lu Jifei nearly shed tears again. He hesitated a bit, then responded with a soft lifting his head to look at him and asked, "Does it hurt very badly?" "It's okay, I can endure it," Lu Jihe replied. "Where are we? Are we close to those people?" "This place is somewhere you've been before." Lu Jifei tested the edge of the scissors with his fingers, deciding it was sharp enough, and then sat beside him, wrapping a piece of cloth around his neck. "There's a cave nearby, called Jindong Cave. I once brought you there to play. Do you remember? Passing through the cave leads to a small clearing called Mountaintop Clearing, where we are currently staying. I remember, that cave is called Jinlong Cave. When they brought me to this area, I recalled this place. While attempting to flee with them during our secret escape attempt, I intended to hide inside the cave." Lu Jihe breathed heavily twice, looking back and grabbing Lu Jifei's hand, saying, "Fei, stop for a moment and listen to me. It's possible those people also know about this place." Lu Jifei stopped his hands and looked at him. Calming down for a moment, Lu Jihe continued, "There were more than a dozen men, along with 2 women. I can guarantee that at least one person among them is local, impossible not to know this place. That person chased me out too." "Did he die?" "He died," Lu Jifei confirmed firmly, "rest assured. All 3 men who chased out were killed by me, dead as can be." Unable to feel at ease, Lu Jihe's heart burned with worry as he thought of the impending disaster he would bring upon them. "Fei," he said, "we need to prepare ourselves early. This is just what I know so far. How many others among those people are familiar with this place, I'm not certain." Lu Jifei helped him sit up a little and gently grabbed his hair for a closer look, saying, "Don't worry too much. The cave's passages have collapsed quite a bit, and the mountain road was destroyed long ago. Snow is falling outside, and those people cherish their lives, they wouldn't dare venture into the forest. Once the snow stops, I'll check out near the cave again. They have guns." Lu Jihe closed his eyes and said, "You don't understand, those men have guns." "So what if they have guns?" Lu Jifei said firmly, "I'll fight it out with them till the end. At worst, we die here together." This strange assurance calmed Lu Jihe, and he finally relaxed, closing his eyes as he leaned against the bedhead. Lu Jifei lit an oil lamp, standing behind him, carefully avoiding the wounds as he began trimming his disheveled mop of hair that resembled dirty rags. After finishing the haircut, Lu Jifei held the lamp and thoroughly examined his head injuries. Through the newly cut hair, one could clearly see the swollen lump that looked dark purple and shiny, almost like a horn growing out of his head. Lu Jifei didn't dare touch it, checking other areas around his head carefully, luckily only finding a scratch on his forehead besides this injury. Finally, he pressed a kiss on Lu Jihe's forehead. "Don't do that," Lu Jihe moved slightly and said, "I'm dirty. I missed you so much, I missed you so much." Lu Jifei held him tightly for a long time before taking off his bony arm from his body and asking, once a while later, "We'll take care of your injured arm. Do we have any medicine oil to rub on it?" "No need," Lu Jihe tilted his head, gazing at him affectionately as he rested against him, saying, "Just fixating it will be enough." Lu Jifei laid him down properly, kissed him once more, and said, "I know how much you love cleanliness. When you get better, I'll help you wash your hair and take a bath. For now, water can't touch your wound. Just bear with it for now." Lu Jihe responded softly with a light, As Lu Jifei noticed him becoming drowsy, he quickly added, "Eat something before sleeping. Let me check if Jiuyue has finished cooking." With that, he stood up and left. After a moment, Lu Jiuyue appeared carrying a bowl of porridge, with Lu Jifei following her, holding 2 bowls in one hand and an aluminum pot in the other. Upon lifting the lid, the steaming aroma of pancakes filled the air. Quickly. Lu Jiuyue sat beside him, spooning a ladle of warm porridge to his lips and said, "Big brother, hurry and eat. It's just the right temperature, neither cold nor hot." Lu Jihe opened his mouth and swallowed. Despite his weakness making even breathing difficult, when the dissolved rice grains flowed past his tongue and throat, he felt like there was a bottomless abyss within him. No matter how much food was thrown in, it wouldn't fill up. He barely had time to chew before the food slipped down silently. As Lu Jiuyue fed him porridge, Lu Jifei sat next to him, tearing the pancakes into small pieces soaked in the porridge and feeding them to him. Later, seeing how fast he was swallowing, Lu Jifei gently patted his back and said, "Eat slowly, there's still plenty. There haven't been many people around when we came here. I've managed to collect a good supply of grain, enough to last through the winter." "Yes, big brother," Lu Jiuyue's eyes shone brightly, perhaps glistening with tears, "we also have meat. Before the snowfall, second brother and I hunted some rabbits and rats. We ate the rats but preserved the rabbits by curing them, keeping them aside." After eating more than half a bowl, Lu Jihe suddenly stopped himself, saying, "I'm dizzy, I've eaten enough. You guys should eat." Lu Jiuyue urged, "Big brother, please eat a little more. That amount won't be enough for you." Lu Jihe drank all the porridge in the bowl but refused to add more, saying, "It's truly enough. My stomach hasn't handled hunger well, eating more might make it unbearable." In reality, his stomach was still screaming out for more food, but considering his concussion might lead to vomiting soon, Lu Jihe chose not to eat further. Each grain of rice was precious and couldn't be wasted, regardless of how much was accumulated. After all, this winter stretched endlessly long, and days without enough food were incredibly hard to endure. Lu Jiuyue wanted to persuade her brother to eat more but was interrupted as Lu Zhifei gently took away the bowl, saying, "Alright, I'll leave some food on the stove in case you want to eat later." Then, he and Lu Jiuyue swiftly finished their meal sitting by the bedside. Jiuyue went out to tidy up the bowls, while Lu Zhifei chopped a stool with an axe, carving out 2 wooden boards roughly the same size, smoothing their edges and under Lu Jihe's guidance, fixed his fractured arm with these boards. Before his arm was fully bandaged, Lu Jihe fell into a deep sleep amidst the howling of the wind and snow. Chapter 5, Heavy Snow. The snow fell all night again. The howling north wind swept across the mountains, forests, and rooftops, wailing like a woman crying mournfully. It wasn't until morning that the heavy snow, falling like goose feathers, gradually became sparse, but the biting north wind continued to rage. Lu Zhifei woke up and opened his eyes to see Ah-He next to him, and his sister curled up beside Ah-He. Both were sleeping soundly. Lu Zhifei wanted to go to the bathroom but held back so as not to move. Ah-He had vomited twice during the night and didn't fall into a deep sleep until the early hours of the morning. He didn't want to wake him. Last night, Lu Jiuyue was reluctant to part with her elder brother and wanted to sleep close to him. So, Lu Zhifei simply moved her quilt over and let her sleep against the inside wall. Lu Jihe slept in the middle, while he took the outer side to conveniently take care of Ah-He if he needed to get up at night. Since they were sleeping on an old-style wooden bed, there was no real issue having 3 people, it was even warmer this way. After lying down for a while longer, he couldn't help but quietly rise from bed, wondering what the yard looked like outside. As he was putting on his cotton coat, Lu Jiuyue also woke up and whispered drowsily, "Big brother too." Lu Zhifei put his index finger to his lips, signaling her not to speak. He quietly dressed and stepped out the door, where the cold air immediately made him shiver repeatedly. He quickly closed the door behind him. Standing in the middle of the main room, he put on his hat, gloves, and pulled back the door bolt to find half a man's height of snow piled up in the courtyard. It was lucky that they had cleared some of the accumulated snow in the yard yesterday, otherwise, the house would have been buried completely. Lu Zhifei grabbed the shovel from behind the door and began to clear the snow. By the time Lu Jiuyue came out rubbing her eyes and yawning, he had successfully cleared pathways leading to the kitchen, the well, and the toilet. After washing her face with water scooped from the kitchen, Lu Jiuyue saw her second brother sitting by the stove, pulling out a steaming hot roasted sweet potato from the hearth, saying, "Eat it while it's hot, be careful not to burn yourself." Lu Jiuyue gave a soft cheer but hesitated to eat it, saying, "I'll save it for elder brother." "There are more in the stove," Lu Zhifei said. "This one is for you." Reluctantly, Lu Jiuyue squatted before the stove, her bottom sticking out, as she peeled the hot sweet potato, blowing on it because it was scalding. After peeling, she broke it into 2 halves and offered one to Lu Zhifei, saying, "Big brother too, you eat it." "I'm not hungry, I'll eat rice," Lu Zhifei replied. "Come on, just take it," insisted Lu Jiuyue as she shoved the sweet potato into his hand, then sat contentedly beside him, eating her own share while the warm sweet potato emitted its rich plant sweetness, a rare delicacy in these days. She muttered while eating, "So sweet. Big brother, it's really good." Previously, Lu Jiuyue wouldn't touch a single piece of sweet potato. In fact, most gourds, root vegetables, and even lean meat with a hint of fat were taboo for her. Her picky eating drove everyone crazy. Back then, when Lu Jihe tried to feed her breakfast, such as small wontons, she would taste one bite, complain about any trace of fat, and stubbornly refuse to eat another mouthful, forcing him to buy her fried dough sticks and soy milk instead. This annoyed Lu Jihe enough times that he often threatened to discipline her, yet never actually brought himself to do it. Seeing children go hungry fixes their picky eating problems every time. But Lu Zhifei would rather his younger sister remain a fussy eater, spoiled by them constantly indulging her, than see her endure such hardship. No one wants to endure such hardship. When breakfast was ready, Lu Jihe was still asleep. Lu Zhifei ate first, tidied up the axe and sunglasses, and prepared to leave. Lu Jiuyue asked where he was going, and he replied, "I'll check near the cave and come back soon. Don't go outside, look after your brother, and we'll sweep the snow off the roof when I return." Lu Jiuyue agreed and ran to the inner room to fetch a large floral scarf, covering his neck and face tightly. Lu Zhifei, wrapped in the comical floral scarf, took the axe and went out, climbing the snowy slope while being pushed forward unsteadily by the wind. The freshly fallen snow hadn't frozen too hard yet, and with each step, his foot sank deeply. As he walked, he kept checking if there were any unusual footprints around. Yesterday, he worried those people might track them down. Lu Zhifei had reassured him that they wouldn't, though secretly he wasn't entirely unworried. Although heavy snowstorms aren't ideal conditions for travel, people still need to eat. If these people had resorted to eating others, they must be severely lacking in food. Regardless of why they came here, now trapped in a town by the heavy snow, without enough food, it was likely that they would brave the storm to search and plunder in the smaller villages. Though Lu Zhifei had said that he would be at peace even if the 3 of them died in one place, it was still better if they didn't die. He had just found he again, and despite being in the harsh apocalypse, he still had many expectations for the future. Who would want a gang of demons and monsters to come and create trouble? That day when they left, they were in such a hurry that they didn't deliberately cover their tracks. Although it snowed later, what if someone tracked them down? He needed to check by the cave before he could feel at ease. When he got close to the entrance of the cave, Lu Zhifei suddenly stopped. There were some footprints on the snow, although covered partly by new snow, they were still somewhat visible. These were the tracks of some wild animal. Judging from the size of the footprints, this beast was probably quite large. Lu Zhifei crouched low, gripping his axe tightly as he followed the footprints for a few steps, realizing this animal was heading toward the cave opening, likely because the wind and snow were too intense, and animals up the mountain found this cave, using it to escape the snow. Lu Zhifei stared at the footprints for a while and decided not to go inside the cave to investigate. Wild beasts that can survive the cruel climate of the apocalypse are usually strong and aggressive, not easy to deal with. Now that he had a family to take care of, he mustn't risk himself easily. So he decisively turned around and headed back. When he came inside, Lu Zhiyue was just helping her brother wash his face. Hearing the sound of the gate opening, the little girl grabbed a knife and looked out the door, before running out to open the door. "Brother, did you come back so quickly?" I didn't make it." Upon hearing the door opened, Lu Zhifei didn't enter yet but first inspected the walls along the courtyard carefully. Left and right, he felt uneasy. Snow outside the yard was too thick. If there was any wild beast looking for food, it could jump over the wall from a high point. Without entering the house either, he grabbed a shovel and started shoveling the snow outside. After digging a 2-meter wide trench around the outer perimeter of the courtyard, he stopped. When he went back in, Lu Zhihe had already finished breakfast. Lu Zhifei approached him, checking his complexion and finding him slightly better than yesterday. A flicker of joy stirred within him. "How was breakfast?" he asked. "Is your appetite a bit better today? Are you still nauseous?" Lu Zhihe smiled at him from his pillow. "Still weak, but saying, I'm much better. Your hands are all red from the cold, come over, put them under the quilt to warm up." Lu Zhifei sat by the bed, placing his hands underneath the quilt, warming them. Seeing how red his face also was, Lu Zhihe reached out his healthy arm, attempting to warm his brother's hand, but Lu Zhifei leaned away, afraid of chilling him. "Zhou said you went to the cave?" Lu Zhihe asked. "Yeah, I didn't go in," Lu Zhifei replied, "I saw wild animal tracks at the entrance. Afraid of bumping into it head-on, I didn't dare to explore further. It's probably a wild boar. If we catch it, it'd be good to cook some soup for you." "Don't go, wild boars have thick hides and enormous strength, hard to capture." Though Lu Zhihe spoke thusly, considering the winter supplies in the home, he couldn't help adding, "When I get better in a couple of days, we'll work together then." Just then, Lu Zhiyue walked in and hearing that immediately asked, "What do you mean working together?" Lu Zhifei told her about the animal tracks he'd found outside the cave and added, "We need to act early, the cave is not far from our home, I worry it might come here searching for food. If it were indeed a wild boar, the walls and doors wouldn't necessarily stop it. The storage room was next to the kitchen, and should the grain be destroyed, it would be catastrophic." Realizing this, the three agreed that they should quickly capture the wild beast, whether pig or other creature. Furthermore, the door of the grain storage room needed to be strengthened. "Can we dig a trap?" Lu Zhihe suggested. "Do we have anything at home that can set up a trap?" "We have firewood. We can split it into stakes and insert them into the pit." Lu Zhifei thought for a moment and said. "Wood alone won't do, you don't know how thick a wild boar's skin can be. I've seen others capture them, mere wooden stakes wouldn't suffice," Lu Zhihe pointed out. It was easy to dig the hole, but killing the animal trapped in it would be difficult. The three inside fell into deep thought. At this point, Lu Zhiyue gestured with her hand and said, "There's something long and sharp with iron teeth, I've seen it. Wouldn't putting that in work?" Both Lu Zhihe and Lu Zhifei turned to look at her. Lu Zhiyue said, "Second brother, have you forgotten? When we arrived here, weren't we gathering metal stuff everywhere? In a household in the north part, I saw a rectangular piece of wood with numerous iron teeth sticking out of it. Back then, you even said it was used for farming." Upon her reminding, Lu Zhifei remembered and said excitedly, "Yes. The iron teeth aren't rusted yet. I'll go now and hammer them off." Lu Zhihe smiled and said, "That's a harrow. It's used to rake the fields for farming. In the past, this was always used to plow fields. Bring the harrow frame back too, we'll use it later to secure the iron teeth." Lu Zhifei got up to leave, and Lu Zhiyue eagerly followed. This left Lu Zhihe alone in the house. Though logically he knew that with Lu Zhifei around, nothing would go wrong, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Now, as soon as they were out of sight, his heart became restless and filled with worry. Fortunately, not long after, the brother and sister returned, carrying together a wooden frame over 2 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. Sticking out from the wooden frame were numerous iron teeth, each about a foot long. They grunted under the weight as they entered the door and placed the object in the main room. After that, Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhiyue squatted beside it, studying it while discussing how to proceed. Despite feeling dizzy, Lu Zhihe got up from bed and went into the main room to have a look. The moment those two turned around and saw him, they both cried out. Lu Zhiyue said, "Big brother, you really don't listen. Why are you getting up? Back to bed quickly." Lu Zhifei, on the other hand, frowned and picked him up directly to carry him back to bed, saying, "It's cold outside, you mustn't freeze again." Lu Zhihe was by nature someone who worried excessively. Even as he leaned against the bedhead, he didn't stop giving them advice. The iron teeth still need to be knocked down first. They're too dull. Sharpen them before reinstalling. We can use the existing holes on the board without needing to drill new ones. Is the wood sturdy enough? Once installed, add wooden wedges into the tooth holes and knock them in for added security. By the way, do we have a hammer at home? Lu Jiuyue replied, yes, I'll go find it. Lu Zhifei then handed him a cup of hot water, saying, you rest. Let us handle it. If you're not satisfied, we'll show you once we're done. After finishing the hot water, feeling warm and drowsy, Lu Zhihe wanted to sleep but also felt comforted lying there at the head of the bed. He thought to himself, yes, he had indeed been worrying unnecessarily. Over these tough years, even without him, they could live well, better than most people. Previously, he was always anxious about various things. When Air Fei, second brother, wanted to start a company, it was him who searched online for processes and precautions, meticulously writing them down to remind Air Fei constantly. When Air Fei went on business trips, it was him who packed everything neatly into the suitcase. As for Jiuyue, the little troublemaker, there was no end to her needs, from what she ate, what she wore, where she studied, or even disputes with classmates at kindergarten, all of which required his personal intervention. He felt a bit melancholy realizing that instead of him always spoiling and indulging them, it might be better described as him being accustomed to caring for others, while they were willing to comply with him everywhere. Perhaps, a long time ago, his Air Fei and Jiuyue had already grown up, yet he had never noticed. Lying in bed, Lu Zhihe heard the sound of wood burning outside, the clinking of hammer strikes, and the voices of Air Fei and Jiuyue talking, and amidst these reassuring sounds, he drifted off to sleep once again. Chapter 6 My Home. Awakened by some movement outside in the middle of the night, Lu Zhifei hastily got up. In the dark, he put on his shoes, picked up the axe next to his bed, and moved towards the window. He lifted the jute bag that covered it and peeked outside. There was no snow tonight, the pitch-black night was reflected off the snow as a dark blue haze. In this hazy night scene, Lu Zhifei saw a black shadow leap up from the snow beside the wall, crash against the top of the wall, then fall heavily back down with a grunt. Sure enough, it was a wild boar. They hadn't even gone looking for it, but it had come knocking instead. Luckily, he'd cleared all the snow away from the outer walls yesterday. Big brother, there's a beast, Lu Jiuyue said quietly behind the door. Her voice sounded very alert. She slept in another room, not sure when she'd woken up. I know, go back to sleep, Lu Zhifei replied, it can't get in. In truth, even if the boar jumped into the courtyard, it wouldn't really be much of an issue. Last night, they had transferred all their grain to the hall inside the house, and he'd added extra bolts to the old wooden doors both in the yard and the hall. After all, it was just a wild boar, not Superman, unlikely to break those thick bolts. As the sound of wild boar collisions rang through the air, Lu Zhifei climbed back into bed. Wary of Lu Zhihe being cold, he deliberately chose to lie at the edge of the bed. At this point, a warm hand reached out and gripped his. Is everything really going to be okay? Lu Zhihe asked softly in the dark. No worries, Lu Zhifei squeezed his hand, replying, I'm keeping an ear out. You sleep first. After a pause, he continued, we'll dig a pit and deal with it tomorrow. Lu Zhihe let out a soft laugh and leaned over slightly, so Lu Zhifei moved inward and wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry, I'm here, he patted her back gently, saying, and I'll make sure everything is all right. The next morning, after Lu Zhifei got up, the first thing he did was to check the courtyard wall. It appeared the frozen earth wall had been clawed to create a gaping hole. Clearly, Brother Boar didn't have much sense, if it kept targeting this same gap, it might eventually jump right in. While Lu Zhifei was inspecting the wall, Lu Jiuyue also emerged, her gaze fixated on the damaged wall with a rather serious expression. Lu Zhifei glanced at her and said, stop staring, go inside and cook breakfast. What about fixing the wall? Lu Jiuyue asked. Sure, we will, Lu Zhifei turned towards the house, adding, but after eating. Lu Jiuyue followed him indoors. Watching her second brother's back, she felt that he seemed quite eager and looked forward to patching up the wall. Unconsciously, Lu Jiuyue thought, indeed, elder brother was the mainstay of this home, and since finding him, second brother definitely appeared happier. During breakfast, they started brainstorming ways to repair the wall. Lu Zhifei decided to pry a few bricks from the wall of another house and use them to fill in the gaps in their own. The freezing weather made digging and mixing soil impossible, so Lu Zhihe suggested sprinkling water while they were setting the bricks. The water would quickly freeze, bonding the bricks together temporarily. They could revisit this once spring came. After breakfast, however, they didn't immediately start repairing the wall. Instead, they went straight to dig a pit to trap the wild boar. This time, Lu Zhihe insisted on going along, so Lu Jiuyue bundled him up warmly and even fastened a big floral scarf around his neck before all three set out. Lu Zhifei carried the iron spikes he'd made, Lu Jiuyue held a spade and a small bundle of thin firewood, while Lu Zhihe, with one arm suspended, used his other good hand to carry an iron hammer and an axe. Following the trail left by the wild boar, they soon stopped not far from the cave entrance. Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue began digging the pit while Lu Zhihe stood guard nearby. Once they removed the surface layer of light snow, they discovered the underlying ice and mud frozen solid like stone. Lu Zhifei tossed aside the spade and started hacking layer by layer using the axe, while Lu Jiuyue scooped out the shattered pieces of frozen dirt. Both worked enthusiastically within the pit. Lu Zhihe squatted by the edge of the pit, his face completely wrapped except for his eyes by the large floral scarf. To prevent prolonged exposure to the reflective sunlight on the snow from hurting his eyes, he wore sunglasses too. He stayed vigilant, watching for any surrounding beasts while occasionally glancing at the busy figures of Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue. In such cold weather, these two in the pit actually broke into a sweat, making Lu Zhihe feel both touched and reassured. After more than an hour, they finally dug a 2-meter deep pit in the snow. Lu Zhihe helped pull Lu Jiuyue out, and together they handed down the pre-prepared iron spikes for Lu Zhifei to install at the bottom of the pit. When finished, Lu Zhifei was pulled out too. Looking back at the pit's bottom, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "If something falls in here, it won't be pleasant." Lu Jiuyue wiped sweat off her brow with a chuckle and joked, thinking of roast pork already. Lu Zhihe carefully dried her sweaty face using the corner of the floral scarf, saying, "Once we catch it, we'll bring it back and cook some delicious dishes for all of you." The three of them laid a layer of fine, dry twigs over the pit and carefully scattered snow on top. After finishing, they pushed away the loose soil that had been dug up. Lu Zhifei glanced at it and said, "Shit, this is lucky it's our own pit we've dug. Otherwise, we wouldn't even remember where it was after a while." Lu Zhihe hurriedly said, "Quick, make a mark so we don't forget when another snow comes. We can't be too careless about this, it would be awful to step into it by mistake." Lu Zhifei stuck 2 twigs nearby and said, "Let's go back. I'll scatter some bran on it later, there's no way the boar won't fall in." As they walked back, Lu Zhihe pulled out the cloth stuffed inside the other two's clothes, they were all sweat-soaked. He'd worried before they left that they'd get cold from sweating and specifically asked them to pad their shirts with thick cloth to absorb the sweat, which had indeed come in handy. When it came to taking care of others, no one could beat Lu Zhihe, he was always so thoughtful. After they got home, Lu Zhifei grabbed a bit of bran, not too much, just 2 small handfuls, and went out again. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue arranged for elder brother to get in bed, then she rummaged through the stove and found a warm-baked sweet potato. She sat by his bedside and peeled it, splitting it bite by bite between the two of them. While eating, Lu Zhihe asked, "Where did our family find sweet potatoes?" "From the field," Lu Jiuyue replied. "When brother 2 and I arrived, it hadn't gotten cold yet. The field still had crops growing. I saw some dead vines over there and pulled them out, turns out sweet potatoes were buried beneath. The potatoes we ate yesterday were also dug up from these fields." Lu Zhihe nodded slightly and said, "It seems after the incident with the villagers, the sweet potatoes and potatoes in the fields weren't harvested and continued growing. This area's ground is still fairly warm, many places outside don't grow anything anymore." Lu Jiuyue thought for a moment and asked, "Brother, will it stay this cold forever?" This was a question Lu Zhihe couldn't answer, so he could only say, "It probably won't. It will likely become warmer slowly, right? It shouldn't stay this cold forever." Leaning against her brother as she rested on the headboard, Lu Jiuyue asked somewhat wistfully, "Why has this happened? Why have there been so many plagues, fires, snowstorms, and earthquakes? Why can't heaven let us live peacefully? Why is this happening?" Lu Zhihe put an arm around his sister, thinking for a long time before replying, "Maybe it's because we humans have been too greedy and exploited this planet endlessly. Non-stop resource extraction, killing other species, extreme wastefulness, all of this finally invited retribution. In relation to this planet, we are the virus. Before we destroy it, it has activated its own immunity system to kill us off, just like white blood cells killing bacteria in the body." Leaning on him silently for quite a while, Lu Jiuyue finally said, "Now I regret it, I didn't like drinking milk when you told me to, so I secretly poured it out behind your back many times. Was I really wasting food and being hateful?" Lu Zhihe laughed and patted Lu Jiuyue's head, saying, "You certainly were terrible. No wonder you haven't grown taller, you've been doing such sneaky things behind my back." He laughed for a bit, then pulled Lu Jiuyue closer, kissed her forehead, and said, "Little treasure, it's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's us adults who've committed wrongs. The sky shows no mercy and views all creatures as mere grass dogs, we cannot do anything about heaven's plans. But we're already fortunate since we're still alive." Lu Jiuyue nodded and said, "Okay." The siblings nestled together in silence for a while until footsteps sounded in the yard. Lu Jiuyue jumped up from the bedhead and said, "Second brother's back. Let me go fix the wall with him." Lu Zhihe called out from behind, "Don't rush, drink some hot water first." After resting a little at home, Lu Zhifei took an axe and spade with Lu Jiuyue to the house next door. They dug up the snow-covered remnants of the wall, prying the bricks out one by one and bringing them back. Lu Zhifei flattened the jagged edges of the damaged courtyard wall while Lu Jiuyue drew water from the well, sprinkling it over the gap, and then Lu Zhifei began stacking the bricks, alternating between pouring water and stacking bricks. In no time, the ice bonded the stacked bricks tightly. Lu Zhifei became more enthusiastic and pried out many more bricks to bring back, adding an extra layer to the courtyard wall. Once it was finished, he stood on a ladder, splashing water down along the outer wall from top to bottom. Soon, the water seeped into the bricks and froze, making the exterior wall smooth and solid, looking almost impenetrable. Lu Zhifei was extremely satisfied with the results of the exterior wall and proceeded to reinforce the courtyard gate with a hammer once again, all the while contemplating which areas of the house needed improvement to ensure comfort in the future. A few months ago, when he first brought Lu Jiuyue here, they had simply picked a house that looked relatively sturdy to stay in, not knowing how long they would remain. They were always like this, wandering from one place to another, struggling for survival and searching for someone they almost lost forever. Back then, in his eyes, houses around the world weren't much different. When a house was just a house, he could move in without care or attachment and leave with the same indifference. The dilapidated rural courtyard remained as broken as ever, but from the moment Ahe, Lu Jihe, returned, this place became home, their home. His home, Lu Jihe's home, and Lu Jiuyue's home. No one wanted to decorate their home better and make it more beautiful, including him. Of course, he wanted the same. All day long, Lu Zhifei kept busy non-stop. He fixed the kitchen window facing the courtyard, polished the hinges of the door so it wouldn't creak so much when opening or closing. He also repaired the table and chairs in the living room that had wobbly legs. When Lu Jiuyue called him to eat, he was noisily hammering away at some enormous old wooden barrel-like object he had found somewhere. "What is this? What are you doing?" Lu Jiuyue asked. "I want to repair this barrel," Lu Zhifei replied. "When your brother gets better, he can use it to take baths, it'll definitely be comfortable." It turned out he was being overly ambitious, because after Lu Jihe came and took a look, he determined that it wasn't actually a water bucket but a small grain bin. Though it had the shape of a barrel, its seams were not sealed properly, it would leak and therefore couldn't hold water for bathing. There should also be a lid on top. "Go search for it later," Lu Jihe said. After pausing for a moment, under the admiration-filled gaze of the other two, he continued, "I just happened to see some pictures of this kind of thing in books before, I never expected we'd find such an ancient farming tool here. When it gets warmer, we can look around, we might even find more usable items." Lu Jiuyue felt extremely disappointed upon learning that the barrel couldn't be used for bathing. However, once she understood its new purpose, she was very pleased. She and her second brother moved the bin behind the living room and placed all their fine grains inside. Lu Jiuyue said, "This is great. I was really worried about rats stealing our food. Now they won't be able to." Chapter 7, Killing the Pig. Ever since that trap was set, Lu Jiuyue couldn't stop thinking about the pork she had yet to get her hands on in her dreams. In the morning, as they ate their coarse grain porridge and salted potato slices, Lu Jiuyue smacked her lips and said, "Big brother, last night I dreamt about you making steamed meat for us to eat. Goodness me. Such thick slices of meat, coated with glutinous rice powder, steamed until tender, one bite and the oil flows straight down." Lu Zhifei shot her a sidelong glance and said, "You talk as if you've actually tasted it." Not to be outdone, Lu Jiuyue retorted, "Why wouldn't I have? Big brother used to make it for us, you've forgotten. You old geezer, your memory really isn't what it used to be." Of course Lu Zhifei remembered, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said, "Didn't you say back then that you didn't like eating it? Every time we made you eat a piece of steamed meat, it was like we were sentencing you to death." Lu Zhihe, having been the main chef of the household in the past, spoke more fairly. With a smile, he said, "She has eaten it before, but every time it was only a few specially cut loin pieces mixed in and steamed for her to eat. Even then, she'd pout, complaining the meat was too tough and unpleasant to eat." Lu Jiuyue sighed and said, "How could I have been so stupid back then? Truly, how could I have been so foolish? And to think I didn't even eat the steamed meat." Her two brothers laughed upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhihe said, "If we truly manage to catch that pig this time, I'll make steamed meat again for you all to eat. But I'm worried it won't fall for our trap." Lu Zhifei said, "That won't happen, I think the pig's quite dumb. It hasn't even tried to climb over our wall. Clearly, that courtyard wall isn't all that difficult to scale, well, at least not until now." After finishing their meal, Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue went to check the trap, but a glance from afar revealed that the snow covering the trap looked just as it had yesterday. The wild boar wasn't as naive as they had imagined. A bit disheartened, Lu Jiuyue still consoled her second brother, saying, "No problem, maybe it's just not hungry. See, it didn't come around to harass us last night. Let's wait and see, we're bound to catch it eventually." Upon returning home, they took down a dried rabbit, halved it, soaked it in water, and prepared it for stir-frying and eating at noon, because he had consumed nothing but thin gruel these few days and desperately needed some nutritional fortification. As evening fell and twilight approached, the wind began to pick up again, rolling and swirling across the entire compound. Another heavy snowfall was clearly on its way. Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue moved the food inside the house and joined Lu Zhihe for dinner. The marinated rabbit meat had been soaked and shredded into strips, which were stir-fried with potato shreds, accompanied by thin gruel. In the snowy weather, to be able to enjoy such a warm meal filled the three of them with immense satisfaction. After the meal, each member lounged in various positions, whether sitting or lying down, while listening to the howling winds outside and chatting idly inside the room. Just as the conversation was getting lively, Lu Jiuyue suddenly stood up, quite anxiously exclaiming, "Listen quickly. I thought I heard a pig squeal." The room immediately fell silent, only the sound of increasingly fierce wind remained. Among the wailing sounds of the wind, there indeed seemed to be one or two actual pig squeals intermixed. Lu Zhifei also stood up, saying, could it be the pig fell into the trap? Eager to step out and check, they were stopped by Lu Zhihe. He said, don't go. It wouldn't do any good right now. Let's take a look tomorrow morning. Thinking about it, Lu Zhifei also agreed, hurriedly saying, you're right, let it spend the night in the pit, exhausting itself, and then we'll go capture it tomorrow morning. Lu Jiuyue had no choice but to give up. She leaned back against the bed and said, big brother, don't move, let me check your injury. Supporting his head and carefully inspecting it, after finishing, she sighed and said, how is this bump on your head still so large? When will it go down? Shouldn't it have gone down quite a bit already? While patting Lu Jiuyue's hand, Lu Zhihe said, it's just you're being too impatient. I feel it's gotten better significantly. Lu Zhifei asked, does your head still hurt badly? Much better, sighing softly, Lu Zhihe also said, but it's still dizzy. In fact, he was the most anxious among them. Over the past few days, although he felt himself getting slightly better each day, it was far from enough. He must regain his strength as soon as possible. Having him, as an invalid, weigh down both Erfei and Jiuyue, was tiring them out too much. And he could only lie in bed, watching them busy themselves and unable to lend a hand. Without a word, Lu Zhifei got up and went to the kitchen. A little while later, he returned with a basin of hot water and said, I'll wipe your body clean and apply some medicine powder afterwards. Lu Jiuyue helped her brother take off his padded jacket before stepping outside. Lu Zhifei then took off his inner clothing, revealing his emaciated upper body. Afraid he might feel cold, he first wrapped his brother's padded jacket around him, then wrung out a towel, gently lifting the edges of the padded jacket to carefully wipe the scarred body. Don't rush. As Lu Zhifei wiped, he calmly said, relax and focus on recuperating. Getting the wounds healed is more important than anything, understand? Lu Zhihe lightly responded with a hum. After a while, Lu Zhifei said again, having you around is better than anything else, do you understand? Lu Zhihe's Adam's apple slid lightly before he replied, By the next morning, the courtyard was blanketed with another thick layer of snow. The sky continued to release its cotton-like flakes in no sign of stopping. The diligent little bee, Lu Jiuyue, had risen early despite the wind and snow and was busy sweeping the yard and starting a fire to cook porridge. When she heard neighbors waking up, she stuck her frosty red face through the doorway and called out, come on, second brother, let's go see the wild boar. Be patient, Lu Zhifei said. Eat first and then we'll go. Lu Jiuyue could only reluctantly say, all right. Lu Zhifei turned back to the bed where Lu Zhihe lay and said, you stay here longer, don't come with us. It's too windy, you might catch a cold. Lu Zhihe, who was just about to rise, also had no choice but to lie down again and reluctantly replied, all right. After breakfast, Lu Zhifei found a long stick and tied the dagger they had picked up previously at its tip. With Lu Jiuyue carrying a spool of rope and a shovel, the two eagerly headed out into the wind and snow. After the heavy snowfall, the shapes and features along the road were altered, all covered by an endless whiteness. If it weren't for the marks they had set earlier, they surely would have lost their way to the pit. Fortunately, the branches Lu Zhifei had stuck into the ground were still there, though mostly buried, leaving only small tips visible above the snow. Next to these branches, there was a snow hollow that marked their trap. Taking over the shovel from Lu Jiuyue, Lu Zhifei stood beside the pit and began shoveling out the snow inside. A few moments later, a black pig had emerged. Lu Jiuyue poked it with her stick, it was stiff and clearly dead. This pig looked unlike the ones Lu Zhifei had seen before, it was likely the offspring of a domesticated pig from the village that had mated with wild boars in the mountains. Jumping down into the pit, Lu Zhifei carefully avoided the sharp tips of the iron thorns. After securing the ropes around the pig's body, Lu Jiuyue pulled him up while both worked together to drag the pig out. It was frozen solid, incredibly heavy. They struggled against the snow for quite some time, their gloved hands turning red from the strain of pulling the ropes, before finally managing to drag the boar out of the pit. Bending over and panting for a while, Lu Jiuyue exclaimed, wow, what a big pig. Second brother, we're rich. Lu Zhifei was also thrilled and stroked her head as he said, I'll boil you a pig bone soup tonight. Dragging the large pig home, they arrived completely covered in snow. Lu Zhifei, fearing to dirty the yard, chose a snowy area near the house for slaughtering the pig. Lu Jiuyue rushed back inside to fetch the knives. As she entered, her brother was already sharpening a blade with one hand in the living room. Lu Jiuyue hurriedly said, big brother, let me take over. Lu Zhihe looked up at her and replied, I'm almost done. Did you bring the pig back? We did, it's huge. Seeing the chopping knife, cleaver, and axe prepared on the floor, Lu Jiuyue decided to carry them all. Hurrying to leave, she refused when Lu Zhihe offered to brush the snow off her coat, saying instead, big brother, don't come out, it's windy. We'll be back soon. By the time she got outside, Lu Zhifei had already untied the ropes and was examining the pig closely. After some study, he picked up the axe and started chopping the pig's head with a loud chopping sound. First, the pig's head came off, then he cut the carcass in half, separating it into two large slabs. Next, he carved out the forelegs, hind legs, and ribs. All available pots and buckets were brought out and filled with various internal organs. Lu Jiuyue ran trips back and forth to bring water from the well, washing the heart, lungs, and intestines despite having her sleeves rolled up and hands freezing red. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei carried the chopped meat inside. Upon entering the house with a hind leg in each hand, he saw Lu Zhihe in the living room, having managed to find some fine iron wires to twist into appropriate lengths for hanging up the pork. Are we nearly done? Following Lu Zhifei into a vacant storage room behind the kitchen, he handed over the twisted wires. Taking the wire, Lu Zhifei securely tied the pig's legs. Standing on a chair, he hoisted the two hefty hindquarters up onto the rafters, saying, nearly done. We'll have some soup for lunch. Standing below, Lu Zhihe glanced up at the exposed part of the broken leg bone, the white bone and the red flesh. The clear chop marks left by the axe on this bone eerily reminded him of the dull sounds of a blade striking human legs and the excruciating screams. Suddenly, he turned and vomited. Lu Zhifei quickly jumped off the chair and steadied him, asking worriedly, what's wrong? Lu Zhihe's face was pale as he hunched over, vomiting uncontrollably, feeling as if he wanted to expel his internal organs. Eventually, after falling to his knees and unable to throw up much more, he continued dry heaving with occasional splashes of bile. Lu Zhifei seemed to understand something. He held Lu Zhihe in his arms and gently patted his back. Lu Zhihe was slightly trembling, his voice hoarse as he said, I'm sorry, I. He couldn't go on. Lu Zhifei interrupted him, kissing his forehead wet with cold sweat, saying, it doesn't matter, no matter what, it's fine. We love you, no matter what happens, it's fine. But Lu Zhihe felt too weak and delicate. He had watched second brother and Jiuyue busy all morning, snow covering their heads and bodies which they didn't even bother brushing off, yet here he was not only unable to help but also fragile enough to be an extra burden. So after shaking for a while, he forced himself up, saying, I'm fine now, you go ahead and do your work. Finish up quickly and come inside. Lu Zhifei looked at him, nodding and saying, all right, you rest indoors. Your complexion is too bad. Lu Zhihe agreed, slowly heading back into the house, when he heard Lu Zhifei say again behind him, drink some hot water before getting into bed. Lu Zhihe hummed an acknowledgement, went back to the room, and with his still trembling hands poured a cup of hot water, slowly drinking it down. Standing by the window, he watched Lu Zhifei and Jiuyue carry pieces of pork home one after another. His heart ached, wanting to help, perhaps by boiling them some hot water, but he dared not, he feared vomiting again. By the time Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue finished dealing with the pig, they were nearly covered head to toe in snow like snowmen. After washing her hands and face and changing clothes, Jiuyue came over to check on her older brother, finding Lu Zhihe lying in bed. Jiuyue softly called out, big brother, sat on the chair by his bed, and slid her hand under the covers to warm it against his body while blinking her big eyes at him. Lu Zhihe asked, all done? Jiuyue's hair was a bit damp, she nodded and said, yeah. Second brother is cooking right now. Seeing her rosy cheeks, Lu Zhihe reached out to touch them, they were ice cold. He immediately used his palm to warm her hand and asked, what's for lunch? Second brother said he'd make me a stew. Jiuyue rubbed her face against his palm, closing her eyes and said, big brother. She acted just like when she was little, rubbing against him while whispering in a dreamy tone, why do I like you so much, big brother? Lu Zhihe smiled. This was his Jiuyue, his little treasure. In the past, whenever she did something wrong or encountered him being upset, she would act this way, sticking close like a little puppy dog and cooing around him. As he smiled, his eyes started to water. It was hard on his dear little girl who had suffered so much hardship over the years, enduring so much pain, yet somehow still remembered how to seek affection and thought about whether he was happy or not. This day's meal was eaten separately. Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei ate roasted pig bones in the kitchen, while Lu Zhihe drank thin porridge and ate pancakes in the room. After finishing, the three sat together chatting. Lu Zhihe asked, was all the blood buried properly? Jiuyue said, yes, second brother dug a hole and buried it. He said you once mentioned that we need to prevent other wild animals from being attracted by the scent. Lu Zhihe smiled faintly, and Lu Zhifei added, the iron caltrops left in the pit from earlier, I didn't take them out. They're still there set as a trap. If any other wild boar or deer pass by, then we get some more meat without effort. Just Jiuyue needs to be careful next time she goes out so as not to fall into the pit. Jiuyue pouted and said, I know, I'm not stupid. After chatting for a while, Jiuyue started to feel sleepy. Lu Zhifei filled her thermos bottle with hot water and urged her to sleep. Jiuyue clung a little longer to her older brother, eventually going to sleep in the adjacent room. Lu Zhifei went outside to check the doors and windows. It was already completely dark outside, and the snow kept falling incessantly. He closed the door tightly, sealed the windows with hemp cloth properly, and then climbed into bed to prepare for sleep. Lu Zhihe sighed and said, it has been snowing all day, and it will keep snowing tonight, it seems endless. Let it be. Lu Zhifei lay beside him, gently holding him and said, there's still food at home, we won't starve. Lu Zhihe also extended his arm around him. The two lay in the dark for a while. Lu Zhifei kissed him lightly and said, he. Lu Zhihe hummed a response, then heard him say, thank you. Lu Zhihe was slightly stunned, saying, I should be the one thanking you. For these 5 years, you alone took care of Joyue, I can't imagine how hard it must have been. Lu Zhifei cut him off, saying, thank you for still being alive. Lu Zhihe's breath trembled, burying his head into his chest, hearing Lu Zhifei mutter faintly, to find you again, you don't know how grateful I am. Lu Zhihe choked, saying, me too. After a while, Lu Zhihe said again, I will get better. It's just. I'm a surgeon, yet now I can't even bear to see a pig's leg. You will definitely get better, Lu Zhifei patted his back and said, it's not your fault. Baby, it's not your fault. Chapter 8, The Cellar. Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe met during their high school years. Back then, the world was still peaceful. Due to his parents' official divorce, Lu Zhifei transferred to a high school in another city, becoming a boarding student and a desk mate of Lu Zhihe. At first, they didn't get along well. Back then, Lu Zhifei was still in his rebellious phase, always looking at everyone with hostility. But he was quickly subdued by Lu Zhihe. At that time, Lu Zhihe not only had an incredibly handsome, youthful face, but also a busybody-like heart, always caring for others like a mother. He treated people kindly, often bringing Lu Zhifei food, clothing, and other necessities from home, even more considerate than Lu Zhifei's own careless parents. No one can completely ignore someone else's kindness. From their initial awkwardness, they later became very close brothers. Since Lu and Lu have the same pronunciation, and Lu Zhihe is half a year older than Lu Zhifei, he liked to tell others, this is our family Air Fei. Thus, the nickname Air Fei spread. If anyone else called him this, Lu Zhifei would have broken their leg long ago. But because it was brother Lu Zhihe, he accepted it willingly. After all, if you rounded off the math, being Lu Zhihe's second Fei sounded pretty good to him. Deep down, he found this sense of belonging quite appealing. In their final year of high school, a major change occurred in Lu Zhihe's family. His parents were killed in a car accident, leaving behind only little Lu Joyue who was still learning how to talk. Struck by this sudden tragedy, Lu Zhihe fell ill and took some time off from school. It was then that Lu Zhifei made an important decision. He moved into Lu Zhihe's house to take care of the person he secretly cared about deeply. Alas, reality doesn't always meet our expectations. On the first day of doing housework, Lu Zhifei broke 2 bowls. One night, after seeing his quiet, thin figure getting up, Lu Zhihe discovered his sister sitting in the living room watching TV, her face smeared with snot, while Air Fei struggled in a kitchen filled with shattered remains, trying hard to cook braised pork ribs. That night, they ate burnt pork ribs. A bit disheartened, Air Fei kept glancing at him covertly during dinner. The next day, Lu Zhihe forced himself to muster his strength, started going out to buy groceries, and learned how to cook. When it came to taking care of others, Lu Zhihe naturally excelled over Lu Zhifei. In just a week, their meals evolved from 1 dish and 1 soup to 2 meats, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. During the process of attending to his brother-in-arms and younger sister, the once panic-stricken youth gradually regained his confidence and stepped out of his grief. Realizing this, Lu Zhifei quickly transformed his role entirely, shifting from a caregiver to a rather helpless individual needing constant attention from others. Perhaps, certain individuals inherently possess a compassionate nature, always ready to shoulder the responsibility of caring for others, finding meaning and joy in serving others. There is no doubt that Lu Zhihe is such a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't stop to help others even when running for his life. So, in the snowy little village, when Lu Zhihe pulverized a jar of rice into rice powder to make steamed meat with rice flour, Lu Zhifei was not surprised at all. Just because his sister mentioned wanting to eat steamed meat with rice flour, Lu Zhihe would surely strive to overcome his aversion to raw meat and prepare it for them. That was the kind of person he was. Lu Zhifei didn't try to stop him, he just worried that Lu Zhihe might be pushing himself too hard. The snowfall lasted for 3 straight days without stopping. They had to expend a lot of energy clearing the roofs and courtyards daily to prevent being buried under the snow. Eventually, the entire area turned into a vast snowy expanse, with their small courtyard nestled deep within, resembling an excavated underground relic. On this day, after Lu Zhifei and Joyue finished shoveling the snow behind the house and entered the door, they smelled the familiar aroma of oily rice powder. Lu Joyue shouted happily and ran into the kitchen with her shovel, indeed seeing steam rising from the stove, where Lu Zhihe sat adding firewood to the hearth. Lu Zhifei squeezed in beside him, warming his hands by the fire, then looked at Lu Zhihe's slightly pale face, unsure what to say. Finally, he said, "You." Lu Zhihe smiled faintly, pale-faced, and said, "I'm fine. Are you tired? Go wash your hands, we can eat soon." But when mealtime arrived, he still couldn't join them. That day, as he drank porridge in the room, Lu Joyue and Lu Zhifei were eating steamed meat with rice flour in the kitchen. The meat was sliced to a perfect thickness, covered with oil-soaked rice flour, with potatoes and sweet potatoes underneath also mixed with rice flour. The scent was particularly appetizing due to the fat, and the presentation was extremely inviting. However, holding her bowl, Lu Joyue felt her appetite diminishing. "Eat," Lu Zhifei gave her a piece of meat and said, "Here, this one has more lean meat. Have a good meal." Lu Joyue took a bite of the steamed meat but glanced toward the room's direction and quietly said, "When will elder brother start eating meat? His health is so poor, how can he recover without eating something nutritious?" Lu Zhifei kept his head down while eating rice and said after a while, he will get better. After another pause, he added, don't say things like that in the future, it would only add pressure to him. He will get better eventually. Lu Jiuyue replied dejectedly, okay. After finishing their meal that day, Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue headed to the back mountain with axes. Before winter came, they had done their best to store as much firewood as possible. However, it wasn't enough for daily use, hot water and hot food both required burning wood. Moreover, with an additional person at home, firewood was used up even faster, and the room where firewood was stored was nearly empty. Although there was still a stack of firewood behind the house, Lu Zhifei worried about the snow getting heavier and decided to cut more wood on the back mountain while they had time. There were plenty of trees on the back mountain. Due to abnormal climate conditions over the past few years, many trees had already withered. All they needed to do was fell them and drag them back. It sounded simple, but doing this in heavy wind and snow brought many difficulties. Fortunately, there was a rusty saw at home, which Lu Zhihe had recently sharpened with a file. Lu Zhifei carried it up the mountain. He found a dead tree, shook off the accumulated snow from its branches, and then sat on the ground with Lu Jiuyue holding each end of the saw. Back and forth, they began to cut through the trunk. Once it was almost done, Lu Zhifei used an axe to break the trunk apart, chopping the logs into sections before transporting them down the mountain. On their way down after cutting the wood, Lu Jiuyue walked ahead, carrying the logs on her back, while Lu Zhifei dragged the heavy tree trunk behind her. With the wind and snow being fierce, they struggled to move forward. From time to time, Lu Zhifei looked up at his little sister, only seeing large flakes of snow falling all around, obscuring a bundle of slowly moving branches swaying in the wind. While walking down a slope, the log Lu Zhifei was dragging got caught by a protruding stump. He turned around to lift the log clear, and when he resumed walking, he suddenly noticed the bundle of branches in front abruptly dropping heavily onto the ground, rolling twice, then stopping. Startled, Lu Zhifei immediately let go of the rope and ran over with his axe, shouting loudly for Jiuyue. However, he only saw the bundle of firewood lying on the snow-covered ground, with no sign of Lu Jiuyue. The child had simply vanished. Panic-stricken, Lu Zhifei screamed hoarsely, Jiuyue. Lu Jiuyue. In the whistling wind, a muffled voice suddenly came from beneath his feet, I'm here, brother. I'm here. Lu Zhifei went wild digging in the snow. After some time, he realized he needed to pull away the bundle of firewood and uncovered a small opening underneath it. There sat Lu Jiuyue, covered in snow from head to toe, her big black eyes blinking innocently. Trembling all over, Lu Zhifei picked his sister up and cradled her tightly in his arms. In a mature tone for someone her age, Lu Jiuyue patted his back repeatedly and said, Elder brother, I'm fine. I'm okay. Lu Zhifei helped Lu Jiuyue stand up, wiped the snow off her face, and together they examined the hole on the ground. They saw decayed wooden boards jutting out nearby, leading into a dark cave of unknown depth. Gripping his axe tightly, Lu Zhifei bent down cautiously and ventured inside. Passing through a narrow entrance, he discovered a space of about 6 or 7 square meters. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light, Lu Zhifei clearly saw that the cave was built quite sturdily. The walls were lined with gray bricks, and the floor had been smoothed, allowing it to survive unscathed through frequent earthquakes over the past few years. Inside the cave stood a chest half the height of a man, and on the ground as well as on the chest were numerous sacks, jars, wooden buckets, and plastic buckets. Next to them was even an old quilt covered in dust. Following behind, Lu Jiuyue peeked inside a bucket and exclaimed joyfully, It's rice, brother. This bucket is full of rice. Lu Zhifei went over and confirmed it. Indeed, the bucket contained more than half a bucket of rice. He also inspected other bags on the ground, finding they were all filled with food, including rice, flour, soybeans, green beans, and other grains. Though stored for a long time, most of the grain and flour remained unspoiled. Lu Zhifei speculated that when the apocalypse first began, the people who lived nearby must have moved their supplies into their cellar for safety and probably planned to live there. For some unknown reason, they left and never returned. Upon seeing so much grain, Lu Jiuyue was thrilled. She asked, Brother, shall we take these home now? Lu Zhifei was excited too, but after careful thought, he replied, Let's take just a bit for now and come back later once the snow stops. He rummaged through the things on the rack and finally stuffed a small bag of sesame seeds into his pocket. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue found a small basket beside the bed. Inside were scissors and a sewing kit. Her padded jacket had been torn beyond repair, so she immediately tucked the scissors and sewing kit into her clothes. Reluctantly, the two left the cave. At the entrance, they placed the rotten wooden board back over the opening, stacked many dry branches, and covered them with a layer of accumulated snow. Lu Zhifei carefully identified the direction and stuck several branches as markers before they continued walking downhill. As soon as they got home, Lu Jiuyue rushed inside without even brushing off the snow from her body. Excitedly, she told her brother about their incredible adventure today and proudly showed him the sewing kit and sesame seeds. Lu Zhihe was obviously thrilled too, his face glowing with excitement. He kept asking, Is it true? Were there really lots of food supplies? Was anyone around? While being pulled out by Lu Zhifei to shake off the snow, Lu Jiuyue mumbled, No one was there. The house is completely buried under the snow, there couldn't be anyone alive. When I saw that slope, I thought it'd be a shortcut. But then I stepped in, and whoosh, I fell right into the hole. Who would have guessed there'd be grain down there? Haha, brother, wasn't my luck amazing? What an awesome foot I have. Lu Jihe laughed and said, that's right. You're our family's precious lucky star. Lu Jifei chuckled while using a piece of cloth to brush the snow off her and said teasingly, the divine right foot of the chosen warrior. Lu Jiuyue nodded proudly, yes. Follow me, and you'll never worry about food. Because of the mysterious bag of sesame seeds, that night Lu Jihe baked pancakes for them. He kneaded the dough, handed it to Lu Jifei who washed a terracotta jar and knocked its bottom out. Then he flipped the jar upside down over a pile of firewood. After making the pancake batter and sprinkling sesame seeds over it, they plastered it onto the inner walls of the jar, baking it slowly with low heat below. In no time, the smell of roasted pancakes began wafting out. The three of them gathered around the jar, warming themselves by the fire while waiting for the pancakes to cook. Lu Jiuyue kept sniffing the air excitedly and exclaimed how fragrant it was. Naturally, the first freshly baked pancake was given to the great discoverer of the grain. Its crispy golden crust held clear sesame grains. Tearing open the outer shell, steam rose from the steaming hot inner layer. Lu Jiuyue took a bite first, then tore off a piece to feed her elder brother, and another piece for her second brother. After they ate their fill, the three still huddled around the fire. Lu Jiuyue's face radiated satisfaction as she leaned against her brother's leg like a lazy kitten. She rubbed against him affectionately and said, "Big brother, why do I love you so much?" A little later, when she looked up and saw her second brother watching her, she lay down on her elder brother's leg again, reached out to shake his hand, and said softly, "Second brother, why do I love you so much?" Chapter 9, Bathing. When the little shed for storing firewood was once again filled, Lu Jifei boiled 2 large pots of water and decided to give his entire family a bath. In the freezing cold weather, bathing certainly wasn't a trivial matter, especially with an injured person who had just recovered. Therefore, after dinner that day, Lu Jifei specially cleaned out a small storeroom opposite the kitchen and made a fire inside. Once the room was heated up, he let Lu Jiuyue enter first to bathe. "Go on, help warm up the room for your brother," he smiled and said. Lu Jiuyue happily obliged. She took her change of clothes inside, where she saw her second brother already carrying in 2 big buckets of hot water from the kitchen. Her eldest brother then handed her half a bottle of shampoo, saying, "This shampoo seems to be the same brand we used before." "Nonsense. Look closely." Lu Jifei turned over the shampoo bottle and said, "This character is Piao, not Piao. Lu Jihe took a look, laughed and said, "A knockoff product, but it looks exactly like the real one." The shampoo was found by Lu Jifei in a nearby house previously. Although it was expired and a counterfeit product, they cherished its use and there was still half a bottle left. Lu Jiuyue snatched the shampoo from Lu Jifei's hand and said, Go. I'm going to take a shower." Her 2 brothers both stepped out of the room and closed the door. With a hint of melancholy, Lu Jihe said, "I used to bathe her when she was younger, now she shoos me away." A voice came from inside the room, "Brother, don't be too excessive." Laughing, Lu Jifei pulled Lu Jihe away and said, let's go, we'll warm ourselves by the fire in the room, don't irritate people here." Since the day Lu Jihe had baked pancakes, inspired by the oven, Lu Jifei managed to find a large porcelain basin in the farmhouse behind, converting it into a brazier. There were logs blazing brightly inside now, and the two sat in the room warming themselves, feeling quite cozy. After sitting by the fire for a while, Lu Jihe turned around, found his needle and thread, and began mending some clothes. His injured hand was still not very flexible, so Lu Jifei leaned beside him, helping to hold the clothing taut. Lu Jihe had a pair of very good-looking hands, though now more frostbitten and calloused, his fingers remained slender and dexterous. The hands of a surgeon were extremely adept at stitching, not only wounds but also clothing. His needlework was close-knit, clearly solid. After sewing one pant leg, Lu Jihe handed the pants to Lu Jifei and said, "Try them to see if the length is enough." Lu Jifei took them and tried them on, delightedly saying, they're sufficient. A bit longer is perfect." Their clothes were all collected along the way and did not fit properly, especially for Lu Jifei. Standing at nearly 180 centimeters tall, it was hard for him to find pants of appropriate length. In the past, they'd haphazardly patch things together, binding extra long parts with leg wraps. This time, with a needle and thread pack, Lu Jihe neatly repaired their clothes. He elongated Lu Jifei's pant legs and shortened those for Lu Jiuyue. The clothes, though old, immediately became much more presentable. "What would we do without you?" Lu Jifei sighed sincerely. As the two were busy organizing clothes in the room, Lu Jiuyue ran in, damp with water vapor, approaching the fire and saying, "Wow, it's so cold right out of the shower." Lu Jihe quickly draped a large towel over her head, helping her dry her hair while scolding her, "Isn't there a dry cloth set up there? Why didn't you dry your hair before coming out?" "I didn't pay attention." Lu Jiuyue took the towel, drying her hair vigorously herself and said, "Big brother, hurry up and go wash. The room is so warm." Lu Jifei stood up to help him carry the hot water, and Lu Jihe, having taken his clothes, walked out as well. Upon leaving, he reminded, "Don't leave the house with wet hair, be careful not to catch a cold." After hearing Lu Jiuyue's assurance, he continued onward. The bathing room was filled with steam, with the adjacent fire still burning, indeed keeping it warm. While he was undressing, Lu Zhifei carried 2 large buckets of hot water from the kitchen, stepping inside through the door. Lu Zhifei also took off his heavy cotton jacket, placing it on the wire rack nearby and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll help you." After shedding layers of woolen clothes, Lu Zhihe's emaciated naked body was revealed. He was pitifully thin, his ribs standing out starkly, and the spine bones on his back jutting out distinctly, evoking sorrow. Thankfully, except for frostbite, all his wounds had astonishingly healed. The alarming lump on his head had diminished significantly, only the fracture on his arm still required more time to recover. He stood in a large washbasin while Lu Zhifei poured hot water over his head. Lu Zhihe tilted his face upwards, shivering pleasantly and exhaling deeply. Lu Zhifei had carried out 2 big basins of black water and dumped them. By the 3rd pot of water, it finally became clearer. Seated in the basin, Lu Zhihe splashed water on himself while Lu Zhifei sat behind him, indulgently squeezing a large dollop of shampoo to lather up on his head. The rich foam and fragrance of the shampoo left Lu Zhihe thoroughly enchanted. He almost forgot when was the last time he used something like this to wash his hair. With the foam, he scrubbed his head, face, and body, while Lu Zhifei took a large towel, carefully avoiding the crusted wounds as he scrubbed his back, rubbing off a lot of dirt. Once most of the dirt had been rubbed off, he then asked, "Did they still beat you regularly?" Lu Zhihe's face turned red from the steam. The hot water made his mind and body calm and relaxed, making even those people seem no longer terrifying. He shook his head and said, "Not always. There was just someone inside who probably had psychological issues. Whenever they were in a bad mood, they liked taking it out on us." Unconsciously, Lu Zhifei tightened his grip on the cloth. After a moment, he asked, "Is that person dead? I mean, is he one of the 3 who died?" Turning his head to look at him, Lu Zhihe softly replied, "It's fine now, Erfei. I don't hurt anymore." Lu Zhifei paused before asking, "When did you encounter them?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhihe said, "Not too long ago, about a few months earlier. Initially, when they found out I was a doctor, they tried to recruit me. This identity as a doctor had given Lu Zhihe many conveniences in the early days of the apocalypse, sparing him from much harm during his escape and search for his family. Back then, people moved desperately between various rumored rescue bases. If they encountered a kind-hearted doctor along the way, compared to other strangers, they were more likely to accept them. After all, no one knew when they might get injured or die, so having a doctor around always provided some peace of mind. But that was only in the first 2 or 3 years. Later, resources grew increasingly scarce. People escaping various natural disasters, earthquakes, attacks by infected, no matter how hard they tried, hunger was something they couldn't escape. When hunger reached a certain level, some groups began resorting to cannibalism. From that point onward, the journey became even more perilous. Former partners in need started mysteriously disappearing overnight. Zombies gradually became fewer in the wilderness, but there appeared more and more human skeletons. Lu Zhihe wiped the water from his face and said, "By that time, I was rarely accompanying others. Later, I thought since I couldn't find any of you anywhere, it would be better to go back to our old neighborhood and find a place to hide nearby. Maybe, if we were lucky, we could run into each other again. But I didn't expect to be captured by that group on my way back. Fortunately, one of their members was injured, and I helped bandage him up. But I couldn't accept." Lu Zhihe hesitated briefly and stopped. Lu Zhifei poured another bucket of hot water over him. He could guess what happened afterward. Because he was still a somewhat useful doctor, they wanted him to join them. Unfortunately, this man wasn't pragmatic enough, unwilling to align with them or partake in their meat-eating habits. In this world where notions of good and evil have become irrelevant, there remained an unbreakable moral bottom line deep within people's hearts. It separated one type of people who remained human from another type who rotted away amidst the chaos and corruption of the world. Choosing to remain human hadn't brought him good fortune. He had been held captive, reduced to a mere piece of meat. That group must have captured several stray wanderers along the way, which is why he was able to return alive. However, the screams in the darkness, the brutal killings, would forever remain imprinted in his memory, lingering deep within his nightmares. Lu Zhifei cleared his throat, which had tightened, and said, "Jiuyue and I also went back to the neighborhood looking for you. When we returned, the houses there had already burned down. Back then, fires broke out quite often. Their house collapsed during a major fire, and the flames raged on for a long time. While burning nearby loitering zombies to death, a large area of buildings turned into ash and charred ruins. Also destroyed were Lu Zhifei's hopes of waiting for him to come home. Who would have thought it'd end up being burnt? Why did we bother rushing to repay the mortgage back then?" Lu Zhifei's eyes rimmed slightly red as he sighed, jokingly saying, "We should have taken you abroad first and had the wedding." Erfei, speaking of the wedding, reminded Lu Zhihe of something. Tipping his face upward, he said, "I lost the ring. I originally tied it to a string around my chest, but later the rope somehow broke. I'm sorry." Lu Zhifei looked at him, poured a bucket of water over his head, and said, "Are you stupid? It's fine that you're alive. Why bother thinking about that thing?" Lu Zhihe smiled faintly. After taking a bath, Lu Jiha felt like he had shed a thick shell, making him feel much more relaxed overall. He put on a cotton-padded jacket, rolled up the sleeves, and said to Lu Jifei, "Now it's your turn. Let me scrub your back." Lu Jifei then carried hot water from the kitchen and swiftly took off his clothes. He was tall, and now being thin made him seem even taller. Back in the day, he often worried about becoming overweight, so he frequented gyms and trained until his muscles were quite impressive. Back then, he loved wearing a sports tank top around the house to show off his biceps in front of Lu Jiha, much like a peacock showing its feathers. Now, those showy bulging muscles had vanished, replaced by lean but solid ones covered with scars big and small. As Lu Jiha rinsed hot water over him, he stared at the bruises on his shoulder that had almost faded and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Lu Jiha scrubbed his face and glanced at his left shoulder before saying, "It hasn't hurt for a long time." As Lu Jiha used the towel to rub his back, he noticed an especially long scar and asked, "How did you get this wound?" Lu Jifei turned his head to try to see it but couldn't, and nonchalantly said, "I forgot where I got it." Then he continued washing himself noisily and added, "Anyway, rest assured. Whoever dared to hurt me this way surely didn't end well either. Have I ever told you? At my father's house, I once found a gun. Although I later ran out of bullets, it scared people pretty effectively. And there's Joyue, don't underestimate her just because she's small. In crucial moments, she can really be of great help. Last time when she saved you, she actually knocked someone unconscious. The two of us together have become quite skilled adventurers. Most people wouldn't dare provoke us. If we come across large groups, we'll just avoid them." Lu Jiha kept rubbing his back, feeling bitter inside. He knew Erfei was deliberately downplaying their past to prevent him from feeling sorrowful. But how could he not be clear about what they had been through? Everything he experienced, Erfei had gone through twice as much since he also had a child by his side. After some time, Lu Jiha finally said, "Was it hard?" Lu Jifei didn't answer, remaining silent for a while before wiping the water off his face and saying, "Yes. Sometimes it was very hard. Joyue would cry when she missed you, and I would want to cry too, but there was nothing to be done. I had to endure it and comfort her." Lu Jiha's eyes reddened, and Lu Jifei turned around, holding his hand, looking down at him and saying, "But now, it's all right. Now that you've returned, everything is over, isn't it?" Lu Jiha blinked to hold back tears. After pondering for a bit, he softly said, "Right now, I smell clean, do you want me?" Lu Jifei stared at him in astonishment, then swallowed, saying, "Even if you don't smell clean, I still want you, but..." He hesitated for a moment and suddenly became very determined as he said, "No, you're too thin. Let's wait until you gain a little weight." Lu Jiha chuckled slightly, lowering his head, letting his hand slide down between his legs and gently grasped. He heard Erfei take a long breath. A pair of wet hands caressed his cheek tremulously, stroking the scar on his forehead, brushing against his eyebrows, eventually cupping his face. Lu Jifei's breathing quickened as he observed him closely for a brief moment, then leaned down to kiss him. Snow continued falling silently outside the house. Amidst the steamy vapor, Lu Jiha slightly closed his eyes, receiving a long and sweet kiss. The past and future gradually grew distant. At this moment, they felt no worry nor fear, leaving only one warm room in the snowy landscape. The world may be harsh, so what? They were each other's sugar. Held in their hearts, it healed every sorrow. Chapter 10, A Narrow Path. On the 8th day of the snowfall, it finally stopped. In the morning, Lu Joyue stood on the roof shoveling snow. Suddenly, she squinted and looked at the sky, saying, "Wow, the sun is coming out. Brother, look, the sun is actually out today." The sunlight broke through the clouds, casting beams of golden light. It illuminated the snowy ground and their courtyard as well. Their little yard was like a lone boat in the vast snowy plains. Snow covered everything, blindingly bright. Staring at the distance for a while would make one's eyes tear up from the stimulation. When Lu Jiha heard the sun was out, he immediately ran from the kitchen to the yard to take a look. Then he left the porridge simmering in the pot, went to the back to grab 2 fork-tipped branches, climbed up the snow slope beside the house, glanced around, and said to Lu Jifei, "Erfei, come over here and help me plant these 2 sticks." Lu Jifei carried a shovel and planted the branches where he had indicated. When he turned around, he saw him carrying a long bamboo pole. He laid the bamboo across the forks at the top of the branches, testing its stability by pressing down with his hand. Satisfied that it was secure, he happily said, "All right, now we can dry the quilts." By the time Lu Joyue finished shoveling the snow off the roof and came down, her elder brother had already made several trips indoors and outdoors, taking all the bedding outside to air them. A bamboo pole full of red, yellow, blue, and green quilt covers gently swayed in the sunshine, becoming the only vivid color in the white, snowy landscape. Lu Joyue suddenly remembered the days from before. Every winter, whenever there was sunlight, her brother would always move the bedding to the balcony to air them. Sometimes when she wanted to sleep in on weekends, she'd be forcibly dragged out by this quilt-drying fanatic. Although waking up early was always unpleasant, sleeping at night would feel great because the quilt became soft and smelled of sunshine, making her easily forgive her brother's morning tyranny. Stretching lazily in the cold wind, Lu Joyue rubbed her frozen red nose and said, "Wow, tonight I'll be covering myself with quilts scented by the sun again, what happiness." Her feeling of happiness didn't last long. After breakfast, Lu Zhifei told them that he wanted to check out the sinkhole area. The last time there were wild boars in the cave, so he didn't go inside. These past few days, it kept bothering him, and with the snow clearing up today, he decided to visit the place. After hearing this, Lu Zhihe nodded solemnly and said, "We really should take a look. I'll go with you." He was actually more worried than Lu Zhifei. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the savagery of those people. Guarding so close to such a group of menacing people felt like having an undetermined bomb by their side. At any moment, it might explode and completely end their fleeting peace. "Big brother, you just recovered, don't wander too much," Lu Jiuyue quickly said. "I'll go with second brother. I've been on that path several times already." Lu Zhihe shook his head, stating firmly, "I'm going with Fei, we can figure things out together along the way." Lu Zhifei originally didn't want to bring anyone, but seeing Lu Zhihe's determined attitude, he could only say, "All right, Jiuyue, stay home and guard the door. Your brother and I will go, and we'll be back soon." Lu Jiuyue pouted, a bit unhappy. Lu Zhihe hurriedly patted her hair, saying, "There are still 3 people's food supplies at home, so our family good luck charm must stay behind and protect the house. Lock the door tightly and wait for us. Turn the quilt occasionally to let both sides get sunned. Be good, okay?" Lu Jiuyue remained silent, and after a while, reluctantly said, "Then you two must come back early." Both brothers agreed, then went inside to prepare. Lu Zhifei had already sharpened all the knives in the house yesterday. Now dressed neatly, he chose a long-handled axe that suited him best and took it with him. Lu Zhihe wore Jiuyue's hat and sunglasses, tucked a sturdy kitchen knife into his waistband. Just before leaving, Jiuyue, fearing he'd get cold, also tied her big flower-patterned scarf around his neck. After finishing their preparations, Lu Jiuyue watched with reluctant eyes as they stepped out and climbed onto the snow pile. Snow had covered the hills, streams, houses, and rice fields, transforming the flat land into a rolling snowy plain. Without reference points, it was very easy to lose direction. Fortunately, Lu Zhifei was very familiar with the area and had a good sense of direction. Glancing around briefly, he took Lu Zhihe's hand and headed toward the sinkhole. Close to the cave entrance, Lu Zhifei paused momentarily, carefully identified the area, pointed to a nearby snow-covered depression, and said, "That's the trap we dug, it has collapsed under the snow pressure. Don't go near it, let's pass by this way." Lu Zhihe hummed in acknowledgement, saying, "Once we return, we must still dig out the iron spikes buried there. Keeping them there isn't safe. If forgotten about, someone stepping into it unintentionally would be disastrous." They detoured around the sinkhole and continued walking forward, eventually finding the entrance to the cave at the foot of the mountain. Originally large enough for a person to walk through, the cave's opening was now buried in snow, leaving only a well-sized hole. Lu Zhifei removed his sunglasses and hung them around his neck, using the axe to dig out an opening large enough for them to crawl through. Then he went inside, lit the torch he brought with him, turned around, and extended his hand to Lu Zhihe, saying, "Come." Lu Zhihe looked at the dark cave entrance, took a deep breath, reached out to firmly grip Lu Zhifei's hand, and lowered himself into the cave. Hand in hand, they slowly climbed down a long and steep iron ladder. The firelight illuminated just their immediate area, while thick darkness surrounded them on all sides. From within this darkness came occasional rustling sounds, these were the echoes of weathered rocks from the cave ceiling falling to the ground. Lu Zhihe closely followed Lu Zhifei, descending gradually until reaching the bottom of the iron ladder. In the flickering light, bizarre stalagmites stood silently in the shadows, as if monstrous beasts lurking and ready to devour anyone. Yet ahead lay a longer, even darker path awaiting their exploration. Lu Zhifei tightly held onto Lu Zhihe's hand as they walked, remaining alert to any movement around them. After over an hour, they finally stopped. They sat down on a stone by the side of the path, and Lu Zhifei placed the torch in a nearby hollow, removing his gloves to touch Lu Zhihe's forehead. Not detecting any sweat, he relaxed somewhat. He then softly asked, "Are you tired?" Lu Zhihe was slightly out of breath but shook his head, replying, "Not tired." He wasn't particularly tired, rather, he felt some tension. Darkness often made people tense easily. After resting for a bit, Lu Zhihe took off his backpack, pulled out a water flask, and handed it to Lu Zhifei. Lu Zhifei drank a couple of sips before handing it back, asking, "Do you think those people will come over?" With the cave so dark, someone unfamiliar with the terrain wouldn't dare enter. Lu Zhihe accepted the water flask, drank 2 sips, and glanced around as he said, "But they lack food. If they know there are people on the other side of the cave, they might take the risk of crossing through. After all, food is more important. Where there are people, there is food. And if not, they could always turn the people into food." Lu Zhifei remained silent for a moment, then said, "I estimate they probably won't get here too soon. After such a long period of snowfall, they would need some time to prepare before venturing out to look for food. Yes, the best possibility is that they don't know about the open area on the other side of the mountain. In that case, even if they discover this cave, they likely wouldn't rashly venture inside." Lu Zhihe put the water flask back into his bag and said, "By the way, how did you all end up coming here?" Lu Zhifei leaned against him and smiled, saying, "The story is a long one, we stumbled upon this place quite by accident. Back then, he and Joyue had gone to their old neighborhood. Although their house had been destroyed, they visited regularly to collect supplies and check for news about Lu Jihe. There were more zombies in the city than outside, so each time they didn't dare stay long, lingering only 3 or 4 days. Once they gathered what they needed, they left. During this time, Lu Joyue had even left messages for her brother on blank walls, though with so much rubble, it seemed unlikely anyone would notice. One day, as they carried collected clothes and a small amount of foodstuff toward the outskirts of the city, they encountered a team of 4. Those men driving saw that they were only 2, one of whom was a young girl, and immediately harbored ill intentions. But they hadn't anticipated that Lu Jihe would be such a formidable opponent, battling 4 of them without much trouble. As they were deadlocked, Lu Joyue fished a gun out of her bag, frightening the men away. Thanks to that fake weapon, they ended up acquiring both a car and supplies of food and water inside it. Lu Jihe drove with their cargo, wandering aimlessly, unsure where they were headed. Stopping occasionally along the way, the car eventually ran out of fuel halfway. At that point, Lu Jihe recalled a nearby cave, and beyond the cave's entrance, a hidden flat land that most people didn't know how to reach. Winter was approaching, and they needed a safe place to spend it. The secluded plateau was an excellent choice. Thus, they came to this flat land. Can you believe it? Our little Miss Coquette might actually be a lucky star, Lu Jihe said. When I was driving to a fork in the road and asked her which way to go, she randomly pointed in this direction, and we came here. Thankfully we did. Don't you think she's amazing? Lu Jihe also chuckled. In the flickering firelight, his expression exuded warmth as he squeezed Lu Jifei's hand and said, "You are too. You're our family's guardian angel. We still can't match up to you." Lu Jifei gazed at him and lightly smiled, saying, "You're the leader, the backbone of our family." Lu Jihe stood up, pulling him off the stone and smiling as he said, "All right, big brother's now ordering you. If you've rested enough, let's continue on our journey." The road ahead was still long, with a group of dangerous thugs at its end. But even knowing of all the grave dangers they faced, they had to confront them. Behind them lay their home, their families, and their food. The two continued feeling their way through the dark cave, constantly bypassing piles of fallen rocks in the middle of the path. After half an hour, the cave grew wider, and faint light from the outside filtered through high above. The cave entrance ahead was blocked by collapsed stones, forming a large pile of rubble. Lu Jifei pulled Lu Jihe over the jagged boulders, climbing onto the pile of rubble and looking out from a higher vantage point. The light here was brighter, and after another bend, they would reach the cave entrance. Lu Jihe breathed heavily and asked, "Are we almost there?" Lu Jifei looked back at him and replied, "Do you want to rest some more?" Lu Jihe bent down, catching his breath for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "No, let's go." They raised the torch and descended the pile of rubble. As they approached the bottom of the cave, Lu Jifei suddenly stopped. He turned sharply to look at Lu Jihe, seeing him trying to stifle his heavy breathing. Lu Jifei immediately extinguished the torch on the rock, and the two quietly stood in the darkness, straining their ears to listen. In the quiet, dark cavern, faint sounds were carried through, echoing off the walls. Upon careful differentiation, the sounds could be identified as coming from the direction of the cave entrance. Someone was heading this way. There were quite a number of people, judging from the mixed footfalls and heavy breathing that grew closer and closer. Lu Jifei drew the long-handled cleaver from his back while Lu Jihe behind him unsheathed a kitchen knife from his waist. They slowly retreated, hiding behind a large boulder at the top of the slope while both held their breaths. Around the bend of the cave appeared one man, then another. Lu Jifei counted 6 men in total. Each carried a heavy backpack and held weapons like knives, sticks, and 2 of them wielded guns. The group paused briefly at the pile of rubble, gazing upward. One person spat forcefully, gasping as he said, "Is there really a path here? Damn, how can we walk in such darkness?" Nobody answered. After a while, another person spoke up. "Old Lu said, beyond this path, there's a clearing where people used to live. If we hide there, we'll be safe." Hiding behind the rock, Lu Jifei involuntarily turned around and exchanged a glance with Lu Jihe, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Hide? What were these people hiding from? If Lu Jihe recalled correctly, this group consisted of a relatively larger number of members. They also had guns, which put their fighting ability far above those who fled in family units. Then, what was it that made these desperate men feel such fear, forcing them to abandon their shelters and flee in a panic? At this point, the same man who'd spoken earlier opened his mouth again, cursing and muttering, "Damn it, this cursed cave is so dark. Who knows what strange things might be lurking inside?" "Shut up," one of them shouted at him, saying, "If you don't want to follow us, go back alone." That man grumbled but fell silent. A dim fire lit up as someone used a lighter to ignite a torch. The flame seemed to calm the group's nerves. 6 people formed a small team, armed with various weapons, carefully circumventing the rocks as they began climbing upward. Lu Jifei glanced back at Lu Jihe, crouched down, and crawled toward the opposite rock. They couldn't stay together, it made them too conspicuous. As he had just hidden himself well, the first person of the team slowly climbed up. This individual was holding a steel rod, alertly climbing the pile of rubble, pausing momentarily beside the rock where Lu Jihe hid, and couldn't help swearing at the sight of boundless darkness stretching before him. Lu Zhifei pressed against the rock wall, tightly monitoring every move of this person. When the man cautiously descended into the rocky slope below, Lu Zhifei finally sighed with relief. He glanced at Lu Zhihe's position, seeing him peeking from behind the rock, raising his hand to gesture the number 2 silently. Lu Zhifei nodded imperceptibly in agreement. The second person climbed up, this time wielding a gun. Lu Zhifei remained perfectly silent, waiting until the man passed the slope peak and started descending. Then, he suddenly darted out. His axe swung through the air, flashing a cold streak of light as it chopped towards the man's head. The blade drove into the skull with a dull cracking sound, and the unfortunate fellow almost didn't make a sound before collapsing onto a rock. The gun in his hand clattered to the ground and discharged accidentally, shooting twice towards the cave ceiling. The shots echoed loudly in the vast darkness, emitting a deafening noise. Chapter 11, Fierce Battle. At the instant the gun went off, Lu Zhihe also darted out from the side of the rock and swung his knife at the third man in the group. The man had a torch in his left hand and a knife in his right, just climbing to the top of the slope. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow flash before him, and a slash already cut across his neck. The torch fell to the ground as he collapsed among the rocks, kicking his legs about and gurgling in his throat. Lu Zhihe struck successfully and immediately crouched down, hearing 2 shots whistle past above his head. The cave suddenly turned darker, but these experienced warriors did not panic. The first man quickly ducked into a crevice for cover. The 3 men behind used their bullets as suppression fire, darting between rocks and rushing upwards swiftly. Lu Zhifei grabbed the gun from the ground and fired at the first man ahead with almost no aiming. With 2 gunshots, that man slumped beside a pile of stones. The 2 following men rapidly retreated and found cover respectively. After the gunfire ceased, the cavern fell silent. Lu Zhifei stood still, glued to a stone with his gun at the ready. After some time of standoff in the darkness, Lu Zhihe squatted in the shadows and lifted a small piece of rock, signaling to Lu Zhifei. Lu Zhifei nodded, then Lu Zhihe threw the stone outside. It crashed against the wall and clattered as it rolled down the slope of rocks. In this split second, Lu Zhifei noticed someone poking their head out from behind a large rock downhill. Like a long-waiting hunter, he instantly pulled the trigger. The person's head was hit by the bullet and they fell down immediately. Having struck successfully, Lu Zhifei quickly embraced the gun and shrank back behind the rock wall, holding his breath while listening for movement on the other side. There was still one person hiding behind the jumble of stones at the bottom of the slope, and this person had a gun, just like him. Suddenly, a sound of wind came from beside Lu Zhifei. He turned his head to see a rock slap against the rock wall next to him. The person downhill started firing at the sound's origin point. Bullets struck the rocks beside him, creating sparks as shattered fragments tumbled down the slope with a cacophony. Lu Zhifei shifted lightly to one side, directing the gun muzzle toward the hidden assailant behind. That person had unknowingly circumvented the craggy rocks and secretly climbed up from the foot of the slope. They were extremely crafty. After throwing a rock at Lu Zhifei, they quickly hid themselves among the rocks, now unknown whereabouts. The gunshot ceased again. Lu Zhihe quietly peeked through the crack between stones and pointed outward. Lu Zhifei nodded, watching him turn and round the rocks, bending over towards the hidden sniper within the cluster of boulders. When they were separated by a rock, he suddenly stood up and swung his kitchen knife toward the person. That person dodged and swung an iron rod toward Lu Zhihe. Crouching backward, Lu Zhihe avoided it as the iron bar struck the adjacent rock with a metallic clang. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhihe grabbed the bar and slashed his blade toward the person's weapon-holding hand. The person released the bar but clutched onto Lu Zhihe's knife instead, quickly turning the tide as the two began wrestling amidst the rocky chaos. Lu Zhifei didn't look back, he focused intently on a stone at the bottom of the forward slope. Behind the stone was a person just like him, with a gun aimed, waiting silently for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. The noise from the fight behind increased significantly. Lu Zhifei was growing anxious. His gaze traveled upward from the stone behind which that person was concealed all the way to the high ceiling of the cave. Hanging there was a long stalactite. Quietly aligning the gun's muzzle toward the stalactite, he fired several rounds. The entire stalactite detached and thunderously crashed down. A short scream of agony erupted from behind the pile of rocks, and then silence reigned. At this moment, Lu Zhihe, having been pushed to the disadvantage during the struggle, couldn't put much force behind his injured left arm and was pressed against the stone. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the person hurled a punch toward Lu Zhihe's head. Desperately avoiding it, Lu Zhihe simultaneously thrust his knee violently toward the assailant's groin. Letting out a stifled grunt, the assailant didn't release his grip but grabbed a nearby stone and smashed it hard toward Lu Zhihe's head. Just as the stone was about to fall, a black shadow suddenly shot forward. An axe whistled through the air and landed loudly on the assailant's head. The man tilted his head to the side and collapsed weakly in the crevice. Lu Zhifei helped Lu Zhihe up, breathing a bit heavily, asking, "Where are you hurt?" Lu Zhihe gripped his collar and knelt, coughing for a long time before spitting out a blood-laden saliva and gasping, "Still okay, not injured." Unconvinced, Lu Zhifei patted him over, confirming there were no visible wounds on his body before pulling him up from the ground. Lu Zhihe bent down and picked up the kitchen knife from the ground. Then, turning back, he dragged the person out from between the rocks. Blood flowed from this person's head, but they were still alive. Earlier, when Lu Zhifei aimed to leave a witness, he struck the man with the back of the axe. How did you end up here? Lu Zhihe's voice still trembled slightly after his coughing fit as he asked, what happened in the town? The man lay on the stones gasping for breath, blood from the head injury had smeared over his eyes. He blinked a few times, then upon seeing who it was, stared and exclaimed, it's you. Through the faint light seeping into the cave, Lu Zhihe also recognized the man's face. With coldness in his tone, he responded, yeah, it's me. I'm not dead yet, are you very surprised? This triggered a burst of hysterical laughter from the man, who eventually managed to say between laughs, damn, I should have killed you back then. You damn pretty boy, but it doesn't matter now. Whether you die early or late, it's the same thing. When I'm gone, so will you be. Lu Zhihe slapped him hard across the face, grabbed the front of his clothes, and growled, enough nonsense. Speak. What happened at the camp? The man smirked bitterly and replied, what happened? Something terrible, obviously. Don't rush, my dear. You'll soon find out. Lu Zhihe wanted to ask more, but just then Lu Zhifei pulled him behind and, without saying a word, seized the man's arm, pressed it against the stone, and swung down the axe with force. A sickening crack filled the air, the bones in the man's left hand were crushed instantly, prompting a shriek of agony. Lu Zhifei turned around and asked, was it this guy who hurt you? Lu Zhihe didn't respond immediately. Taking this silence as permission, Lu Zhifei turned back to coldly eye the man lying on the ground. His gaze brimmed with merciless malice, sending chills through the victim despite the darkness in the cave. Struggling to rise, the man started begging for mercy, don't hit me. I surrender. I'll do whatever you say. Spare my life, and I can work for you. I can do a lot of things. He even cried pitifully while pleading. But standing before him, Lu Zhifei stood stoic and unyielding. With both hands gripping the axe tightly, he swung it again toward the man's right arm, delivering a muffled thud as the entire limb was severed from the body. A heavy, suffocating stench of blood quickly permeated the cave. Convulsions racked the man's body as a gurgling sound came from his throat. As Lu Zhifei was about to raise the axe once more, Lu Zhihe stepped forward to restrain him. Don't do this, Lu Zhihe whispered lightly into his ear. Zhifei, don't let yourself become like him. Lu Zhifei exhaled sharply, letting his axe drop limply to his side. Lu Zhihe slowly moved forward, staring at the man for a moment before raising the kitchen knife and slicing swiftly at the neck. Blood sprayed violently from the wound as the man convulsed briefly before falling silent. After killing him, Lu Zhihe turned and staggered uphill. His steps faltered momentarily until Lu Zhifei reached out to steady him. Lu Zhihe gripped his lips together tightly, eyes closed, and leaned against the stone wall for some time. His complexion was unnaturally pale, revealing how he was trying hard to suppress waves of nausea. Lu Zhifei suddenly regretted having executed such brutality in front of Lu Zhihe. Perhaps one clean blow with the axe would have been better, sparing everyone unnecessary torment. After all, he, a diminutive form of Lu Zhihe's name, used to be someone else's sacrificial lamb, hadn't he? How could he not have seen too much of this already? Supporting Lu Zhihe gently, he softly suggested, let me help you rest outside the cave, all right? Lu Zhihe leaned against the rock silently, opening his eyes after a while and simply said, I'm fine. Let's go check the others over there. They slowly approached another pile of boulders where 3 more people lay sprawled out. Among them was a gun-carrying individual who hadn't quite passed away. One of the stalactites that fell earlier had struck him in the abdomen, embedding its sharp tip deep into his stomach. This man had blood trickling from his mouth and ears, but his eyes remained fixed upward at the ceiling, as if lost in thought. Lu Zhifei picked up the gun and handed it to Lu Zhihe, their eyes lowering onto the dying man. The man's eyes shifted slowly downward, finally focusing on the 2 figures standing before him. Gazing past them into something unseen, his fading breaths managed to whisper, the zombies. The zombies are coming. With these words, his head tilted sideways and he expired. In the dim-lit cave, Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe exchanged a glance, astonishment reflecting clearly in each other's eyes. The emergence of zombies wasn't a recent phenomenon. They first instilled great terror when their appearance began causing widespread chaos. At the beginning, numerous scholars argued these were only mutated rabies viruses which could, theoretically, be contained and controlled. However, as the infection spread and worsened, these creatures became universally referred to as zombies. People infected by the virus would act like feral animals, rampaging uncontrollably through markets and streets, biting and devouring anything alive, spreading the virus endlessly. During those times, cities were the epicenters of zombie activity and infection, teeming with danger. Newly infected individuals were particularly formidable back then, moving fast and attacking with deadly strength. But over the years, as fewer new infections occurred, the existing zombies began to decay and lose vitality, rendering them largely non-threatening. Even solitary, long-infected zombies could easily be dealt with by someone like September Lu armed with just an axe. So, what exactly were the zombies that had frightened this group of people so much? There were more than 10 of them, and they even had 2 guns, yet they were terrified like this. Could it be that these zombies were different from those in the past? Lu Zhifei tore the backpack off the man's body. Inside were mostly clothes and sleeping bags. He searched for a long while before finding 2 magazines of bullets. The amount of ammunition this group had brought with them was not much either, no wonder they didn't dare to shoot frequently. He loaded the magazine into his own backpack and stood up, saying, "I'll go check ahead, you stay here and don't move." Lu Jiha shook his head and said, "No, I must take a look at what's going on." His face was still very pale, but his expression was calm and determined, as if the previous fragility was just an illusion. Lu Jifei hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, then let's go together." They individually checked those people, leaving the backpacks where they were, only taking the bullets they found. Lu Jifei quickly taught Lu Jiha how to fire a gun, and then the two continued walking toward the cave entrance. A thick slope of snow had formed at the tall cave opening. There were still scattered footprints on the snow slope. As the two emerged from the cavern, the sunlight outside made both of them squint momentarily. Lu Jifei took out his sunglasses and put them on, observing the snowy forest around him. Everything seemed unchanged since the last time he was here. Walking through the brilliantly bright snow-covered land, they remained alert to any unusual sounds around them. From the forest, strange creaking noises occasionally echoed, as if something was laughing. Although Lu Jifei knew that these were just the slow sounds of dead trees collapsing, he nonetheless felt a layer of sweat forming in his palms. The houses on this side of the town were also covered with snow, only revealing the roofs of a few buildings. Inside, it was extremely quiet. They found a snow pit at the intersection. Jumping into it, they squatted down inside, carefully listening to the sounds outside. For a long time, there wasn't a single sound. After climbing out of the snow pit, Lu Jifei went ahead while Lu Jiha followed behind, holding their guns step by step as they entered the small town. Amidst the eerie silence, they found the house where the group had lived. It was on the second floor of a building, with the first floor buried in snow. The second floor door was an old-fashioned burglar-proof door, with its outer iron sheet severely dented and deformed, seemingly by some unknown force. There were also red bloodstains on it. Lu Jifei stared at the blood for a while before pushing the door open and stepping inside. There wasn't a soul inside. Broken shell casings were scattered across the ground near the doorway, and the fireplace still emitted heat. By the fireplace, blankets were messily piled up, clearly indicating that the people had left in a great hurry earlier this morning. Behind him, Lu Jiha muttered, "Strange, where did the rest of them go?" Lu Jifei observed for a while, then turned and walked out. Lu Jiha picked up a small crossbow from beside the tangled pile of quilts. He remembered that this crossbow belonged to one of the women in the group. She was the wife of their leader, strong and formidable. Anyone who could survive in such times had to be tough. But why didn't she follow this time? And where had she gone? Without thinking about it for long, he picked up the crossbow and stood up. The crossbow, though small, was well made and could be used by September Lu. After searching the room for a while, he finally discovered a leather pouch in the corner of the room, containing a few arrows inserted into it. The arrowheads were black and glossy with a reddish-brown hue, clearly stained with blood. When he carried the crossbow and walked out of the house, he saw Lu Jifei already walking cautiously forward along the snow-covered street, his gun at the ready. In the blinding sunshine, Lu Jifei suddenly paused, turned back and said, "Stay here, I'll go take a look." Lu Jiha looked forward beyond Lu Jifei's silhouette and noticed a large pool of blood not far away, standing starkly against the snow. Bones and disordered entrails were scattered within the blood. He glanced at Lu Jifei, nodded, and stayed in place, keeping the gun pointed out in all directions, remaining vigilant. Lu Jifei stepped closer, crouched down, and examined the pool of broken bones closely. After a while, his expression grew increasingly serious. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiha rushed forward and crouched down next to him. This time, Lu Jifei didn't stop him. The blood on the ground had frozen into ice, with the bones and entrails also frozen solid with the snow. Clearly, this person had died during the night before and had been devoured thoroughly. "Look at this break," Lu Jifei pointed at a bone with his gloved finger. "It doesn't look like it was chopped off." Not eaten by humans, Lu Jiha scrutinized it for a moment, then looked up at Lu Jifei, confirming, this wasn't done by those people. Lu Jifei stood up, turned and gazed at the silent snowfield behind them and the rooftops emerging from the snow. The white of the snow was dazzling, highlighting the ruined windows which now appeared darker than ever, resembling a wild beast's hollow eyes staring intently at them without blinking. Lu Jifei broke out in a cold sweat at the back of his neck. He swiftly turned his head, grabbed Lu Jiha, and said resolutely, "Don't look anymore, let's go." Chapter 12, 3 Burrows. That day, as they returned to the yard, twilight was gathering. Lu Jiuyue had already taken all the bedding inside and prepared a hot meal. She stood on the snowy slope by the doorway, looking toward the cave entrance. When the figures of her brothers appeared on the snow-covered ground near the yard, Lu Jiuyue quickly rushed over, her short hair flying. After recognizing the gun in her eldest brother's hand and the heavy backpack behind him, she visibly paused, panting and asking, what is going on?" Her second brother came up from behind, also carrying a gun with an even larger and heavier backpack. Without stopping, he said as he passed her, "I'm exhausted, we'll talk about it at home." Lu Jiuyue quickly took the backpack from her eldest brother, and together, they returned home. As soon as they entered, Lu Jiha collapsed onto a chair, unable to move any further. Lu Jiuyue poured him a cup of hot water and brought a warm towel to wipe his face and hands. Holding the cup of hot water with both hands, Lu Jihe slowly drank it all before gradually regaining some strength. Lu Jiuyue handed him a hot water bottle, squatting beside him with a worried look on her face as she asked, "Big brother, are you really not injured? Should I apply some ointment for the bruises on your face? And this arm, does it hurt?" Lu Jihe managed a weak smile at her and replied, "No need for ointment, I'm fine, just very tired. I'll be okay after resting for a while." After looking at him for a while, Lu Jiuyue said, "Alright, big brother, rest and don't move. I'll go serve the food, let's eat at the table here." Then she turned and went out. Lu Jihe looked at her retreating figure, closing his eyes worriedly, thinking, "No, I'm too weak. I'll hold them back." Lu Jiuyue carried the table in and moved the steaming porridge and stir-fried rabbit meat with potatoes from the kitchen. She noticed her second brother crouching in the living room, rummaging through the backpack they had brought back until he finally pulled out a tin of canned peaches. He pried open the can, brought it inside, and placed the tin along with its metal container on the brazier to stew. Soon, the sweet fragrance of fruit filled the room. Lu Jiuyue's eyes widened as she leaned closer to take a peek, exclaiming softly upon seeing the yellow peaches inside the tin. Lu Jifei ladled the warmed peaches into a bowl, pushed it slightly towards the small table, and said, "Try them, they're today's spoils of war." Lu Jiuyue carefully picked up a piece of peach with her chopsticks, biting off a tiny bite, savoring it slowly. The soft, slippery peach slid down her throat, leaving its unique sweetness lingering in her mouth, making her squint in delight. "So good," she said, taking another tiny bite and exclaimed, "It's so good." Seeing her older brothers looking at her, she quickly picked up pieces for each of them, saying, "Hurry up and eat. Both of you should have some too." Lu Jihe took the peach piece from the bowl, ate it slowly, and nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, it's very good. I haven't eaten something like this in a long time." As Lu Jifei watched him finish, he added another piece to his bowl, saying, "Yeah, I remember you used to really like this taste." Lu Jihe smiled at him and ate quietly without replying. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue's eyes darted back and forth between her two brothers, asking, "So where exactly did these peaches come from? Did you guys fight with those people?" "Yeah," Lu Jihe replied, "we did fight them." "It's clear that we won," Lu Jifei confirmed. Lu Jiuyue blinked several times. She could tell that both her brothers were deliberately playing it down in front of her, but she wasn't stupid. How could she not realize the danger implied in these few sentences? Moreover, according to reason, removing the threat from those people should have been a great thing, yet why weren't her big brother and second brother in high spirits? She forced her little face into a serious expression and demanded, "Stop being mysterious. What really happened?" As Lu Jifei ate his meal, he gave a brief account of what had transpired in the cave. Lu Jiuyue listened with her mouth agape, then said angrily and fearfully, "I told you I should have gone with you this morning. You insisted I stay home to guard the door. Look, things almost went wrong." "Don't worry," Lu Jifei replied, "we're back safely, aren't we?" Nothing to worry about had once been her elder brother's catchphrase, now adopted by her second brother. Unfortunately, such assurances failed to bring reassurance. After some thought, Lu Jiuyue asked again, "So, does that mean we're safe now?" Lu Jifei glanced at Lu Jihe. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jihe raised his head to look at his younger sister and said, "Not exactly. Though those people are dead." He stopped, causing Lu Jiuyue to grow anxious, prompting her to immediately ask, "But what?" "But only 6 of them are dead," Lu Jifei continued, "the whereabouts of the others are unknown." He recounted everything strange he had seen in town, the empty room, the corpse that had been eaten by something unknown, and the blood on the door. He didn't tell them about the bone-chilling sensation he had experienced in the small town. But even with just a calm narrative, Lu Jiuyue was already trembling all over. The dinner table fell silent for a long moment. Finally, after some hesitation, Lu Jiuyue said, "Could it be that there are wild animals from the mountain that went into town and harmed everyone else, so only those 6 people were left?" "It's possible," Lu Jifei replied after considering for a moment, saying, "We don't know why they ran away. The one thing we can be sure of is that they encountered a danger they could not handle." He paused briefly before continuing, "They had at least 6 people, 2 guns, yet they were still filled with fear. They had to rush through the unfamiliar caves to come here." Lu Jiuyue's face paled slightly as she looked down without speaking. Lu Jihe looked at his younger sister, feeling heartache for his little treasure who was scared and pitiable, yet realizing that he couldn't completely protect her. All he could do was gently place the last piece of canned peach into her bowl and softly offer ineffective reassurances, "Don't be afraid. We'll all be alert these days, but there's no need to scare ourselves. Maybe nothing will happen. We've survived so many dangers already, haven't we?" Lu Jiuyue raised her eyes to look at him. To Lu Jihe's surprise, although her little girl's complexion wasn't good, her gaze was very determined. She spoke fiercely, "Brother, I'm not afraid. Whether it's beasts or something else, if they dare to come, we'll cut them to pieces. Hell, how dare they mess with me? Back then, we only had fake guns, and I wasn't scared then, so now that we have real ones, I sure as hell won't be." Both brothers stared at her silently for a moment. Then Lu Jifei said, "Sis, the guns before weren't exactly fake, they just didn't have bullets anymore." Lu Jihe sighed deeply in his heart while affectionately patting her head and said, "All right, but cursing isn't acceptable either, understood? Lu Jiuyue quickly finished eating the peach. As she began collecting the bowls, she said, "Big brother, you don't understand, this makes me seem really tough, you know? The tougher the situation, the more you need to build your own courage. Be aggressive. Have an aura of menace. Let me rule the world. If you don't, then you'll probably scare yourself to death before the bad guys even show up, wouldn't that be such a loss?" After declaring herself ruler of the world, she stood up and headed for the kitchen, diligently washing dishes. Lu Jihe looked at her retreating figure for a moment. Turning around, he grasped Lu Jifei's hand and said, "You've taught her well. On the other hand, I always thought of her as a child, never realizing how much stronger she has become compared to me. Too much worry clouds your mind." Lu Jifei patted his hand and said, "Stop overthinking. You also mentioned earlier, over all these years, so many people around us have died, yet we're still alive, right? It's simply our luck. This time will be no different." Lu Jihe chuckled and said, "Luck alone is unreliable, we still have to rely on ourselves. I've been thinking, should we temporarily leave here and move somewhere else?" He let out a long sigh and added, "But I'm not sure where would be safer, and we also don't know whether it will snow again. Even if they knew of another relatively safe refuge elsewhere, they wouldn't dare to leave easily. After all, a heavy snowstorm during their journey might be fatal." "I've been contemplating the same thing too, actually prepared to discuss this with you," Lu Jifei said. "I think, maybe we should move into the cellar that Jiuyue found. I examined it last time, the place is pretty sturdy and hidden well, accommodating 3 people won't be a problem. What's important is that it's nearby, though lacking firewood and stoves, making cooking impossible." Lu Jihe immediately perked up. After a moment of thought, he said, "We could stay here during the day, any unusual occurrences can be detected right away, and after dinner in the evening, we can go over there. Does that work for you?" Lu Jifei nodded slowly and said, "That's all we can do for now. After all, that place is just a hiding spot. If we cook there and make smoke, I'm worried it will attract either humans, or animals." Lu Jihe also nodded. As the two continued discussing, Lu Jiuyue came over. Hearing her second brother talk about moving into the cellar, she felt somewhat nostalgic and asked, "I really don't want to leave here. Is it tonight we move?" "It's not forever, we'll still return here during the day," Lu Jihe explained, "it's just a temporary stay there for a few nights. If all goes well, we'll come back." Lu Jifei added, "Not tonight, tomorrow we'll see. That place doesn't even have a door yet. Let me make a sturdy one and install it before we go." They rested for a while and began sorting the items they had brought home. Those people had fled with quite a few things. On their way back from the caves, they had passed by the bodies. Except for 2 pots used to cook food, Lu Jihe hastily stuffed most of the other items into his backpack to bring back. These were resources, how could they not take them? Winter was so long that more supplies meant better chances of survival. He took out the clothes and bedding in his bag to inspect them. He thought they could be reused after boiling water treatment. The ammunition was put under Lu Jifei's care. In addition to those, there were some foods including canned goods, packets of salt, and even unopened bags of seasonings. Lu Jiuyue was fond of the lighters and crossbows brought back, while Lu Jihe found a pair of leather boots suitable for Lu Jifei, in the pile. Since Lu Jifei's feet were big, it was hard to find proper shoes, the pair of boots he wore now was old and at risk of cracking. Now, finally, he would have another pair of shoes for replacement. That night, Lu Jihe let everyone sleep in one room. Lu Jiuyue kept watch in the first half of the night, and Lu Jifei in the second half. It didn't snow this night, but the wind was strong, howling outside. They all lay on the bed, unable to calm down due to uneasiness. With apprehension, they endured through the seemingly endless night. When morning light streamed in through the window, Lu Jihe finally felt a slight relief. The next day was sunny, but none of them cared about airing out the quilts as they were busy moving. Lu Jifei got up early in the morning and went to the back mountain alone. He measured the size of the cave opening using a grass stick and returned home, then grabbed hammers and saws to work on a door. After the wooden door was finished, he and Jiuyue carried the sturdy wood door to the mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Jihe shouldered the bundled quilts and followed along. It was Lu Jihe's first time coming over. When they arrived, he looked around and noticed that the entrance to the cellar was located on a slope. If camouflaged properly, it would indeed be very hidden. Moreover, the interior of the cellar was high enough and spacious even for Fei not needing to bend down inside. Having such a place for refuge satisfied him. He immediately started sweeping around with a broom. "I never expected the cellar to be this big," Lu Jihe said while setting up the bed. "I've accumulated some charcoal before, I will bring it later so we can burn hot water to make porridge." Thinking about it, he turned his head and asked Lu Jifei outside, Fei, "Is there an air hole in this cellar?" Lu Jifei was helping Jiuyue install the door. After hearing this, he put down the work in hand and went inside to check, pointing at a small hole on the wall saying, "Look, there was originally an air vent here. Even if it gets blocked, no problem because I've left a hole in the door, which guarantees ventilation." After Lu Jihe finished organizing the inside and installed the door, the heavy and sturdy wooden door also featured a palm-sized hole that could be covered with cloth during sleep, and uncovering the cloth would allow observation of the outside. After arranging the cellar, the 3 of them returned home. Lu Jihe prepared the meal while Lu Jifei rested for a while, then holding a shovel, he went with Lu Jiuyue to the pit. They shoveled out the snow in the pit and dragged out the iron caltrops inside. Under the brilliant sunlight, Lu Jifei moved the iron caltrops to the doorstep, dug a hole on the snow slope, and set up a trap. Anything daring to come near will first have to taste the pain of these iron caltrops. He stood by the trap wiping his sweat. After finding the hiding place, Lu Jihe felt somewhat reassured. He came out and inspected the trap, saying, after finishing our meal, we'll dig a pit like this and hide our food well. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lu Jiuyue walked toward the house with righteousness, saying, then we must have a good meal first. Let's just cook and eat that rabbit. Even though they didn't see any relation between digging pits to hide food and the rabbit, Lu Jihe still steamed the preserved rabbit and seasoned it with yesterday's condiments to use as dip sauce. Unexpectedly, it tasted great. Lu Jiuyue hadn't eaten anything with such a strong flavor in a long time. She ate greedily despite having her mouth flushed red from the chili powder in the dip sauce. After the meal, they took a short rest and began digging a cave in the snow wall beside the back door. At this moment, the little warehouse proved useful. They left only a small amount of grain and pork at home and shoved the rest of the food into the cave, which fit perfectly. There was no worry at all that rats or other animals would steal their food. After placing the goods in the cave, they blocked the entrance with snow and poured a little water over it. It quickly turned into solid ice, making it impossible to tell what was hidden inside from the outside. By the time they finished all these tasks, it was getting late. The three of them hastily ate dinner, washed their feet, and started heading to the back of the mountain with their things. Lu Jihe brought all the charcoal from home. He remembered seeing an elderly man at a countryside inn who took half-burnt firewood and doused it with water, turning it into pitch-black charcoal. After coming here, Lu Jihe also experimented and made some of his own. This kind of charcoal ignited easily, burned without much smoke or smell, and would be perfect for the cellar, to warm up before bed and boil water or porridge. Lu Jiuyue had originally been reluctant to move, but this morning she saw her eldest brother making the bed there very cozy and keeping the place spotlessly clean. Her reluctance about moving began to fade. She carried a bundle of items in her arms, tableware and a small iron pot, as she walked, saying, wow, big brother, don't you think we're like going on a picnic? Lu Jihe glanced back at her and said, yeah, pretty much. The only thing missing is a barbecue grill. Upon hearing barbecue, Lu Jiuyue instinctively swallowed her saliva and quickly misrepresented orders. Big brother says we need a barbecue grill at home. At the back of the group, Lu Jifei lifted the gun in his hand, smiling as he said, look how hungry you are. You're craving barbecues, aren't you? Lu Jiuyue nodded enthusiastically, replying, I bet you want to eat it too. Lu Jifei licked his lips as well, then heard Lu Jihe calling from the front, the cellar is too small, a barbecue will make the air stink with oil fumes. That might attract unwanted animals. We'll wait until we go back home, I'll cook some barbecue for you then. After hearing that, Lu Jifei thought about the eerie scenes in the town and immediately felt less anxious, though still extremely annoyed. He could have been enjoying barbecues right now if not for having to wait. And who knows when later would even be. Regardless of how terrifying the creatures they were about to face might be, he just wanted to get rid of them all as soon as possible, one way or another. Despite the unsettling situation ahead, Lu Jifei clenched his fists, vowing silently to himself, faster would definitely be better. Chapter 13, Steamed Bun. Lu Jifei was at the end of the group. Before they left, he had closed all the doors at home. While walking, he used a stick to scrape on the snow-covered ground, attempting to cover their tracks. When they reached the entrance to the cellar, the sun had already set. The snowy plain presented a bleak deep blue under the twilight, and the temperature became even lower. After all three people went inside, Lu Jifei closed the door and pulled up a bundle of snow-covered branches with a rope to cover it. From the outside, unless one looked very carefully, it would be hard to notice there was an entrance here. Lu Jihe lit the oil lamp they had brought and picked up some pieces of charcoal, lighting them in a small charcoal pot. Not long after, the cold and icy cellar finally began to feel warm. Lu Jiuyue placed some water in a small pot and put it on the fire to boil. The three sat on the bed chatting softly by the dim light of the oil lamp. After playing with the crossbow for a while and unable to stay still, Lu Jiuyue stood up and rummaged through the bags in the nearby cabinet. Since there was enough food at home, they hadn't taken the food from here yet. After looking around, Lu Jiuyue found a bag of wheat flour and said excitedly, Big brother, there's flour. Can we make baked pancakes tomorrow? Leaning against her Fei, Lu Jihe thought for a moment and said, do you want baked pancakes? What about steamed buns? Hearing this, Lu Jiuyue immediately whispered excitedly, yes. I haven't eaten soft, chewy big steamed buns for so many years. Can we really make them? But isn't yeast needed to make them? It's commendable that you know what yeast is, Lu Jihe laughed and said, I'll try to see if I can make old dough starter. If it succeeds, we can eat steamed buns tomorrow. He slipped off his shoes, washed out the glass bottle he used for drinking water, poured some flour into it, added a little warm water, and stirred it evenly with chopsticks before putting the lid on the bottle and placing it next to the charcoal pot. Squatting beside the bottle, Lu Jiuyue asked, is it really that simple? Is this all it takes? Keep it warm to let it ferment. We'll keep it in our beds tonight. Lu Jihe sat back down on the bed and smiled, saying, I don't know if it will succeed or not. I've always wanted to make some for you to eat, but I never had the time. Now we have plenty of time. If you want to eat something, just tell me, and I'll try my best to figure it out. Lu Jieyue also sat back on the edge of the bed, leaning next to him and ticking things off her fingers with yearning. Let me think. Tomorrow we eat steamed buns, the day after tomorrow we eat baked pancakes, and the third day we eat hand-pulled noodles. Would that work, big brother? Lu Jifei laughed and said, what about barbecuing? When does that come in? Oh no, barbecue. Lu Jieyue quickly corrected her meal schedule and said, looks like we can't do it tomorrow since we're going to steam buns. Let's barbecue the day after tomorrow. On the day after tomorrow, we'll grill meat. With these expectations in mind, they all went to bed early. After being busy all day, they soon fell asleep. Just before sleeping, Lu Jihe gazed at the slowly dying red charcoal fire and felt a strange sense of tranquility in his heart. It was as if they weren't hiding but had gone back many years, where the three of them once enjoyed a carefree weekend picnic outdoors. The cellar was pitch black. By the second half of the night, it had become warm inside, and the three of them slept and woke intermittently, unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, Lu Jieyue couldn't lie still any longer. She got up, wearing her cotton coat. She squatted by the door, listened quietly, didn't hear anything unusual, then pushed aside the branch blocking the door, peeked outside, and said, Big brother, it's snowing again. Lu Jihe also sat up and said, first thing, start the fire and heat some hot water. Lu Jieyue reignited the charcoal, placing the pot of water on top to heat. Once the water boiled, Lu Jifei also stretched, waking up. Slowly, the three drank some hot water, feeling warmth spreading through their bodies. Then Lu Jifei said, let's go home and cook. When they opened the cave door, piercing cold air rushed in. All three bent over slightly as they stepped out, simultaneously pulling their cotton coats tighter. The sky was gloomy, and the snow fell silently without much wind. As they trudged downhill through the snow, Lu Jihe asked, Jieyue, did you bring the old dough? Lu Jieyue, who had been hugging the glass bottle last night, hearing her brother's inquiry, replied promptly, I've brought it. It's tucked in my arms, so warm. Lu Jihe chuckled, if this old dough doesn't ferment, I'd really feel bad about your sincere effort. And shouldn't it? Lu Jieyue said, if it doesn't work, I'll ask it what it means. Does it think my arms aren't warm enough? Lu Jifei walked ahead holding his gun and turned back upon hearing their conversation to tease them, saying, no, perhaps it's not convinced by your dedication. What? Lu Jieyue ran forward a couple of steps and asked, what dedication? Lu Jihe laughed and explained, it means you're not hungry enough. If you really want to eat, make more wishes to the old dough, and naturally, it will ferment. Lu Jieyue stood there for a moment before realizing her second brother was teasing her. Her face flushed as she realized both humor and sarcasm, muttering, humph. I don't care. I'm going to wish anyway. Old dough, are you listening? I want steamed buns, I must have them. She kept chanting quietly in this manner all the way until they nearly reached the foot of the mountain when she finally stopped. Up ahead, Lu Jifei and Lu Jihe simultaneously halted, vigilantly scanning the courtyard through the swirling snow. The only thing visible was an endless expanse of white, untouched by any human or animal tracks. It seemed nothing had changed since the previous night. Let's go, Lu Jifei looked around for a while before saying, let's head home. They continued on cautiously. As they spotted roofs covered in pristine snow, their steps slowed once more. With full attention on guard, Lu Jifei walked at the front while Lu Jihe followed closely with his small crossbow drawn. They slowly moved from the back of the house toward the front, observing the locked yard gate and the undisturbed snow within. At that point, Lu Jifei visibly relaxed slightly and whispered over his shoulder, no one has been here. The trap pits before the door remained exactly as they were, so they carefully detoured around them, opened the gate, and stepped into the yard, treading lightly over thick layers of accumulated snow. Once inside, Lu Jihe entered the kitchen, while Lu Jifei thoroughly inspected every corner of the room. Only after confirming no abnormalities did he finally let down his guard completely. Upon returning home, the first thing Lu Jieyue did was take out the jar containing the fermented dough from her embrace, handing it over to her older brother for inspection. Within the bottle, the dough had formed numerous tiny bubbles and emitted a faint sour aroma upon opening. Lu Jihe took a look and laughed, saying, your wish-making power is pretty effective. Cheered by this remark, Lu Jieyue asked eagerly, so does that mean the old dough is ready? It should be ready, Lu Jihe replied, we'll just try it once. If it rises, we'll make steamed buns, if not, I'll use this flour to make some roasted flatbreads. How about that? Lu Jieyue exclaimed delightedly, fine. But it'd be best if it rose because I'm craving fluffy white steamed buns today. In her expectant eyes, Lu Jihe poured out the old dough, mixed it with flour, kneaded it into a smooth dough ball, then placed it in a pot on the stove along with warm water to let it rise. On another pot, he simmered a sticky porridge while also making a few pancakes around the edge of the pan. Once breakfast was ready, they brought the meal and pancakes indoors where Lu Jifei had already lit a cheerful fire in the stove. The three ate comfortably by the fire, just like usual times. After finishing eating, Lu Jihe stayed indoors mending clothes while Lu Jifei sat sharpening his knife inside. Every now and then, he would stand up and peer outside through the snow-covered slopes. Meanwhile, Lu Jieyue grabbed a sharpening stone herself, grinding her arrow's tips to a fine sharpness, then repeatedly darted to and from the kitchen, updating her two brothers regularly on the status of the rising dough. "Brother, the dough seems to have swollen. Brother, should I add more wood to the stove? The water doesn't seem hot enough. Brother, the dough seems a bit watery now. Is that okay?" Her constant chatter managed to alleviate much of the unease that had weighed heavily on their hearts over recent days. After tidying up the sewing tools, Lu Jihe also went into the kitchen. Upon inspecting the dough mass which had risen beautifully, he thought for a moment and said, "We're steaming buns anyway. Why don't we cut up some meat to steam together?" This suggestion drew an enthusiastic response from Lu Jieyue. She immediately grabbed a shovel and dug a piece of frozen pork from a corner of the snowy courtyard. Once melted in hot water, she used the kitchen knife, which her second brother had polished to a shine, slicing the meat into pieces. While cutting, she told Lu Jihe confidently, "Let me do this. You step away. I remember how you marinated the meat last time, I know what to do." Lu Jihe understood she didn't want him to feel uncomfortable seeing the meat, so he smiled and stepped aside, saying, "All seasonings are in the cabinet. After mixing them well, taste test and let it sit to marinate before cooking." A little later, Lu Jifei returned from outside and also came into the kitchen. By then, Lu Jihe had wiped clean the table and prepared to knead the dough. He pulled out the dough lump in the basin, finding its texture rich with bubble structures and carrying a pleasant sour fragrance. Obviously, it had risen successfully. "Would you prefer a soft steamed bun or a chewier one?" Lu Jihe asked the other two people. Both Lu Jifei and Lu Jieyue answered simultaneously, one wanting a soft bun, the other preferring a chewy one. Hearing this, Lu Jihe chuckled and said, "Do you guys want to discuss this?" Lu Jifei replied, "We should certainly listen to Jieyue since it's thanks to our Mrs. Strong wishing powers that the dough could even rise." While stirring the meat with chopsticks, Lu Jieyue said casually, "Big brother, you decide. No matter what you make, we will eat it happily. Second brother, come taste this meat, see if it tastes good enough." Lu Jifei walked over as Lu Jieyue dipped the tip of her chopsticks into the prepared rice flour and handed it to him. He took a taste and nodded, saying, "Not bad. If only it were spicier." Lu Jieyue immediately got excited, adding chili powder while boastfully saying, "Right? Who would have thought steaming meat could be so simple? Looks like I'll soon be ready to teach others." She grabbed a small iron basin, neatly laying out the meat coated in rice flour with chunks of potatoes underneath. When she was done, she came over to watch Lu Jihe knead the dough. Lu Jihe continuously kneaded it while sprinkling dry flour inside. After watching for a moment, Lu Jifei washed his hands and said, "Step aside, let me do the kneading." Lu Jihe wiped the flour off his hands and moved to let him take over. Lu Jifei had great strength, making the table creak as he kneaded vigorously. After folding and kneading several times, Lu Jihe commented, "The longer you knead the dough, the chewier the steamed bun will be. That's enough now, divide the dough into small portions and start making them." Both stood by the little table, rolling the divided pieces of dough into balls. Watching hungrily, Lu Jieyue also washed her hands and joined in playing with the dough. The well-kneaded dough was slightly firm and easy to shape. She made a pig one moment and a corn cob the next, then proudly showed each creation to her brothers, asking if they resembled the real thing. Lu Jifei teased, "Is that supposed to be a pig? I can't tell. Where are the pig's ears?" Lu Jieyue replied, "It's clearly because you can't see properly. There's an ear right here, though the other one got accidentally torn off. I patched it with some dough, can't you see it?" Lu Jifei laughed, saying, I see, your pig ears look truly ugly. So big a lump." Lu Jieyue retorted indignantly, "You're the one with pig ears. My ears are beautiful, but your pig ears are the ugly ones. Right, big brother? Second brother's pig ears are terrible." Lu Jihe chuckled nearby, almost dropping the dough ball he was working on. Still laughing, he carefully picked 2 dark sesame seeds and pressed them onto the unidentifiable piece of dough, thus finally granting Lu Jieyue's little dough pig its pair of sesame-sized eyes. They placed the finished steamed buns into the steamer basket. The outer circle of buns were perfectly round and smooth, obviously crafted by Jihe. The inner ones were less smooth but still decent, they were made by Jifei. In the middle lay the lumpy creations from Jieyue. As Lu Jifei was putting them in place, he joked, "Jieyue, is this supposed to be a horse?" Lu Jieyue glanced at it and scorned, "This is what you call pointing a deer as a horse. Is this a deer?" Lu Jihe chuckled, asking, "Where are its antlers? Shouldn't a deer have antlers?" Lu Jieyue crossed her arms, standing beside her work, realizing it didn't quite hold up to scrutiny. Yet how could she admit she couldn't mold intricate antlers? Thus, she said profoundly, "You don't understand, it's a female deer, it naturally doesn't have antlers." After placing the buns in the steamer, they set it on the pot with hot water to help the dough rise again for the second time. Lu Jifei washed his hands and stepped outside once more. The snow had stopped falling some time earlier, leaving a vast, pale silence all around, as if the entire snowy plain, even the whole world, had nothing left alive except for their few souls. While Lu Zhifei was gazing towards the direction of the cave, he heard footsteps behind him. Lu Zhihe had come up. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the snow slope, Lu Zhihe asked, "Has there been no sound or movement today?" None. Lu Zhifei grasped his hand and tucked it into his own down jacket pocket, saying, "No news is good news, it won't stop us from eating and drinking. It's cold out here, let's go inside." Chapter 14, Mi Cha. After Lu Jiuyue's little pig-shaped bun was steamed, it became twice as big as before. Its ears and tail had strangely disappeared, transforming it into a bizarre spherical shape. The only way to vaguely infer its head was from the 2 black sesame seeds stuck at the front. When Lu Zhihe lifted the lid of the steamer, he heard Lu Jiuyue constantly lamenting beside him, "Oh no, my little pig, oh no, my horse. No, it was my deer. And my corn, why did they all turn like this? This is not what we agreed on." Lu Zhifei consoled her, "When people get fat, their facial features disappear into the flesh, the same goes for pigs. Anyway, you know it was once a pig, that's enough." Lu Zhihe laughed and said, "Actually, I think this little plump pig is quite cute, really, don't you think so?" Lu Jiuyue didn't agree. "Well, mothers don't despise their ugly children, who made them but me?" She sighed while speaking, using chopsticks to pick up the plump little pig and took a bite. She yelped from the heat but kept saying, "Delicious. Brother, the old yeast steamed bun is truly delicious." The steaming hot large buns rose better than they had imagined, tightly packed together. They exuded a feeling of abundance in the cold winter days. The meat in the lower section of the steamer was also steamed thoroughly, gleaming with inviting oil. When Lu Zhifei served out the meat, he looked at Lu Zhihe and asked, "Will you eat with us today?" Lu Zhihe was just using a fire tong to take out the wood from the stove chamber, preparing to store the charcoal. After hearing this, he thought for a moment and replied, "Let's eat together. Bring everything over there, it's warmer." Lu Zhifei didn't say much, just agreed with a good and carried the food indoors. After a while, Lu Jiuyue ran over again, serving porridge, taking bowls and chopsticks, and urging him, "Brother, come over quick. We're waiting for you." Lu Zhihe hummed an affirmative sound. After picking out all the large pieces of wood inside the stove, he scrubbed the pot and added water, so that the remaining fire in the stove could heat it up. After washing his face and feet later, he went over to the other room where Lu Jiuyue had already served the porridge. Lu Zhifei had stirred the fire in the braziers vigorously and even patted a chair with a cotton cushion. Seeing him come in, he hurriedly said, "Sit here, it's warm here." The 3 sat by the table to have dinner. Lu Jiuyue handed a steamed bun to her older brother and said, "Brother, this round of steamed meat tastes even better than last time. Would you like to try some?" Lu Zhihe, chewing the steamed bun, slowly said, "All right, let me try." Saying that, he picked a smaller piece inside, took a bite, and chewed slowly. After swallowing, he looked up and saw Fei and Jiuyue looking at him with somewhat nervous expressions. So, Lu Zhihe gave them a smile and said, "It's a bit spicy, but the taste is nice." "Too spicy." Lu Zhifei transferred the meat from his bowl to Lu Zhihe's bowl and brought over a few steamed potatoes, saying, "Don't force yourself if you don't want to eat it. Tomorrow we will stew some bone soup, add less spice, and then you can try it, okay?" Lu Zhihe nodded, took a big bite of the steamed bun, and forced down the uncomfortable feeling in his stomach before saying to his sister, "The steamed meat is done very well. Our Jiuyue is getting more capable. Eat more, so your body gets stronger soon." "Okay, next time I'll learn to steam buns with you." Lu Jiuyue wiped away the disappointed look on her face, smiling and tore the steamed bun in half, adding a slice of steamed meat in between, and took a big bite, saying, "Look, I'm eating a hamburger." Lu Zhifei mimicked her actions and added 2 slices of meat inside his bun, saying, "Look at my double-layered burger." Lu Zhihe mashed the steamed potato into a paste and spread it on the steamed bun, raising it and saying, "Look at my buttered bread." They finished their meal amidst laughter and chatter. They warmed themselves by the fire for a while. Then Lu Jiuyue started clearing the tableware. Lu Zhifei scooped a large basin of hot water and brought it into the room to soak their feet together with Lu Zhihe. The water was a little hot, but it felt very comfortable when placed inside. After soaking for a while, Lu Zhifei suddenly said, "I remember there used to be a little stream here, and there was a pond too. After some time, I'll check it out. Maybe after breaking the ice, there are still fish beneath. We can cook and eat fish then." Lu Zhihe sighed silently in his heart, holding Fei's hand and said, "There's still food at home, why bother with such things?" Lu Zhifei looked at him and said, "I just worry about you." Lu Zhihe also knew he was overly anxious. The danger was imminent, and he always wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, just in case something happened, so he could help Fei out. Otherwise, relying solely on him to protect them would be too difficult. However, emotions like unease and anxiety are contagious. Now, he had already influenced Fei, so he bowed his head and rubbed his face with his hands, laughing and saying, "I'm not in a hurry, don't worry about me. Things are good right now. Don't go to the trouble of catching fish." After they tidied up, the sky gradually darkened, and it started snowing again. Just like yesterday, the 3 of them locked the yard gate and each carried items and weapons as they headed up the mountain. By the time they reached the cellar entrance, the surroundings were already pitch black, and the wind had picked up. The trees on the mountain creaked eerily. However, once they slipped into the cellar and closed the door, the sounds outside instantly faded away. All that remained was a swaying lamp inside the cave, its light warm and comforting. Joyue came over carrying a bag of buns, saying she wanted to roast them. When her older brother lit the charcoal, she placed a chopstick across a basin and threaded the buns onto it to roast. As they roasted, the outer shell turned a golden brown, and the aroma of wheat flour filled the cellar. Once they were done roasting, she broke the buns apart, their crispy shells making a satisfying crunch sound as steam wafted out from the white insides. These taste good roasted too, Joyue said with a crisp bite, tearing off a piece for her elder brother, saying, "Brother, try some. The shell is crunchy and fragrant." Jiha wasn't hungry, and after trying a bit, he stopped eating. Joyue then offered some to her second brother, but Ji-Fei shook his head, "I ate too much for dinner. No matter how fragrant it is, I can't eat anymore. You have it." So Joyue finished a large bun all by herself. Jiha looked at her, a bit concerned, and said, "Mooney, if you can't finish, leave some for tomorrow. Don't overeat." Joyue waved her hand and said, "No problem. My appetite's great, I could eat 2 more easily. Brother, I want to eat roasted buns tomorrow morning, they're so delicious." Unfortunately, she got what she deserved when bragging. The next morning, while her 2 brothers were enjoying the fragrant, crispy roasted buns, she could only sit on the bed holding a cup of hot water, frowning painfully. She couldn't believe it, she had eaten too much. Not only could she not enjoy her favorite roasted buns, but even the smell made her feel nauseous. After eating for a while, Jiha approached and touched her forehead, saying, "No fever. Are you still feeling unwell?" Joyue scrunched up her little face, listlessly saying, "Brother, I don't want to drink water, it tastes bitter." Jiha felt remorseful and said, "I shouldn't have let you eat roasted buns last night. After eating steamed meat, it was already greasy, and the cold wind we encountered along the way easily caused indigestion." Just hearing the word, greasy, made Joyue feel nauseous and sick to her stomach. And wouldn't you know it, her second brother showed up to mock her, saying, "Mooney, weren't you supposed to have barbecue today?" Arg. Joyue stretched her neck longingly while shouting from her brother's embrace, "Second brother, you're driving me crazy. Brother, help me beat him." Ji-Fei burst into laughter mercilessly, and her eldest brother kicked him, saying, "Go away. What barbecue? It's midwinter. Do you want indigestion? For the next few days, eat lightly to rest your stomach." Joyue managed to drink 2 sips of hot water before being pulled up by Jiha, who said they should return home and make her some digestion tea. The 3 of them walked down the mountain together just like the day before, with Ji-Fei leading the way with his rifle and Jiha protecting his younger sister from behind. Upon reaching home, Ji-Fei went first to check things out. Seeing the door was tightly shut as it had been when they left, he sighed in relief and gestured for them to come over. Once back inside, Jiha instructed Joyue to lie down on the bed. He then went to the kitchen, rinsed the rice, and stir-fried it slowly in the pot until later, the rice grains had all turned golden yellow. Only then did he scoop it up. Then he poured a cup of boiling water, added a few grains of rice, and within moments, the rice blossomed like flowers, turning the water a pale yellow color, giving off a fresh, unique aroma of rice. Jiha brought the tea to his younger sister, letting her drink it slowly. After drinking the hot water, Joyue slept for half the day under the covers. When she woke up, her stomach indeed felt better. She heard the house was silent, so she got up, wrapped herself in a quilt, and went out to the yard. Lo and behold, her 2 brothers were secretly having a barbecue in the kitchen. "Good one, keeping this secret from me and eating alone." Joyue stood in the courtyard, hands on her hips and shouted, "Humph, I'm fine now, and I want to eat too." Inside, Ji-Fei was holding a bowl and laughing, "We've just roasted some potatoes and buns and leftover steamed meat from yesterday. Really, it's not tasty at all." Jiha hit him, quickly coming out to drag Joyue back inside, saying, "Stay in the room and rest properly. You won't be allowed to eat anything all day." Joyue tried to argue, "Brother, I think I'm better now. I can eat something." Jiha didn't hold back at all. Supporting her to the edge of the bed, he said, "Once you're completely better, you can have whatever you want, and I'll cook it for you. Until then, no more nonsense." Fuming, Joyue lay back on the bed and said, "When did you 2 set up the barbecue grill without me? Save some for me. Next time, I'll do it myself and won't let Fei eat any." Her brother laughed while tucking her under the blanket, handing her a hot water bottle to hold against her stomach. Then he tapped her forehead lightly and said, "Be more careful when eating in the future. Don't you know your limits? Don't be such an iron-headed fool." Joyue blinked her eyes and obediently replied, "All right. Your cooking is delicious, I haven't had meals made by you for so many years." This statement made Jiha feel sorrowful again. He kissed his sister's forehead and said, "From now on, I'll cook for you every day." He prepared another cup of digestion tea for his sister, watching her drink it before leaving. On his way to the kitchen, he saw Ji-Fei peering into the distance from the snow-covered slope outside. Jiha waited in the yard for him a little while. After Ji-Fei scanned the surroundings and found no unusual movements, he also went back inside, and the 2 continued with their interrupted barbecue. In the following days, the snow gradually decreased, and there were more sunny days. Although the sun wasn't particularly warm and the temperature remained low, clear weather always lifted people's spirits a bit. With nothing much to do, that day Ji-Fei cleaned out the bathing room, lit a fire, boiled 2 large pots of hot water, and everyone could take a thorough bath. Zhou was the first to finish bathing. She dried her short hair halfway in the room and, like her second brother, put on a hat and stepped outside to take a look. Standing on the snowy slope, she breathed in the cold and crisp air, gazing at the quiet snow-covered mountains. She thought to herself, if life could continue like this forever, it would be quite good. She no longer entertained those unrealistic wishes anymore, like how in the past she always thought her current life was just a dream, and upon waking, she would still be the picky and capricious little girl in her brother's presence, whose greatest worry was only being dragged out of bed on winter mornings. Her wishes now were more realistic. She only hoped to live well with her brothers in this isolated little village, undisturbed by outsiders. It would be great if no one came to bother them. Breathing out a cloud of white vapor, she turned back into the house. On her way to the room, she just happened to see her elder brother coming out of the bathing room. His face, steamed red, looked good against his dark, long eyebrows and straight nose. Zhou felt reassured. Even without eating meat, her elder brother had recovered nicely. His complexion used to be greenish-yellow when they first arrived, which was terrifying. The way he looks now is fine. Of course, if he got a bit more robust, that would be even better. So she said, "Brother, after taking a bath, you look even better. But why did it take so long?" Then she noticed his face becoming visibly flushed. While wiping his hair with a towel, he muttered, "I took a few extra minutes, it's too cold outside, we should get back in." "Alright, you should come in and warm yourself up," Zhou said as she walked toward the room, glancing at the bathing room. "How come second brother hasn't finished yet? What a dawdler." After a while, Ji-Fei emerged from the steamy bathing room. With a smile on his face, he pulled Jiha over, snatched the towel from his hand, and helped dry his hair, quietly muttering as he did so, "You little brat, managing everyone else's affairs so strictly." As these peaceful days stretched on, Ji-Fei even began to doubt whether there were truly only 6 people left in town. Perhaps the eerie feeling he once had was just a mistake. But reason reminded him that it was precisely this vigilance toward danger over the years that allowed him and Zhou to escape many disasters successfully, enabling them to survive. This time around, things wouldn't likely be any different. The 3 of them maintained their routine, heading out early and returning late. Their daily lives revolved mainly around eating and drinking, and their existence could almost be called leisurely. However, Ji-Fei knew clearly that beneath this seemingly relaxed exterior, each of them remained on edge. During the breaks between meals, Zhou constantly sharpened her dagger, while Ji had developed a deep interest in how to use the gun. All the axes and cleavers at home were polished to a dazzling shine, ready for the moment of bloodshed. Danger could come at any moment, but no one knew exactly when. It was the morning of the 8th day. That day was bright with sunlight. They returned from the cellar to the house, standing on the hill looking down at the yard, only seeing the glaring reflection of the snow and the sun, so bright it hurt their eyes. Despite the lack of visible marks in the snow, they proceeded cautiously along the way. When they turned the corner of the house, Ji-Fei spotted the open gate of the yard, his heart suddenly contracting sharply. He turned his head and issued a warning to the 2 people behind him in a hushed voice, saying, "They're here." Chapter 15 Bones. Lu Ji-Fei tightly gripped his gun, crouching on the snowy slope next to the house as he looked into the yard. The 2 heavy gates were both askew, one lay lopsided in the snow, while the other dangled precariously on its frame, ready to fall at any moment. The yard was deathly silent. There wasn't a sound, neither human nor zombie. Lu Ji-Fei signaled for the others to stay where they were and then slowly advanced forward, bending over cautiously. From the snowy slope next to the kitchen, he clearly saw that the front door of the hall also stood wide open. Sunlight poured into the courtyard, making the accumulated snow glaringly bright, whereas under the eaves, shadows loomed thick and dark. Under the same sky, it felt like 2 separate worlds, one white as purity and one black as despair. He listened intently to any movement inside but could hear nothing except occasional winds, his own thumping heartbeat, and slightly trembling breaths. Standing up from his crouch, Lu Ji-Fei prepared to move closer to the entrance. Suddenly, a hand pulled him back. Lu Jiha's face was somewhat pale, pointing towards the front gate. Following his finger, Lu Ji-Fei noticed the trap on the snowy slope by the gate had collapsed. The 3 stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a small circle to cover different directions, gradually inching towards the entrance. With his gun aimed downwards, Lu Ji-Fei scanned the collapsed pit and found only fallen snow and a large patch of brown blood, nothing else. An incredulous glance passed between Lu Ji-Fei and Lu Jiha, then the trio swiftly entered the house, storming each room in search of intruders. They found every door in the house flung wide, kitchen, living room, storerooms, woodsheds, even all cabinet doors had been ransacked without exception. It was evident someone or something had thoroughly searched their home last night. After checking under the beds, inside cabinets, and each corner of the rooms, Lu Ji-Fei confirmed that no one was left in the house. The 3 returned to the yard where Lu Jiu softly asked, "What should we do now?" Without replying, Lu Ji-Fei squatted down, examining tracks in the snow. Meanwhile, Lu Jiha turned to his sister, whose face had gone pale, and said gently, "Go outside and watch out. Be careful and let us know immediately if anything happens." Lu Jiuyue quickly went to the snowy slope outside, keeping alert for any unusual signs. As she did this, Lu Ji had joined Lu Jifei on his knees to look at the disordered footprints and scattered bloodstains in the snow. The sunlight reflected off the pristine white snow, making the reddish-brown bloodstains strikingly visible. "Look here," Lu Jifei pointed to a relatively intact footprint and said, "This is the ball of the foot, not wearing shoes." Then, moving his finger further along the trail, he added, "This is a handprint." He looked up at Lu Jiha and continued, "It's a zombie, and there are quite a few of them. This crawling motion could only belong to zombies. But after the zombies came last night, where did they go?" Lu Jiha stood up and began checking around the wall perimeter. After a while, he turned back and called out, "Come here." About 2 meters away from the wall, there was a series of deep imprints of hands and feet. It was obvious that last night, some zombies leapt directly over the 2-meter-high wall from the external snowy slope, landing within the yard. Even newly infected zombies wouldn't usually possess such an extraordinary jumping ability. Both men wore grim expressions. Lu Jifei then went out to inspect the trap on the snowy slope nearby. Squatting next to it for a moment, his expression grew colder and more severe. Lu Jiha quietly asked, "Do you see anything?" Lu Jifei glanced at Jiuyue standing at a distance before answering softly, "There aren't too many claw marks on the inner walls of the trap. If I'm not mistaken, the zombies trapped inside were pulled out by those outside." Lu Jiha stood speechless with his mouth slightly open and trembling lips, unable to form words. Based on the tracks and bloodstains near the house, it seemed the zombies arrived yesterday and initially met resistance due to the traps by the gate, causing one of them to fall in. However, the situation didn't last long because that zombie was promptly dragged out. Some then either kicked their way into the house or leapt straight over the wall, systematically searching through every part of the building. After finding nothing, they eventually left. If this supposition were true, the situation was alarming indeed. Until now, the zombies they'd encountered lacked the intelligence to exhibit behavior beyond biting and attacking, such as assisting fellow zombies trapped in pits. Simply put, they didn't have the capacity for wisdom. If zombies could collaborate now, humanity would have perished 5 years ago. Lu Jiha shuddered. That must be why the 6 fugitives fled into the pitch-black cave in terror. Could it be that what they had encountered were mutated, or rather, evolved zombies? At that moment, he saw Lu Jifei reaching out as if wanting to touch the bloodstains beside the trap. Lu Jiha grabbed his hand fiercely and said sharply, "Don't touch it." Lu Jifei lightly gripped his hand, forcing a smile as he said, "Don't be nervous, I didn't mean to touch it." Standing in the cold wind, Lu Jiha breathed out a deep puff of white vapor and said, "If they can mutate, then perhaps the infection routes have changed too. Don't touch anything with blood on it." Pausing here, he turned his head and looked at Lu Jifei and said, "But also, don't scare yourself unnecessarily. Whatever these things are, their intelligence isn't particularly high. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be standing here now. They could have dug up this pile of iron thorns and set another trap nearby for us." Lu Jifei was already feeling chilly, but hearing the latter part of his sentence made him break into a cold sweat. "Damn," he said, "that's no way to comfort someone. I'm covered in goosebumps." "So when it comes to intelligence, we're still stronger," Lu Jiha said, "but even so, we probably still can't handle them. Let's stay away for a while." He glanced around at the 4 fields, feeling that every snow-covered hill was brimming with danger. Pausing, he continued, "Leave the yard untouched, try not to let them notice that people have been here. Let's cook in the kitchen and bring more food and supplies. We'll stay holed up in the cellar for the next few days." "All right," Lu Jifei said as he walked toward Lu Jiuyue, "I'll keep watch outside, you and Jiuyue go inside and pack up the things." Lu Jiha turned back into the house, entering the kitchen and sitting down by the stove to light a fire. Only then did he realize his hands were trembling. He took a deep breath to steady himself before picking up the bucket to fetch water from the well. The well mouth was covered with a layer of snow, appearing undisturbed. Lu Jiha carefully shoveled the snow off, uncovering the well cover to check the water surface. The deep, dark well reflected a small square of daylight, seemingly nothing unusual. Lu Jiha fetched a bucket of water and was just about to carry it into the kitchen when Lu Jiuyue came in. "Brother, what should we make today?" she asked. Lu Jiha instructed her, "Go dig out the meat buried in the snow. If any has been disturbed, throw it all away. Steam the rest and take it up the mountain." Thinking for a moment, he added, "Don't touch anything at home, especially things with blood. Use freshly drawn well water only." "Okay, I know, second brother has already told me," Lu Jiuyue said, grabbing a shovel and heading towards the corner of the yard where the meat was buried. Lu Jiha washed a lot of rice, roasted it in the pot until it was cooked, and then packed it into bags. Afterward, he kneaded dough and baked a pile of pancakes. By the time the pancakes were ready, Lu Jiuyue had also marinated the meat intended for steaming, and both began steaming the meat and potatoes. Once everything edible was packed, Lu Jiha also carried all the charcoal from the house. An hour later, they started their journey back to the cellar. Before leaving, Lu Jifei carefully inspected the yard, covering the well mouth again with snow and restoring the portion of the yard that Lu Jiuyue had dug up to its original state. Lu Jiha and Lu Jiuyue walked in front, while Lu Jifei, holding the gun, walked last, carefully obliterating their footprints with branches. When they returned to the cellar, it was almost noon. None of them had eaten breakfast yet, but no one had an appetite. Through the light coming in through the cave entrance, Lu Jiha lit the small charcoal stove, boiled hot water, and steeped some rice tea. They hastily ate the already cold pancakes with the tea. After finishing the pancake, Lu Jiuyue clung to her brother's arm, leaning against him in silence. After sitting like that for quite a while, she finally said, "If zombies can't find anyone there, will they leave?" "Probably." Lu Jiha hugged his sister, stroking her fluffy short hair as he said, "We'll go back down the mountain in a few days to check. If there is still no activity, then it means they must have left and gone elsewhere." Lu Jiuyue remained silent. After a long while she said, "But if they don't leave, what do we do?" Lu Jifei, who had been squatting at the cave entrance watching the outside, turned around at this moment and said, "Observe first, see if we can fight them off. If we can, we'll chop them down. Damn bastards, driving us here and breaking our doors." Saying these words naturally exuded an aura of ferocity. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyue felt less disheartened. Tilting her head, she asked again, "What if we can't beat them?" "If we can't win," her second brother said openly, "survival comes first, then we'll just have to run." Lu Jiuyue laughed, mimicking his posture. She squatted at the cave entrance and looked out, saying, "That's true, as long as the three of us are together, we can always find somewhere to settle down, right big brother?" Lu Jiha sat on the bed, smiling at them and said, "Yeah, after a while, maybe the weather will get warmer. If winter is over, we'll find a better place to live." "That wouldn't be bad, would it?" The three of them fell silent again, all looking outside the cave. Outside there was brilliant sunlight, desolate snowfields. This world was so vast, yet they could only stay in this tiny cave, unable to go anywhere. For 3 consecutive days, they stayed in the cellar. During the day, Lu Jifei occasionally went out, holding his gun to patrol the area around them. As soon as it got dark, he would close the door and stay inside. Relying on that small charcoal pot, Lu Jiha managed to cook their 3 meals a day: roasted sweet potatoes, roasted mantu, steamed buns, pancakes, roasted and steamed meat, all paired with hot and fragrant rice tea, which made even such simple food taste rather special. When they emerged from the cellar again, it was already the morning of the 4th day. Lu Jifei came out first. He stood by the cave entrance, looked up at the sky, seeing clouds gathering with strong winds blowing, and then told Lu Jiha, "You stay here. I'll go check out down the mountain and return quickly." "No," Lu Jiha immediately rejected this suggestion, saying, "I'll be worried." "That's right, second brother." Lu Jiuyue feared they might ask her to stay behind, so she hastily added, "Let's all go together. I run fast and won't fall behind." Lu Jifei had no choice but to take them along. As the 3 walked down the slope, they were more cautious than ever before. Approaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Jifei stopped to peer into the field. The undulating snowfield still stretched endlessly, monotone white, surrounded by white mountains. Scattered trees on the mountain were grayish-white, and the sky was also a shade of gray-white. In this bleak, lifeless sea of white, it seemed as if the entire world had turned void. Only these 3 black dots were moving, alive, truly present. Of course, this was just an illusion. Lu Jifei knew well that in this vast, pure white expanse, there were things lurking, half-dead, half-alive things. But where exactly they were hiding, he couldn't tell. With his gun ready, he carefully moved towards the house down the hill. Every 2 steps, he paused to listen for any sounds around him. Whistling winds swept past them, taking away every bit of warmth from their bodies. Holding the cold weapon in his hands, even through the gloves, it felt unbearably frigid, making his fingers ache with pain. As they rounded the corner of the wall, they bent low and slowly made their way forward along the snowy slope next to the kitchen. Passing over rooftops and chimneys, he spotted the yard walls and gate first. They looked just as they did when they left, a door lying flat on the ground, the other hanging loosely on the hinge, being battered against the wall by the wind with dull clangs. Then, slowly, his gaze shifted toward the courtyard. When he saw what lay scattered across its middle, all the blood in Lu Jifei's body seemed to freeze instantly. In their home, within the grey confines of the small yard, red-drenched bones lay strewn across the pristine white snow. In this starkly black and white world, the red coloration was incredibly bizarre and ruthlessly cruel. It was as if a hostile zombie were glaring at them, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth and rotten gums, taunting them with vicious laughter. Chapter 16, The Prey. Every bone had tooth marks at its ends. They were scattered on the ground, still bloody and with tendons not fully removed, frozen together with the snow. Among them was even a human skull. Judging from the remaining facial muscles and contours, it belonged to one of the 6 people they had killed in the cave. Lu Jiha squatted beside the skull, staring into the 2 hollow eyes of the skeleton, feeling an icy chill all over his body that overshadowed the discomfort in his stomach. At this moment, Lu Jifei and Lu Jiuyue rushed out from the storage room. After searching every corner of the room just as they had last time, they found nothing again. "Jiuyue, go keep watch outside," Lu Jifei said. Lu Jiuyue averted her gaze from the pile of exposed bones, her lips trembling slightly as she softly acknowledged the command before walking away. Lu Jifei then squatted next to Lu Jiha and asked quietly, "Did you find anything?" Lu Jiha pointed to the skull and said, "These bones, or rather this person, were dragged from the cave by those zombies, and left here." Lu Jifei immediately understood what he meant. The remains of this person were originally in the cave but now appeared as a blood-soaked stack of bones in their yard. Whether it was the zombies or some other ghostly thing that moved them here, the intent was clear: intimidation, provocation, and retaliation. They knew there were still living people here, and perhaps they even knew they had returned. Fuck. These stupid bastards. Lu Zhifei stood up, gritting his teeth as he turned and went inside the house. Are they trying to mess with me? Fine. I'll play along. Let's see who dies first, me or them. He threw down his gun, grabbed a shovel from behind the main room door, and furiously started shoveling the bones in the snowy ground, trying to get rid of these filthy things from his home. Lu Zhihe stood up, walked over to him, and placed a hand on his shovel-holding arm. Zhifei, calm down. He gently embraced Lu Zhifei and said, they don't know where we are hiding. At least, they don't know yet. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhifei stood there looking at Lu Zhihe while sorrow began to rise in his eyes. This was the person he had risked everything to find, the person he was determined to protect, destined to suffer alongside him in this damned world. Death wasn't frightening. Watching someone you loved die in front of you without being able to do anything, that was terrifying. He reached out to touch Lu Zhihe's thin cheek, pausing for a moment before saying, "Ahe, it's only a matter of time before they find the cellar. Look, these things already found the cave and made their way here, and are now watching us." I understand. Lu Zhihe gripped his hand and softly exhaled a puff of white breath, saying, "But they won't eat us that easily. With careful planning, victory is not impossible." Looking at him, Lu Zhifei saw in those beautiful eyes a coldness like ice and felt suddenly more composed. That was right. Why had he let himself panic? He admitted that the fact zombies had developed intelligence and malice was indeed chilling. But he hadn't used to lose control so easily. At least the few cowards in town had fought back against the zombies before running off. How come now, without even fighting, he panicked? "You're just too eager to protect us." Lu Zhihe obviously saw through his thoughts and said softly, "I am too. We both are." Lu Zhifei looked at him, and within a few seconds, quickly calmed his enraged mind. After re-examining the surroundings, he said, "The houses around here have weak doors, windows, and roofs. Those creatures can break in easily, so we can't stay here anymore. Even if we plan to fight them, we should return to the cellar." As he spoke, he stepped out. "Go bring Jiuyue inside. There's lamp oil at home and also a pot of diesel we brought earlier. She knows where it is. Have her find it and take it with her. Let's prepare traps around the cellar and give them a surprise when they come." "All right," Lu Zhihe replied, following closely behind as he directly headed toward Lu Jiuyue. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei squatted beside the trap pit. The snow and blood inside remained unchanged. He stared at it for a while and began shoveling the accumulated snow out. After some time, Lu Zhihe also came over, holding another shovel to help him clean the snow. Once the iron spikes were revealed, Lu Zhifei jumped down into the pit, carefully avoiding the sharp red-brown metal teeth, tying the spikes at the bottom of the pit securely with ropes. Then Lu Zhihe pulled him out, and together, they hauled the spikes out of the pit with the rope. At this moment, Lu Jiuyue walked out of the yard, carrying a plastic pot filled with diesel in one hand and a small bundle of firewood tied with the blanket from last time on her shoulder. "Brother, are we going to make torches?" she asked breathlessly. "Is the firewood enough? Should I fetch some more?" Lu Zhifei looked back and said, "It's enough. Let's go back to the cellar." Dragging two long iron spikes, they headed toward the rear mountain. On their way to the cellar, they set up two traps. Over 10 meters away from the entrance to the cellar, Lu Zhifei found another tree and bound a noose from it that hung down. This was something he'd learned while hunting wild animals before. If any beast went through the rope knot, the slip knot would tighten, trapping the animal and hoisting it up. Of course, they were all aware that methods effective against humans or animals might not work on zombies. But these traps could at least hold them off for a while and provide early warning. After setting up the traps, he returned to the cellar. Lu Zhihe and Jiuyue were cutting the quilt into pieces, binding them onto the firewood. Pouring oil on them would turn them into torches, useful for both illumination and as weapons in emergencies. Lu Zhifei inventoried the ammunition, filling the chambers of the two rifles. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue polished her arrows. In fact, she had already sharpened the arrowheads a few days ago. She just wanted something to do to keep her spirit high. Lu Zhihe lit the charcoal brazier, starting to bake flatbreads and boil hot water. As the water began to boil, he watched by the fire and suddenly said, "Do you think those zombies only come at night?" Lu Zhifei's heart skipped a beat. For days ago when they first discovered the gate smashed open, after that, they stayed in the cellar non-stop, which caused him to overlook one thing: the skeleton likely appeared in their yard during the night. He then remembered that noon in town. The bright sun illuminated the quiet, ruined streets, with not a single soul around. That chilling feeling wasn't unfounded. The zombies had been there, they were simply hiding somewhere. But why were they hiding? Were they afraid of the two armed living people, or was it something else? At that moment, Lu Jiuyue murmured beside him, "Is it because they don't dare come out during the day?" "That's right," Lu Zhifei chimed in. "They are very likely afraid of light." Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhihe both turned to look at him, so Lu Zhifei emphasized again, "Although it's not completely confirmed, they very likely fear light." Lu Jiuyue hesitated and said, "But previous zombies didn't fear light." That was true. Although older zombies preferred darker places, clear days posed no barrier to them. But hadn't older zombies also lacked intelligence? They would mindlessly attack anything alive without purpose rather than methodically targeting their prey like now. Indeed, they themselves were the prey. This new speculation evidently greatly encouraged all three of them, and Lu Jiha immediately stood up and said, "Let's go chop some more firewood." They chopped a lot of broken branches in the nearby snowy area, bringing them back to the cellar until the small space was almost full. Then the three sat together around the charcoal stove, eating their first meal of the day. The sharp, cold northern wind finally faded in the evening. Lu Jifei closed the cellar entrance early, using snow-covered branches tied with ropes to block the doorway. Around flickering lamplight, they chatted for a while. Lu Jiha then said, "You two sleep first. I'll stay alert outside. Later, if I'm tired, I'll call Joyue in the middle of the night." Lu Joyue nodded and obediently climbed into bed. Lu Jifei had no objections to this arrangement either. He knew Ahe wanted to make sure he rested adequately since he was their primary fighter. They all only took off their outer thick cotton coats, lying in the darkness and listening to the occasional sound of snow breaking branches outside the cellar. The sound was faint through the door, but clear in the silence. Lu Jifei thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but hearing the gentle, steady breathing beside him, he gradually drifted off. Suddenly, a noise from outside startled him awake. Before figuring out what it was, he had already sat up and quickly dressed himself. In the dimness of the cellar, he saw Lu Jiha gripping his rifle and quietly waking up Lu Joyue. Tucking his axe behind his back, Lu Jifei picked up the rifle near his bed and silently moved toward the exit. Behind him, Lu Jiha squatted down, while Lu Joyue had slipped on her coat, tucked her dagger into her leg bindings, and grabbed her bow. Outside, something was angrily hissing, not like a human but more like some kind of beast. The swishing sound of footsteps in the snow grew closer to the cellar, becoming distinctly audible. Lu Jifei firmly gripped his rifle and pointed its muzzle at the small hole on the door. A loud plop sounded as if a heavy object had landed in front of the cellar entrance. The rustling footsteps, along with animal-like breathing, echoed around the cellar. Suddenly, both the footsteps and the breathing ceased, leaving a brief moment of silence. In the darkness, Lu Joyue only heard her own thumping heartbeat and deliberately prolonged breaths. At that moment, the rope tied to the branches outside suddenly tightened, then snapped. A blood-red eye appeared in a small hole above the wooden door. Lu Joyue couldn't help but let out a scream, and at the same time, Lu Jifei pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, accompanied by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, angrier howls and more labored breaths erupted from outside. Just by the footstep sounds alone, Lu Jiha knew their cellar had been surrounded by zombies. "Joyue, light the lamp," he suddenly said. There was no hint of panic in his voice, which immediately calmed Lu Joyue down. She quickly took out her lighter and ignited the oil lamp beside the bed. The tiny cellar gradually brightened with the flicker of flame. Ho-oh-oh. The howling resumed in front of the opening. Lu Jifei extended the gun barrel through the door and fired repeatedly. After the thunderous shots came an instant of quiet outside. Suddenly, a loud boom emanated from the door, causing it to shake violently. A corner already began to show cracks. At this point, clawing sounds came from the top of the cellar followed by booming sounds, shaking dust from the brick joints down. Lu Jiha's eyes were fixed on the entrance while his hand reached back, saying, "Joyue, the torch." Lu Joyue immediately lit the torch soaked with oil next to the lamp and handed it to her elder brother. She lit 4 or 5 more torches, casting roaring flames that illuminated the entire cellar and exposed the wobbling wooden door at the entrance. Amidst the continuous gunfire, booms from the top of the cellar and wooden door, as well as the howls and breaths of zombies, these all became clearer under the glowing light. With another blow, the wooden door finally crashed to the ground. Lu Jifei was hastily yanked into the cave by Lu Jiha before the heavy door slammed onto the floor. Dusk hadn't even settled when Lu Jiha threw 2 flaming torches outside, followed swiftly by 2 more. Outside, zombie figures scattered hastily in different directions, shadows darting away. Simultaneously, Lu Jifei and Lu Jiha emerged from the cellar, standing on a patch of snow just before the cave entrance, firing bullets while standing back to back. In the flickering firelight, the surrounding sight was shocking. More than a dozen zombies fled at alarming speed, sometimes leaving only faint streaks visible under dim moonlight. By Lu Jiha's feet lay a terrifying corpse. Its head was perforated by a bullet leaving a black hole, half-naked body hung with tattered rags. Its cyan-black skin revealed deeply interwoven crimson muscles, resembling a freshly skinned cadaver. Just as Lu Jiha momentarily glanced downward, he raised his head to see 2 shadows leaping towards him from either side of the snowy slope of the cellar. In a flash, he squeezed off consecutive rounds. The 2 zombies screeched, each bounding towards opposite woods, agile as wild animals. They then hid within the shadows of the forest, emitting chilling screams that made one's teeth chatter. Lu Jiha did not fire recklessly anymore. He'd just learned to shoot, in such dim light and at such high speeds, hitting them would be nearly impossible. Moreover, bullets were limited. He needed to leave ammunition for Erfei. On Lu Jifei's side, there were far more zombies. They retreated to the shadows in the surrounding woods, jumping about here and there while cackling strangely, like wolves encircling prey, exposing their insane hunger for flesh and blood. Even so, Lu Zhifei's aim remained steady. He didn't need to turn back because he knew Lu Zhihe stood behind him, willing to risk his life to protect him. Similarly, Lu Zhifei wouldn't allow these zombies to come forward another step. These creatures continuously emitted horrifying howls, threatening and waiting for the flames to extinguish. Lu Zhifei was also waiting. Dozens of shadows darted chaotically in the dimly lit woods, dragging trails too difficult to capture with the eyes. But if one fixed their gaze on any single shadow, they'd inevitably find a pause in motion. Suddenly, the fire flashed brighter, and Lu Zhiyue threw several more torches outside. A figure in the woods hesitated for an instant. This was exactly what Lu Zhifei had waited for. With two bangs, the dark shadow fell from behind the tree. In the nearby woods, the zombies were quiet for a moment as several dark shadows lunged toward the fallen figure. From the darkness came sounds of the zombies squabbling over their meal, accompanied by blood-curdling gnawing noises. Lu Zhifei hardly had time to aim before firing at the mass of madly feeding shadows. After a while, the gnawing stopped, yet more dark figures continued flying toward this area, all for the sake of grabbing a piece of that rotting meat. At this moment, a more piercing howl came from the slope behind him. On the snow-covered ground in front of the forest slowly crawled out a zombie. Its crawling resembled that of a robust black gorilla, but its body was covered with large areas of red knotted muscles. And on this horrifying body grotesquely grew a human face. Although this face was already twisted and deformed, under the dim firelight, Lu Zhihe could still recognize it. This person used to be one among those townsfolk. With that howl, the zombies cannibalizing each other inside the forest ceased their original actions. They leapt back into the darkness, emitting continuous roars as they eyed the two living humans in the firelight, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The red zombie took a few more steps forward, and Lu Zhihe suddenly fired his gun. The bullet hit the snow, splashing up a shower of snowflakes. That zombie nimbly dodged and then suddenly sped up, charging ferociously toward Lu Zhihe. Lu Zhihe suddenly stopped shooting. Too close now, ahead was the cellar. Bullets might penetrate the cave's ceiling and injure Lu Zhiyue. He pulled out the long stick tucked behind him and swung it with all his might at the pouncing zombie. With a bang, the stick broke, and the zombie tumbled in the air once. Upon landing on all fours, it immediately charged back. Just when the situation looked extremely perilous, two blazing torches were suddenly thrown from the cave entrance, landing right in front of Lu Zhihe. The flames briefly held off the zombie, giving Lu Zhifei just enough time to free up and turn to shoot into the darkness outside. That zombie instantly fled back into the woods. Its attack seemed like a signal. The other zombies also emerged from the shadows of the woods, rushing toward the two people standing in the middle like a wolf pack encircling them. Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe fired repeatedly, and Lu Zhiyue kept throwing out burning torches. Zombies were constantly forced back but attacked furiously again. Amidst the continuous gunfire, Lu Zhihe heard the gunshots from behind suddenly stop. His heart sank. He knew Lu Zhifei's magazine was empty. Twisting his body, he shot a burst toward the zombies on the latter's side to cover him while changing magazines. Empty shells plopped onto the snow. Amidst the gunfire, there was suddenly a loud shout of "Duck!" Lu Zhifei instinctively lowered himself, and it was seen that Lu Zhifei held his gun with his left hand while drawing out an axe with his right. He powerfully swung the axe from above Lu Zhifei's head, making a crack sound as a zombie trying to sneak attack was chopped and flung far away. Meanwhile, Lu Zhihe turned around and fired shots to force back another wave of attacking zombies from behind. After a short while, Lu Zhifei had changed the magazine, and both guns fired simultaneously. The zombies howled and retreated back into the woods again, leaving 6 or 7 terrifying corpses on the snow. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhihe looked at the dark woods and shouted loudly, "Zhiyue, get out the crossbow. Coat the arrowheads with oil." Almost as soon as the words were out, Lu Zhiyue crouched and appeared at the cave entrance, running out with the crossbow and arrows, handing the crossbow to Lu Zhihe. He touched the arrow, a strong smell of diesel fuel oozing from it. He pointed at the trees ahead and said, "Kill that leading one." Years of tacit understanding allowed Lu Zhifei to instantly comprehend his meaning. Lu Zhihe placed the arrow on the crossbow, lighting it near the flaming torch. A moment later, the entire arrow was burning. He waited until the arrow burned for a while before pulling the trigger of the crossbow, releasing the flaming arrow which illuminated a small patch of the preceding darkness. Under this flickering firelight, Lu Zhifei caught sight of several dark shadows in the woods, accurately spotting the silhouette of the red gorilla. He lifted his gun, its still smoking muzzle tightly following the shadow through a few trees, waiting for the instant it darted between trees. Gunfire erupted suddenly as the red figure froze in midair, then plummeted. Then came the second shot, third shot. Intense gunfire almost turned the red zombie into a sieve, finally stopping its struggles after an indeterminate shot blasted its head open, causing it to cease moving. As the gunfire subsided, the surrounding woods were quiet for an instant. Nearby shadows suddenly howled and leaped towards the corpse on the ground, resuming the gnawing and scrambling feast. Other zombies lunged toward the 3 people standing amidst the flames. Lu Zhihe handed the crossbow to Lu Zhiyue and picked up his gun again. The 3 of them stood back to back, forming a solid circle, behind them the blazing firelight and a barricade formed by the bodies of their loved ones. In front of them was a dense web of fiery tongues and the protective net of burning torches. Even Lu Zhiyue was no longer afraid. She knew that these mutated red zombies were only more terrifying in appearance, but essentially were not much different from the ones she had killed before. The number of zombies lunging at them from all sides decreased gradually, until finally only a few remained scavenging in the woods. Lu Jiuyue picked up a torch from the ground, and the three walked toward the forest. The sound of chewing bones became clearer. Under the dim firelight, a zombie suddenly raised its head from the corpse on the ground, letting out a hiss as it lunged toward them. Two other zombies awakened by the approaching fire fled deeper into the forest. Lu Jiuyue hurled two torches far into the distance. Under the light they provided, Lu Jihe raised his gun and eliminated the zombie lunging toward them. Lu Jifei aimed at another one fleeing far away and managed to land a headshot, causing the zombie to fall flat on the ground. At this moment, a howl came from further away. A zombie that had fled earlier had gotten entangled in a rope knot and now dangled upside down from a tree branch, struggling violently. The zombie's piercing scream filled the air as it thrashed about helplessly. The three surrounded it with their torches. Lu Jihe stopped 2 meters below the tree, looking at his sister, then covered her eyes with his hand still smeared with gunpowder. Lu Jifei drew his axe and swung it down with a dull thud, severing the ropes and silencing the creature's cries. In the dark woods and on the snow-covered ground, scattered remnants of numerous bodies could be faintly seen. Holding their guns tightly and with knives in hand, the three slowly returned to the cellar. Instead of entering, they brought all the wood from inside out and built a large bonfire outside. Then they sat together around the fire pile on the snow, waiting for dawn. A streak of dawn finally broke through at the peak of the mountain, illuminating the world with its first rays of light. Scattered across the snowy ground lay over a dozen corpses, each partially mutated with some red muscle tissue. After inspecting a few, Lu Ji had discovered that they were all from the camp in town. Some were from the group of 6, while others, like him, had been captured for food. Whether who infected whom first was unclear. Those who ate others and those who were eaten eventually became the same group of zombies, acquiring the intelligence of a wolf pack. However, fairness dictated that with a bit of extra brain power and stronger muscles, they also developed an aversion to fire and light, which allowed the three to survive this battle. Worried that animals might consume these mutated bodies and become infected, they dug deep pits and collected all the scattered corpses. Dousing them in diesel fuel, they set them ablaze. Amidst the rolling smoke, the sun ascended over the mountaintop, casting brilliant sunlight on the white snow and gray-white forest, illuminating the faces of the survivors after the disaster. Lu Jifei turned his head to look at the two beside him. Like him, they had been scorched black by the night's flames, appearing somewhat disheveled. But they had all survived, and what mattered most, their family, was still with them, making it truly the happiest outcome. Lu Jifei raised his hand, wiping some ash from the corner of Lu Jihe's eye with his thumb, then pulled him along, saying, "Let's go home." Chapter 18, Plum Blossom. Lu Jiuyue stood on the snowy slope, wearing sunglasses as she gazed into the distance. The sun was bright, the sky a deep blue, and everything around her was still. The thick layer of snow reflected blinding white light. Looking all around, it seemed as though she were the only small black dot in the entire yard. As time passed, she felt like she was floating in a vacuum of white, where even sounds were swallowed by the heavy snow, leaving behind only emptiness and silence. Of course, this was just an illusion. Lu Jiuyue wiped her frostbitten nose with her sleeve, then turned to go inside. In the courtyard behind her, her elder brother and second brother were waiting along with a warm brazier and hot food. No matter how cold or lonely the winter might be, these comforts were enough to soothe one's heart. It was the 3rd day since they had moved things back from the cellar. Over these few days, they had cleaned up the courtyard, reinforced the yard gate and door, and repaired the damaged household items. Though they knew it wouldn't help much, they dragged the iron caltrops back and set up traps at the entrance. Every night, the three would tightly shut all doors and windows, sleep together in one room with weapons nearby while taking turns keeping watch. The fire in the brazier never went out throughout the night. Even during the day, when zombies wouldn't normally come out, they would occasionally leave home to check their surroundings. After all, that fateful night saw most of the zombies killed, but who could say if any had slipped away amidst the chaos? Similarly, they weren't certain whether there were more zombies near the cave. Even if only 1 or 2 had escaped, a surprise attack under cover of darkness would give them plenty to deal with. After returning home, Lu Jifei inventoried the ammunition, finding that they had less than a box of bullets left, and only a little diesel remaining in the canister. Luckily, there was still plenty of firewood at home, and the rear mountain was rich with dead trees and branches. As long as they got advance warning, they could start fires and defend themselves with axes, cleavers, and other makeshift tools. Lu Jiuyue closed the courtyard gate and rushed inside, finding her older brothers huddled together, warming themselves by the fire and chatting about something. She rubbed her hands as she entered, shut the hall door tightly, and puffed warm air onto her fingers near the fire pot, saying, "It's so cold." Lu Jifei quickly placed a chair beneath her bottom, and Lu Jihe picked up the fire tongs, rummaging through the ashes in the brazier, asking, "Are you hungry? Let me see if the sweet potatoes are done." Saying this, he dug a sweet potato out of the ash heap using the tongs, knocking off the ash, and squeezing it gently to confirm it had softened before setting it aside to cool. Once it wasn't too hot to handle, he split it into 2 halves, giving 1 half each to Lu Jifei and Lu Jiuyue, saying, "This is the last one, eat it while it's hot." Lu Jiuyue accepted it carefully, tearing away the outer skin piece by piece while muttering, "So hot." The roasted sweet potato had a golden crust underneath its skin, revealing a soft, steaming white interior redolent with the natural sweetness of the plant. Lu Zhifei blew on it gently, tore off a chunk, and offered it to Lu Jihe's mouth, saying, "Come on, open your mouth." Lu Jihe ate a bite from his hand, saying, "That's enough for me, I already ate a lot at noon." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiuyue also broke off a piece and held it out to him. He had no choice but to eat it again, remarking, "You too eat, this is our last sweet potato, there won't be another." Lu Jiuyue took a tiny bite, letting the sweet, tender taste linger slowly in her mouth, thinking that there wouldn't be any more delicious sweet potatoes for the rest of the winter, making her reluctant to swallow further. They spent a long time sharing that single small sweet potato, savoring every bit, and eventually when it was gone, they all felt deeply satisfied. "The potatoes are almost gone," said Lu Jiuyue. "I'm so tired of winter not ending yet." When the bitter winter passed, the fields would always yield some edible plants, like wild greens, tree leaves, sweet potatoes, and other crops. Thinking that it had been a very long time since she'd seen anything green, Lu Jiuyue couldn't help swallowing her saliva and asked, "Brother, do you remember the year you took us out to pick mustard greens and then we came back to make dumplings?" Lu Jihe smiled at her, replying, "I remember. And that time, we flew kites." Lu Zhifei laughed, saying, "And do you remember a certain spoiled brat who refused to walk any further halfway through the trip? Want to know who carried her back?" Lu Jiuyue laughed loudly, lying down on her brother's lap, saying, "I don't know. I forgot." "Once spring comes, we'll go dig mustard greens again," said Lu Jihe, stroking his sister's fluffy short hair. "When we get back, we'll make dumplings and meat-filled pastries with the mustard greens." If they could survive this winter in peace, if the fields of spring still yielded mustard greens. After dinner that evening, they slept in the same room again. Lu Jihe kept watch during the first half of the night while Lu Zhifei took the second shift. Before going to sleep, the three of them chatted by the faint light of the firepot. Lu Jiuyue said, "There shouldn't be any more zombies coming, right?" "Possibly," Lu Zhifei replied, "if there are really still zombies near the cave, they should have already come over these past 2 days. If only we could go check it out, then at least we wouldn't have to live on edge like this every day." "No way. We can't go inside the cave." Lu Jihe immediately rejected the suggestion. "It's too dark in there, and we don't have enough ammunition. The cave had once been a hidden passage, but now it was a potential danger. If zombies were hiding inside, venturing into the cave would undoubtedly be suicidal." Lu Zhifei understood this as well and quickly said, "I'm not going in there. I was just saying it. It would be great if only we had explosives. We could blow up the entrance and seal it completely. At least that way, they won't be able to get in through there." "That's a good idea, but unfortunately we don't have any explosives at home," Lu Jiuyue said from under the quilt, revealing her tiny face. "Even if we did, we'd make it harder for ourselves to get out later. When the weather warms up, we can find another way through the mountains," Lu Zhifei said. Eventually, they'd have to leave to search for supplies. The cave was blocked, the mountain road was destroyed, but there were still paths to take. Although difficult, moving slowly and spending more time could still get them to the other side. Lu Jihe fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "We don't need explosives, we can block the entrance to the cave. Didn't you repair the courtyard wall last time? Why don't we build a few walls at the entrance to the cave?" Both Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue became excited at once. That was true, why hadn't they thought of that earlier? The entrance wasn't especially wide. If they built a wall there and sealed the entrance, wouldn't that work? Zombies may have sharp teeth and claws, but they're so stupid that even if they found their way there, how would they know the exit was outside the wall? The three discussed building the wall for a while. Early the next morning, Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue woke up early, carrying shovels to dig out a house buried under the snow close to the cave entrance. When Lu Jihe finished making breakfast at home, the three ate and went to clear out the house. They first dismantled the collapsed wall, removed the bricks, and placed them on a wooden board. Then they dragged the bricks using ropes to the cave entrance. With the slippery snow, dragging them didn't take much effort. Afterwards, Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei lit a fire at the cave entrance, melting the snow in a small pot to produce water. As they did last time, they soaked the bricks with water and stacked them one by one. Once the water froze, the bricks bonded tightly together. They sprinkled some water on the wall, freezing it smooth and hard. Using this method, they constructed a nearly 2-meter thick wall, thoroughly sealing the cave entrance. "That's all we can do for now," the three looked up at the finished wall together. Lu Zhifei said, "They shouldn't be able to come through in winter. We'll decide what to do when the weather gets warmer. If we want to pass through from this side later, it will be easy to tear down the wall once the ice melts." Tired after working all day, they went to bed early that evening. There was still someone keeping watch overnight, Lu Zhifei for the first half, Lu Jiuyue for the second. Perhaps because of the sense of security brought by the wall, the entire night was unusually quiet without even the sound of wind. In the serene darkness, those who weren't on duty slept soundly. When Lu Zhifei woke up the next morning, he saw that the sky had already brightened, and the spot beside him was empty. Lu Jiuyue was curled up in the innermost part of the quilt, exposing only the back of her little head. Lu Zhifei tucked the blanket around her better, quietly dressed, and opened the door to go to the kitchen where Lu Zhihe was cooking at the stove. He had made porridge and flatbreads and was now cutting potato shreds. Lu Zhifei walked over and wrapped his arms around Lu Zhihe's waist from behind, resting his head on his shoulder without speaking a word as he watched him chop vegetables. Lu Zhihe turned around and smiled, asking, "Still sleepy? Why didn't you lie down a bit longer?" Lu Zhifei lazily responded, asking, "And you? Why didn't you sleep longer?" "I couldn't fall back asleep, so I got up." Lu Zhihe soaked the potato shreds in water and asked, "Are you hungry? Is Jiuyue awake yet? I'm about to start stir-frying." "She's still sleeping." Lu Zhifei let go of him, feeling his hands, which were quite cold, and pulled him towards the fireplace, saying, "Come sit here for a while." The two squeezed onto the long bench in front of the hearth, warming their hands by the fire. Then Lu Zhifei gently turned Lu Zhihe's face toward him, looking closely, saying, "You look a bit better than when we first came." Lu Zhihe smiled. Lu Zhifei touched his hands again and sighed, saying, "They're still cold. Tomorrow, I'll go look for that pond, there must be fish in it. When we came here to play before, I saw people fishing in the stream." Lu Zhihe hurriedly said, "Don't go. It's so cold outside. Do you want to freeze yourself sick? We don't even have medicine." Lu Zhifei thought for a moment and then said, "Do we only have those few potatoes left at home?" That's all we have left, I chopped them all today," Lu Zhihe said. "After eating, we should go check the cellar, take some supplies back." "All right," Lu Zhifei replied gently, staring at him for a while, leaning forward and kissing those thin lips. Lu Zhihe looked down and also held him lightly. The firelight from the hearth illuminated the two of them, with flickering lights dimming the fine lines by their eyes and the scars on their foreheads, making them look young and handsome as ever, as though time had been kind to them, just like many years ago when they would sneak kisses in the kitchen away from their younger sister. After breakfast, the three went to the cellar. Lu Zhifei took out the hammer and saw and fixed the door at the entrance. Lu Zhihe opened each bag, jar, and canister in the cellar, examining them carefully, and ended up finding quite a lot of new things. There was a bag of beans hidden in a corner of the cabinet. After testing, he confirmed it was dry peas. Next to it was a small jar containing half a jar of blackish sticky fragments. Lu Jiuyue always thought it was spoiled grain until Lu Zhihe sniffed it after scooping some out, realizing it was half a jar of preserved pickled vegetables. Soak it in water and it can be steamed or stir-fried. The plum sauce in plum sauce pork is made from this. Little Fei used to like this taste a lot. Lu Zhihe said. Lu Jiuyue squatted next to him, grabbed a handful, and smelled it, saying, "So this is what fermented dry vegetables look like. They really are ugly, and the smell is odd too. Second brother, did you really like this stuff before?" Lu Zhifei stopped working on the doorway and walked over, squatting beside her and taking a whiff. He said, "Sorry, I only ever saw the plum sauce on the dining table, I've never seen these raw materials either." Lu Jiuyue disdainfully said, "You claim you liked it so much. This smells terrible." "A bit," Lu Zhifei agreed, wrinkling his nose. "I do like it, but your brother always thought it was unhealthy and let me eat it very rarely." Lu Zhihe couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's fine, it's just stored for a long time. Soaking it will make it better." Thinking for a second, he added, "Fermented dry vegetables, by name alone, means it's salt-preserved vegetables that have been steamed and sun-dried. They were originally tender green vegetables." Lu Jiuyue looked up to her big brother in admiration and said, "Brother, you're truly amazing. You know everything." Lu Zhihe laughed and said, "Wait until you cook for a few years, and you'll know everything too. It's not like building airplanes or rockets, it's not that difficult." Saying this, he suddenly felt a little melancholic. A few years ago, if someone had told him that one day he'd live with his second brother and sister in an isolated small mountain village, relying on his experience from raising flowers on balconies and cooking meals every day, he would definitely have thought it was a huge joke. But who could have predicted back then that human civilization could collapse so easily? So many advanced technological products from before have now become piles of scrap metal. In just 5 years, they were forced to return to an agricultural lifestyle. But he only felt melancholic for a brief moment before shifting his gaze back to his second brother and sister squatting on the ground. The two food lovers were debating how to eat the jar of blackish fermented dry vegetables. Lu Zhihe thought, instead of grieving over what was lost, it would be better to eat well and strive to survive. Even the most extraordinary civilizations need people to keep surviving in order to carry them forward. As long as they continue to live, there would surely come a day when the world would get better. He picked up the jar and said to the two nearby, "Shall we make plum sauce pork today?" Chapter 19, Bean Sprouts. After returning home, Lu Zhihe poured dried peas into a sieve and asked Lu Jiuyue to pick out the plump ones. He and Lu Zhifei went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After picking for a while, Lu Jiuyue ran out to the yard shouting, "Brother, it's so troublesome to pick one by one. Why do we have to do this?" Lu Zhihe's voice came from the kitchen, saying, "Don't you want to eat vegetables? If you pick out the good peas, we can grow pea sprouts to eat." Pea sprouts? Can they really be grown? Lu Jiuyue immediately became both surprised and delighted, ran back to pick the beans with redoubled seriousness, as if wanting to examine each bean with a magnifying glass. By the time dinner was ready, she had successfully divided the beans into 2 piles, the plump peas filling a large bowl. Thinking of their imminent growth into lush green pea sprouts filled her with anticipation. Dinner indeed included a small portion of preserved vegetable braised pork. The pork slices were cooked tenderly with fat evenly distributed, the skin glistening. Underneath lay fermented vegetables that absorbed all the grease, emitting a unique aroma of preserved vegetables without any strange flavor reminiscent of the cellar. Smelling the food on the table, Lu Jiuyue indulged herself, exclaiming, "Ah, how fragrant." In addition to steaming the fermented vegetables with meat, Lu Jihe stir-fried some extra for himself to enjoy later. The soft-textured preserved vegetables at the bottom of the braised pork dish were complemented by the chewier texture of the stir-fried version which went perfectly with congee. After tasting each dish, Lu Jiuyue commented, "If only there were some green peppers added to this stir-fried preserved vegetable, it would be even better." Lu Jifei gave her a piece of meat and said, "Alright, when spring comes, let's plant some chili peppers in the field up front. And lots of little green vegetables. Grow pea sprouts. Grow cabbages and radishes." Lu Jiuyue supplemented while eating the meat. "We need to grow ginger, scallions, and chives." Lu Jihe also said. Lu Jifei continued, "Potatoes, sweet potatoes, we'll need plenty of them too. They last long through winter." As they ate, they eagerly discussed what vegetables to plant, as if already envisioning the snow outside melting away, the black soil bringing forth seedlings, stems growing under the intense summer sun, blooming luxuriant flowers. It truly was a wonderful world. After finishing dinner, Lu Jihe checked the selected peas, grabbed a big handful, and put them in a basin with warm water for soaking. Lu Jiuyue squatted beside the basin asking, "Is that all?" "That's all." Lu Jihe moved the basin closer to the fire pot, saying, "Keep the temperature steady, and they will germinate. For the next few days, wherever the fire pot is moved, carry the basin along, make sure the water doesn't freeze." "Okay." Lu Jiuyue stared at the peas in the water, saying, "Simple. I'll take care of it." Before sleeping, Lu Jiuyue brought the fire pot inside, deliberately adding more firewood for fear it might go out during the night and freeze her beloved pea sprouts. As soon as she opened her eyes the next morning, she slid down to look closely at the basin of soaked peas, carefully observing any changes. To her disappointment, the peas were still peas, showing no signs of germination. "Hurry and put on your big cotton coat." Lu Jihe, awakened by her commotion, turned over in bed and said, "Come back here and lie down for a bit. It's still early, it'll take several days for the sprouts to come out." "Oh." Lu Jiuyue, somewhat disappointed, climbed into bed beside her elder brother, lying close for a moment and said, "Could it be too cold for the sprouts to grow?" Lu Jihe, not fully awake yet, replied with closed eyes, "If they don't grow, we'll just eat the beans." Staring at the ceiling, Lu Jiuyue regretfully thought to herself, these beans weren't nearly as delicious as the pea sprouts. Turning around, she looked at her older brother again and asked, "Are the peas in, the princess and the pea, just like this?" Lu Jihe chuckled softly, replying, "Yes, just like this. A single small pea could keep the princess from sleeping." Lu Jiuyue sniffed and said, "Then our working women are much better. We sleep soundly wherever we go." Lu Jihe couldn't help but laugh again. Just then, Lu Jifei woke up, yawned and asked, "What are you talking about? I heard your chirping from the start of the day." Lu Jiuyue quickly reported the latest development on the peas to him. "Big brother too, the peas haven't started growing yet. If they don't sprout soon, big brother will cook them." "Cooked peas aren't bad either," Lu Jifei said. "Anyway, whatever he makes, I love it. Might as well make breakfast out of boiled peas." "Hey, you!" Lu Jiuyue quickly interjected, "Who wants boiled peas? I'll cook porridge." She spoke as she got up, prepared to go out and cook breakfast. Approaching the water basin, she threatened sternly, "Hear that? If you don't sprout soon, I'll boil you all up." Unfortunately, her threat had no substantial effect. After soaking for a whole day and night, the peas were still perfectly round with no signs of sprouting. In the evening, Lu Ji had drained the water from the basin, placed a thick piece of cotton cloth at the bottom, spread the beans evenly over the cloth, sprinkled warm water on them, and then said to Lu Jiuyue, who was crouching nearby observing, "Water them twice a day in the morning and evening. Don't water too much, just with the cloth underneath." Lu Jiuyue obediently agreed. Lu Jifei, roasting by the fire pot, smiled at Lu Jihe and said, "I remember a joke. Someone as a child tried to learn flower cultivation from you. They put seeds in the soil, watered them, and within a single day dug them up 3 times to check. Each time they'd get mud all over their hands, crying and throwing tantrums asking why the seeds wouldn't sprout." Lu Jihe laughed, replying, "Who taught them how to grow flowers? The teacher assigned it as homework, requiring the students to plant something at home and write observation diaries. It felt like an imperial decree. That girl stayed glued to the little flower pot day and night until I almost beat her to make her go to sleep. You two are so annoying." Lu Jiuyue watched her 2 brothers laugh into a bundle and stormed off to the kitchen, muttering along the way, "You old people remember what you shouldn't but forget everything important. So annoying." It wasn't until the 4th day that some peas finally started breaking through their skins, revealing tiny white sprouts. The three of them squatted around the basin, heads touching for a long time, carefully comparing which bean sprout was longer, whose was more robust, and which ones were still lazy and showed no signs of activity yet. Their dedication resembled young parents discussing newborns' growth in a nursery ward. Under the close attention of the entire family, the pea seedlings slowly began to grow. From small pointed buds to slender white stems, and finally sprouting green leaves. Observing the pea seedlings in the basin became the most important thing for Lu Jiuyue aside from eating and sleeping. On the day Lu Jihe prepared to harvest, Lu Jiuyue had even developed feelings for them. She gazed wistfully at the full basin of fresh green sprouts, saying, "Why can't we wait a few more days? They're growing so well now. If we wait any longer, they'll get old," Lu Jihe replied. "Old sprouts are a bit bitter and not tasty." Lu Jiuyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Can't we let them grow up, bloom, and produce new peas? Fresh peas are also delicious." "Not possible," Lu Jihe explained. "There's no soil in the basin, there's not enough nutrition to let them grow bigger." Lu Jifei consoled his sister beside him, saying, "After cutting this batch, new sprouts will soon come out again." "Really, don't glare at me, your brother personally promised it." "Really?" Lu Jiuyue turned to look at her elder brother, and Lu Jihe nodded, saying, "Look at the roots below." He lifted the pea sprouts out of the basin, revealing the roots that had already penetrated the cotton cloth, interweaving and growing together into one big white block. Lu Jihe cut half the sprouts flush with the roots and laid the whole root back down at the bottom of the basin, saying, "We'll keep the other half for tomorrow's meal. Like before, water twice daily, morning and evening, and we can harvest another crop very soon." The fresh tender pea sprouts didn't even need cooking, they could be eaten raw after a quick rinse. Once they reached the dining table, Lu Jiuyue, who hadn't eaten green leafy vegetables all winter, gazed at her own carefully raised bean sprouts without a second thought. She sipped a few mouthfuls of porridge, ate 2 sprouts, and her taste buds tingled with the sweetness of the plant. It was pure bliss. Delicious. With the bean sprouts, she finished a large bowl of steaming hot porridge, feeling warm throughout her body, and said, "Brother, let's soak another batch of beans in another pot. Then we can have fresh bean sprouts every day." After enjoying several batches of bean sprouts, followed by dried vegetable braised pork, snowy days gradually diminished, and sunny days increased day by day. Though the weather was still cold, Lu Jihe took the quilt outside every day to air it out, beating it vigorously with a bamboo rod while drying, making it softer and cozier to sleep under at night. One day, after he finished beating the quilt and was about to return indoors, he saw Lu Jifei and Lu Jiuyue shouldering shovels preparing to leave. He hurriedly asked, "Where are you two going in such cold weather?" "Just around the courtyard," Lu Jifei said. "Last time when we blocked the cave, didn't we dismantle that side of the house? I saw some basins there, let's take a few back to grow pea sprouts. You go inside and warm yourself by the fire, we'll be right back." Lu Jihe reminded them, "Take the basins and come straight back, don't linger outside too long." Lu Jifei and Lu Jiuyue agreed, then trudged through the snow towards the cave. Along the way, Lu Jiuyue asked, "Brother, did you really see fishing nets in that house?" "It should be," Lu Jifei gestured as he said, "such a big bamboo basket, thrown in the corner of the wall. We were busy dismantling the wall back then, so I didn't have time to look closely. This time, let's go find it again. If we find it, I'll take you fishing." At the mention of fishing, Lu Jiuyue became very excited and asked hastily, "Are there really fish in the water around here?" "There definitely are," Lu Jifei replied, looking around as they walked. He continued, "When we arrived, wasn't there a pond over there? It still had water at that time, and I wanted to try catching some fish from it. But then we were too busy fixing the house, digging sweet potatoes, and cutting firewood, so we never got around to it. Later, when the snow came and everything froze, I forgot all about it." Back then, he didn't care much for anything beyond simply ensuring that he and Lu Jiuyue had food to eat. They muddled through day by day without paying much attention to finer things. Now it was different. Since their lives weren't currently in danger, and with them staying together like a family, he couldn't just think about himself anymore, he also had to consider his family, right? Right, Lu Jiuyue nodded enthusiastically, saying, "I remember that pond. There's a stream nearby too, though it's dried up now with lots of stones. Brother, after we catch the fish, let's ask Big Brother to cook us a hot pot. I'm craving hot pot so much." Lu Jifei smiled and said, "The fish haven't been caught yet, but you're already making me hungry. No problem, we'll have hot pot when the time comes. Your brother loves it too." Chatting happily as they went, they soon reached the room not far from the cave entrance. Since the last time they dismantled the house, only 2 light snows had fallen, and neither the courtyard walls nor the houses were completely covered in snow yet. Lu Jifei took the shovel into the yard and, in the collapsed storeroom's corner, dug away several shovelfuls of snow. Sure enough, he uncovered 2 bamboo baskets shaped like small-mouthed, large-bellied wine jars. They squatted down and looked for a while, both confirming that these were indeed the tools needed for catching fish. "Pity that both baskets are broken." Lu Jiuyue lamented, "Look, there's such a big hole. They can't be used because the fish will escape." "No worries," Lu Jifei said, "we'll dismantle one of them and use the bamboo strips to mend the other, which should work fine." Chapter 20, More Than Enough. Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei searched inside and out once more and eventually found a few wooden basins and empty jars in the collapsed kitchen. The two of them carried their haul back home. When they entered the courtyard, Lu Zhihe saw them carrying things on their shoulders and hands, hurried out from the hall, helped Lu Jiuyue put down the two jars, and glanced at what Lu Zhifei was holding. He hesitated and asked, "Are these fish traps? Why bring them back? Are you still thinking about catching fish?" Lu Jiuyue put the wooden basin into the kitchen and rushed out to say, "Yes, big brother, we need to mend those fish traps. Once mended, we'll go catch some fish. You will make us a hot pot with the fish then." Lu Zhihe looked at Lu Zhifei and said, "You too, our family isn't so short of food that you have to catch fish in this cold weather, right? Can't we wait until it's warmer?" "No," Lu Zhifei nodded and said, "in winter, we just want to eat some spicy hot pot." He brought the two fish traps into the hall, compared them, and decided to dismantle the one with the bigger holes. Just as he was about to start, Lu Zhihe next to him said, "That won't do. You should take apart the other one instead, this one with the bottom rotten cannot be easily mended. Let me do it." When it came to intelligence and handiness, no one could match Lu Zhihe. After examining the basket back and forth twice, he already knew how it was woven. Then he dismantled the basket with a hole at its bottom, placing the split bamboo strips aside. After finishing dismantling one, he began to dismantle the other. This time, when he reached the broken places, he stopped and started weaving again following the original pattern. By the time for a meal, the dilapidated object had been transformed into a brand new fish trap. Lu Jiuyue quickly poured her brother a cup of hot water and flatteringly said, "Brother, why are you so capable? How come I have such an amazing brother?" Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei went to the storeroom and chopped off a piece of the pig's lung that had been frozen rock hard hanging from the beam, tying it up with rope and securing it in the fish trap. Once Lu Zhifei had tied it securely, Lu Zhihe said, "First, tell me, with ice that thick, how do you plan to break it?" Lu Jiuyue hadn't really thought about this question, and upon hearing this immediately turned to look at Lu Zhifei. She listened as her second brother calmly said, "Clear away the snow on top, chop the ice with an axe." Lu Zhihe replied, "If you're chopping on the ice layer with an axe, when it cracks, aren't you afraid of falling into the water? With this kind of weather, standing outside for even a while was enough to freeze you, let alone falling into the water." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyue couldn't help but shiver. But Lu Zhifei said, "Let me finish my sentence. Since the pond isn't too big, if we stand on the bank to chop, we won't fall in. I think it should be fairly simple." After pondering over it, Lu Zhihe felt it sounded quite safe and nodded to say, "All right, let's go together after eating." Mentioning fishing, Lu Zhihe was actually the most excited. Of the three of them, only he had truly been on the brink of starvation. However, since their food supply was sufficient before, he didn't want Lu Zhifei and Jiuyue to risk the cold. In this weather, frostbite was not something to be taken lightly, it could even cost a life if left untreated. Even with his medical knowledge, without medicine, there was nothing much he could do. Now that they had the tools, and Lu Zhifei's method seemed reasonable, Lu Zhihe became instantly enthusiastic. After all, in such freezing winter days, storing more food would always give a bit more security. After having their meal, they took advantage of their warmth and got up to grab their tools and head out. Lu Jiuyue carried 2 shovels, Lu Zhihe carried the fish trap, and Lu Zhifei held an axe. Due to the snow covering the landscape, recognizing directions was extremely difficult, and the trio circled around excitedly in the snowfield for a while before finally locating the approximate position of the pond. Lu Zhifei put down the axe, looked around, and started to shovel away the accumulated snow. With the help of Lu Zhihe, they dug a snow pit over a meter deep before reaching the icy layer. Confirming the pond was beneath their feet, the two continued shoveling in one direction, creating a nearly 5-meter-long snow groove, until they finally discovered the hardened embankment. Seeing that Lu Zhihe was slightly panting, Lu Jiuyue hurriedly took the shovel from his hands and worked alongside her second brother to clean up a 2-meter square snow pit on the shore. Once all the snow atop the ice was cleared, Lu Zhifei discarded the shovel and took up the axe to chisel at the icy surface. Meanwhile, Lu Zhihe removed the shards of ice. That ice was as solid as iron. They toiled for a long time, blunting the edge of the axe, before managing to carve out a fissure in the ice layer over a finger-width thick. Squatting nearby watching anxiously, Lu Jiuyue said, "Second brother, what if the entire pond is frozen solid?" As Lu Zhifei kept chopping, he gasped for breath and said, "Shut up already. You're our lucky star in this family, don't say such unlucky things." Lu Zhihe smiled and said, "It's alright. Even if we don't catch any fish, it'll still count as some exercise outside. Staying indoors to warm ourselves by the fire all day is kind of boring, isn't it?" "Yeah," Lu Jiuyue responded, "but I think there's water in the pond. Not only that, but there should be a lot of fish in there too." Lu Zhifei stopped for a moment to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said, "That's more like it. Once we get the fish, the big ones go for the hot pot, the small ones can be roasted, how does that sound?" "Great, great." Lu Jiuyue immediately chimed in excitedly, "I love roasted fish. There just happens to be chili powder at home. Brother, take over for me, I'll try chiseling for a bit since I'm freezing." Lu Zhifei stepped aside onto the nearby snowy ground while handing over the axe to Lu Jiuyue. Full of energy, she took about 10 chops when suddenly there was a soft crack beneath her feet. Instantly, Lu Jihe grabbed his sister and dragged her back to safety on the muddy shore. The three anxiously stared at the ice below their feet. Beneath the snow-covered ice layer, a series of cracking sounds echoed repeatedly. After some time, a chunk of snow nearby collapsed suddenly. Once the cracking noise ceased, Lu Jife cautiously tapped the groove they had made with the shovel, creating a splash. A large piece of ice broke apart, revealing water bubbling up from below. Wow! Lu Jife turned back in astonishment and exclaimed, "Little Moon, you've got real skills here. Your brother tried chipping away at this ice for half a day and couldn't break it, but you managed it in just a few swings of the axe. What amazing luck!" Lu Jiuyue squealed with delight, exchanging high fives with both her brothers, and then ordered Lu Jifei, "Quick, throw the fishing basket into the water. I want to see some fish today." "I don't think so," Lu Jihe chuckled, "we won't be able to retrieve the fishing basket until tomorrow morning. If we're lucky enough, we'll have fish for lunch." "Ah." Lu Jiuyue frowned slightly, reflecting for a moment before saying, "Eating fish tomorrow wouldn't be bad either. But what if it freezes over again when we come back tomorrow?" "If it freezes, we'll break it open again," Lu Jifei replied as he placed the rope-tied fishing basket underwater. "The next time it freezes won't be as hard. It'll be surface ice, just chip it, and it'll split easily." He drove a branch firmly into the ground using the axe and fastened one end of the rope to it before clapping the snow off himself and declaring, "All right, let's head home. We'll come back in the morning to collect the fish." The next early morning, Lu Jifei and Lu Jiuyue sprang out of bed, barely washing their faces before grabbing a bucket and racing towards the pond. Lu Jihe stayed behind to prepare breakfast and was busy making pancakes when Lu Jiuyue burst in with a wide grin, shouting at the top of her lungs for her eldest brother to come and look at the fish they had caught. Hands covered in flour, Lu Jihe went outside with her. At that moment, Lu Jifei proudly strolled through the door carrying the bucket. Inside the bucket were indeed 2 large fish, each weighing 4 or 5 catties, along with several smaller ones. Lu Jihe couldn't help but grin widely, watching the bucket full of fish for a moment, then raising his eyes to look at Lu Jifei and Jiuyue and saying, "There's no calendar at home, so we don't know what date it is now. Let's just pretend today is the Lunar New Year celebration. I'll cook up some extra dishes, we'll enjoy a hearty meal together, and let's use this fish as a good omen. May we always have abundance year after year." Lu Jiuyue immediately cheered in approval. Of course, Lu Jifei didn't hesitate either. They took the fish outside the yard to clean them. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jihe set aside one of the larger fish for the next day's dinner and marinated the rest for flavoring. Lu Jifei sliced pork to make braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue grabbed a broom and cleaning cloths, meticulously sweeping the living room and rooms until everything sparkled spotlessly. By noon, the kitchen began emitting the savory aroma of fresh fish soup, which made Lu Jiuyue rush over several times in anticipation. When the fish was finally cooked, Lu Jifei carried the pot inside and placed it on a rack over the brazier in the middle of the living room. Nearby on the small charcoal burner, they set up an iron mesh grill to roast the marinated smaller fish. Lu Jihe brought out the steamed braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens and pig liver, adding dipping sauces and freshly washed pea shoots as their feast to celebrate the year-end reunion dinner. Smells delicious. Lu Jiuyue gazed at the pot where creamy white broth bubbled and was completely entranced. Lu Jihe served each person a bowl of fish soup, saying, "Sit down first and have some soup before eating the main courses." The three gathered around the fireplace. However, neither Lu Jifei nor Lu Jiuyue touched their chopsticks, both instead looking at Lu Jihe expectantly. Lu Jihe glanced left and right and asked, "What's going on? Brother, aren't you supposed to give a speech?" Lu Jiuyue asked, "Didn't you say this is our year-end feast?" Only now did Lu Jihe remember that in the past, before every family reunion dinner, he would always give a few words of blessing. 5 years of wandering had almost made them forget about the concept of having a New Year's Eve dinner altogether and made him forget this very tradition. Then, suddenly choked with emotion, he said, "I hope my Erfei and Jiuyue will be well, and I will be fine too. I hope we can spend many more such years like this." Then Lu Jifei hugged him tightly, and Lu Jiuyue also embraced both her brothers. Lu Jihe stretched out his arms and wrapped them around each one, somewhat incoherently saying, "I'm so happy. I never thought there'd be a day where I'd get to see you again alive. We agreed today is the celebration, so no crying, it's Big Brother's fault, don't cry anymore, Bao, Xiao Bao, let's sit down and eat." After quite a while, they finally sat back down again. Lu Jiuyue picked up her bowl and drank the soup. The fish broth was incredibly delicious. The steaming white vapor once again moistened her eyes, as she softly said, "So happy, Big Brother." Lu Jifei's eyes were red-rimmed. After drinking 2 sips of fish soup, he rubbed his eyes and passed a grilled small fish to Lu Jihe and another to Lu Jiuyue, saying, "When you're happy, you should eat more. Come on, Ahe, come on Jiuyue, eat more fish. We'll always be together, and things will only get better in the future." Chapter 21, Long Winter. Day after day passed, the weather was still cold, but the days were gradually getting longer. It hadn't snowed for a long time, and the sunlight gradually had a bit of warmth. The bamboo basket in the pond always managed to bring them surprises every few days. Lu Jihe prepared fish dishes in various ways, fried fish, grilled fish, steamed fish, etc., but their most frequently eaten and favorite dish was still hot pot with fish. In the dead of winter, having a bowl of milky white hot fish soup before meals warmed the whole body. After eating the fish, they would blanch some pea sprouts in the broth. It was not only convenient but also delicious. After eating fish hot pot several times, Lu Jihe's complexion was clearly healthier than before. The bone crack on his left arm had healed, and all the wounds on his body, except for the frostbite on his legs and feet, had recovered well. Frostbite was hard to heal even though he paid attention to keeping warm and regularly soaked his feet in hot water. It wasn't until the weather completely warmed up that those injuries would truly recover. One morning, Lu Jihe noticed something was wrong when his younger sister returned after going out since she got up. Unlike her usual chatty self who usually clung around him, she went back to her room alone and closed the door, busy with something unknown. When Lu Jifei called her out for breakfast, she ignored everyone. Both brothers were surprised, and Lu Jifei said, "She was fine yesterday." What happened? Later, Lu Jihe thought of something, telling Lu Jifei not to worry about it and to have breakfast first while fetching the fish basket from the pond. After leaving, Lu Jihe knocked on his sister's door. After knocking for a long time, Lu Joyue opened the door. She had no trace of a smile on her face, softly calling out to her brother. Lu Jihe entered the room and pulled her to sit down on the bed, asking, "Is it that time of the month?" Lu Joyue hesitated, then nodded shyly. Lu Jihe handed her a package he was holding and said, "I made these earlier. While there was good sun, I washed them clean and let them dry. I've been meaning to talk to you about this, but haven't gotten a chance." Lu Joyue was somewhat shocked, looking at her brother and asking, "How did you know, and when did you prepare this?" Lu Jihe patted his sister's hair and said, "Recently, I saw that you've grown taller, so I guessed that your menstruation might start soon. I prepared a few things for you. This is a good thing, it means our little Bao has grown up." Lu Joyue's eyes started to tear up, throwing herself into her brother's arms, and saying, "Brother, it's so annoying. I don't want to grow up. If only I could stay young forever. It will be more troublesome," but Lu Jihe gently held his sister and said, "Growing up also has many good things waiting for you. You'll grow taller, look more beautiful, find someone you love, and later have your own children and family. They will love you like me, and even if we die, your bloodline will continue through your descendants. I don't want to get married." Lu Joyue muttered, "I just want to be with big brother and second brother forever, always together." "That's great," Lu Jihe smiled, kissing her forehead and saying, "I can't bear seeing you get married either. Just thinking about my precious baby girl leaving for someone else makes my heart feel like it's being stabbed. Oh, what a big and precious cabbage I've nurtured, and I'm really reluctant to let go. I'm not a cabbage." Lu Joyue finally laughed, resting her forehead against Lu Jihe's chest, softly saying, "Big brother, you're so nice. It's amazing to have you here." Lu Jihe explained some other important matters to his sister in detail before closing the door and leaving. By this time, Lu Jifei had already come back with the fish. Together, they went outside in the snow to deal with the fish. Lu Jifei whispered, "Did you ask? What's going on?" Lu Jihe quietly told him what had happened, and Lu Jifei opened his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh. I forgot. Damn it, damn it. Good thing you're attentive." Lu Jihe wasn't just meticulous. Because his sister had lost their mother at such a young age and didn't have an elder sister-in-law, there was a lack of female guidance in daily life. So, from a very early stage, he had begun preparing for this by reading many books about adolescent girls. Plus, as a medical student himself, he was already closely paying attention to the development of young girls, which made it easier for him to think of this situation quickly. He himself had never gone through a rebellious phase, his parents had passed away too early for that. But he once hoped that Lu Joyue would have everything a normal child should, acting coquettish at the right age and experiencing romance when the time came. Unfortunately, this wish was destined not to come true. The girl he cherished like his own daughter encountered this chaotic era at the tender age of 9, bringing her carefree childhood to an abrupt end. Since then, they lived hand to mouth, unsure whether accidents or tomorrow would come first. They endured 5 years of anxious days. Now, the young girl finally experienced her delayed menstruation. However, all the conveniences modern civilization offered women had long disappeared. The thought that he couldn't even provide her with a single sanitary pad left Lu Jihe feeling very uneasy. Lu Jifei could tell what he was thinking by looking at his expression. As he gutted the fish, he said, "Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Besides, the little one is stronger than we think. Believe me, she'll only sulk for a day at most, and she'll be fine by tomorrow." After being panicked for the entire morning over her first period, Lu Joyue received nothing but meticulous attention. Her elder brother didn't let her do any chores and even moved the fire pot beside her, giving her hot water. While she warmed herself by the fire, her 2 brothers had already finished cooking. After eating, when she stood up to clean the dishes, her younger brother took them from her hands, telling her not to touch cold water because they would handle it. Lu Joyue felt somewhat embarrassed. She was just on her period, it wasn't as if she were dying from a serious illness. Was it really necessary to treat her like this? In the evening, Lu Jihe helped her set up a bed in another room. The quilt, fresh from drying in the sun, still carried the warmth of the sunshine. Afraid that she might get cold during the night, her younger brother moved the fire pot into her room before bedtime and tucked 2 hot water bottles into her bed. Lying in the warm embrace of her blankets, Lu Joyue felt much calmer. Thinking about the annoying menstrual cycle, she no longer found it so troublesome. It seemed her elder brother was right, growing up was more than just a hassle. If it meant growing taller and stronger, it was something to look forward to. As for beauty, well, who needed that anyway when there was no one to admire it? In another room, her 2 brothers were discussing the matter under the dim light of the darkening evening. Lu Zhifei said, when the weather warms up a bit, we'll go out and find some daily necessities for Joyue. Underwear and bras for girls are things we need to start preparing as well. Lu Zhihe thought for a moment and said, not just those items, but the most important thing is to search for various kinds of crop seeds. The land here stays warm, and last year many places outside couldn't grow anything. But you were able to dig up potatoes and sweet potatoes from the field, which means this year we should be able to grow even more. That's right, Lu Zhifei turned over and hugged Lu Zhihe, saying, when the time comes, I'll prepare all the fields in the yard and plant whatever crops are necessary. What we plant is up to you. Lu Zhihe smiled softly and said, all right, we'll plant whatever you want to eat. The soil here seems quite fertile. As long as the warm season lasts 3 or 4 months, we should be able to harvest enough food to feed ourselves, right? Definitely, Lu Zhifei said, our stockpile can last us a while. In a few months, as long as the crops in the fields can keep up, we won't have to starve anymore. Hugging each other in the darkness, they discussed which crops would yield high outputs and keep their hunger at bay. Before that happened, however, they would need to venture out once more, a journey fraught with countless accidents and dangers. But life itself was not easy, and they still eagerly awaited warmer weather so they could begin spring planting as soon as possible. With this hope, the sun grew warmer day by day. The snow began melting off the rooftops, dripping steadily along the eaves during the day and freezing into rows of icicles at night. The snow outside became soft, and the weather was unusually damp and cold. The 3 of them rarely ventured out, spending their days warming themselves by the fire indoors. To pass the time, Lu Zhifei carved chess pieces from wood. Every day, they would play a few rounds of chess and chat idly about their experiences since parting ways. In the evenings, Lu Zhihe would tell Joyue stories from books he remembered, though his memory clearly wasn't as sharp as before. Sometimes he had to think hard as he told the tales, and other times Lu Zhifei would jump in to fill in details. Meanwhile, Lu Joyue would roast dry peas in the ash of the fire pot. Every now and then, the peas would pop and leap out. She'd pick them up, blow off the ash, crunch them loudly as she chewed, and occasionally feed her brothers a few. Once the stories ended and they ate a meal, another day was done. For over a month, the 3 of them huddled indoors around the fire, eating, sleeping, and passing the time. During this period, Lu Zhihe and Lu Zhifei haltingly recounted most of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms to Lu Joyue. This was the book they remembered most clearly, likely because it was filled with battles and killings that didn't appeal to Lu Joyue in the past. She had never bothered reading it before. Now, however, she found herself thoroughly engrossed. After finishing Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, they moved on to Journey to the West. One day, after Lu Zhifei told the story of Sun Wukong stealing the ginseng fruit, the trio trudged through slippery snow to check their fish traps at the pond. Along the way, they noticed a small patch of black soil finally peeking out from beneath a vast blanket of white snow. Lu Joyue stumbled over and crouched by the mud, watching it intently for a long while. Back home, Lu Zhifei began preparing for their upcoming journey, while Lu Zhihe kneaded dough to make steamed buns. He always saved a lump of old dough when making buns. Next time, he simply dissolved it in warm water and mixed it into the new dough. He prepared 3 large pots of steamed buns, as well as some salted fish and pig liver, which he also steamed and cut into bite-sized pieces for convenience during their trip. They all knew that stepping outside now was undoubtedly perilous. Having endured a cold and protracted winter, most animals and humans who had managed to survive were ravenous, turning anything, or anyone, they could catch into food. But they couldn't wait any longer. The brief warmth of the post-apocalypse sun was fleeting, it could vanish without warning. If they didn't seize the opportunity to search for crop seeds, the next winter would bring starvation upon them. Chapter 22, The Road. On the day before their departure, Lu Zhihe specially sharpened the scissors and cut his younger sister's short hair right to the roots. After the haircut, Lu Joyue looked into a worn-out mirror and smiled with satisfaction. Brother, I look just like a guy. She flexed her little arm and made a fist, then said regretfully, if only my arms were a bit thicker. That winter, she had rarely been hungry. Not only had she grown taller, but also gained some weight. But she still looked thin and not sturdy enough. In the past, such a slim figure would have been very popular. But now, the survivors all valued strength and power more. Lu Zhihe looked at his sister, feeling a bit heartbroken. Girls in their teenage years should be blossoming like flowers, wearing beautiful dresses and lovely hairpins that surely would make them even more beautiful. But for safety, he could only dress Joyue as a boy. This was the price they had to pay to survive. In this world, being pretty was not only useless, but also dangerous. He touched Joyue's fuzzy short hair gently and sighed, saying, wear a hat, take care not to catch a cold. Then the 3 of them divided the food at home into several portions and carefully hid it away. They all knew the logic of not putting all your eggs in one basket. Besides the cellar on the back mountain, Lu Zhifei also dug a hole in the family's firewood shed, storing some grains inside and covering it with debris and firewood. If someone came by, without searching thoroughly, they might easily overlook it. With good luck, they would return in 1 or 2 weeks, bad luck and it was hard to say. But before leaving, they tried not to think too much about it. Because this only added worry and fear, which served no purpose otherwise. They understood better than anyone how hard it was to survive in this world. Anyway, trying to live was enough. On the day of departure, it was not yet light when Lu Zhihe cooked the meal, steamed preserved vegetable pork ribs, and stir-fried a large plate of pea sprouts. The three sat around the table and ate a full hot meal. Then Lu Zhihe carefully closed every door and window. Wearing hats and gloves, plastic sheets draped over their shoulders, they carried their packs and walked out. The ground in the courtyard was still covered with ice and snow, but the snow wasn't thick, and it was already possible to discern the original terrain. The sun had not risen yet, and the distant mountains and courtyard were enveloped in a layer of icy mist. The ice and snow on the ground were frozen solid. Lu Zhifei held the gun and carried an axe, walking ahead. Lu Jiuyue carried bread and water and leaned on a stick, walking in the middle. Lu Zhihe carried sleeping bags and luggage and walked at the back. The three moved towards the direction of the southern cave mouth. They did not go down the cave route, but instead found, not far from the cave, the mountain road covered with snow and started climbing up the hill along the road. The road was paved with asphalt, its accumulated snow hard and slippery. Fortunately, before setting off, Lu Zhifei had wrapped everyone's rubber shoe soles with thick layers of grass rope, which helped prevent slipping, but they still moved slowly. Seen from the sky above the yard, they were like 3 lonely little black dots, moving slowly on the white snowy field, winding upwards following the terrain. Lu Zhihe looked back at the courtyard. He saw amidst the rolling snow several dilapidated collapsed farmhouse courtyards, as well as the small courtyard where they lived. It stood there neat and orderly, yet somewhat solitary, resembling an empty nest waiting for its family to return. Lu Zhihe turned back around, pulling the scarf up a little higher to cover his red nose due to the cold, continuing to follow Lu Jiuyue forward. About an hour later, they reached the top of the slope. The sun finally came out, and the three stopped for a brief rest. Leaning on her stick, Lu Jiuyue panted for a while, looking back at her elder brother, then at the second one, laughing and saying, "Brothers, you look just like Santa Claus. Your eyebrows are all white." Lu Zhihe looked at his sister, whose hat had been dampened by the fog. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were filled with small white water droplets, turning her into a white-eyed, white-lashed little girl. He took off his gloves and wiped the droplets off her eyelashes, saying, "If we were really like Santa Claus, at least we'd have reindeers to ride." Idiot. Lu Jiuyue frowned as she judged, reindeers are for pulling sleighs, not for riding. Really? Lu Zhihe hesitated, I thought they could be ridden. They're definitely for pulling sleighs, Lu Jiuyue affirmed, otherwise, where would Santa put all those gifts? That is probably correct, Jiuyue, Lu Zhifei evaluated behind them, after all, she once received gifts personally delivered by Santa Claus, unlike you. In every Christmas Eve of the past, both Lu Zhihe and he would take advantage of Lu Jiuyue's inattention to place presents in various odd corners of the house. They would then pretend unintentionally to guide her towards discovering them, claiming that they were rewards given only to well-behaved children by Santa Claus. The process of hiding gifts and finding them was a game of wits and strategy enjoyed thoroughly by all three of them. If it hadn't been for the apocalypse, Lu Zhihe had even planned to continue this activity beyond when Jiuyue turned 18. Lu Jiuyue didn't expect to reveal the truth about Christmas at this moment. She smiled, saying, I know that all those presents used to be given by the two of you. And you pretended to be Santa Claus writing letters to me, how childish. What? You knew all along. Lu Zhihe revealed an expression of surprise, weren't you pretty happy back then? Who wouldn't be happy upon receiving a present? Lu Jiuyue said, every Christmas, I saw you two sneaking around making preparations for so long, so I just endured without exposing you. Sigh, I must be really kind-hearted. Her two elder brothers looked at each other, both feeling deceived. Lu Zhihe sighed, my goodness, too merciless. Also, we're mocked as childish by a second-grade girl. Lu Zhifei also felt defeated. Ha 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 ha, Lu Jiuyue laughed triumphantly, it's indeed quite childish. Each time I struggle to act along with your performance, it's not easy alright. But anyway, it was fun. After laughing and joking for a while, the three continued on their journey. They must reach the town outside the mountain before the sun set, otherwise, they'd have to spend the night on the mountain, which would be cold and dangerous. After climbing over this slope, the mountain road became increasingly difficult to navigate. The surface of the road was riddled with large cracks, and sometimes whole sections of the road caved in. When encountering these pits, they had no choice but to detour through steep snow slopes beside them, being extremely cautious not to slip into the valley below. To conserve energy, none of them spoke anymore. Silently holding hands, they climbed up slippery snow-covered slopes, carefully climbing down from the top again. Along the way, one could only hear heavy panting sounds and brief cries from those who lost their footing accidentally. The sunlight illuminated the peaks, revealing patches of black cliffs amidst the white snow. Trees still standing on the slope were gray and black, barely alive, standing half dead in the snow-covered mountains. By noon, the accumulated snow had melted into wet slippery patches, making the road even more treacherous. After sliding down a small slope, they stopped to eat something, during which time Lu Jiha noticed a bear trailing not far behind them. The bear was emaciated, nothing more than skin and bones. Its belly hung loosely between its ribs, revealing clearly the shape of the ribcage, and its eyes lacked vitality. It wasn't clear how long it had followed behind them. Perhaps it intended to ambush Lu Jiha, but it was discovered before an opportunity presented itself. Lu Jifei pulled back the gun bolt, shielding a he and Zhou behind him, fiercely confronting the bear for a while. He did not fire recklessly, intending both to save bullets and not knowing what might be drawn by the sound of gunfire. After several minutes of staring each other down on the snowy ground, separated by 6 or 7 meters, the bear finally turned and walked away. Lu Jifei let Lu Jiha move ahead, keeping the gun ready while covering the rear. Not long after the three retook the road, he noticed that the bear was once again following them from afar. They paid no more attention to it, that was merely a weak and weary bear. Should a real fight ensue, Lu Jifei's axe alone would suffice. However, he wished not to expend unnecessary effort. They still had a long way to go, and had to preserve sufficient strength to handle any unforeseen emergencies. In the afternoon, the three walked ahead, while the bear kept trailing behind them. It followed them for a great distance, until evening, when they rounded a mountain ridge, and finally saw the bear stop its pursuit. It stood alone in the middle of the road, silently gazing toward their direction for a long time. Even as they almost vanished from its sight, it turned around and slowly limped into the mountain. Silent valleys stretched endlessly. If God opened his eyes at this moment, he would see in this abandoned world, on that winding and broken mountain road, where the sunlight was gradually fading. In the thickening darkness, 3 people and a bear moved slowly in different directions, like 4 tiny ants struggling in the vast currents of the universe. Yet even ants possess an indomitable will, and the desire to live. Even if heaven is merciless, even if the world is scarred, even if there would never be light on the road ahead, they never gave up their hope to survive easily. After the sun's glow disappeared from the peaks, the 3 walked down the last stretch of the slope and finally reached the end of the winding mountain road. It was an intersection where one road led to the town they had visited before, while the other led outside the town. They decisively chose the direction leading out of the town. Half an hour later, Lu Jifei saw a house not far from the side of the road and decided to spend the night there. He held his gun, with Lu Jiuyue and Lu Jiha following closely behind, their hands tightly gripping knives. The 3 cautiously approached the house, listening for a long time from a distance until they were sure there was no movement inside. Only then did Lu Jifei slowly enter. The winter evening grew dark very quickly, blurring all around them. In the heavy twilight, Lu Jifei surveyed this dilapidated farmhouse. The outer courtyard walls and storage rooms were mostly collapsed, but the main hall still retained its basic structure. He entered and found it empty, with furniture lying askew and covered in dust. He first darted into the bedroom on the right to check, it was clear. Then he quickly went to the room on the left, where in the thick darkness, he noticed a shadow floating inside. Lu Jifei's heart raced wildly, he almost fired his gun. Not until his eyes adjusted to the light within did he realize that it was a hanging corpse. At this point, Lu Jiha had already lit a torch and walked toward him, asking quietly, "What's wrong?" Lu Jifei took the torch and called out to Lu Jiuyue outside, "Moon, you stay out and keep watch. We'll go inside and check." Lu Jiuyue agreed, holding her knife while staying alert outside the main hall. Lu Jifei, holding the torch, moved toward the body. In the flickering firelight, he vaguely identified the figure as that of an elderly woman. Her clothes and skin were decayed but not as severely damaged by infection or mutation as would be expected in such cases. Lu Jifei slightly relaxed, using the torch to inspect the bedroom more thoroughly. Inside, there was a bed and a wooden cabinet, the cabinet's doors wide open, its contents emptied. Clearly the place had been thoroughly searched many times before. Then, he noticed a shoe belonging to the woman that had fallen on the ground. Even under layers of dust, Lu Jifei could still discern that it was an elegant low-heeled women's shoe. A similar style was favored by his late mother. He looked at the woman again. From the remaining scraps of cloth on her body, it was evident she once wore a short skirt suit, a designer brand. Likely, this woman wasn't the original owner of the rural shack but someone who fled here. She must have chosen this unfamiliar room to commit suicide, and just before her death, she changed into her favorite set of clothes. This woman lacked a clear understanding of the apocalypse, otherwise, she wouldn't carry impractical clothing and shoes while running for her life. Yet luckily, her decision to change brought her a measure of dignity even years after her death. Her remains hadn't been completely stripped bare by others who sought refuge in this same place. She must have lived a prosperous life before, probably destined to lead a decent and comfortable existence her entire lifetime. No one anticipated the apocalypse to come this way. And certainly, no one knew what fear and despair might have overwhelmed the old woman just moments before she strung herself up. When Lu Jiha entered, he found Lu Jifei still gazing up at the corpse. Even in the darkness, he could see the deep sadness in his expression. Lu Jiha came over, gently nudging him. Regaining focus, Lu Jifei handed him the torch, straightened a table that lay on the floor, stepped onto it, and cut the rope around the woman's neck. Lu Jiha waited below as they carefully lowered the body onto the bed together. Then they turned and went outside. Lu Zhifei closed the door behind them and said to Lu Jiuyue waiting outside, "Come in, this place is safe for now. We'll spend the night here." Lu Jiuyue glanced at them and nodded. Together with Lu Zhihe, she scavenged some broken furniture outside, broke it into pieces, and carried it in to start a fire in the main hall. Lu Zhifei found some burlap sacks and worn-out bed sheets in another bedroom, using them to block the only window in the hall. Around the fire, they warmed themselves briefly, inserting steamed buns onto chopsticks to reheat them alongside hot water for dinner. Afterwards, they removed their snow-drenched shoes and socks and placed them near the fire to dry. Lu Zhihe picked up a stick, draped the trio's socks on it, and suspended them above the fire, saying, "You two sleep first, I'll keep watch." Lu Jiuyue spread out the sleeping bags on the ground. These sleeping bags were salvaged from the backpacks of some travelers in the town earlier and had been washed clean by Lu Zhihe. Now, they proved useful. Lu Zhifei laid his gun beside him, crawled into the sleeping bag, and said, "I'll sleep first. Call me when you're tired." "All right." Lu Zhihe said as he continued to dry the 3 pairs of shoes by the fire. Lu Jiuyue poked her head out from her sleeping bag and said, "Call me first, brother. I'll keep watch for a while, then I'll call second brother when I get tired." Lu Zhihe smiled at her and said, "All right." Lu Zhifei and Lu Jiuyue each crawled into their sleeping bags and closed their eyes in the flickering firelight. Both were aware that there was a dead woman's body in the next room, but it didn't disturb their sleep. Every day people died in this world, what was one corpse to fear? Moreover, the long mountain trek had left them exhausted, and they needed to restore their strength to continue onward. With this thought, Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei soon fell asleep beside the campfire. Chapter 23, Wolf Pack. The next day, before dawn broke, Lu Zhifei went to the backyard and rummaged through a rusty long hoe. He began to dig holes in the frozen ground of the yard with this hoe. The ground was very hard due to the frost, but it was much better than the coldest days. As he dug the hole, Lu Zhifei thought about his father. Somewhat similar to the old woman inside, Lu Zhifei's father was once also a successful man. He had his own company, money, and status, and was highly respected wherever he went. If it weren't for his only son split with him, which led to the scandal of cohabitation with another man, his life could have been even more satisfying. He was decisive all his life. In order to force his son to break up with his boyfriend, they severed ties for many years, each unwilling to give an inch. In the last year, he even planned to have another child, using this as a threat against Lu Zhifei. If he did not obey, then not a penny of his vast estate would be left for such a wicked son. The only time Lu Zhifei saw his father show weakness was on his deathbed. At that moment, after shooting his beautiful, gentle young wife because both had been bitten by zombies, knowing their unborn 7-month-old child inside her would soon turn, his father finally realized during his final conscious moments that the world had changed. Money couldn't provide him security, neither could fame or status. Only his neglected son could offer him any sense of safety at the end. Tears streamed down his face as he weakly grasped his son's hand and said, "Xiaofei, Daddy is sorry for you." "Sorry, son, father treated you poorly before, please forget all those things. Be good, live well. Neither daddy nor mom can accompany you anymore. Be strong." He died in his bed, dressed in his favorite suit just before passing away. When he started convulsing, Lu Zhifei took the gun handed to him personally by his father and shot him with a pillow covering his head. After the gunshot, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion, like a child, holding his father's gradually cooling hand, sobbing softly and calling out to Dad. No one answered him. The bullet had pierced his father's head, and blood soaked the pink silk sheet. This man, who had hoped for a dignified death, found even this wish impossible. Can anyone talk about dignity when they die either by hanging or by gunfire? In just a few days, Lu Zhifei buried his mother who died in a robbery and personally shot his father. He always thought he didn't have deep feelings for his parents. But at that moment, he finally realized that he had actually been waiting for their acknowledgement, all his worthiness, and that his Ahe was worthy too. However, he would never have such a chance again. Lu Zhihe woke up at some point too. In the faint morning light, he came into the yard and started digging a pit together with Lu Zhifei using an axe. Then the two returned to the room, rolled up the dead old woman who had been dead for quite some time in a jute bag, carried her out and buried her in the pit. In the gradually brightening daylight, Lu Zhifei silently stared at the little mound that had risen up. Then warmth came to his palm, and Lu Zhihe gently held his hand. They stood shoulder to shoulder, intertwined fingers, in the cold morning of this post-apocalyptic winter. After a while, Lu Zhifei finally raised his head and said to Lu Zhihe, "Let's go, we should get back inside." When they returned to the house, Lu Jiuyue had already woken up and tidied up her sleeping bag. Beside the nearly extinguished firewood pile, they ate heated steamed buns and drank some hot water. While eating, Lu Zhifei was still somewhat depressed, but after finishing, he perked up. The three prepared to set off with their backpacks ready. At the door, he paused, looked at Lu Zhihe, squatted down, grabbed a handful of ash from the embers, and smeared it on his face. His Ahe, who had enjoyed a whole winter of care, had great skin color, a moisturized porcelain white. Too clean, too handsome, too unsafe. In this world, people who look clean and handsome probably haven't gone hungry. Such traits are rare and often draw greed and envy. Lu Jiha also scooped up some charcoal ash and smeared it over Lu Jifei's face to darken it. As he applied it to the cheeks, he leaned forward and kissed Lu Jifei, saying, "Our Xiaofei, even blackened, remains so handsome." Lu Jifei smiled slightly. Then the two turned around together and extended their black, grimy hands toward Lu Jiuyue. Initially reluctant due to the dirt, Lu Jiuyue tried to resist a bit but eventually gave up, closing her eyes as they freely painted her face. After finishing, Lu Jifei commented, "Look, doesn't she resemble young Judge Bao?" Lu Jiha scrutinized her carefully and said, "Not really, she has no crescent moon on her forehead." "Should we add one?" Lu Jifei suggested. Lu Jiha chuckled softly, and Lu Jiuyue couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "You two have had your fun, I have a temper too." Her two brothers regretfully stopped their antics. With blackened faces from the pot ash, the three turned the corner and headed toward the direction of the town. According to their plan, they were going to scout out the situation in the town today. First, they wanted to check if it was still safe there and whether there were any mutated zombies left. More importantly, they needed to find cars and gasoline. Because Lu Jiha clearly remembered that those people had arrived in vehicles. They were so panicked while fleeing to the cave that they likely hadn't taken the time to remove the gasoline. With gasoline, they could always find a car, which would save them a lot of time on foot. The longer they walked on the road, the more unexpected situations they might encounter. After about half an hour, they arrived at the edge of the small town. The sun had just risen, shining on the gray and broken houses of the town as well as the thick patches of snow covering the ground unevenly. There were no birds chirping, no sounds of people, just an all-encompassing deathly silence. They didn't waste time searching every house but only took a look around the streets. The pile of bones from last time was still there, frozen together with the thinning ice and snow. The snow on the roads and by the houses was smooth and untouched, showing no messy footprints. Lu Jifei let out a slight sigh of relief, which meant that all the mutated zombies were killed last time on the mountain. If there were any zombies that escaped back to the town, they wouldn't be able to refrain from moving at night, and they definitely would have left some tracks behind. At this moment, Lu Jiha called out to him from the side of the road. He had found 2 cars and a pickup truck in an open space. After checking them one by one, they happily discovered that one of the cars still had a bit of fuel left. These cars were clearly ones stolen by those people from somewhere else. A door in the rear seats of one car was smashed, and the anti-theft device had long been removed. Lu Jifei and Lu Jiha carefully inspected the conditions of each car, finding that one had snow chains installed, and its windows were relatively intact. The two decided to take this car. Lu Jiuyue had already pulled out a length of rubber hose from her backpack. She inserted one end into the fuel tank and attached a children's toy water gun onto the other end. Using this setup, she effortlessly siphoned out the fuel and collected it into a plastic container. They transferred the fuel into the chosen car. Lu Jifei got inside, pulled 2 wires under the steering wheel to start the engine, then sat in the passenger seat holding his gun, handing over the driver's seat to Lu Jiha. Lu Jiuyue climbed onto the back seat and leaned comfortably against a few backpacks. The low rumbling of the car sounded very jarring in the silent little town. Lu Jiha carefully reversed the car out, driving onto the icy road covered with snow. Lu Jifei held the gun tightly, staying alert for any sudden incidents. The car drove slowly, and the tires rolling over the solid icy road made a crunching sound. Lu Jiuyue curled her legs up on the back seat, her head resting on the backpacks. After being jostled around in the car for a while, she started to feel sleepy. Seeing her dozing off through the cracked rearview mirror, Lu Jiha immediately said, "Moon, get the sleeping bag and drape it over yourself to avoid catching a cold." Lu Jiuyue hadn't slept well last night. She mumbled a response, pulled out the sleeping bag, and carelessly draped it over herself before truly falling asleep slowly on the back seat. She didn't know how long she had slept, but when she suddenly woke up, her heart was pounding heavily. Her mind wasn't fully awake yet, but she instantly sat upright. Then she saw 5 or 6 wolves standing by the fields beside the road ahead. These wolves were different from the bear they had encountered yesterday, they were still relatively strong, with the sturdiest among them reaching over a meter high. As the vehicle approached slowly, the wolf pack crouched down, growling low, their eyes filled with hunger, ready to pounce at any moment. Lu Jiuyue was extremely glad they had found such a vehicle. Otherwise, even with guns, dealing with such a wolf pack wouldn't be easy. As the car neared the wolf pack, she grabbed the crossbow by her backpack, loaded an arrow, and held it tightly in her hands. When the car was about 10 meters away from the wolves, the pack suddenly dashed forward. Still, Lu Jiha didn't speed up, he continued to drive steadily. The road was very slippery, but the windows of this car looked relatively sturdy. As long as he didn't panic and drive the car into the field, they wouldn't face too much danger. Several wolves leapt at the car windows from both sides, while the strongest one jumped onto the hood. Through the windshield, they could even see its sharp fangs and claws. At that instant, Lu Jiha suddenly accelerated. The wolf lost its balance, smashing into the front window before being flung off the roof, leaving white scratches on the glass with its claws. The wolf tumbled on the ground, let out a howl, and led the pack in chasing after the car. Many times they leaped to the side windows, their claws scratching against the glass with a chilling sound. Lu Jifei put his gun aside, turned around, and said to Lu Jiuyue, "Moon, give me the crossbow." Sit tight and pull the back door closed. Silently, Lu Jiuyue handed over the crossbow. One hand firmly gripped the door handle, the other clutched the seat back. Suddenly, Lu Jiha slammed on the brakes and reversed, producing two loud thuds as the pursuing wolves crashed into the car, emitting long wails. In that very moment of stopping, the strongest alpha wolf lunged onto the trunk and collided forcefully with the rear window, cracking the glass. Lu Jiha immediately sped forward, and the wolf slid down from the trunk. The car moved ahead, and the wolf pack relentlessly pursued from behind. Lu Jifei opened the car window, leaned halfway out, and raised the crossbow to aim backward. The fierce wind blew so hard it was nearly impossible to open his eyes, yet his hands remained steady. When the leading wolf appeared behind the car, he resolutely triggered the crossbow mechanism. With a swooshing sound, one wolf flipped backward twice before lying motionless on the ground. The chasing wolf pack paused for a moment, then soon resumed pursuit. They followed the car for a long time until finally falling far behind and disappearing at the end of the road. Only then did Lu Jiuyue loosen her grip on the door handle, suddenly realizing her palms were drenched in cold sweat. She rolled up the sleeping bag and said, "I was so scared the car would run out of gas just now." Lu Jifei chuckled, handed her the crossbow, and said, "Don't be afraid, if worse comes to worst, we still have our guns." "Okay." Lu Jiuyue looked out the window and asked again, "Brother, how far have we gone?" "It's still early, we haven't covered half the distance yet. If you want to sleep, do so." Lu Jiha answered gently. There was no way she could fall asleep now. Moreover, there wouldn't be any more chances to sleep in the car. After turning a bend, the car slowly came to a stop. The three of them silently stared at the road ahead, where soil and rocks had collapsed from the adjacent cliff. "Damn!" Lu Jifei muttered softly, "No more sleeping, prepare to get out." He got out of the car, approached the blocked section for a look, and gave up entirely on the idea of moving the stones, instead heading to the rear of the vehicle to guard. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue took the rubber hose and oil flask and together with her elder brother siphoned the remaining fuel from the car. Carrying plastic jugs and backpacks, they carefully bypassed the collapsed area and resumed walking along the road. The sun shone brightly, it was already noon. In order to keep moving and to guard against the wolves catching up, they didn't stop to eat but instead pulled out steamed buns from their backpacks to munch on while walking. Though cold, the hard bread retained a distinct sweetness unique to wheat flour with prolonged chewing. Fortunately, the pack of wolves abandoned the chase. By afternoon, they hadn't encountered any animals or people. Despite the cracked highway, it was much easier to traverse than the ruined mountain roads. On either side, sometimes there were mountains, sometimes fields, and occasionally empty and desolate villages which under the winter sunlight appeared decrepit and broken. Lu Jiuyue vaguely recalled playing here with her brothers in the past. In early spring, the fields were full of colors, golden rape blossoms, deep purple clover, and emerald green winter wheat crisscrossed in patterns like brocade, extraordinarily beautiful. But now, all flowers and green leaves were gone, leaving only white and black in the world, white snow and black exposed houses and land. Everywhere was bleak. Will this world ever be good again? She doubted it. Are you tired, Moon? Lu Jiha stopped briefly ahead and extended his hand toward her. Lu Jiuyue ran forward a couple of steps and held her elder brother's hand, asking, "Brother, will we be able to grow vegetables and crops once we find seeds?" "It should be possible." Lu Jiha looked down at her and said kindly, "Didn't you dig up sweet potatoes and potatoes last year? And this year's snow is lighter than last year's." Lu Jifei also glanced back at her and said, "The weather is gradually warming up, so the sweet potatoes in the field should be more plentiful this year, right?" "They definitely will be," Lu Jiha continued. "If we find the seeds, we'll plant peppers, Chinese cabbage, rice, and cotton." Lu Jifei smiled at him and added, "And we'll also plant 9-month peas, sprouting them in winter." Listening to her brother's discussion, Lu Jiuyue suddenly regained confidence. If both of them said so, it should be true, she thought. Winter would pass, and green crops would grow in the fields. They had worked so hard, so this world would also gradually get better. Even if it couldn't return to how it used to be, at least, those cold and hungry days should never come back, right? Chapter 24, Blood Battle. At dusk, Lu Jifei saw two houses in a mountain hollow by the roadside, and they decided to stay there for the night before continuing their journey. The sun was about to set but hadn't yet, and a layer of white mist began to rise in the mountain hollow. The black roofs and courtyard walls peeked out from the mist. Lu Jifei, gun in hand, slowly made his way down the slope, with Lu Jiha and Lu Jiuyue closely following behind. They quietly approached the house, skirted around the courtyard wall, and then Lu Jifei stopped, leaning against the wall to listen carefully to any sounds inside. For a long while, the three stood motionless beside the wall. Apart from their breathing, sometimes long, sometimes short, they heard nothing else. Only then did Lu Jifei continue moving forward, stopping abruptly just as he was about to approach the gate. In the dim twilight, he noticed that the courtyard gate was tightly bolted from the inside. A deserted house would never have its gate closed so neatly. Lu Jifei cautiously retreated backwards, making not a sound. Immediately following him, Lu Jiha understood at once what Lu Jifei meant, holding his breath and gently pulling Jiuyue back along the path they came. They carefully circumnavigated the corner of the wall, intending to return to the road on top of the hill. Regardless of who lived in this house, Lu Zhifei didn't wish to disturb them. In the apocalypse world, everyone is wary like startled birds. Strangers with unclear origins appear terrifying to all, and once discovered, conflicts are inevitable, even though they merely sought shelter. While climbing up the hill, Lu Zhifei walked backward with his gun, fully alert to anyone inside the house. Behind him, Lu Zhiha stayed close, lightly pushing his back to prevent him from stumbling backward. Just as the three were nearing the crest of the hill, suddenly a stone loosened by floating soil tumbled down the slope, creating a rustling sound that carried far in the quiet, open evening. It was Lu Jiuyue who had stepped on the loose stone. It was too dark, and she was already very nervous, failing to notice the danger beneath her feet promptly. Before the rock could fall completely, Lu Zhiha grabbed the back of Lu Zhifei's shirt and pulled him running up the slope. As soon as the three dashed onto the road, a startling gunshot rang out, and bullets struck the ground near Lu Zhifei's feet, spewing dirt and snow upward. Lu Zhifei rolled into the middle of the road and crouched down, aiming his gun. Through the white haze, he could vaguely see someone running toward them. Meanwhile, the gate at the rear opened, and more people rushed out. Lu Zhifei aimed at the foremost person, pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, that individual fell. The others rushing immediately dropped and found cover. Even as the echoes of the gunshot lingered, the trio sprang to their feet and sprinted furiously down the road. After covering some distance, an out-of-breath Lu Jiuyue softly asked, "Will they chase us?" "No," answered Lu Zhiha while pulling her hand and gasping between words, "they can't tell how many we are. They won't easily take such risks. Besides, nightfall was approaching fast, and the opponents also had guns. Only a fool would recklessly chase them." They continued running until they were quite far away from those houses before stopping. True enough, no one appeared in pursuit, even though the end of the road was already blurred in darkness. Breathing heavily for a while, they started walking again. Lu Jiuyue led ahead with her head hung low, while Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhiha guarded the rear. They kept looking back continuously to ensure no one tracked them. After walking for a while, Lu Zhiha stopped. Taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, he gathered several sticks by the roadside and fashioned 3 torches. But they didn't light the torches because the firelight might attract wild beasts, zombies, or strangers. No one dared take that risk unless absolutely necessary. Once they returned to the road, Lu Zhifei said, "Jiuyue, give me the water." Lu Jiuyue took the water bottle from her backpack and handed it to Lu Zhifei, who drank a few gulps, shivering slightly at the icy water. As the sky grew darker, he felt a bit anxious. Once it was pitch black, they wouldn't only lose sight of the road but also fail to recognize the houses nearby, making it much harder to find another place to stay. No matter how much they wished for a slower descent into darkness, the surroundings quickly became engulfed in deep shadows. This was truly absolute darkness. There wasn't a speck of starlight in the sky. The people closest to them could only be seen as blurry outlines, while all the surrounding road submerged in complete blackness. Hand in hand, with Lu Jiuyue safely nestled in the middle, the three stumbled forward as if blind. At some unknown point during this time spent in the dark, Lu Jiuyue suddenly said, I think it's getting brighter than before." Lu Zhiha looked around and said joyfully, "Fantastic. It's not an illusion, the moon is coming out." Behind them, a part of the sky was brighter than elsewhere. After a while, the silhouette of the mountain became clearer as a moon slowly rose behind it, its glow spreading across the ground and driving away the surrounding darkness. The road and distant mountains revealed themselves in the misty moonlight with faint shapes. They turned around, standing on the road for a moment to admire the moon. Lu Zhifei chuckled and said, "Wow, we're lucky. Now we can see the road clearly. Is it because we have our good luck charm with us?" "Definitely," Lu Zhiha also said, "thank goodness we passed by that house just as it was getting dark. If it had been during the day, we might have fallen into their ambush, that would have been terrible." As they spoke, they continued walking hand in hand. Lu Jiuyue felt slightly better. She had almost cried with guilt during their earlier escape, thinking how that loose stone nearly cost her second brother his life. Under the moonlight, they followed the highway for what seemed like a long time before finally spotting another black house by the roadside. As per routine, Lu Zhifei took the lead, followed closely by Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhiha, slowly approaching the house. After confirming there were no sounds coming from inside, they entered the yard. Under the moonlight, they saw the old walls and roof swaying precariously. They lit the torches and checked every corner of each room, eventually choosing one that looked sturdier to stay in. They bolted the broken door shut from the inside and blocked the windows with burlap sacks, lighting a fire inside. Of course, starting a fire wasn't entirely safe, but they needed it. Not only did it give them a warm place to sleep and a hot meal, but it was crucial for drying their socks and shoes soaked with snow water. If not dried tonight, their footwear could freeze solid tomorrow, which would easily cause frostbite once worn outside. All three were exhausted. After doing some chores and eating, Lu Zhiha said, "It's late. You two should rest first. I'll take the watch during the first half of the night." "Okay," Lu Zhifei pulled out his sleeping bag and reminded him, "Wake me up early. Don't overdo it." "Yes, wake me up first, like last night. I'll take my turn too," Lu Jiuyue quickly added. Lu Zhiha smiled, saying, "All right, I'll wake you. Sleep well." After crawling into their sleeping bags, both fell asleep quickly. Lu Jihe sat alone by the fire, carefully hanging all 3 pairs of socks on a branch and drying them meticulously. When he touched the shoes, they were dry except for Lu Jifei's, which still felt slightly damp inside. He began feeling sleepy, so he slipped his feet back into his shoes and stretched his arms and legs. Walking toward the window, he lifted a corner of the burlap sack to peek outside. In the moonlight, the snow-covered front yard gleamed with a bluish hue. All around, there was silence except for the occasional crackling sound of the firewood in the pile. He stared at the scenery for a moment, tucked the burlap back into place, and resumed drying Lu Jifei's shoe. He then placed the other 2 pairs beside their owner's feet. Debating whether or not to wake Lu Jieyue, he suddenly heard a soft thud outside the window, like something falling. Startled, Lu Jihe immediately stood up and moved silently to the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the burlap sack to look outside. He froze. Outside on the snow-covered ground were many low-crouched figures. At first glance, they resembled a pack of dogs, though larger, with human heads and limbs. They were zombies. Lu Jihe's heart pounded rapidly. He quietly sealed the burlap back, turned around, and gently shook Lu Jifei awake. He woke Lu Jieyue next, covering her mouth with his hand. Lu Jifei climbed out of his sleeping bag without asking any questions and quickly put on his shoes. He picked up his gun and approached the window, lifting the burlap again briefly to peek outside before recovering it. Turning to face the others, he whispered urgently, "There are more than 10, maybe 15. While Lu Jieyue was putting on her shoes, realizing the seriousness of the situation from his lips, she opened her eyes wide with alarm. Thankfully, these were ordinary zombies, without exposed red muscle fibers, and their speed much slower than mutated ones. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jifei set aside his gun, grabbed an axe, and stationed himself near the window. Lu Jihe equipped himself with a kitchen knife tied around his waist and a long stick, standing guard by the door. Meanwhile, Lu Jieyue silently loaded an arrow onto her crossbow, looking upward at the roof. Outside, the low panting and steps of the zombies reached the window, separated only by a thin layer of burlap. The 3 held their breath, staying perfectly still. Suddenly, a loud crack came from the middle of the fire, breaking the fragile silence. For an instant, everything at the window was quiet. Then the burlap sack was torn down, revealing a decaying zombie face and sharp teeth. It let out a shrill scream, but the cry cut short abruptly. Lu Jifei had swung his axe, cleanly severing its neck. This sound attracted even more zombies towards the house. Outside the door, at the window, even atop the roof, the sounds of scratching and pounding began to emerge. After swinging his axe a few times at the zombies trying to break through the window, Lu Jifei glanced upwards and yelled toward Lu Jihe, "We can't hold out here. Jieyue, grab the torch, let's get out." With one hand holding the crossbow and the other pulling out a few sticks from the fire, Lu Jieyue stayed protected in the middle by Lu Jifei and Lu Jihe. Together, they used their combined strength to kick the door open and rushed outside. On the snowy ground outside the house, the 3 stood back-to-back forming a circle, surrounded by vague figures of zombies. Among these zombies, some moved with great agility, while others clearly had been infected for a long time and staggered as they lunged forward. They growled like large ferocious dogs, unable to suppress their hunger for flesh, leaping repeatedly to attack the trio in waves. The sounds of axes chopping into bones, clubs hitting flesh, and the roaring of zombies alternated continuously, echoing in the vast darkness of the night. Lu Jifei had just severed another zombie's neck. There were already 5 or 6 corpses piled up in front of him. Glancing aside, he saw a shadow leap toward Lu Jieyue and instantly kicked it away, shielding his sister behind him. Lu Jieyue quickly shifted positions, moving beside her brother and firing an arrow. It hit the head of a nearby zombie precisely. The zombie wobbled for a moment, fell to the ground, yet continued crawling forward relentlessly until Lu Jihe struck it hard on the head with his stick, finally rendering it still. By this time, the burning sticks in Lu Jieyue's hands had burned down completely and were discarded on the ground, extinguishing quickly. Under the dim moonlight, it was evident that bodies lay scattered everywhere, and only 4 or 5 zombies remained, these being the most agile among them. They jumped and roared like fierce Tibetan mastiffs, their eyes gleaming with green light in the dark. One of them suddenly leapt high into the air, pouncing directly at Lu Jifei. Before it could land, Lu Jifei swung his club fiercely at its head. The zombie was knocked sideways, but its claws managed to scratch across his coat, tearing a hole in the cotton jacket. After landing, the zombie rolled and turned to lunge at Lu Jihe, who was already battling another zombie and couldn't evade in time. He was knocked to the ground immediately. Seeing this, Lu Jifei panicked and swung his axe powerfully to fend off 2 zombies in front of him, then turned around and split the neck of the zombie, pinning Lu Jihe with one clean strike. At that moment, a wind carrying a putrid stench swept from behind. Before Lu Jifei could turn around, he horizontally swung his axe, but missed. As the zombie hurtled through the air toward him, an arrow suddenly shot out from the side and struck it squarely in the face, causing it to fall to the ground. Lu Jifei dodged swiftly, swinging his axe and splitting the head of the fallen zombie, which immediately became motionless. After scoring a direct hit, Lu Jieyue quickly pulled her brother out from under the zombie. Together, they fought the zombie approaching from the other side. Lu Jieyue fired 2 consecutive arrows to slow down the zombie, giving Lu Jihe the chance to swing his club powerfully, breaking the neck of the zombie, which finally collapsed motionless. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei also took down the last zombie on his side and ran over to Lu Jihe, asking anxiously, "He, are you injured?" Hearing a slight tremor in his voice, Lu Jihe hastened to reply, "I'm fine, I'm not hurt. What about you? Is Zhou Yue alright? Are either of you injured?" As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a large tear in Lu Zhifei's coat and panicked immediately. "Were you scratched? Did it break the skin?" "No, the coat is thick enough, so my skin wasn't grazed," Lu Zhifei said as he began feeling around Lu Jihe's head and face. Finding no wounds, he slightly relaxed, turning to ask, "Zhou Yue, were you attacked at all?" "I'm perfectly fine," Zhou Yue assured them hastily. "I stayed in the center, far enough from their reach. Let's go inside." After barely surviving the ordeal, the three were almost drained of energy. Supporting each other, they staggered back into the house. As soon as they entered, Lu Jihe's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Zhifei carried him to the sleeping bag and checked everyone thoroughly again, confirming no injuries before letting out a deep sigh of relief and saying, "You scared me half to death. You two rest a bit more. I'll keep watch tonight." Lu Zhifei adjusted the zipper of Lu Jihe's sleeping bag, hugged him gently, picked up his gun, and added, "Sleep quickly. As soon as it's light, we'll leave." Chapter 25, The City. At the first light of dawn, Lu Zhifei woke up September and Ahe. After eating a little, they packed their luggage, extinguished the fire, and headed out. Under the dim morning light, the scene outside on the snow-covered ground was heart-wrenching. Corpses lay scattered with large patches of reddish-brown bloodstains nearby. The air was filled with the heavy stench of decay and blood. As they walked through the bodies, Lu Jieyue methodically retrieved her crossbow bolts from the fallen ones, wiping the blood from the arrow tips clean on the snow before putting them back in her quiver and continuing onward. They had been walking on the road for over an hour when the sun finally rose, shining on the seemingly endless path ahead, and beside it stood a ruined shack. Lu Zhifei instructed the two to wait by the roadside while he went inside to scout around. Shortly after, he emerged excitedly and said, "There's a motorcycle." Lu Jieyue quickly brought the gasoline inside. The two tinkered with the bike for a while until it sputtered to life. Lu Zhifei rode the bike out, allowing Jieyue and Ahe to sit at the back. Crammed tightly together, they were back on the road. In fact, the motorcycle truly reigned as the king of the country roads, even if it was a clinking old one. It consumed little fuel and was extremely durable, especially useful under poor road conditions. They didn't need to care about rocks or dirt piles on the road, as long as there was a gap, they could ride right through. Its only flaw was that it was unbearably cold to sit on during winter. Not too long after Lu Zhifei began riding, his fingers became numb from the freezing temperature, and the wind made his chest feel icy. Later, Jieyue stopped him, spreading out a sleeping bag to shield himself, thus making it slightly warmer. By noon, the motorcycle ran out of gas. They pushed it to the side of the road and resumed their journey on foot. Lu Zhifei's hands had become as stiff as iron from the cold, so Jieyue spent quite some time massaging them. The three did not stop for food, continuously walking until the sun started to set in the west, where they eventually caught sight of a grey city in the distance. That was where they used to live. There was Jieyue's hospital, Lu Zhifei's company, Jieyue's school, and also their home filled with memories. Now, all that remained were ruins and silence. Lu Zhifei did not press further but rather found a sturdy-looking house to spend the night in. None of them had rested well last night, and they needed sleep early tonight to conserve enough energy to face more zombies and unpredictable dangers tomorrow in the city. They gathered some broken doors and shattered windows from the outside, chopped them up, and carried them indoors, setting up a fire. Surrounding the warmth, the three enjoyed a hearty meal, after which Lu Zhifei carefully pulled out a folded piece of paper from deep within his backpack. It turned out to be a map of the downtown area, frayed at the edges. "Right now, we are here." He looked for a moment at the map before pointing to a place in the southeast corner, then moving his finger to another location. He said, "Tomorrow, we have to get to this place. The agricultural supplies market is located in the western suburbs, so we must start early." Jieyue was mending his cotton-padded jacket. Last night, while they slept, Lu Zhifei clumsily patched it up himself, and the stitches were atrocious. Having spare time now, Jieyue asked him to take it off and sewed it properly again. Upon hearing these words, she moved closer to inspect the two names on the map, as well as street names she once knew, asking, "Then shall we walk along the main streets or through the alleyways tomorrow?" The two discussed the route for the next day while Jieyue listened beside them, drying everyone's socks. When there was a pause, she questioned, "Are the seeds we're looking for actually available at the agricultural supply market?" The two fell silent for a moment before Jieyue replied, "In theory, yes. But whether anything still remains inside, we'll only know after going there." Stretching out on the sleeping bag, Lu Zhifei glanced sideways at the map and said, "Regardless, since we're already here, we might as well check. Tomorrow, when we make our way to the outskirts, let's pass through these neighborhoods first and see if we can find other resources. Here, and here, go house to house, and we should be able to dig something up." Jieyue nodded as she followed his line of thought, saying, "All right, these narrow alleys will be convenient if we encounter any zombies or people, we'll just try to avoid them instead of confronting." After finalizing the plan for the next day, Jieyue said, "Big brother, you guys should sleep first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. Alright, Lu Zhifei stood up and checked the house, ensuring all windows and doors were sealed tightly, before crawling into his sleeping bag and saying, Yue, call me when you get sleepy. Jiuyue patted her sister's head, saying, that's correct, don't push yourself if you're tired. Ugh, Xiao Bao's scalp feels weird when touched, longer hair would definitely provide better tactile feedback. Jiuyue rolled her eyes at him, pulling her fleece hat on, and retorted, go to sleep already, aren't you tired yet? Lu Zhihe crawled into his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. Before falling asleep, he had planned to review the next day's plans, but unexpectedly, as soon as he lay down, exhaustion overtook him. Within a few minutes, he fell into a deep and tranquil sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lu Jiuyue was leaning close to the fire roasting mantu while Lu Zhifei tidied up their luggage. Lu Zhihe got out of his sleeping bag and said, why didn't you wake me last night? Lu Jiuyue handed him a cup of hot water and replied, you barely slept 2 nights ago, so Big Brother 2 said you should rest well. Lu Zhihe took the hot water, sipped slowly, stretched and said, it feels great. A full night's sleep has restored all my strength. Lu Zhifei squatted beside him, reaching out to wipe off some black ash from the corner of his eyes, saying, good, after breakfast, you'll feel even stronger. Lu Zhihe smiled at him and then turned to kiss his hand lightly. Lu Zhifei gleefully watched him for a moment before leaning in and planting a loud kiss on his lips. Lowering her head, Lu Jiuyue said while roasting the mantu, alright you two, enough with the mushy stuff. Such a naive one. Lu Zhifei remarked as he broke off a piece of warm mantu from her hands, biting it and feeding it to Lu Zhihe before shamelessly adding, see? True mushiness is like this. Lu Zhihe chuckled softly and said, fine, hurry up and eat, I need to get up too. Lu Zhifei glanced at him again and said, the charcoal smudges around your nose and mouth are gone now. After breakfast, remember to smear your face black again. After saying that, he looked at Lu Jiuyue, who warily raised her head at both of them and retorted, you two go ahead and apply it. My face is still pretty dark, naturally darker anyway, so no need for any trouble. Both Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe burst out laughing. After eating breakfast together, Lu Zhifei fished out a small whetstone and sharpened the axe and cleaver until they were dazzlingly bright. Then, they smeared charcoal ash on their faces and followed the planned route from the previous day, setting off toward the western suburbs with their backpacks on. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the sky remained a bleak gray as it began snowing lightly once more. The three pulled out plastic sheets, covering themselves, and started walking along the road. Gradually, the outline of the city became clearer. The houses by the roadside grew denser, and the roads wider. Snow covered the deserted streets, scattered with various trash. Streetlights had fallen onto the ground, traffic light heads hung limp from their poles swaying creakily with the wind. Through the drifting snowflakes, one could see broken windows on the surrounding buildings, many window panes shattered, black holes gazing like peering eyes. The wind swept across the city's skyline, creating a hollow and piercing howl. In the middle of the road, a zombie wobbled over, lifting its head to spot them before instinctively lunging forward, only to trip over an abandoned garbage can. Taking advantage of its struggle on the ground, Lu Zhifei swung his axe and decapitated the zombie, leaving it still. At the first crossroads, they turned left and entered a narrow alleyway about 3 to 4 meters wide. Cars were parked haphazardly on the road, blanketed in thick layers of snow. Many houses alongside had collapsed under the weight of the snow, exposing only the broken walls. The intact ones mostly had shops on their ground floors, most of the roller gates were half open, and the interiors were predictably chaotic. These stores had likely been looted multiple times, leaving little chance for remaining supplies, so neither Lu Zhifei nor Lu Zhihe showed any interest in exploring them further. However, as they passed one shop, Lu Jiuyue bent down and peeked inside. She quickly ran up and pulled Lu Zhihe's hand, whispering, there's a child inside. Lu Zhihe stopped, saying, a child? Yeah, Lu Jiuyue continued pulling him as she whispered, his face is rotten. Despite the fallen houses, the road matched the map reasonably well. Along the way, they skillfully used cars and obstacles to evade several groups of zombies. By the time they reached the predetermined area, it was already noon. This place used to be a densely populated residential district where the virus first spread from other cities, infecting people here initially. Lu Zhihe had accompanied hospital colleagues there several times in the past, finding it akin to a living hell, a place filled with running and screaming infected people, while residents stayed indoors behind locked doors, living in perpetual dread. Later, he learned that not just this district but the entire world forsaken by God had turned into a hellish nightmare. Now, those still alive have long since fled, and the zombies have dispersed throughout various parts of the city. The formerly bustling streets and alleys lie silent amidst the swirling snowfall. Lu Zhifei entered the door of a residential building with his gun in hand. The iron gate had long been destroyed, and after they went inside, they began searching from the first floor upward. Most of the doors to apartments were open, their drawers pulled out and chairs knocked over on the floor, obviously having been searched by others. Nevertheless, they meticulously flipped through each place again. After thoroughly searching one building, they managed to have some gains. In a drum washing machine in one room, Lu Zhifei discovered 2 packs of candy and a bag of chocolate, which someone must have hidden there and never retrieved. The chocolate was completely spoiled and had to be thrown away, but the candy was still edible. It had been a long time since the three of them last ate sweets, so seeing those large packs of candy made them extremely happy. Meanwhile, Lu Jihe found a secret compartment on top of the entranceway cabinet in another home. Having read many posts about creating hidden doors and compartments during renovations to maximize every nook and cranny of a house, he placed a chair underneath and used a kitchen knife to pry open the compartment's cover. Out fell a huge stack of paper money, much to his disappointment. However, after moving aside the cash, he noticed several storage boxes at the back. Clearly, this space was intended for storing off-season clothes. They pulled down all the storage boxes and carefully checked through them, finding various seasonal clothes along with nearly new bed sheets that felt very sturdy but had likely been stashed away due to outdated patterns. Additionally, they unearthed a big bundle of yarn and a few iron rods. Lu Jihe then opened up one of the bed covers, bundled everything together, and slung it onto his back. These were all things they could use. With a master tailor like Lu Jihe in their group, even unsuitable clothing could be resized. After descending the stairs, they turned into another building. Here, they killed a few zombies with little fighting ability and discovered a few bags of salt and 2 buckets of instant noodles from a kitchen cupboard. On the balcony of another apartment, they located a large unopened bottle of shampoo as well as assorted sanitary pads, toilet paper, and partially used detergent. Lu Jihe also found 2 bottles of insecticide that had expired long ago. Thinking they were useless, she was surprised when Lu Jihe picked them up. This is a good thing. Lu Jihe weighed the canisters in his hands and said, "Let me show you its power." He lit a lighter and sprayed the bug spray toward the flame. With a whoosh, a meter-long flame shot out. Lu Jihe let out a small exclamation of surprise and quickly tucked the bottles away as if they were treasures. Carrying the items they had gathered, they continued searching several more buildings before stopping to look for a place to sleep for the night. Chapter 26, Neighborhood. Finally, they chose a place to settle down on the 6th floor of a building. This apartment still had a functioning security door, and above it was an old-style terrace. Lu Jihe went up for a check. The distance between buildings was relatively close. If anything unexpected happened, they could jump from the roof to the nearby buildings for escape. The three chopped a few solid wood chairs, started a fire in the room, and had a hot meal. When eating steamed buns, Lu Jihe kept looking at the 2 buckets of instant noodles. Lu Jihe then said, "Dear, you'll eat them when we go back. Otherwise, what if your stomach aches later?" Lu Jihe said with apparent feigned indifference, "I won't eat them, I just want to take a look." There was a picture of beef noodles on the bucket of instant noodles, steam rising, red oil floating, very tempting. Looking at this picture, Lu Jihe ate 2 steamed buns, drank a cup of hot water, touched her belly contentedly, and said, "I'm full." Lu Jihe smiled and said, "Don't you want to eat the beef noodles?" "I don't want to," Lu Jihe replied. "Do you really think there will be beef in the noodles?" How naive. As Lu Jihe laughed, he opened the bag of candy, peeled off the wrapper, fed one each to her and Lu Jihe, and then took one himself. The rich sweetness of the candy melted in his mouth, with some paper bits sticking to it. He smacked his lips, turned to look at Lu Jihe, and said, "It's been years since I last tasted this kind of candy. The first time I tried it was when you gave it to me." Lu Jihe held the candy on one side of his cheek, which swelled into a small lump, and said, "At that time, weren't you reluctant to eat it? You thought I was treating you like a 3-year-old kid." "I mainly disliked how sticky it was," Lu Jihe said, "stuck to the gums, always needing to lick it with my tongue, very much affecting my image." Both Lu Jihe and Lu Jihe laughed. Lu Jihe asked, "Second brother, how does it feel to be a know-it-all?" "It feels great." Lu Jihe lay sideways on the sleeping bag, reached out to touch Lu Jihe's leg, and said, "Under the heavens, after your brother, I am the most handsome. Can you imagine this feeling?" Lu Jihe showed a look of exasperation, turned around, and asked Lu Jihe, "Big brother, how did you end up liking this narcissist? Don't you find it annoying to look at him?" "Not at all." Lu Jihe pursed his lips and smiled as he went to flip the shoes roasting by the fire, softly saying, "He really is handsome. Ah, I can barely stand the both of you." Lu Jihe exclaimed, turned over with disdain, and used her back to face them. The 3 people were eating candies and chatting idly. The atmosphere was relaxed, the candy made them feel cheerful. It felt as though they had returned to those days when their family of 3 would sit on the sofa, chatting while snacking, instead of being outside in a snowy night filled with dangers. When the window outside was completely dark, Lu Jihe said, "Let's put out the fire." They extinguished the fire. Lu Jihe placed the shoes not yet completely dry on the pile of firewood, using the last bit of warmth to roast them, and said, "You 2 sleep first, I'll keep watch in the first half of the night." Lu Jihe agreed, but Lu Jihe got up, dug out a thick down jacket from the package, and draped it on Lu Jihe, saying, "Call me at the slightest sound." "Okay." Lu Jihe stood up and looked toward the window, saying, "Seize the time to sleep a little." Lu Jihe placed the gun within arm's reach, wore socks, and entered the sleeping bag. The room became quiet. Leaning against the window frame, Lu Jihe saw that the snow outside had stopped. The wind whistled fiercely, squeezing through the window crack, producing a humming sound. The snow color below reflected the weak daylight, revealing only a dim blackness everywhere. It was a desolate world. Looking from this position, he could vaguely see the road below the building. The snow-covered road stretched to the gate of the neighborhood far away. After looking for a while, Lu Ji tightened the down jacket around him, went back to sit on the sleeping bag, touching the rough texture of the wooden stick in the darkness, silently calculating the route for tomorrow. Just thinking about the possibility of finding nothing even after going to the agricultural market made him anxious. He thought for a long while, then bent over to check on Jiu Yu and Air Fei. Both were already asleep, with steady and long breathing sounds. After listening for a while, Lu Ji's mind became calm again. Dangers are inevitable, disappointments also exist, after all, this is the apocalypse. But as long as one is alive, hope must be given to oneself. Just like himself, during the most desperate period, could he have anticipated a day when he'd have enough to eat and clothes to wear, and he'd be leaning beside the person he loves most, counting their breaths. As the night deepened, the room became colder and colder. Lu Ji wrapped himself tightly in his clothing, drowsiness creeping over him. He stood up again, lightly stretched his arms and legs, and walked to the window to look down. The entire neighborhood was extremely quiet, with only the sound of wind and the faint howls carried through it. Those were zombies howling in the distance. Lu Ji listened for a while, rubbed his hands to return to the sleeping bag, when suddenly black dots surged into the entrance of the neighborhood. These black dots moved on the snow-covered ground and dispersed among the buildings. Lu Ji immediately lost all sleepiness, his hands unconsciously gripping tightly. A group of zombies had arrived, about 20 to 30 of them by estimation. How could they suddenly come here? Just as he was wondering, more black dots rushed in from outside the gate. These black dots moved much faster than the previous zombies. One of these quickly caught up with the earlier zombies, merging with it into a cluster. A sharp scream of a zombie was carried by the wind. Lu Ji watched everything, feeling icy cold all over. He knew why the zombies suddenly came at midnight. They were chased by hunters into the neighborhood. And those pursuing behind were the mutated red zombies. Black dots scattered wildly across the snowy ground downstairs, accompanied by bone-chilling howls. Quietly returning to the room, Lu Ji woke up Lu Ji and the younger sister. They put on their shoes in the dark and glanced out of the window. After understanding the situation, Lu Jiu stood guard by the window with her crossbow while Lu Ji and Lu Ji opened the door and stood by the security door with weapons ready. The howls and running continued downstairs. A while later, there were loud sounds of jumping and running coming from the hallway. Some zombies climbed up the stairs. Lu Ji aimed his gun at the door while Lu Ji firmly held the wooden stick. As the running sounds grew louder, accompanied by zombie howls, they gradually reached the 6th floor. Suddenly, there was a bang, as something heavy crashed against the security door. The thick door trembled from the impact. Both Lu Ji and Lu Ji jumped slightly, holding their breaths. Behind the door, zombie roars intertwined together. Heavy objects continuously hit the door, producing scratching sounds. Glancing at each other, both stepped forward, using their shoulders to press against the shaking security door. The horrifying chewing and swallowing sounds rang outside the door, sounding like they were right beside their ears. Soon after, running footsteps came from upstairs and stopped at the 6th floor, joining the group feasting outside the door. 2 zombies ate greedily outside the door, frequently bumping into it, producing muffled, clang, sounds. Lu Ji and Lu Ji stood still in the darkness, listening to the commotion outside the door without moving. After an indeterminate period of time, the chewing sounds finally ceased. Running footsteps went up toward the rooftop, momentarily stopped, and then rushed back down, with a zombie howling before speeding away downstairs. Neither Lu Ji nor Lu Ji moved, listening carefully to the noises outside the door. Not until all sounds completely vanished did they step back lightly. Lu Ji grabbed Lu Ji's hand, finding, not unexpectedly, a palmful of cold sweat. Noises of hunting lasted long outside, but luckily no zombies ran up the staircase. Inside, the two held each other's hands and sat by the wall. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Jiu also quietly joined, leaning against Big Brother, and they silently waited for dawn. When the first streak of sunlight came through the window, Lu Ji touched Lu Jiu's face, hoarsely saying, "It should be safe now, let's go inside." The three stood up from the wall, all feeling stiff legs and sore bodies. It turned out that full alertness for a prolonged time was equally exhausting. Lu Ji said looking at them, "I'll keep watch, you two go to sleep. Get enough rest before we set off." Lu Ji hadn't slept all night, with bloodshot eyes showing red veins. He obeyed and crawled into the sleeping bag while yawning and saying, "We had good luck last night. We took advantage of one group of zombies attacking another, giving us a chance in the middle." "That's true," Lu Ji also nodded. "Fortunately, we extinguished the fire last night, otherwise, we'd have been targeted by 2 groups of zombies. That explains why I felt the city's zombies are fewer than before," Lu Jiu lying in her sleeping bag said. "They've been eaten by these red monsters." "Zombies eating zombies, that's so strange." Lu Ji thought, "What's so strange? Humans eat humans too." But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he just replied, "Yeah, perhaps these things mutated because they ate the corpses of zombies. Anyway, let them consume themselves. Better yet if they don't bother us." After chatting casually for a few sentences, Lu Ji and Lu Jiu fell asleep one after another. Lu Ji, dressed in his down jacket, looked out the window and saw black blood scattered everywhere on the snowy ground, all being remnants of the zombies, while the red zombies had already disappeared. The sky gradually grew brighter outside the window. Even without the sun, daylight gave people more sense of security. Lu Zhifei turned around and relit the firewood in the room. The flames licked at the blackened wood, driving away the thick chill in the room. He sat by the fire, looking down at Lu Zhihe beside him. Between his hat and scarf, his brows and eyes could be seen, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and long black lashes fell gracefully, fluttering occasionally. Last night he must have been very tense, so now even while sleeping, he couldn't rest easily and was still worrying. Lu Zhifei stared at him for a long time, then turned to look at his little sister. The foolish girl looked completely peaceful in her sleep, appearing as if she would just use a falling sky as her blanket. Children who had grown up in the apocalypse were truly carefree, nothing could stop her from sleeping. After all, only getting enough rest ensured one had sufficient strength to deal with this dangerous world. Seeing her sleep so soundly, he almost didn't want to wake her, but they had to move on. Lu Zhifei began boiling water over the fire and roasting mantu, steamed buns. Then, after some thought, he added 2 candy pieces into the water. As the sugar dissolved in the water, a sweet fragrance filled the room. It wasn't long before the little glutton smacked her lips twice and woke up. "Brother, it smells good." This sweet and soothing way of waking made Lu Jiu feel relaxed. Her eyes half open, her voice thick with sleepiness as she asked, "What are you cooking?" Lu Zhifei poured her half a cup of water and said, "I'm making milk tea." Lu Jiu sat up, took a sip of the water and said, "Not bad, although it's not as tasty as real milk tea. Oh, in another 2 years, I might forget what milk tea tastes like altogether." "You won't need 2 years, Lu Zhifei laughed and said, "You haven't had it many times anyway. Didn't your brother say that stuff is bad for your health?" "That's true," Lu Jiu said, "Humph, that's the most annoying thing about Big Brother, always controlling what I eat." Lu Zhihe also woke up just in time to hear this statement and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What are you muttering behind my back? Why am I bothering you? It's all your fault, just your fault." Lu Jiu said somewhat regretfully, "You always control me, you always control me. You didn't let me drink milk tea many times. Now I want to drink it, and I can't, right?" Lu Zhifei stuffed a bun into her mouth and said, "How ungrateful. Isn't that for your own good? Remember how skinny you used to be? You were shorter than a monkey and even smaller than the dog downstairs." Lu Jiu couldn't speak because of the bun in her mouth, so she could only give him a dirty look. Lu Zhifei then passed the hot water and buns to Ahe. Lu Zhihe drank some water and said, "Isn't it just milk tea? I'll make it for you later." "Really?" Lu Jiu swallowed a bite of the bun and asked excitedly, "Can we make lots of small taro balls too?" "We can," Lu Zhihe said, "as long as we can grow sweet potatoes in the fields, I can make taro balls for you." "Great." Lu Jiu immediately flattered him, "I love Big Brother the most. Oh my gosh, how talented you are. Love my ass." Lu Zhifei mocked her, "When there's food, you call me brother, when there isn't, you throw me over the wall, huh? Little white-eye wolf. I haven't settled accounts with you yet." Lu Jiu drank up the hot water and pounced at Lu Zhifei, "Who said someone is shorter than a dog? Tell me clearly, who is shorter than a dog? Pour me more water." After fooling around and finishing breakfast, they extinguished the fire as usual, packed their luggage and found items, and began to head out. Lu Zhifei walked in front. Before pulling open the security door, he took a deep breath and asked softly, "Are you guys ready?" Lu Jiu and Lu Zhihe replied, "Ready." Lu Zhifei opened the door, seeing a pile of bloody bones lying in the corridor outside, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. With a calm expression, he pushed the bones aside with a stick and stepped out, saying, "Let's go." Chapter 27, The Market. By the time the three of them reached the entrance to the agricultural supplies market, it was already in the afternoon. Above the tall iron archway, the words, "Agricultural Supplies Big Market," were half broken and could barely be recognized as just, "Capital," and "Market." A layer of dirty snow covered the parking lot at the front. Inside the market, there were rows of 3 to 4-storied buildings, where the first and second floors were storefronts and warehouses, while the third and fourth floors were converted for living quarters. Like elsewhere, this place also showed signs of neglect everywhere. The discolored store signs hung loosely, covering the storefronts, and the rolling shutters were twisted and deformed, clearly having been violently pried open at some point. Under the gray sky, the vast market was empty of people. Snow started falling again at some point, the flakes settling on the deserted streets, the drab rooftops, and on the suspicious and terrifying footprints in the snow-covered ground. The wind rattled the tin sheets of the shop signs, sending their clanging echoes far across the desolate market. In the distance, zombies were always there roaring and scavenging. Lu Zhifei held his gun, slowly advancing inside. Lu Jiu and Lu Zhihe followed behind him in a triangular formation. To save time, they didn't search the shops closest to the market's entrance but instead headed directly toward the third row of buildings. After checking through 7 or 8 shops, aside from Lu Zhihe finding a small bag of carrot seeds, the other two had come up empty-handed. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Jiu looked at the bag of seeds and said, "Looks like we're out of luck today. And guess what? My least favorite vegetable is carrots. My goodness, you've only had enough to eat for a few days and now you're being picky again. Lu Zhifei carefully stored the seeds into his backpack and tapped her forehead saying, even heaven can't stand you. That's why it punishes your bad habit. Having finished, he carried his gun toward another building. The first floor was just as vacant as elsewhere, with shelves covered in dust. Plastic bags and various trash littered the ground. Lu Zhihe sifted carefully through the plastic bags, hoping to find an unopened bag of seeds, while Lu Zhifei walked through the storefront, heading around to the stairs behind the shop to check out the second floor. He had just taken a few steps up the stairs when he suddenly stopped, crouching down to inspect something closely. His expression gradually became more serious. He quietly stepped back and spoke in a low voice outside, there are people here. Lu Zhihe immediately dropped the plastic bag he was holding and walked over, asking quietly, where? Lu Zhifei pointed out the footprints on the staircase to him. In the dimly lit hallway full of dust, one could vaguely see mixed footprints leading upstairs, uncertain how many people had made them. Lu Jiuyue also came over and looked alongside them for a moment before whispering, what do we do now? Do we leave? After concentrating for a moment, Lu Zhifei listened carefully and then said, I'll go take a look upstairs. Lu Zhihe didn't stop him but whispered softly, Jiuyue, watch outside by the door. Stay alert. If anyone comes, stay quiet and come find us upstairs. After giving the instructions, he began ascending after Lu Zhifei. Both of them moved cautiously until they reached the second floor, where all the doors were tightly closed, locked firmly. Both Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe glanced at each other, both revealing a trace of surprise. They hadn't expected that there might still be someone living here, possibly for quite some time. Lu Zhifei leaned close to the door and listened for a moment. Inside was utterly silent. He gave a signal and continued upward. The doors on the third and fourth floors were wide open, revealing messy interiors. Having examined everything thoroughly, Lu Zhifei found no abnormalities, so they returned to the second floor with Lu Zhihe. Lu Zhihe swung his axe, breaking the lock, while Lu Zhifei readied his gun. They pushed the door open to reveal an unoccupied room filled with miscellaneous items including neatly packed bedding rolls, cups, and bowls. There was also a pile of ashes in the middle of the room. Lu Zhihe squatted down, using a wooden stick to dig through the ash and said, it's very likely they spent the night here yesterday. Scanning the contents of the room, Lu Zhifei remarked, judging by this setup, there must be at least 3 people living here. Lu Zhihe nodded and didn't touch anything else, simply saying, let's go. We need to get out of here quickly. The two hurried downstairs, where Lu Jiuyue was hiding behind the counter by the door, peeking cautiously outside. Seeing them descend, she quickly asked in a low voice, what's going on? There are people staying here. Lu Zhihe pulled her along as they continued walking out, saying, we'll quickly search a couple more stores, and then we'll leave. Yue, stick close to me and don't wander off. The trio ceased separating for individual searches and only chose seed-selling shops to enter. Later, Lu Jiuyue managed to uncover a packet of chili pepper seeds buried within a stack of cardboard boxes, but no further useful items were found. As they exited the building, Lu Zhifei walked to the doorway and suddenly caught sight of a fleeting black shadow turning a corner down the street. He quickly retreated, leaning against the wall behind the door, whispering seriously to the other two behind him, there's someone outside. Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhihe immediately pressed themselves tightly against the wall, each holding their weapon in hand. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei used the cover of scattered objects nearby and carefully peeked out through the doorway. But there was no one at the street corner, only the tranquil falling of snowflakes. It seemed that shadow might have been just his illusion. He stood observing at the doorway for quite some time, and still saw no movement on the other side of the street. Lu Zhifei picked up a broken brick and threw it into the middle of the street. The brick bounced twice on the snowy ground, making a clattering sound before coming to a stop, yet all around remained eerily silent. The sky was growing dim, and they couldn't stay here any longer. Lu Zhifei took a deep breath, stepped outside with his gun at the ready, always pointing toward the street corner. Behind him, Lu Zhihe and Lu Jiuyue held their axe and crossbow respectively, alerting to all sides. The three slowly moved outward along the street, and by the time they were far enough away from that house, they encountered no one. Maybe someone like us is looking for supplies, Lu Zhihe murmured softly. Lu Zhifei nodded, turning around to walk with them back toward the market's exit. Lu Jiuyue asked, brother, where will we spend the night tonight? We'll stay overnight in a house outside, Lu Zhifei said, we definitely can't come back here anymore. No matter who those people were that lived here, it would always be safer to keep their distance. After all, this was the apocalypse. People who had survived this long knew well the cruelty humans could inflict on each other. Strangers, much like zombies, needed to be treated cautiously. Hearing that they wouldn't return to the market, Lu Jiuyue looked a little disappointed and said, won't we look for seeds? That was why we came this time, wasn't it? There's nothing left to find here. It seems it's been cleaned out more than once already. Lu Zhihe pulled her hand while walking quickly outwards, saying, however, most shop owners around here rent warehouses near their stores. Over these few days, we'll check the houses nearby. Perhaps there are leftover seeds or agricultural materials. Oh, Lu Jiuyue brightened up again, saying, then we need to search thoroughly. We can't let this trip be wasted. After leaving the agricultural supplies big market gate, they headed towards the surrounding irregular rows of residential houses. This area originally consisted of urban villages which after reconstruction retained many local residents' small buildings. Ground floors were often rented out as stores or warehouses, while narrow alleys twisted between the houses. If you were familiar with the layout, it actually made a very good hiding place. The collapse of buildings here wasn't too severe. The three followed the alleys inside and cut down 2 zombies that darted out. After several turns, they finally found a relatively intact house. Lu Zhifei searched the upper and lower floors once, finding it empty. He chose a room on the 2nd floor, put down his backpack and said, "We'll stay here tonight." Lu Jiuyue followed him into the room, setting down her backpack before stepping out with her axe in hand to look for firewood. In a room downstairs, she found an old wooden door and chopped it into pieces, carrying them upstairs to build a fire in the selected room. After a while, Lu Zhiha also entered, carrying a bundle of firewood placed beside the pile, though it was unclear exactly where he'd found it. Seeing the woodpile, Lu Jiuyue asked, "Brother, is it going to be like last night? We'll extinguish the fire after roasting so we won't use all the wood." Lu Zhiha replied, "Yeah, let's leave this stack of firewood here. We'll make a few torches later, just in case." Lu Jiuyue took out a steamed bun and began to toast it, looking outside and asking, "Where's Urge? Where did he go?" Before Lu Zhiha could stand up to look for him, footsteps sounded outside. Lu Zhifei carried a large cardboard box upstairs and placed it next to the fireplace excitedly, saying, "Look. I found a bunch of great stuff." Lu Zhiha hurried over, seeing a variety of items in the box, with 7 or 8 cans of pesticide on top. He quickly picked one up and examined it against the firelight, asking, "Where did you find these? Are they still usable?" "They're fine." Lu Zhifei pressed the nozzle slightly and sprayed a mist of gas onto the fire. With a roar, the flames shot up high. Lu Jiuyue jumped a bit in surprise, shouting, "Quick, move the box further away. Be careful, it might explode." "What's this?" "Soap." "Oh, it smells good. Brother, where did you find it?" "Such good luck." Lu Zhifei dragged the box to the side and said excitedly, "I originally went out to look for firewood. I saw a collapsed house nearby and thought there might be some broken door panels inside, so I went in to check. Sure enough, there was a door lying on the ground. I was about to drag it out when I noticed a small cabinet underneath. When I opened it, I found quite a few things inside. Look, apart from pesticides, there's salt, seasonings, soap, toothpaste, and more." "Wow, I haven't used toothpaste in ages." Lu Zhiha looked at the items in the cardboard box, his eyes sparkling as he said, "We should search this area thoroughly tomorrow. Maybe we'll find even more supplies." "Right." Lu Zhifei placed the items back in the box, stood up, and secured the windows and doors. He and Lu Zhiha worked together to cover the window with holes using burlap sacks. Lu Zhifei added, "This area used to be an urban village, and it had so many cockroaches. That's probably why this family stocked up on so much pesticide." "That's true," Lu Zhiha agreed, "and a lot of the residents around here rented out their houses. Some of them opened small shops selling daily necessities. This particular house we found must have been one of those where they kept their stock, and we just stumbled upon it." As the sky grew darker, Lu Jiuyue sighed regretfully, "What you said makes me wish I could start searching right now." Lu Zhiha chuckled, "Let's eat first, and we can talk about it tomorrow. The stuff isn't going to run away on its own, and we'll still be able to find more." In the dimming evening light, they took off their soaked shoes and socks, roasting by the fire while eating and drinking. After being full and hydrated, Lu Jiuyue sat barefoot on her sleeping bag, sighing contentedly. She said, "Last night was way too scary. I hope those red-infected zombies don't come back tonight." "Hopefully we won't run into them," Lu Zhiha said, "but even if they do show up, we shouldn't be afraid. Those red-infected zombies are terrifying but they can't stand light. And since we have so much pesticide, we can use that to spray them." Lu Zhifei yawned and said, "That may be true, but I still hope I can get a good night's sleep. If we keep getting disturbed like this every night, no one would be able to take it." Lu Jiuyue quickly said, "Urge, go ahead and rest for a bit. Big brother, I'll take the first watch of the night. I'll wake you guys up when I feel tired." Chapter 28 The Boy. Because he didn't sleep much the previous night, Lu Zhifei slept heavily all night. Despite the occasional cries of zombies in the distance, and despite the fact that those cries seemed particularly chilling and frightening in the vast, silent ruins of the city, Lu Jiuyue woke him up in the early hours of the morning. Just then, another cry sounded, and it seemed to be on the road outside the residential area. In the darkness, Lu Jiuyue's eyes glowed faintly, and she whispered, "Should we wake up elder brother too?" "Not yet." Lu Zhifei glanced at the sleeping Lu Zhiha and said, "Let him rest a little longer." He climbed out of his sleeping bag, quickly put on his coat, grabbed his gun with one hand, and took a look out of the window. He saw that there was actually a moon outside, and its misty light illuminated the houses and snow-covered ground. The world seemed to have turned into a black and white woodcut. Lu Zhifei looked at both ends of the alley and then turned back and said, "You should also try to get some rest." "Ignore them." Lu Jiuyue softly responded with an She didn't take off her clothes but sat against the wall, fumbling to pull the sleeping bag over herself. She closed her eyes, but for a moment, sleep wouldn't come. In the distance, running sounds and the sharp howls of zombies could be heard. Those sounds grew closer and eventually reached the road at the mouth of the alley. Ong! The sharp howl exploded suddenly. This time, it was on the neighboring road. Even Lu Jihe woke up from the sound and sat up from his sleeping bag. The panting like that of wild beasts was now clearly audible. It seemed the red zombies were chasing something. The sounds of running and jumping faded towards one end of the alley, and after a while, the footsteps returned, accompanied by another even sharper howl. Leaning against the window, Lu Jihe held his breath and stayed perfectly still. In the dim black and white world, the road and the ruins appeared as if they had frozen. At this moment, a shadow suddenly darted into the small alley around the corner. Judging from its movements, it was human, just one person. The person cautiously moved forward between the houses in the alley, keeping their steps very light. But still, several red zombies were drawn over. The zombies sniffed and howled behind them, getting visibly closer to the person, and nearer to the small courtyard where they were staying. No good. Seeing this, Lu Jihe felt a chill run down his spine and whispered, "He can't hide in our courtyard, he'll get us killed." Ironically, just as he thought it, the shadow swiftly slipped into the front yard of this very house, crouching under the more than man-height wall. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jihe made up his mind, placed his gun down, grabbed a lighter and a can of insecticide, stuffing them into his pocket, and then silently tiptoed downstairs. He stealthily approached the dark entrance hall downstairs. As he stepped aside into the shadows, he spotted that person bending down to walk into the hall. Holding his breath, Lu Jihe waited until the figure passed him, then clamped a hand over the person's mouth and another on his neck, dragging him behind the door of the entrance hall. At the instant of being seized, the person struggled violently, his feet scraping against the ground. Quickly, Lu Jihe leaned close to his ear and made a soft, shoo sound, causing the person to fall immediately silent. At this point, several zombies had already leapt into the yard. They roamed about, sniffing everywhere, their panting seemingly right beside their ears. Separated by a slightly ajar broken door, the two people inside simultaneously held their breath. A red zombie with bloodshot red eyes crept toward the entrance hall, getting closer and closer to them. Every muscle in Lu Jihe's body tightened. He let go of the person and prepared himself with the lighter in one hand and the insecticide nozzle pressed in the other, ready to strike. Just as things came to a critical juncture, a slight click sound came from a distant ruin. The red zombie at the door stopped instantly. Moments later, the zombies in the yard jumped outward, rushing fast toward the source of the sound. Not until the footfalls of the zombies had faded far away did Lu Jihe let out a sigh of relief. The person next to him instantly stood up, ready to rush out the door. Lu Jihe immediately grabbed him and said firmly, "They haven't gone far." The person froze. Then Lu Jihe quietly said again, "If you want to survive, follow me." He turned and started heading upstairs. The figure hesitated in the darkness for a moment before following suit. When they reached the room, soon after, Lu Jihe entered carrying a bow. It turned out that earlier, he'd been standing in another room, firing an arrow out the window, which successfully lured the zombies away. Whether sitting or standing, they gathered in the dim room, hearing the howls and the rapid running of the zombies fade away in the distance. Lu Jihe lit the lighter, and under the flickering flame, he saw the person huddled against the wall. It was a boy of 11 or 12 years old, bony and emaciated, with large round eyes filled with terror and alertness. Lu Jihe asked softly, "Brother, who is he?" Lu Jihe extinguished the lighter and said, "Go back to sleep, we'll leave at dawn." Next was Lu Jihe's turn for watch. Lu Jihe and Lu Jihe continued sleeping. The boy curled up in a corner of the room, hugging his legs, alert and cautious. After sitting there for a while, Lu Jihe found the cold too unbearable, so he retrieved a thick quilt and tossed it over to the boy. Without a word, the boy caught it and wrapped himself with it. The zombies did not return during the latter half of the night, allowing Lu Jihe and Lu Jihe to sleep until daybreak. As the first light filtered through the window, the boy stood up and croaked, "Can I go now?" Lu Jihe, holding the crossbow pointed at him, replied, "No, you can't go." The boy stared at him, and then asked, "Are you going to eat me?" "We don't eat people," Lu Jihe said, "but we also don't want to be eaten." The boy's expression remained vigilant. Clearly, he didn't fully believe what Lu Jihe had said. But after a moment, he finally spoke, "We don't eat people either. I came here with my parents to look for supplies. Now I need to find them." No, Lu Jihe did not trust the boy easily, and said, "You will only leave when we do." The child sat against the wall again, occasionally glancing at Lu Jihe. Lu Jihe, with an unyielding face, said sternly, "Don't think about sneaking away. My arrows are sharp. Once dawn comes and we leave, I'll let you go." It wasn't until the sky outside brightened that Lu Jihe woke the other two. Lu Jihe crawled out of his sleeping bag, started the fire, and began heating water. Lu Jihe roasted steamed buns while secretly observing the boy from time to time. When the water boiled, the steamed buns were also warm, giving off an enticing aroma of wheat flour, and they began eating breakfast. The boy in the corner had been very wary all along. At this moment, he revealed a childlike vulnerability, struggling to shift his gaze away from the bun, with his thin neck showing as he repeatedly swallowed saliva. After taking a couple of bites herself, Lu Jihe glanced at her two brothers, then couldn't resist taking another steamed bun from her chopsticks and passing it to the boy, saying, "Here, take it." The boy looked at her incredulously, as if stunned. Lu Zhifei then said, eat quickly, then go find your parents. The boy carefully took the bun, nibbling it cautiously at first, before hungrily devouring it. In no time, he finished an entire bun. The three watched him eat. Then Lu Zhihe handed him a cup of hot water, saying, drink some, settle your stomach. We don't have much food left, so we can't give you more. The boy accepted the cup, blew on the hot water and sipped it slowly, then timidly raised his head to look at them. His eyes filled with gratitude as he said, I saw you yesterday, inside the agricultural supply market. So, you were the one hiding around the corner? Lu Zhifei said, were you alone or with your parents? The boy replied, my parents and I were all there. We cleared the zombies inside and had been hiding in one of the buildings these few days. Yesterday, since our place was discovered by you, my dad thought it wasn't safe anymore, so we moved to another house nearby. In the middle of the night, a few red zombies crashed into our door. I got separated from them while running, I don't even know if they managed to escape. As the boy spoke, his eyes reddened slightly. For a while, no one else said anything. After some time, Lu Zhiyue said softly, you, don't worry too much. Let's search for them later. They might be looking for you right now. Yes, the boy looked as they packed their things, standing up as well, can I go now? Lu Zhifei glanced at him, nodding and said, all right, we're leaving too. The boy opened the door and walked out, turning around to say, by the way, my name is Wu Yuan. Wu as in sky mouth, and Yuan as in a new beginning. And, thank you. This was the first time Wu Yuan explicitly thanked them, even though they had saved his life earlier. In such perilous times, rescuers may not necessarily be good people, they could have been after supplies, human flesh, or something else. However, those willing to share their own food must certainly be kind-hearted. After Wu Yuan descended the stairs, he vigilantly looked around the door and quickly ran down one side of the alley. With his luggage ready, Lu Zhifei stood up and said, let's go. The three went downstairs, paused momentarily at the door, and Lu Zhiyue looked in the direction where Wu Yuan had disappeared, asking, brother, do you think he will be able to find his parents? Lu Zhihe also glanced in that direction and responded, hopefully. They carried their heavy luggage and made their way laboriously through the alley. Whenever they saw a house that looked promising, they would go inside to search. This time, they avoided houses that were still intact, opting instead for collapsed ones. After searching a few places, Lu Zhihe indeed discovered traces of a small shop among the ruins. After removing the layer of gray sand on top, they revealed half of a cabinet underneath. Inside it, Lu Zhihe found a pile of loose cookies, but unfortunately, all had crumbled into tiny bits, and some were even moldy. Lu Zhiyue stood guard nearby, carefully examining each bag of cookies, then reluctantly opened the plastic bags to taste them. She sighed deeply and said, what kind of lousy manufacturer is this? Why couldn't they just add more preservatives? Lu Zhihe, crouched inside, laughed and said, it's been 5 or 6 years, even if it was soaked in formaldehyde, we can't guarantee it wouldn't rot. As he spoke, he used an axe to break open the shards of glass and with difficulty opened another cabinet door, retrieving a box of lighters and several packs of toilet paper. All items were sealed in plastic bags, and they were still usable, although the toilet paper had turned slightly yellow. Lu Zhihe rejoiced and immediately tossed the items onto the pit where Lu Zhifei wrapped them up in a bedsheet. Their luggage had now grown significantly heavier. After inspecting it, Lu Zhifei said, this won't do. We have to find a place to hide our supplies, it's too troublesome carrying all this stuff, and it will be hard to escape if we encounter zombies. For the past few days, we've been operating around here, so let's look for a place nearby, Lu Zhihe suggested. Do we really need to avoid that Wu Yuan and his parents? Lu Zhiyue asked. Lu Zhifei and Lu Zhihe exchanged a glance, and Lu Zhihe said, if it's only a family of 3, there's no real cause for concern. They're likely just doing the same as us, searching around here for supplies. Yes, Lu Zhifei added, we'll just be cautious when hiding and try to avoid them. As he spoke, he suddenly paused and gave Lu Zhihe a meaningful look before crouching behind a broken wall. After a while, someone outside the ruins coughed softly. It was Wu Yuan who had left earlier that morning, now reappearing from the side alley. He called out, it's me. I found my parents. Behind him emerged a man and a woman, both in their early 40s. Both were armed, especially the man who was tall and muscular and holding a gun. From a distance, the man lowered the rifle, its muzzle pointing at the ground, while the woman spoke, thank you for saving our child. The 3 people hidden among the ruins glanced at one another. Lu Zhifei cautiously raised his weapon and slowly stepped out from behind the wall, nodding at them from afar. It was all by coincidence, he said. There's no need to thank us. The woman hesitated, looking unsure whether to approach or not. But Lu Zhifei had no intention of making conversation and said, we're just passing by, and we're about to leave. At that, the woman stopped. Nearby, Wu Yuan took a couple of steps forward and placed a small bundle on a brick beside the road, saying, my parents say this is a token of appreciation. Please accept it. We're also leaving now. Goodbye. Lu Zhifei opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Wu Yuan set down the package and immediately turned, leading his family to walk away toward the other end of the alley. Lu Zhihe climbed out of the pit and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Zhifei, watching as they left. As the trio walked a few steps, the woman turned around and called from a distance, "Are you Dr. Lu?" Lu Jiha paused, squinting to see her. She continued, "Excuse me, are you Dr. Lu, he? The doctor who operated on me, do you remember me?" Staring intently at the woman, Lu Jiha hesitated, saying, "Are you?" The woman dropped the stick she was holding, pulled off her hat and scarf, then awkwardly stepped over the rubble until she stopped about 7 or 8 meters away. Looking at Lu Jiha, she revealed a face filled with mingled joy and sorrow. "My goodness, it's really you. Yesterday, I caught a glimpse from behind the wall, and I thought it might be you. But I didn't expect it to actually be true. Do you remember me? I'm Zhu Yun." Distant memories slowly surfaced in Lu Jiha's mind. Watching the woman, whose face showed signs of fatigue and age, his eyes gradually became moist. "Sister Yun. Is that really you? You're alive. That's amazing. So you've..." He glanced at the two people behind her and said, "Found your husband and son?" "I found them." Zhu Yun choked back tears and said, "I was lucky, we reunited soon after we separated." Did you reunite with your family as well? How wonderful, how wonderful. I've always said that someone as good as you would definitely be blessed by heaven. If they didn't protect you, they'd be blind dogs. Chapter 29 Zhu Yun. Lu Jiha met Zhu Yun at the very beginning of the chaotic times. They were among a group of people searching for a base, fleeing from one place to another. Along the perilous journey, the two gradually became familiar with each other. A real bond formed later on. Halfway through their journey, Zhu Yun suffered from appendicitis and was in excruciating pain, almost dying. At that time, both urban and rural areas were full of zombies, everyone was running for their lives, and medicines and food were more precious than gold. Apart from her daughter and Lu Jiha, whom she had just met, no one was willing to get involved. During the evacuation, people unhesitatingly abandoned this patient. In the end, it was Lu Jiha who took the mother and daughter, finding a small hospital nearby, and then taking an even greater risk to perform an appendectomy for her. Without an anesthetist and without appropriate medical equipment, he single-handedly managed the entire process from disinfection to anesthesia and then surgery stitching, ultimately saving Zhu Yun's life. It was only later that he learned Zhu Yun was also looking for her family. Previously, Zhu Yun had been accompanying her daughter through junior high school, while her husband and son lived in another city, only able to reunite on weekends. Little did they expect the world would fall into chaos so quickly, leaving the family of four scattered among the vast crowds. Out of shared misfortune and gratitude for saving her life, Zhu Yun immediately recognized Lu Jiha as her godbrother, and the three companions endured a difficult journey together. Later, during a chaotic zombie attack, they got separated and never saw each other again. In the apocalypse, things were like this, every meeting might be the last, as no one could guarantee whether they would survive the next leg of their journey. At the ruins' brick walls, Zhu Yun tightly held Lu Jiha's hand for a long time before letting go. The two exchanged sighs of reminiscence. Lu Jiha thought about her daughter, who wasn't much older than Jiu Yu, and asked, "Why don't I see Tingting?" He stopped, glancing at Zhu Yun's expression, not continuing. Tingting passed away 2 years ago, scratched by a zombie. Zhu Yun wiped tears off her face, saying, "When I found Yuan this morning, he told me someone saved him and gave him food, which made me more sure it was you. I really don't know how to thank you. You've saved our family twice." "Yun's sister, don't say that," Lu Jiha said, "it was all coincidental. If there was a chance to help, I helped. It's our good luck to meet someone like you." Zhu Yun suddenly remembered something, then turned back and said, "Dechi, bring my backpack over." The tall, silent man behind her walked forward, one hand holding a gun, the other carrying a backpack, and Wu Yuan picked up his things lying on the ground and followed. Zhu Yun took the backpack, rummaged around in the compartment for quite some time, and then handed a small cloth bag to Lu Jiha, saying, "When we got separated, I found this thing on the ground. I remembered seeing you wearing it around your neck before, so it must have been important to you, and I kept it. Originally, I thought I might never return it to you if we didn't bump into each other, so I would keep it as a memento. But unexpectedly, this day has come where I can return it to its rightful owner. Here, check if it's yours." Lu Jiha took it, opened the cloth bag, looked inside, and couldn't help but stand in astonishment. Inside the cloth bag was the ring he used to wear around his neck, a simple platinum circle. It was the engagement ring given to him by Lu Jifei, with the initials of their names carved inside, HF. He originally thought it was lost forever during their escape, but unexpectedly, it came back to him after all these twists and turns. He clenched the ring tightly in his hand, red-eyed, and said, "Thank you, Yun's sister." "What's there to thank?" Zhu Yun wiped her face again and said, "Listen, we've been planning to set out southward for several days. We heard that towards the sea, there is a base manned by the army, where there are lots of people. Very safe, and with food. We want to take a look. Do you guys want to come with us?" "Really?" Lu Jiha and Lu Jifei glanced at each other, saying, "Is there really a base?" "Who told you?" "We encountered a few people along the road," Zhu Yun said, "one of them knew Dechi, my husband. According to him, he has a brother in the military there, and it was probably through some kind of wireless device they received the message telling them to go there." Wu Daqi beside her also spoke up, "We have a car. We've also gathered some food supplies. I have a gun too, and my marksmanship is decent. Lu Jihe looked back at Lu Jifei and the little sister and said, no, we're not going to leave. We'll stay here. Zhu Yun's expression was filled with regret, but she didn't say anything more. Instead, she took the package from Wu Yuan's hands and shoved it into Lu Jihe's hands, saying, take this. Are you really not coming? Then, we're leaving now. What she shoved over was a vacuum-sealed pack of braised beef. In the apocalypse world, food was always precious, especially something like beef. Even though they lacked food themselves, in order to express their gratitude, they offered what they considered their best item. Lu Jihe quickly tried to push the beef back, saying, Sis Yun, what are you doing? We have food, take this beef with you. The two wrestled over the package as if in a fight, until Wu Daqi spoke up again, saying, Ahe, just take it, it's our small token of gratitude. Take it so her heart can feel better. Reluctantly, Lu Jihe accepted the beef. Zhu Yun looked at him for a moment, her eyes rimming red again. She said, we must leave the city today, we can't delay any longer. You really won't come with us. There are many zombies here, and the red corpse ghosts often pass by, this place isn't safe. Be very careful. Alright, Lu Jihe replied, you all too. You must take care of yourselves. Zhu Yun gripped Lu Jihe's hand again with her rough fingers and said, this wicked heaven doesn't let us live in peace, but no matter what, we must survive. Lu Jihe watched them with reddened eyes, then suddenly said, Sis Yun, wait. I'll discuss this with them again. He stepped back a few paces, approaching Lu Jifei, whispering quietly, Fei, can we keep them here? Lu Jifei glanced at him, then at Zhu Yun and the others, before responding, of course there's no problem. There are plenty of fields in the village. There are also houses, although they're dilapidated, they could be repaired to house people. Lu Jiuyue also chimed in softly, brother, if they're your friends, we'll finally have neighbors. Lu Jihe paused as if making a decision, staring at them silently for a while. Finally, he turned around and walked toward Zhu Yun, saying, Sis Yun, we have a place about 100 miles away where you can stay. Would you like to settle down there? Lu Jifei remained in place, watching as Lu Jihe explained in detail to Zhu Yun and the others about the situation in the village. Lu Jiuyue asked softly, big brother, will they stay? Lu Jifei thought for a moment and responded, they probably will. After all, my big brother asked them to stay, and that woman knows how kind-hearted he is. In the apocalypse, people were always wary of strangers, carefully scrutinizing every move. But when there was someone both parties trusted, matters became simpler. For Zhu Yun's family, the base far in the south seemed like a distant hope. If there was a suitable place nearby where they could settle, they would easily choose to stay. Sure enough, after some discussion, Lu Jihe returned with Zhu Yun and her family. Zhu Yun's face reflected disbelief as she kept asking, really? Is there truly land where we can grow crops? There should be, Lu Jiuyue replied, last winter, when we went there, we found sweet potatoes and potatoes in the fields. Lu Jihe made the introductions, saying, this is my wife, Lu Jifei, and my younger sister, named Jiuyue. So this is your sister, I thought she was a little boy. Zhu Yun hurriedly pulled her son and husband over and introduced them, saying, this is our Wu Daqi, and Yuan, you met yesterday. Everyone politely nodded at each other. Then Zhu Yun added again, can sweet potatoes really grow? If this is true, it would be wonderful. As long as the ground can produce things, we'll have food, and we won't have to constantly worry about finding sustenance. Absolutely, Lu Jihe nodded again, saying, we came here mainly to look for crop seeds to bring back. We can search together. Wu Yuan eagerly chimed in from the side, saying, we've been here several times already, we know the main streets pretty well. Wu Daqi looked at his excited wife and son, reminding them, our luggage is still outside. Since we aren't leaving, we should get it inside first. Remembering their baggage left in the car at the alley entrance, Zhu Yun started to turn and go. However, Lu Jihe held her back. After discussing for a moment, they decided to put their things at the place they had stayed the previous night. The doors and windows of that house appeared relatively sturdy, making it a fine temporary stop. After settling on the plan, Zhu Yun and her family went to the alley entrance to retrieve the luggage, while Lu Jifei and the others headed to the house first, agreeing to meet there. Lu Jifei carefully packed up the things they had found. The three of them, each carrying or holding something, made their way toward the house. After walking a short distance, Lu Jihe spoke softly, Sis Yun is a really good person, I trust her completely. I don't know her husband very well, but from what I've seen, he seems to be a good man too. Lu Jifei glanced at him and said, yeah, that's how I feel as well. He understood that deep down, Ahe was somewhat apprehensive. After all, accepting a group of people meant sharing food and facing dangers together. In these current times, food was so precious, and danger occurred so frequently. True partners were those who could rely on each other's backs when facing zombies. But before that, they would have to go through a period of cautiously testing each other. They arrived at the house first, carried their luggage and supplies upstairs, and placed them in the room where they had spent the night before. Not long after, the sound of an engine roared from below. Lu Jifei looked out the window and saw Wu Daqi riding a tricycle motorcycle, stopping at the door with the cart filled with items. Zhu Yun and Wu Yuan jumped down from the cart, starting to bring things inside. Lu Jihe and Lu Jifei hurried downstairs to help. After 2 trips, they moved everything off the cart into the house. Finally, only a small jar and a small cloth bag remained on the vehicle. Zhu Yun handed the bag to Lu Jihe while she herself carried the jar upstairs. After entering the room, she glanced around for a moment and found an empty spot in the corner where she gently placed the jar, carefully wiping the dust off it. Wu Daqi and Wu Yuan stood silently beside her as she settled the jar. Zhu Yun turned around, looked at Lu Jiuyuan nearby, and said softly, "This is my daughter Tingting, we've been carrying her along with us. 9 Moon, don't be afraid, I've placed her far away from you." Lu Jiuyue also gazed at the jar quietly. After a while, she lifted her head and softly replied, "It's fine, I'm not scared." Chapter 30, Seeds. Trust is a strange thing. When they first met, even though Zhu Yun had left food on the ground, Lu Jifei still felt it was a deliberate trap. But now, after seeing the urn containing ashes, he suddenly believed this family. What was stored in that urn was their last bit of remembrance for their loved ones. If not for an unbearable attachment, no one would willingly carry such cumbersome luggage during an escape. The once spacious room, now filled with various luggage and items, seemed narrower. After being busy for a while, it was already noon, and they decided to take a break before continuing their search. Lu Jifei lit a fire, and the 2 families gathered around the fire, each taking out their best things to exchange and eat lunch. Lu Jihe took out steamed buns, salted fish, and liver, while Zhu Yun opened compressed biscuits, beef, and 2 cans of fruit. "Our luck's not bad," Zhu Yun said, slicing the marinated beef thinly with a knife and distributing it to them all. "When we were searching for supplies, Dachi found a warehouse in the previous city. There were a lot of military dry rations, probably from an online store's warehouse. The food can still be eaten, come and try." Lu Jiuyue hadn't eaten cookies or beef in a long time, so she cherished every crumb. She ate a couple of bites of the cookie, then quickly passed it to her elder brother and second brother, letting them taste it too. Lu Jihe handed over the toasted, golden bun to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan accepted it, tearing off a piece first to feed Zhu Yun, saying, "Mom, you eat." Zhu Yun chewed slowly and sighed deeply, saying, "I've forgotten how long it's been since I last ate a steamed bun. Has it been a few years? Did you make it yourselves?" "Big brother made it," Lu Jiuyue said as she chewed on the biscuit. Zhu Yun nodded and said to Lu Jihe, A few days ago we found a little wheat, it's what's in that bag. We originally planned to boil porridge with it along the way, but this time let's save it as seeds." "Really?" Lu Jihe was also delighted. "Was it found nearby? Then perhaps we can find more things." Zhu Yun nodded, filled with longing for the unfamiliar land, then asked Lu Jihe, "Is there paddy field near that flat area by the mountain?" Lu Jihe wasn't quite sure, pondering a bit before replying, "Maybe, there's a dammed pond over there, and fish too." The adjacent Wu Yuan let out a cry of amazement, "Wow, fish. With the dammed pond, there must be paddy fields." Zhu Yun said excitedly, "We can plant rice. If we could find rice seeds, that would be great. I know how to grow seedlings. By the way, how many fields are there?" As they ate, they discussed how to farm, later deliberating about where to look for seeds. When lunch was finished, everyone stood up and headed out after checking that they closed the door upstairs with wire, for peace of mind rather than security. The group traversed through alleys, searching house by house and quickly reaping rewards. Lu Jifei cut down 2 zombies inside a house, then discovered the entrance to a basement. They found some rice flour and 2 cases of vegetable oil inside. Nearby, in another house, Wu Yuan found a car. They drew several jugs of gasoline from the car, and in the trunk, they discovered 2 large bottles of lubricant oil. As dusk fell, they returned to the house with their findings, starting a fire on the upper floor. With flour available, Zhu Yun made noodle dumpling soup. Everyone got bowls or pots, enjoying a warm meal together. After eating to satisfaction, they took off their shoes and socks to warm themselves by the fire while chatting. Zhu Yun said again, "Do you have any farming tools at home? Like plows and such?" Although she hadn't been to the flatland yet, subconsciously she already regarded that place as home. Lu Jifei replied, "Yes, we have not only plows but also tractors, although I'm not sure if they're still usable." Zhu Yun laughed and said, "Let your brother-in-law fix them." Wu Daqi sat beside them, flipping his shoe to roast it, saying, "Then we should look for more motor oil and diesel fuel to bring back. Having a tractor would definitely save labor and effort. Also, your stuff is plenty, tomorrow we'll keep an eye out for another vehicle to drive when we go back. It'd be better with one." "Alright, let's find a 3-wheeler, like yours," Lu Jihe agreed. 3-wheelers save fuel, it's just colder sitting on them. "But that's fine, just dress warmer." 3-wheelers are good, Wu Daqi sincerely affirmed, they can navigate any broken road, even performing better than regular off-road vehicles. "You sleep, I'll keep watch first." Lu Jifei hurriedly said, "Sure, Venerable Wu, wake me up when you're tired, I'll take the night shift." Wu Daqi agreed, and Lu Jihe put out the fire, leaving only a little ember to keep the shoes warm. One by one, they all crawled into their sleeping bags. The room was pitch black except for a faint streak of night light seeping through the window. Listening to the distant wail of zombies, Zhu Yun yawned and said, I hope the red corpses won't come tonight. Let us have a good sleep. Sure thing, murmured Lu Jiuyue as she turned over in her sleeping bag, quietly adding, every night they come. It's driving me crazy. Oh right, Brother Wu, asked Lu Jihe, do you know how these red corpse ghosts originated? Not clear, Wu Daqi paused briefly before answering, we encountered such things when we were searching for supplies in the previous city. Fortunately, it was daytime then, and even though the red corpses are powerful, they seemed to fear light and didn't dare come out from the underground supermarket. Therefore, we always act during the day and hide at night. We rarely fought against those creatures before. But last night, we weren't careful enough to conceal ourselves well and were discovered by several red corpses. We almost didn't escape. Lu Jifei hastily asked, how did you manage to evade them? We chopped down a zombie on the way, Zhu Yun explained, maybe the intense smell attracted them. Anyway, later the red corpses started eating the dead zombie and stopped chasing us. There wasn't much more conversation after that. A long while passed before Lu Jiuyue softly muttered, so there are also red zombies elsewhere. Wu Yuan also whispered, yeah, everywhere outside is like this. We've guessed, Lu Jihe spoke softly, that red corpses may be the result of people eating or getting infected from eating zombies or infected individuals. He stopped speaking but Wu Daqi sighed lightly, it's possible. That's what we guessed too. Otherwise, why didn't these things exist before? And why do they start appearing only within the past year or two? Due to the extreme lack of food, hungry people may resort to cannibalism, even consuming dead bodies. This could lead to the emergence of such bizarre red zombies. Lying in his sleeping bag, Lu Jihe pondered over this and suddenly felt chills running down his spine. If extrapolated from this theory, could even stranger mutants arise in the future? He quickly ceased his train of thought because, regardless of how anxious or fearful he might feel, it ultimately wouldn't help anything. The pressing task now was simply to figure out a way to survive. Thus, Lu Jihe forced himself to close his eyes, listening to everyone's breathing around him until he eventually drifted off to sleep. The red corpse ghost really didn't show up that night, allowing them all to rest soundly. The next morning, after breakfast, they once again set out to search for supplies. This time, they went all the way to the edge of the community. In the warehouses of 2 buildings, they found numerous unopened fertilizers, including organic fertilizer, potassium, phosphorus fertilizer, and rolls of agricultural plastic films for building greenhouses, considered significant discoveries on their journey. Since the goods were too numerous to carry back immediately to where they were staying, they just relocked the doors and noted the specific location so they could directly drive there to load some supplies upon departure. Additionally, many of the nearby households owned tricycle motorcycles, and Lu Jihe selected a relatively newer one from among several vehicles. They collected some gasoline along with sundry daily necessities. However, they didn't find any seeds or additional food this time. Feeling disappointed when returning home that evening, especially Zhu Yun, who was brimming with enthusiasm for farming, she sighed before bedtime, this week definitely isn't enough for planting. We need to look for other seeds. Lu Jifei unfolded the old map beside the fire pile, and everyone sat around the blueprint, silently staring at it for quite some time. Then Lu Jifei suddenly pointed towards an area north of the city. When I used to run my online store, I rented a warehouse here. I remember there was also a shop selling balcony plants nearby. Shall we go check it out? Sitting cross-legged with her chin resting on her knees, Lu Jiuyue listlessly replied, Big brother, balcony plants usually include tomatoes and strawberries, right? Nobody grows rice on balconies. Lu Jihe thought for a moment and then said, never mind, let's just go see. Even if we only find vegetable seeds, it's better than going back empty-handed, don't you think, Sister Yun? Both Zhu Yun and Wu Daqi naturally agreed. They decided to head to the northern part of the city the following day to search. However, getting there was obviously an issue. Driving was faster, but in the urban area, the roar of engines could easily attract large groups of zombies and other people in the city, making them vulnerable targets. To ensure safety, they finally decided to leave the found items there and just bring a bit of food for the trip, walking instead to scout the place. That night, although red corpses came to the nearby area for activities, fortunately, they didn't approach the building where they were staying. Thus, Zhu Yun and Lu Jihe, who were on night watch, didn't wake up the others. In the morning, after breakfast, the group took their belongings and left. Before departure, Lu Jihe even stuffed several insecticide tubes into his backpack just in case. Lu Jifei and Wu Daqi walked at the back of the group carefully erasing all footprints inside and outside the house, disguising it as if no one had been there. Only then did the group set off toward the northern part of the city. They twisted through alleys until they reached the main road. Lu Jifei led the group, holding a gun and walking ahead, while Wu Daqi followed behind. They cautiously avoided 2 groups of zombies, taking almost 2 hours before finally arriving at a commercial district in the northern part of the city. There used to be many e-commerce companies concentrated here, including Lu Jifei's company. There were also plenty of logistics enterprises on both sides of the road, but now there were only bricks and tiles everywhere, covered with gray dust. The whole commercial district was eerily quiet except for the occasional wail of zombies coming from the distance. Lu Jifei led them to his old warehouse first. The door of the storeroom had already been pried open, and originally it stored many shoes. Now the place was full of cardboard, cartons, and dust. Lu Jihe looked around for a moment, squatted down, and started searching for shoes among the cartons. Lu Jiuyue and Zhu Yun joined in as well, digging through piles of paper for half a day until they unearthed several pairs of new sneakers and athletic shoes. Everyone found shoes that fit their sizes, even Lu Jifei managed to find a pair of sneakers. Wu Yuan tried on a new pair of shoes without any hesitation, though slightly large, they felt very comfortable, so he immediately threw away the cracked pair of shoes on his feet. There must still be many pairs of shoes left over, he said while walking in his new shoes, gazing at the numerous cartons stacked throughout the warehouse. Yes, but we don't have time to look through them, Wu Daqi said, after finding seeds. If there's extra time, we can come back to get more shoes. The group walked out of the warehouse, passing by the front office area when Lu Jiuyuan noticed a notebook and a stationery box on the table covered with dust. She picked them up to flip through them, discovering her elementary school exercise book. Back then during school holidays, Lu Jihe was always busy working, and she could only follow her second brother to the company to do her homework. To tutor her assignments, Lu Jifei had often argued with her. Indeed, life seemed harmonious until the moment it came to doing homework, then it was chaos. On the day they returned home from this place, they even forgot to take the homework, since they would definitely come back again the next day. Who would have expected that they would walk into this place again 5 years later? Following the street, they continued their search through the warehouses one by one. Any warehouses that once stored food and clothing were all thoroughly ransacked, yet they managed to uncover some towels and cleaning supplies from several daily necessities warehouses. When Lu Jifei brought them to the balcony plant storehouse, upon opening the door, there were numerous bags of fertilizer and soil scattered across the ground, torn open carelessly. Clearly, whoever searched here before was greatly disappointed by these things that were neither edible nor useful. Lu Jifei walked past the mess on the floor heading inward, recalling the habit of the former online store owner. Seeds were usually kept inside. Sure enough, after clearing the debris inside the warehouse, they dug out 2 cardboard boxes. Upon opening them, they found exactly what they were looking for, various vegetable and fruit seeds. Each small plastic bag sealed inside contained vivid images of various vegetables printed on them, neatly arranged in 2 entire boxes filled with such colorful packages. The group was extremely excited, surrounding the boxes to count the vegetable varieties, all discussing animatedly. Lu Jifei picked up a bag and checked, saying, coriander. Wu Yuan also exclaimed, here's celery. Wow, strawberries too. Lu Jiuyue said. Perfect. We've got Chinese cabbage, radish, chili pepper, eggplant, Lu Jihe said. That's enough chit-chat, let's sort it all out when we get back, Zhu Yun said enthusiastically, her hands trembling slightly while carefully arranging the plastic bags in the box, yet lamenting, now we have vegetables, wheat too. Oh my goodness, if only we could also find some rice grains, that would truly be fantastic. Chapter 31, The Garage. After searching the warehouse again, the group only found a few packets of scattered melon and fruit seeds on the ground and nothing else. It was already afternoon. They rested briefly inside the warehouse, ate a quick meal, and then proceeded onward with the supplies they had gathered. In the bustling e-commerce district, there were all kinds of strange shops. Although daily necessities and food had mostly been scavenged clean, there were always a few overlooked items, precisely what they needed. Inside one warehouse, Lu Ji had discovered several sewing machines, but unfortunately, they were all electric-powered, which left him quite disheartened. Thankfully, he later unearthed several boxes of needles and spools of thread in various colors. He immediately took all the needles and thread with him. As they were about to leave, Lu Jihe glanced back at the sewing machines with obvious reluctance. Zhu Yun, who also desired one, suggested, why don't we take one? Let it go, said Lu Jihe. We've got too much stuff already, and this machine would just be dead weight since it requires electricity. No point in carrying it. Lu Jifei paused for a moment and suddenly said, take it along for now. Who knows? We might get some electricity. Everyone looked at him upon hearing this. Lu Jifei added, I vaguely remember there being a shop around here selling photovoltaic equipment. I even ate a meal with the store owner before. Why don't we see if we can find them? Surely not many people would take solar panels, they're probably still gathering dust in some corner of a warehouse somewhere. Wu Daqi, having heard this, quickly responded, then let's look. If we can generate power, that'd be fantastic, some electric tools might become usable again. Ugh, there's just so much to carry. Before, without a fixed residence and wandering aimlessly, they could only bring the most important items like food and clothing. Now that they had a home, with a hopeful future ahead, they naturally wanted to bring back any good things they could find. Thus, Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun each chose a small household sewing machine and carried several more boxes of needles and thread before continuing their search for the warehouse storing photovoltaic equipment. With even more luggage than before, each person was burdened by heavy crates, yet everyone was elated. Walking down the street for a long distance, they finally found the warehouse stocked with solar panels at the end of the trading district. The warehouse door had already been pried open, showing signs of disturbance from outside, but nearly half of the goods inside remained untouched. Once inside, the group noticed that the warehouse indeed housed box after box of solar panels. I'll check first, if we find a battery set, then we can take it and use it, said Lu Jifei. Previously, the boss mentioned to me that installing these on the roof generates solar power. They immediately dispersed throughout the warehouse to search for batteries. Wu Daqi soon spotted a few large crates in the corner and shouted towards Lu Jifei, "Jifei, come over quick and see, is this it?" The group rushed over. After reading the descriptions on the packaging, they confirmed these were indeed batteries. Wu Daqi, thrilled, began rubbing his hands together. "We should take them, take everything, Sai, there's simply too much we want to take." After deliberating, they decided to temporarily leave everything at the warehouse, go out and find a vehicle, and also see if they could locate other useful materials. As they followed the road forward, they passed by a bank whose glass doors were broken. Scattered paper bills covered the floor of the empty lobby. Passing the bank, the group only cast a glance inside and continued walking. Some time later, Lu Jiuyue suddenly noticed a driveway entrance leading to an underground garage nearby. A row of iron bars had originally guarded the entrance but were now lying on the ground, bearing signs of burn damage. She stared at the entrance for a while, feeling a vague familiarity. After pondering for a while, she suddenly remembered, she had been here before. When the apocalypse first started, this place had served as a temporary refuge. Lu Jifei once brought her here to look for someone and briefly stay over for a day or two. However, like other shelters, it wasn't long before zombies infiltrated and conquered it. Over the years, Lu Jiuyue had sought refuge in many places, blurring many memories. Yet, she remembered this location clearly, the entrance, because upstairs, the little chubby boy and his mother had died here. Even after so many years, Lu Jiuyue could still vividly recall the image of the chubby boy. He was a cute, round-faced child with a pleasant personality, liked by many, including her older brother, Lu Jiha, who often encouraged her to make friends with the boy. For this reason, Lu Jiuyue had secretly resented him on multiple occasions, even harboring a grudge toward him unilaterally. But in the apocalypse, no matter how cute or likable one is, it wouldn't make them any luckier. Like those unfortunate supporting characters in movies, they escaped with great hardship to this place, only to be stopped by armed soldiers at the entrance of the shelter. They found scratch marks on Little Fat and his mom, marks that had been left by zombies. The last thing Lu Jiuyue saw was Little Fat's mother, usually a gentle woman, hugging him tightly, her hair disheveled, kneeling on the ground crying loudly as she pleaded with those people to let them in, even arguing that their wounds were just scrapes. But no one believed them. The people inside mercilessly shut the gate on the mother and son duo, lifting dark gun barrels and aiming at them. Lu Jiuyue did not personally see them get shot. At that time, she was pulled aside by her second brother who covered her eyes and ears, hugging her tightly. After the gunfire stopped, Lu Jifei still didn't release her, continuing to hold her as they walked further inside. When they walked quite far away, Lu Jiuyue turned back and saw Little Fat's dad slumped against the wall near the entrance. That skinny man sat there for a long while, wiped his face, then entered with a lost expression, his lonely figure deeply etched into Lu Jiuyue's memory. "Jiuyue, what are you doing? Catch up quickly." Lu Jiha called softly from ahead. Lu Jiuyue shook her head, trying hard to push these unpleasant memories out of her mind as she followed her older brother. As they passed the underground entrance, she glanced inside again. It was pitch black, unclear, but inexplicably chilling. At this moment, Wu Daqi, walking ahead, noticed a vehicle and was checking if it could drive and if it had fuel. Lu Jiha and others also moved towards the car. Lu Jiuyue took a few steps forward, but stopped once more, glancing at the entrance. Back then, shortly after they hit here, this shelter was abandoned quickly. It wasn't because of the zombies outside, but due to infected people among the crowd. That night was incredibly chaotic. In the dim underground parking lot, people ran around aimlessly like headless flies, cries and screams echoing together as masses clogged up the entrance. That night, Lu Jifei tightly held onto his younger sister's hand, avoided the chaotic crowd, smashed the high ventilation opening with an axe, climbed out, and used a belt to rescue Lu Jiuyue. Finally, the two managed to leave that place resembling hell. In all these years, Lu Jiuyue had experienced even more chaotic moments than that night. But escaping from death that night was unforgettable, not only because it was painful, but also because they had left all their belongings behind in the underground garage. This caused a very tough period afterward when they had to not only hide from the ubiquitous zombies but also constantly search for food to fill their stomachs and clothes to keep warm. If she remembered correctly, a large group of people had gathered in this underground parking lot. Whether civilians seeking refuge or the soldiers protecting them, they had brought some supplies, more or less. So, after the place was abandoned, there should have been plenty of supplies left in the underground garage, right? With this thought, Lu Jiuyue felt tempted. She decided to check, considering how quiet it was. They hadn't met any zombies yet, perhaps all the zombies had wandered off somewhere else. Instead of going down the underground passage leading to the garage, she continued walking along the grass beside the garage. There was a vent where her second brother had pulled her out through before. She could probably observe the situation inside the garage from the vent. Lu Jiuyue soon located the vent. Squatting down beside it, she peered inside cautiously. The pale daylight filtered into the garage, illuminating scattered clothes and plastic bags, all covered in dust. Deeper within, everything remained pitch black. Inside, it was eerily quiet, though upon focusing intently, one could still hear faint rustling noises. A sudden chill gripped Lu Jiuyue's heart. Could it be that the red corpse ghost was lurking nearby, which is why the area was so eerily quiet without a single zombie in sight? At this point, Lu Jihe, noticing his younger sister wasn't following from afar, turned back to look for her. Through the passage, he spotted her and immediately lowered his voice shouting, "Joyue, what are you looking at? Come over here quickly. Don't wander around." "Oh," Lu Joyue softly replied, standing up to walk out. Just then, the concrete slab under her feet suddenly collapsed entirely, sending both her and the slab crashing down into the garage with a loud splash. Watching his sister standing right there and disappearing within moments, Lu Jihe paused momentarily, then realized what had happened. He rushed desperately toward her, shouting as he ran, "Joyue." That scream was too shrill, instantly alarming the few people beside the car. Almost at the same moment, Lu Jifei also realized that Lu Joyue had run into trouble and immediately ran after her from behind. Both arrived at the ventilation shaft above the garage. They only saw a pitch-black interior with scattered broken cement blocks on the ground. Lu Joyue was nowhere to be seen. "Joyue! Lu Joyue!" Lu Jihe knelt by the edge of the hole and shouted hoarsely into it. His voice echoed through the cavernous garage, and in the darkness, several howls simultaneously erupted. Ong! Woo! Ong! Ong! There really were red corpse ghosts in the garage. And it wasn't just one or two, but a whole group of them. Lu Jihe's heart nearly stopped. He staggered a bit when he stood up but steadied himself the next moment. He threw down the backpack off his back, picked up an axe, and prepared to jump into the hole. But Lu Jifei quickly grabbed him by the collar. "Are you crazy? Do you not care about your life?" Lu Jifei growled lowly. "Don't stop me. I'm going down." Lu Jihe shouted back at him. "Calm down. Ah hey, calm yourself." Lu Jifei forcibly dragged him away from the hole, grabbing both shoulders firmly as he said, "Listen. We'll go in together, but we need to prepare first. Or do you want us all to die in there?" "Huh?" At this point, Lu Jihe regained a little lucidity. He covered his face for a moment, fastened the axe to his body, then fumbled through his backpack with trembling hands, pulling out a few insecticide bottles he had stuffed in that morning and stuffed them into the cotton jacket's pocket. Then he lifted his head, wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks, and turned to Zhu Yun and Wu Daqi beside him, saying, "Sister Yun, if we can come out alive, we'll take you along. If we don't make it out, please leave without us. Sorry we couldn't bring you back." The garage was far too dangerous. Although they must enter to save their sister, they could not drag others along to take such risks. After hearing his words, neither Zhu Yun nor Wu Daqi said anything. Instead, they quietly pulled Wu Yuan a couple of steps back, discussing something among themselves. When Lu Jifei loaded all bullets into place, the pair ignited several torches and tossed them into the ventilation opening in preparation for entry. They came forward again. "Wu Dajai will follow you inside. He has a gun and can help," Zhu Yun said. "I and Yuan will stay outside as backup." Both Lu Jifei and Lu Jihe hesitated briefly but, with time pressing down on them, they merely nodded and replied, "All right." Zhu Yun glanced at the fading sky and paused as if she wanted to say something but eventually only spoke, "I'll get some gasoline ready. Go in and out quickly. Escape." By this time, the skies were darkening, it would soon be nighttime. Should they fail to escape the garage before the arrival of night, the red corpse ghosts would swarm everywhere. At that point, saving anyone wouldn't be possible, and even whether they could escape the encirclement by the red corpse ghosts remained uncertain. Lu Jifei adjusted his gear properly, walked over to Lu Jihe, and grasped his hand tightly. He said earnestly, "Do not panic. Understand? Do not panic." Holding a blazing torch, Lu Jihe took a deep breath, raised his red eyes to look at him, and answered, "All right." They turned toward Wu Daqi, who confirmed his readiness by loading bullets into his chamber, nodding once toward them. The three jumped down into the ventilation shaft simultaneously. Upon landing, they swiftly got up, standing closely together with their backs against a fiery stack, forming a protective circle. Lu Jihe barely had any time to glance around. As soon as he stood upright, he pressed down on the insecticide spray, directing it through his left hand-held torch ahead of him. A long tongue of fire shot out 5 or 6 meters. In the firelight, a nearby red corpse ghost rolled in midair with a blood-curdling scream, then twisted its body and darted to the side. At the same time, Lu Jifei and Wu Daqi also opened fire, their flames and bullets creating fan-like barriers before each individual, temporarily repelling the leaping red corpse ghosts. Amidst the flickering firelight, the scene within the garage gradually became visible. Clusters of red zombies sprinted and jumped in the shadows around them, constantly emitting horrifying cries, making the spectacle utterly unsettling. "Joyue." Lu Jihe's heart raced anxiously as he dared not imagine what might have happened to his younger sister upon falling. He shouted repeatedly, "Where are you? Joyue." While shooting at approaching zombies, Lu Jifei also yelled urgently, "Joyue." During the brief pause between gunfire bursts, Lu Joyue's voice suddenly rang out, "Brother, I'm here." This filled Lu Jifei and Lu Jihe with immediate relief. They both called out simultaneously, "Where are you?" Then, a few meters away from Lu Jifei, a pile of debris in a corner began to wriggle. Lu Joyue's head popped out from underneath it, shouting towards them, "Brother." Lu Jifei instantly darted forward, desperately using his firepower to force back the continuously attacking zombies. His action prompted Wu Daqi and Lu Jihe to follow suit. They moved closely behind him, forming a triangle back-to-back as they advanced toward Lu Jiuyue. Crawling over, Lu Jiuyue rushed in, and Lu Jifei quickly pulled her hand, dragging her to the center of their formation. Lu Jihe meanwhile pressed down hard on the insecticide spray nozzle, driving away 2 zombies that were right behind her. Wu Daqi then swept bullets into a fan-like pattern, barely managing to suppress the surrounding encroaching zombies. Though they had managed to save her, the situation was now dire. The group of 4 found themselves surrounded by a large pack of red-colored zombies, estimating 20 to 30. These red corpse ghosts glared greedily from behind pillars or hung upside down from the garage ceiling, jumping around the humans and letting out spine-chilling howls. "Back to the fire," Lu Jifei said. The 4 slowly moved toward the ventilation opening. At this moment, a zombie suddenly shrieked and broke off a section of ductwork from the ceiling, hurling it toward them. Wu Daqi reacted swiftly, firing around at the metal pipe, sending it flying far away and crashing with a loud clang onto the ground. That sound acted like a horn call, signaling the zombies to leap and attack once again. Their howls echoed endlessly within the low-ceilinged and expansive garage. Lu Jihe had already replaced his 3rd canister of insecticide. A fiery tongue of flame shot forth from his torch, illuminating a small space while exposing the silhouettes of the ever-advancing zombies. The 4 struggled closer to the ventilation opening. Suddenly, Zhu Yun threw down a rope and shouted loudly from above, "Hurry, climb up along the rope." Lu Jiuyue quickly grabbed the rope, preparing to ascend. However, another piece of iron pipe fell, landing with a bang near the ventilation shaft before bouncing back. It almost hit Lu Jihe, but Lu Jiuyue dived and pushed her brother out of the way just in time. The heavy sheet of iron tumbled and slid quite far. The cement blocks at the edge of the ventilation shaft were also smashed apart, causing Zhu Yun to nearly fall but thankfully was dragged back by Wu Yuan. Everyone's heart sank. The sunlight shining through the ventilation opening no longer posed enough threat to these creatures. "Go, let's move quickly," Lu Jifei said. "Jiuyue, take the torch, we'll head for the exit." The 3 continued forming a circle, backing one another while protecting Lu Jiuyue in the middle who held the flaming torch. They fought their way outward, carving a gap through the encircling zombies while retreating towards the garage's exit. From the ventilation opening to the exit, the distance of a few hundred meters seemed unbearably arduous. Lu Jifei led ahead, lifting his weapon and firing several shots that repelled 2 red shadows lunging forward, before aiming left at another approaching zombie. When he pulled the trigger, only a light click sounded, his gun was out of ammunition. Quickly switching his empty gun to a club, he swung it against an encroaching zombie. With a dull thud, the creature staggered sideways, rolling quickly across the floor before leaping back at them. Just at this critical moment, Lu Jiuyue charged forward and swung her torch, scaring the zombie to the side. Lu Jifei immediately discarded his club and drew the axe strapped to his back, swinging it to cleave through the red corpse ghost's neck. He wielded the axe in front, continuing to forge their path. Lu Jiuyue trailed closely behind, using her torch as an additional weapon for support. Not long after, there came a clanging sound from behind. It was Lu Jihe tossing another empty bottle aside. After all the brought bug spray runs out, their situation will get even more perilous. By now, they were merely 50 meters from the exit, but these remaining 50 meters would prove the most dangerous stretch of their lives. As they drew closer to the exit, the number of surrounding zombies increased. Lu Jifei's axe swings grew less aggressive than earlier, and Lu Jihe could obviously feel the weight lightning cans of insecticide becoming harder to hold. The only solace was that Wu Daqi still had ammunition. But how long it could last was anyone's guess. At this point, Lu Jiuyue noticed something long and black lying next to her big brother, a gun. She immediately ran to pick it up. With one hand raising the torch, and the other placing the gun on her arm, she tested if it had any bullets by pulling the trigger. Unexpectedly, it fired with a loud bang, jolting her backward and making her sit on the ground. "Second brother, there are bullets," she yelled without waiting to rise. While Wu Daqi retreated while simultaneously lifting the sitting girl beside him, Lu Jifei turned to look back at her, but during this brief instant, several zombies surrounded him dangerously. Without delay, Lu Jihe returned to help rescue him. Lu Jiuyue decisively discarded her torch and raised the gun, furiously shooting at the zombies beside her brother and successfully driving back the red corpse ghosts. Next, she handed the gun to Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei took the gun and fired ahead without aiming. Lu Jiuyue picked up the torch from the ground again, and the 4 retreated while fighting, finally reaching the exit of the garage. "Hurry! Get out!" Zhu Yun was pouring gasoline on the ground at the exit. Seeing them, he immediately shouted, "Hurry, get out!" The 4 people retreated toward the exit. Just as they were about to rush through it, Zhu Yun threw a torch onto the ground, igniting the gasoline there. Flames shot up high, burning in a line at the exit. Just as Lu Jifei and Wu Daqi rushed out of the fire, the zombies behind them were finally held back inside, letting out angry howls. "Get in the car quickly!" Wu Yuan stuck his head out of a parked pickup truck outside the passage and shouted at them. Wu Daqi leaped nimbly into the rear compartment of the pickup, then turned around and pulled Lu Jiuyue up. At the same time, Lu Jifei also jumped into the truck, pulling Lu Jihe in. One leg of Lu Jihe was still outside the compartment when the pickup started. In the night that had already fallen, the vehicle roared as it drove out of the passage, speeding down the street while swerving to avoid various roadblocks and vehicles on the street. Behind them, red corpse ghosts continued to emerge one after another from the ventilation opening and chased the car. The pickup was driving fast, but the speed of the red corpse ghosts was almost matching the cars, getting closer and closer. Wu Daqi and Lu Jifei both opened fire simultaneously, killing the ones at the front. At this moment, the vehicle made a turn and sped onto the main road. The roar of the engine grew louder as the car accelerated, gradually leaving the chasing red corpse ghosts behind. However, no one in the vehicle relaxed yet. They heard the cries of the zombies in the distance, rising and falling incessantly. Night had fallen, and the red corpse ghosts in the city began their hunt. After driving for a while, the speed of the pickup slowly decreased, and finally stopped by the side of the road. Zhu Yun emerged from the driver's seat and said, "The car is out of fuel." One after another, the group jumped off the vehicle. After observing the surroundings for a moment, Lu Jifei said, "Let's go this way." He led the way ahead first, running toward the nearby residential area. In the pitch-black night, no one spoke, only hurried footsteps and heavy breathing could be heard. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell direction clearly. Lu Jifei moved forward hesitantly, leading them into an alleyway. The group groped their way forward in the narrow passageway, when suddenly, Lu Jifei stopped, whispering, "Stop." The others instantly came to a halt behind him. From the front of the alleyway came the sound of zombies breathing and jumping. They immediately pressed tightly against the wall beside them, holding their breaths, not daring to move an inch. Hearing the zombies patrolling briefly at a short distance ahead, there was a sudden cry from somewhere within the neighborhood. That red corpse ghost immediately leaped to the neighboring rooftops and ran away. Only when their pounding hearts calmed down did Lu Jifei carefully listen for a moment, confirming that there was no noise around them before continuing to lead them forward. There was no place to choose for safety now, so they could only find a temporary shelter close by. He walked while looking around, seeing nothing in the night except a dense mass of black shapes of varying heights. After walking for a small stretch, he softly said, "That tall building ahead should be more sturdy. Let's hide there." Upon arriving at the house, they stepped cautiously on broken bricks on the ground, tiptoeing toward the walls. After just a couple of steps, Wu Daqi suddenly grabbed Lu Jifei and simultaneously aimed his gun at the dark area ahead. Lu Jifei reacted immediately, raising his weapon toward that shadowy shape too, but it remained completely still, seemingly just the mere shadow cast by the house. Wu Daqi whispered, "We are just passing by, we'll leave soon." As he spoke, he gently pulled Lu Jifei back, slowly retreating. However, at this moment, the end of the alleyway outside emitted the howls of zombies as some began running into the alley. They couldn't retreat anymore because there were zombies outside and it was too late to find a new hiding spot. Neither could they start a fight recklessly, for that would surely draw more zombies. Just as they were in a dilemma, Lu Joyue suddenly spoke up. She softly addressed the darkness, "Whoever you are, please help us. The red corpse ghosts are coming." Her voice was soft in the darkness, trembling slightly in a way that wasn't easily noticeable. After a moment, someone finally replied from the darkness. A man's low voice said, "Come in, follow me." A shadow rose from the dark corner and led them through the ruined house, exiting through another door. Winding their way through twists and turns, he finally opened a door and said, "Come in." None of them knew what awaited behind the door, but they had no way to retreat. Lu Jifei gripped his gun and was the first to enter the room. Once everyone was inside, the man carefully closed the door and pulled down a curtain, not making a single sound. Immediately after, a spark flashed, and a lamp was lit, revealing the interior. It was evidently a basement. There were no windows, and the door they came through was the only entrance or exit. Inside were two strangers, one being the young man who led them here, with a gun in his hand. The other equally young man stood by the fire, gun in hand as he coldly sized them up. At this moment, the women and children managed to lower tensions faster. Zhu Yun quickly moved past the crowd, blocking both Wu Daqi and Lu Jifei with their guns, and said softly, "We mean no harm, we are just passing through. Thank you for taking us in." The man who brought them here glanced at her, then shifted his gaze toward the group behind her. His eyes lingered slightly on Wu Yuan and Lu Joyue before lowering his weapon's muzzle and quietly said, "There are zombies outside, put your guns away." Wu Daqi and Lu Jifei promptly lowered their weapons' muzzles. The man next to the lamp, although initially full of hostility, also put his gun down. Then something stirred from the shadows near him, and out popped a fluffy shape. It was actually a dog. The dog crouched low and emitted a deep growl at them. The man by the door approached it, gave its head a couple of pats, gently hushed it, and the dog immediately quietened. The newly arrived group, who were originally uneasy, upon seeing the dog, felt surprised but gradually relaxed. Their luck was really pretty good. These days, anyone still keeping a dog surely couldn't be completely bad, right? Only now did Lu Jiha finally have time to take a proper look at Lu Joyue. He pulled her closer and began checking her over while saying, "Did you get hurt anywhere?" Zhu Yun and others also gathered around. Lu Joyue hastily whispered, "No, I'm not injured." Previously, amidst such peril, Xiaonia, the bear girl, hadn't had time to feel guilty. Now, realizing she'd almost caused everyone's death, sorrow instantly welled up inside her. Lu Jiha couldn't believe it at first and, shaking his hands, carefully examined her from head to toe, finding indeed no injuries. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he tightly embraced his sister. "Deadbeat girl, you." His voice trembled as he continued, "How could you be so much trouble?" He hugged her tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, she would disappear again. Lu Jiuyue also cried into her brother's arms, whispering, "I'm sorry, big brother, I'm sorry." Lu Jifei pulled both siblings into an embrace and gently patted Lu Jiha's back, saying, "It's all right. Thank goodness, everything is fine." Zhu Yun, with red eyes, added nearby, "As long as everyone's safe, that's all that matters. Come, sit down and rest a bit." They sat against the wall. At this moment, zombie roars suddenly came from outside. The man beside the lamp immediately blew out the flame, plunging the basement back into darkness. Silently seated in the pitch-black darkness, they listened nervously to the jumping sounds and footsteps thudding on bricks from outside. Clearly, it wasn't just one zombie, it was a pack. The thumping sounds gradually drew nearer, entering the house, seemingly pacing around outside the door. The zombies' breathing could be clearly heard. Soon after, some zombies climbed up the stairs nearby, crashing into something, creating loud noises. Everyone broke into a cold sweat, silently watching the direction of the door. The advantage of being in the basement was clear, only one door meant defense would be relatively easier if discovered. But the disadvantage was also glaring, they would have no escape route once surrounded, leaving them no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Lu Jifei sat pressed against the wall, tightening his grip on the gun. Lu Jiha also held his axe in hand. After a long spell of footsteps and jumping noises, the noise outside gradually subsided. Taking a breath of relief, Lu Jiha placed his axe close by, hugged his sister tightly, leaning against Lu Jifei's shoulder, and fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 33, The Newcomers. After a night's sleep, Lu Jiha woke up to find the room still pitch black. No one spoke, the only sounds were long and short breaths. He opened his eyes, looked at his sister in his arms, she was still sleeping. And Lu Jifei had woken up sometime without him noticing. As soon as he moved, Lu Jifei lightly squeezed his hand. Lu Jiha returned the squeeze and they sat there quietly holding hands against the wall. After a moment, Lu Jiha finally became fully awake. A while later, there were footsteps beside them, then the curtain was pulled open. A ray of daylight seeped through the door crack. A low voice asked, "Is it dawn yet?" Someone cautiously opened the basement door. Indeed, the outside sky was already bright, and all the red zombie ghosts had vanished. They had narrowly escaped death and welcomed a new day once more. Lu Jiha woke up his younger sister, and the few people in the room stood up one by one. In the dim light of the basement, Lu Jifei took a look at the two strange men and a dog in the room, saying, "Thank you for your help. We will leave now." The younger man remained silent after looking at them. The person who brought them inside last night said, "We're all just passers-by, no need to be polite." His tone was extremely indifferent, clearly showing no intention of conversing with them. No one lingered any longer. One after another, they walked out of the basement and crossed through the collapsed, disordered houses into the alley. Lu Jifei determined the direction, leading them outward. On the road, they discussed and decided that whatever they do next, they must first go back to yesterday's luggage drop-off spot to retrieve their things. Zhu Yun thought of last night's scene and couldn't help but warn the two children, saying, Yuan, September, the two of you must stay close to the adults along the way. Don't run around recklessly anymore. Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue both agreed. Lu Jiha held his younger sister's hand, rarely speaking solemnly, "September, if you run around everywhere like yesterday again, I'm really going to beat you, understand?" Lu Jiuyue's face flushed with shame as she quietly agreed. Zhu Yun brushed off the dust from her back and said, "You don't know, the instant you fell, your two brothers nearly panicked upstairs. Child, luckily, you have a great fate and weren't hurt by the zombies." Her expression turned somber as she remembered her daughter and stopped talking. Wu Yuan asked in admiration, "How did you manage it? You didn't get hurt." Everyone found this hard to believe. By the time they jumped down to save her, Lu Jiuyue had already fallen inside for several minutes. And there were so many red zombie ghosts inside. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Lu Jiuyue felt somewhat nervous and whispered, "When I fell down, I saw a bedroll not far from the pillar nearby, so I quickly rolled over there and wrapped myself up." The reason Lu Jiuyue survived was entirely due to her quick reactions honed in chaos. As soon as she dropped down the vent, she swiftly wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, forming a cocoon-like shape. When the hidden zombies heard the sound and rushed over, all her personal odors were completely isolated within the quilt. Moreover, the light from the vent acted as a barrier. Zombies feared light and didn't know what had happened. They wouldn't come too close to inspect or sniff, thus allowing her to secure her last chance to survive. Lu Jiha, thinking about the situation at the time, felt utterly fearful, and holding her hand, said, "Were you scared?" "I'm not afraid." Lu Jiuyue looked up at him and then glanced at Lu Jifei, softly saying, "I knew my brother would come to rescue me." Lu Jiha said nothing, his eyes reddening slightly, and he no longer scolded her. After a moment, Lu Jifei asked, "What were you doing running to the garage alone yesterday?" "You forgot, brother. That place used to be a shelter," Lu Jiuyue said, "we actually stayed inside there before." Our luggage dropped inside at the time, so I thought maybe there would be lots of supplies in the garage. I wanted to take a peek from above the air vent. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhifei slowed his pace, contemplating for a moment, then said, yes, I remember too. We once spent a night there. That explains why the garage looked somewhat familiar. Zhu Yun, hearing the word supplies, hurriedly asked, are there indeed supplies in the garage? Did you guys notice anything when you went down last night? Last night, after descending, the group was preoccupied fighting off zombies and saving others, paying no attention to their surroundings. But upon careful recollection, all three of them felt there were indeed quite a few items stacked in the garage. Zhou Yue picked up a gun from the ground, and there were bullets in it. It's the one Air Fei is carrying right now, Lu Zhihe said. De Qi Wu then remarked, yes, I indeed saw several bedrolls thrown on the floor, along with some packages. It's unknown what's inside them. When we were about to reach the passage entrance, I remember seeing a row of things on the left. They seemed to be covered with military canvas. Maybe they were supplies left by the army at that time. Lu Zhifei also said. The group got more and more excited. They all stopped and looked at each other. Lu Zhifei said, why don't we go down there again today? No, Lu Zhihe firmly opposed, saying, it's too dangerous. There are so many red zombie ghosts inside, you saw them yourself. We're not starving to death now, it's not worth taking such a risk. Zhu Yun also said, he is right. Supplies are important, but survival comes first. It's too dangerous to go in there. You almost didn't come out yesterday. Lu Zhifei thought for a moment and said, after hearing what Zhou Yue said, I vaguely recalled something. At that time, there was a troop stationed here, preparing to stay here for a few nights before transferring the evacuees elsewhere. That night, the leader of the troops even gave a speech, saying that there were plenty of supplies and told everyone not to panic. If what he said was true, then there must be a lot of supplies left in the garage that the troops carried. Zhu Yun still shook her head, saying, we have too few people, and our weapons aren't sufficient enough. At this point, Wu Daqi spoke up, saying, the reason why yesterday was so dangerous was because we went down in a hurry without preparation. If we prepare well, we're not completely without a chance of success. As for manpower. They stopped and looked at Wu Daqi. After pondering for a while, he said, what about those two people who took us in last night? I think they should be good people, Wu Yuan softly said beside him, they even keep a dog. This remark touched everyone's hearts. In this perilous post-apocalypse world, you couldn't trust everyone around you. But these people, who could still treat children, the elderly, and dogs kindly despite such hardship, would generally not have bad character. Therefore, Zhu Yun also nodded and said, we can ask them to come along with us. If we find supplies, we can also share half with them. Lu Zhifei thought for a moment and added, if they are willing to trust us, they can also move to the yard together. The place is large enough, and there's definitely enough space. What do you think? I agree. Lu Jiuyue quickly raised her hand. Wu Yuan looked at her and also raised his hand. Zhu Yun and others followed the children's example, raising their hands one by one. Lu Zhifei smiled slightly and said, all right, adding new residents has been passed by vote. At this moment, Lu Zhihe whispered to them as if throwing cold water, saying, but will they necessarily agree to go with us? Everyone fell silent. Without a doubt, what Lu Zhihe said made perfect sense. They were discussing bringing others into their group so enthusiastically, but whether the others would accept them remained a big question. After all, the very first task after joining would be fraught with danger, the garage full of red zombies, and the companions were a group of unknown strangers. A slightly wise person wouldn't choose to do such a thing. But we can always give it a try, right? Lu Jiuyue softly said, at least, we can go back and ask them once. The group exchanged glances. Finally, Lu Zhihe said, you all stay here waiting, I'll go talk to them. Lu Jiuyue hurriedly said, brother, I'll go with you. Lu Zhihe thought for a moment and said, all right. He held his sister's hand, and the two started walking back. Lu Zhifei was somewhat uneasy and wanted to follow. But Zhu Yun pulled him back, saying, let them try. You and De Qi stay here. Lu Zhifei understood her meaning. Both he and Wu Daqi were men who looked rather aggressive, especially with guns on them. This could easily put strangers under pressure. Lu Zhihe was different, he exuded a natural friendliness along with a touch of patriarchal quality, making it easier to gain others' trust. Having him and a seemingly non-threatening little girl deal with this matter seemed much more reliable than having them step forward. Lu Zhihe and Lu Jiuyue walked along the alleyway until they reached where they stayed last night. The two men were just packing their luggage with the dog, preparing to move. Seeing the figures standing in the alleyway, they both paused. The younger man quickly raised his gun. The man who had taken them in last night then glanced outside and asked, why are you here? Lu Zhihe said, we are looking for supplies. We are also looking for supplies, the man replied indifferently. Everyone who survives is looking for supplies. Lu Zhihe nodded and continued, we discovered a place that might have a lot of supplies. It's an underground garage that used to be a shelter. My sister fell into it yesterday. We went down hastily to rescue her. He recounted the details of yesterday's rescue, emphasizing the guns they had picked up and the things covered by tarps against the wall. Then he said, we speculate that there might be a lot of things down there. It's worth taking the risk to go down. But the garage is hiding a lot of red zombie ghosts, so we need more people. The two men fell silent for a moment as they looked at him, then one asked, so you want us to go with you to our death? We don't have better options, Lu Jiha replied frankly, we are looking for seeds and really want to see inside. If you go with us, we'll split any supplies we find in half. The other man was somewhat surprised and asked, seeds? Yes, we're searching all over for rice seeds, Lu Jiuyue added nervously, glancing at the dog beside him, my brother and I live not far from here, in a mountain village. If we can find seeds, we can go home and grow crops. Lu Jiha then quietly added, if you'd like, you could also join us in moving to the courtyard. There's a lot of land there. That person looked at Lu Jiuyue but didn't say anything. The person beside him, however, scoffed, things haven't grown anywhere these past few years. Where do you live that allows you to farm? Lu Jiha thought for a moment, unslung his backpack, fished out the last steamed bun, and showed it to them, saying, this is something we made at home. The two men stared intently at the steamed bun in his hand, their expressions changing. Steamed buns were rare items in recent years because people on the move couldn't guarantee their survival, let alone spend time making such labor-intensive food. One of them asked, is this wheat you grew yourselves? Not exactly, Lu Jiha replied, the flour came from what we found in the courtyard. But last year my sister dug up some potatoes and sweet potatoes in the field. The two men remained silent as they gazed at the bun for a while longer. The younger of the two finally asked again, how many of you are there? Originally, just my brothers and me lived in the courtyard, Lu Jiuyue chimed in from the side, but the other day, when we were scavenging for supplies here, we met some friends of my brother. They're planning to move back with us. No matter how many of you there are, the man coldly cut in, we won't come. Just leave. After finishing his sentence, he strode ahead toward the other end of the alley. The other one followed with the dog. As the dog passed by, Lu Jiuyue couldn't help herself and said, is this your dog? Can I pet it? No. The man replied. Lu Jiuyue pressed her lips together, looking regretfully at the proud dog strutting past her. When they took a few steps away, Lu Jiha said, we've been in e-commerce street this morning. If you change your minds and want to join, feel free to stop by any time. The two didn't reply and continued walking deeper into the small alley without looking back. Lu Jiha and his little sister walked back disheartenedly. When they reached the intersection, Lu Jifei and the others were sitting on bricks at the edge of the alley waiting for them. Seeing only the two coming back, Zhuyun felt a bit disappointed but not surprised. She said, forget about them. Let's go find somewhere to eat first. They followed the alley onto the street, where they saw the pickup truck that had run out of gas last night. Wu Daqi really liked this vehicle and affectionately patted its sturdy frame when passing by, saying, this thing's solid as heck. If we could find some fuel, we could take this thing back with us. Walking all the way back to e-commerce street, today was a bright sunny day. The glaring sun illuminated the streets and the broken houses. Passing by the garage again, they noticed it was as quiet as before, without even half a ghost in sight. Only the blackened, scorched ground at the entrance reminded them of how intense last night's battle was. They didn't linger long around the garage but went directly to yesterday's luggage storage spot. They started a fire, pulled out the food they carried with them, and enjoyed a warm meal. After eating, Lu Jifei and Wu Daqi counted their bullets and debated whether or not they should risk entering the garage. We need weapons, Lu Jifei said, we'll be dragging supplies all the way back home. The bullets we currently have aren't enough for the journey. There must be weapons below. And likely food too, Wu Daqi added, even if we can farm, we still need half a year to harvest anything substantial. The promise of abundant resources lying beneath was too tempting for anyone to remain indifferent. After some consideration, Lu Jiha suggested, we can drive in with a carload of firewood in the trunk. Once inside, search for weapons first. With bullets, everything else becomes easier. According to his memory, Lu Jifei drew the shape of the garage and then pointed to the entrance of the passage, saying, I remember that not far from here, against this wall, there are some piles of stuff. After we go in, we'll head over there first, uncover the tarpaulin and take a look. There's a good chance the supplies are stacked here. At that time, I, Ahe, and Brother Wu will be responsible for keeping watch, while the three of you are in charge of moving the supplies. They gathered together and discussed the possible scenarios after entering for quite a while. Afterward, they went out. The group split into two, with Wu Daqi and Lu Jifei going to find a suitable car and fuel, while the rest searched everywhere for firewood, preparing to chop it up to start a fire. Lu Jiuyue this time was exceptionally obedient, staying close to her brother every step of the way. They searched along the street, finding every available table or chair, breaking them apart and stacking them together. While they were busy, Lu Jiha suddenly heard some movement outside the street. He immediately signaled to Zhu Yun and his younger sister, grabbed an axe, and slowly moved alongside the wall toward the door to peek outside. He saw two people and a dog standing outside. The dog barked at their direction, and the two people looked over too. Lu Jiha stepped out from the door and stared across the street at them. The two people exchanged glances, and one of them said, do your words still count? We've thought about it and feel we can risk trying once. Lu Jiha smiled slightly, walked over to them, and extended his hand, saying, then, welcome to join us. Chapter 34, Supplies. While Lu Zhifei and the others were discussing the garage operation plan with the newly arrived people inside the house, Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue were squatting by the door, gazing longingly at the dog just 2 meters away. Lu Jiuyue couldn't help but exclaim, "This dog is so handsome. So handsome." Wu Yuan, squatting next to her, said, "This is a German Shepherd. Not only is it handsome, but it's also very smart." Lu Jiuyue then flattered the dog by saying, "What's your name? Can I touch you?" Wu Yuan also said, "It looks so mighty. I really want to pat its head." The dog proudly squatted at the door, gazing far into the distance, completely ignoring the flattering words of the two nearby, like a handsome dog carved in stone. When the discussion inside ended and the people began standing up to leave, the dog also stood up, wagging its tail as it ran over to Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan was the man who had led them into the house last night. He looked as tall and handsome as Lu Zhifei, probably quite strong before. Another person was named Jiang Ming, both around 27 or 8 years old, though Jiang Ming looked more delicate and younger. At this moment, Wu Kuan patted the dog, saw the two children looking enviously, and introduced, "It's called Hetao. You can try calling its name." Lu Jiuyue immediately shouted, "Hetao." Hetao turned and barked once at her. Lu Jiuyue became extremely pleased and kept shouting, "Hetao, Hetao." Lu Zhifei patted her shoulder and said, all right, don't bother it. We all need to get ready, we're about to go down." Originally, due to the lack of manpower, they had chopped a lot of wood and placed it by the roadside, intending to light a fire in the truck bed to drive away zombies. With the addition of these two people, there was no longer a need for the fire. Furthermore, Wu Daqi and Lu Zhifei found some oil elsewhere, but didn't find an appropriate vehicle. Finally, everyone decided to still use the pickup truck from last night. The group went there briefly, quickly returning the car, deftly removing the rear gate of the cargo area to make space for storing items. Wu Kuan patted Hetao's head, leaving the dog outside. Everyone jumped onto the truck. Lu Zhifei, Jiang Ming, Wu Kuan, and Wu Daqi held their guns guarding one corner of the truck bed while Zhu Yun and the two children sat in the middle. Lu Zhihe drove, speeding backwards into the tunnel entrance. The bright headlights illuminated a corner of the garage, the tires screeching sharply against the ground as the car reversed directly to the rain-covered wall. Meanwhile, zombie screams echoed from all directions in the dim garage, red shadows darting out and rushing toward them. Gunshots erupted suddenly, accompanied by the sharp cries of the zombies. Lu Zhifei and Wu Kuan jumped off the car first, protecting Zhu Yun and others to the wall side where Zhu Yun tore down the tarpaulin revealing things that shocked everyone, followed by intense joy. Neat stacks of cardboard boxes lined the wall. Regardless of what was inside, the richness of supplies already exceeded their imagination. Zhu Yun didn't even have time to check the writing on the boxes before starting to load the stuff into the car. Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue worked tirelessly to move everything onto the truck. After several trips, the cargo area was almost filled. They nimbly hopped back onto the vehicle, and Lu Zhihe sped off again. Because of the well-coordinated teamwork, the whole trip took less than 10 minutes. After parking by the roadside, everyone got off and started carefully examining the contents of the boxes. There were 10 cartons in total, each filled with military rations, compressed biscuits, meats, pickled vegetables, and self-heating hot pot packs. "Wow, instant hot pot!" Wu Yuan exclaimed. Lu Jiuyue licked her lips and said, "Oh my god, I haven't eaten hot pot in like 100 years. Everyone was thrilled, paying no attention to the angry howls of the zombies inside the garage. They sat not far from the passage exit, enjoying bags of food under the sunlight. Taking turns tasting the vacuum-sealed sausages, pickles, and cookies revealed how well preserved the items were due to the consistently low temperatures in the garage, devoid of sunlight. "Next time we go in, we'll park on the other side." Lu Zhifei fed the meat in his hand to Lu Zhihe and said, "The grain is stacked here, maybe weapons are at the other end. We need to find bullets soon, I'm running low." The other three involuntarily checked their ammunition counts and became eager to return to the garage. After finishing eating, the group slapped dust off their clothes and stood up. Wu Kuan gave Hetao some cookies and patted its head, saying, "Son, keep a good watch out here." The group got back into the car. Lu Zhihe repeated his earlier trick, reversing the car in once more. This time, they followed the wall all the way to the other end of the tarpaulin. The red zombies were clearly furious now. In just a few minutes, the car was surrounded by red zombies rushing at them like moths drawn to flame. Even in front of the brightly lit car, vague shapes of zombies lunged forward but were forced back by gunfire from Jiang Ming and Wu Daqi, leaving a few corpses scattered on the ground. Wu Kuan jumped out of the car, firing a round at the attacking zombies before ripping away the tarp covering the wall. Underneath were stacks of wooden crates. He took a quick glance and exclaimed in delight, "It's ammunition." This trip lasted much longer than the previous one. The boxes of ammunition were too heavy, Zhu Yun could barely lift one crate at a time, while the two children had to carry them carefully together. Seeing this, Lu Zhihe quickly stopped the car and ran to help from the front. By the time the truck bed was almost filled, everyone began climbing back on board. Suddenly, a piece of iron pipe flew through the air with a whistling sound and crashed straight toward the truck. Hearing the wind, Wu Daqi didn't have time to look back before he lunged to grab Jiang Ming, jumping off the vehicle. Lu Zhifei also dropped his gun, grabbing Wu Yuan's and Lu Jiuyue's ankles and dragging both kids down. As soon as their feet hit the ground, there was a loud crash. The iron pipe smashed into the car, destroying a wooden box and scattering bullets everywhere. The side panel of the car was also severely dented. Wu Kuan was shooting behind the car at yet another wave of zombies. Hearing the sound, his face went pale, and he turned around in panic. Upon seeing Jiang Ming crouching beside the vehicle, he exhaled in relief. But in that short delay, 2 zombies leaped close to the car and were quickly shot far away by Lu Zhifei. Wu Kuan recovered his senses and resumed firing rounds, successfully holding the incoming horde at bay. Afterwards, everyone climbed back onto the vehicle. Lu Zhiha started driving out cautiously amidst continuing combat. Suddenly, 2 more metal pipes came flying from ahead and were shot down by Jiang Ming and Wu Daqi. The car sped quickly toward the tunnel entrance and exited the garage gates under bright sunlight, where the pursuing zombies screamed loudly and then stopped not far from the door. Lu Zhiha parked the car by the roadside and rushed over to inspect each person, confirming no injuries. With a deep sigh of relief, he said, "That thunderous sound really scared me." Wu Daqi, massaging his wife's arms, added, "Fortunately, Zhifei acted fast and pulled the 2 kids down." Jiang Ming looked at him, lips moving slightly, but remained silent. At that moment, Lu Zhifei picked up the scattered bullets from the car, checking their calibers, and the rest gathered around excitedly. "Wow, this is incredible." Wu Daqi handled the bullets tremblingly, repeatedly saying, "So many. So many bullets." Lu Zhifei also grinned, saying, "Alright, let's load up on ammunition, and we'll go inside again for more trips to transport more supplies out." With plenty of ammo, everyone's courage surged. They moved the wooden crates from the truck and set them by the road, collecting the loose bullets, then drove back underground once more. This time, 4 people didn't hesitate to fire their bullets freely, using relentless firepower to subdue the zombies and successfully brought out another box of supplies. This time, besides military dry rations, there were also various canned goods including meat cans and fruit cans. Looking at the fruit cans, Lu Jiuyue's eyes lit up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, we can eat these for a long time." Zhu glanced at the cans and her, smiling warmly and said, "Half the credit for this haul goes to Jiuyue. She was scolded yesterday for running around and causing trouble, but today we realize it's fortunate she fell inside, or we wouldn't have discovered so many good things." "Yes," Wu Daqi agreed, "this truly thanks to little Jiuyue." Lu Jiuyue proudly smiled, replying, "Even my brother says I'm our family's lucky star." Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhifei lightly patted her head, admonishing, "What are you laughing about? Do you know how worried we were last night? If you wander around recklessly in the future, you'll still get punished." Lu Zhifei chimed in, egging him on, "Absolutely. Beat her till she learns." "You brat, will you learn anything next time?" Lu Jiuyue's face fell, reluctantly saying, "Oh." Seeing her disappointment, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Yun comforted her, "Look at how sad she is. Come on, Jiuyue, come here. Are your arms tired? Let me rub them for you." While others were talking happily, Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming stood aside chatting softly. After a while, Wu Kuan squatted down, watching Wu Yuan playing with the dog nearby and asked quietly, "How long have you been together?" Wu Yuan looked up at him and said, "It's been several days. When we were hiding from zombies at night, I got separated from my parents, and then Uncle Lu rescued me. Later, we found out that Uncle Lu used to know my mom." Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming glanced at each other, lost in thought, and Wu Kuan replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" "Aha," Wu Yuan turned back to teasing the dog and said, "Later, Uncle Lu said they had a place to live and could grow crops, so we followed them here." "How old is Walnut?" 8 years old. Wu Kuan didn't ask further, just stroked Walnut's head. After resting for a while, they drove back into the underground garage. This time, there weren't many zombies surrounding them, only a few red corpses darted down from the roof and were driven away with a few shots. The bodies on the ground were gone, replaced by howling and chewing sounds from the darkness far ahead. They barely fired any shots as they smoothly reached the wall where supplies were stored, loading bags of rice onto the truck. When the cargo compartment was full again, they headed out when suddenly 5 or 6 red figures appeared at the garage entrance. One zombie lifted an iron pipe and smashed it toward the car's windshield, while others leapt both from the roof and the ground. If the iron pipe hit hard, Lu Zhiha might have suffered serious injury or even death. Fortunately, Jiang Ming acted quickly, shooting the pipe far away. Wu Daqi then sprayed rounds of bullets, repelling the zombies on the ground, while standing behind Lu Zhifei aimed at the zombies atop the garage. Wu Kuan continuously monitored the rear situation. Even though this was their first teamwork, after several trips into the garage, they formed a good synergy. Together, they pushed the zombies back and safely drove out of the garage. Once outside, Zhu Yun counted the supplies placed on the ground and said, "We've gathered enough food. Taking more would exceed our capacity." Squatting by the roadside, Lu Zhifei observed boxes of all sizes and sacks of rice and suggested, "This trip, we won't take anything else. Instead, let's explore inside the garage. I always felt like there should be gasoline there. Those people originally planned to relocate us with vehicles, so without gas, how would cars move?" Everyone grew enthusiastic hearing this. Wu Kuan hurriedly said, "Really? Let's go check it out. After deliberation, the group decided to let only the men go in this time. Lu Jihe still drove, and Lu Jifei took the passenger seat. The other 3 men remained in the cargo area. As the car drove deep into the garage under its bright headlights, zombies scattered, but soon came rushing back from the shadows. Continuous gunfire erupted from the cargo area as Lu Jifei stayed vigilant about nearby zombies' attacks. After looping around the underground garage, Wu Kun suddenly said, "Over there, drive left, toward 9 o'clock." Lu Jihe also spotted it and immediately turned the car. At that moment, 2 red zombies ignored the headlights and lunged directly toward the front of the car. About to break the windshield, Lu Jifei suddenly shot along with Wu Daqi and Jiang Ming on top of the car. The 2 zombies dropped and fell to the ground in front of the car. Lu Jihe sharply turned the steering wheel, maneuvering the car past the zombies. Just then, Jiang Ming noticed clearly as one of the zombies lying on the ground suddenly jumped up and dashed toward the driver's cabin. They had feigned death earlier. Jiang Ming quickly raised his gun and fired repeatedly, killing one zombie while the other rolled into the darkness to hide. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Especially Lu Jihe, who previously saw the dead zombies in front of the car and, out of compassion and caution, hadn't driven over them. Now looking back, it saved them. Otherwise, the 2 red corpses might have attached to the underside of the car and attacked when no one was paying attention. Afterward, everyone became even more cautious. The car gradually approached a corner next to the wall, finding indeed several barrels of gasoline. Wu Kun jumped off the car first, pushing a barrel, and cheerfully exclaimed, "They're full." Standing in the truck bed, Wu Daqi and Jiang Ming maintained constant vigilance against zombies nearby while Lu Jifei and Lu Jihe also jumped out of the car, helping Wu Kun load the barrels of oil. After carrying 5 barrels, everyone climbed back onto the vehicle and drove towards the exit of the garage. Every time red zombies showed up from afar, they wouldn't wait for them to approach before firing rounds, finally driving the car out of the garage smoothly. As they placed the oil drums by the roadside, Zhu Yun, Lu Jiuyue, and Wu Yuan waiting outside lit up with joy. Zhu Yun said, "Now we can choose any car, never worrying about running out of fuel." Lu Jihe laughed and said, "Sister Yun, we can't be too reckless, the fuel is also needed for plowing fields when we go back." "Oh, right, Zhu Yun quickly agreed, I nearly forgot. Gosh, there are so many things, how are we going to bring everything back?" Wu Yuan said, "Mom, do you worry when there's too much stuff?" Wu Daqi also looked at his overjoyed wife and said, "She's a poor person who has suddenly become rich, so she doesn't know how to contain her happiness. Should we go in one more time? One more trip?" Wu Kun said. "It's always right to carry more stuff out. Once it's out, we can think about how to take it with us." Everyone agreed with this suggestion. Taking advantage of the zombies being busy eating corpses, they drove in twice more, moving out the remaining barrels of oil. Then they loaded another truck full of food. Looking at the things piled up by the roadside, everyone finally came to their senses and stopped. A few people stood beside the supplies, all feeling a strong sense of accomplishment. Wu Daqi said, "We need to find another vehicle to take all this." Lu Jihe then turned to Wu Kun and Jiang Ming and asked, "What are your plans?" When these 2 had come, they just said they could help look for supplies in the garage but didn't intend to stay. Lu Jihe looked at the supplies and said, "If you don't want to follow us, then as we agreed before, half of the supplies will be yours. If you want to return with us, let's go together." Wu Kun and Jiang Ming glanced at each other, then looked at the people behind Lu Jihe and their gazes. They hadn't seen such friendly looks on strangers' faces in a long time. There was even anticipation in the eyes of those 2 kids, though maybe they just hoped more to keep that dog. But it made Wu Kun feel inexplicably more at ease. Finally, there was a group of people who could accept them, and his beloved dog Sun too. He paused for a moment and finally said, "If it's not too much trouble, then, let's go together." Chapter 35, The Same Road. Now the biggest problem they faced was that there were too many supplies found, and they couldn't transport them back. The group discussed how to carry all these items back while sitting on crates, enjoying an exceptionally rich lunch. Zhu Yun made a pile of fire, and everyone roasted their various dried foods and canned goods in great luxury. Even Hu Tao received 2 servings of lunch meat. Wu Kun placed the meat in water, cleaned off the seasoning and oil, then fed it to Hu Tao. It had been a long time since Hu Tao had eaten meat, it sniffed and quickly ate everything, then looked pitifully at Wu Kun again. Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan also imitated Wu Kun, taking meat from their own cans and rinsing it with water before feeding it to Hu Tao. However, Hu Tao rather modestly turned its head away. "Why doesn't it eat when I feed it?" Lu Jiuyue was somewhat disappointed. Jiang Ming glanced at her and said faintly, "It doesn't eat food from strangers." Lu Jiuyue responded with an "oh," squatted in front of the dog, and seriously said, "Listen, Hu Tao, my name is Jiuyue, and he's Yuan Yuan. Alright, now we've met, so we're not strangers anymore. Remember to eat what I give you in the future." Wu Kun chuckled, took the meat from her hand, and fed it to Hu Tao, who only then accepted. Lu Jifei nearby commented, "This dog has been trained well. Was it a police dog before?" Wu Kun nodded, patted Hu Tao's head, and Hu Tao obediently squatted beside him. The others also couldn't help but glance at the dog for a moment, then Wu Kun added after a pause, "It used to be a search and rescue dog. Besides the things found in the garage, they had also collected plenty of agricultural supplies and daily necessities earlier. Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming had hidden some materials elsewhere too. Combined together, there was no way they could fit everything into the 3 cars. Eventually, after deliberating, the conclusion was reached that they would have to make 2 trips. After all, driving, the distance from the Ping's town to the city was nothing significant. With guns, sufficient ammunition, and manpower, the surrounding zombies and strangers weren't overly intimidating. The urgent matter was to first move the oil, food, and bullets left by the roadside. In this post-apocalyptic world, these were necessities everyone desperately needed. Such a large amount of supplies, if noticed by others, would certainly cause envy. So, after finishing the meal, Wu Daqi and Jiang Ming guarded the scene with firearms, while Lu Zhifei, Wu Kuan, and Lu Zhihe went out in a pickup truck to find more vehicles. After about an hour, they returned. They had originally gone out with 1 pickup truck, but now each of them was driving one. Wu brother, you said the pickup truck is good. Lu Zhifei jumped off the car and said to Wu Daqi, so we all looked for these types of vehicles. Wu Daqi, satisfied, patted the body of the car, then checked it thoroughly front and back, saying, pretty good. Only issue is that the tires are leaking air. But it's fine, as we drive, if we come across a repair shop, we can just stop and change the tire. The 3 vehicles parked in sequence by the side of the road, and immediately, the group started loading the supplies onto the vehicles. Each vehicle was crammed full, the rear panels hung down, ropes tightly tied around the cargo, and the group entered the driver's cabs, first driving to the previous place where their luggage had been left. Lu Zhifei and Wu Daqi got out of the car, picking up vegetable seeds and sewing kits they'd found, placing them in the cabins. Wu Kuan also disembarked cautiously, noticing the plastic bags poking out of the boxes Wu Daqi carried, revealing green vegetables, and asked somewhat surprisedly, is it really possible to grow vegetables? It really is. Wu Daqi, despite not seeing it with his own eyes, firmly believed the words of Lu Zhihe and the others due to their recent interaction, nodding affirmatively and saying, he and Zhifei both said that last year they dug up sweet potatoes in the field. While getting back into the car, Lu Zhifei supplemented, there were also potatoes. Wu Kuan retrieved his and Jiang Ming's luggage, ran toward his own car, and upon getting inside, said to Jiang Ming, who was driving, over there at the base, it really is possible to farm. Once we grow wheat, I'll make you steamed buns to eat. Jiang Ming smiled slightly at him and said, okay. Hu Tao let out a soft bark from behind as well. Wu Kuan hurriedly turned around to comfort it, saying, don't fuss, later I'll cook something nice for you too. Hu Tao calmed down. Jiang Ming started the car, following behind Wu Daqi's vehicle, heading forward. According to their plan, they were going straight out of the city today. After all, they had angered a group of Red Corpse ghosts in the garage. These creatures had high combat abilities, were difficult to deal with, and excelled at tracking. Thus, they needed to get as far away from the garage as possible. The convoy first circled to the west side of the city, reaching the location of their previous stay. Zhu Yun embraced his daughter's ashes jar, while Lu Zhihe and Wu Yuan went to retrieve several sleeping bags and pieces of luggage, filling the back seats of the 3 vehicles. Wu Daqi and Lu Zhifei also discovered 2 shovels in adjacent houses, before reboarding the cars, heading out of the city. By this time, the sky had gradually grown darker. The roar of the pickup truck drew some zombies, but before they could get close, the vehicle had already left them behind. The 3 cars drove out of the city in one go, and only after those gray buildings and streets were left far behind did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Though they knew the journey back wouldn't be easy either, Lu Zhihe's mood was clearly more excited. Thinking about returning to their familiar home, he even felt an urge to rush home immediately. It's only been a few days since we left, yet it feels like we've been away for such a long time, he said. Ah, me too. I feel the same. Lu Jiuyue yelled from the back seat, when we get back, the first thing I'm going to do is take a hot shower. If I don't wash soon, I'll start stinking. Alright, Lu Zhifei held his gun while looking ahead and said, you can peel off a layer of your skin if you want. After a pause, he continued, I wonder how things are at home. Hopefully, no wild animals have caused trouble there. Saying this, his heart started pounding with concern as well. As night fell, the convoy kept moving forward for a long time. When the fields appeared by the roadside, they finally stopped. The road conditions were poor, and zombies or wild beasts might show up around them at any time. Although they were in large numbers and armed, it would still be problematic should they encounter danger, so they decided to rest overnight and continue the journey when it was light. Lu Zhihe parked the car by the side of the road, beside a house. Lu Zhifei, Wu Daqi, and Wu Kuan got out of the car with their guns and inspected the area around the house. After a long while, Wu Kuan stood at the door and beckoned them. So, Lu Zhihe and others drove up front to stop and turned off the engine. Once inside, they lit a fire as usual, and Zhu Yun also cooked some porridge in a pot. Everyone ate dinner with pickles, preserved meat, and biscuits. During the meal, Zhu Yun thought about the many supplies they had found and couldn't help but feel quite excited. However, upon realizing that they hadn't found any rice seeds yet, her heart felt somewhat unfulfilled, and she sighed, without seeds, how are we going to farm when we get back? No worries, we've made a lot of gains on this trip, Lu Zhihe comforted her, let's just get the stuff home first. We can look again next time we come out. Wu Daqi said, next time, let's check out the agricultural supply stations in town. There might be some rice there. Wu Kuan also said, we once lived in more remote areas, and we saw some rice at some farmers' houses. We can search there next time too. Lu Jiuyue then said, sigh, it would be great if among all these bags of rice, there was one bag of rice seeds. Everyone chatted about this for a while, and by the time they finished eating, they were all rather sleepy. Due to being chased by zombies the previous night, none of them had gotten a proper rest. And after a full day's work today, they were now utterly exhausted. Lu Jiuyue looked at her two brothers and insisted through sheer willpower, you guys should sleep soon. We have a long day of traveling tomorrow. I'll keep watch. The roads tomorrow would be difficult, and each adult had their responsibilities, driving or keeping vigilance, so they would need to stay highly alert throughout the day. Hearing what she said, Lu Jiha and the others didn't object, only Wu Yuan replied, all right, you keep watch in the first half of the night. Call me when you're tired. Wu Kuan glanced at them and said, it's fine, you all sleep. We have Hu Tao here. If there's any movement outside, it won't miss hearing it. Everyone looked at the dog lying beside him. A moment later, Wu Daqi yawned and said, all right, tonight we'll let Hu Tao keep watch, let's get some good sleep. Strictly speaking, Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming had just joined them and hadn't been fully accepted by everyone yet. But after the experiences of last night and today, their relationship had become closer. This was the reality of the apocalypse world. For survival, people could instantly turn into enemies. Similarly, for survival, trust between people could form very quickly. Now that Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming had become their companions on the road, they should offer appropriate trust towards their companions. Therefore, Lu Jiha also said, all right, Jiuyue, sleep first. Let Hu Tao keep watch tonight. Lu Jiuyue opened her sleeping bag and climbed inside, saying to the dog lying not far away, then I'll sleep. Keep a good watch, dear little Hu Tao. Jiang Ming noticed her calling it little Hu Tao, held it in for a moment, and defended the dog, saying, it's already 8 years old. If calculated in human years, the dog was over 40, which certainly couldn't be considered young anymore. So Lu Jiuyue complied and revised her words. Yawning, she said, all right, Hu Tao big sister, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Ming suppressed it for another while but couldn't help himself and added, by gender, it's more of an uncle. Everyone laughed nearby, but Lu Jiuyue didn't hear it because the woman who had just said she would keep watch had fallen asleep within a minute. Lu Jiha leaned over to look at his younger sister, pulling her sleeping bag up to her chin. Then he laid out his own sleeping bag and Lu Jifei's beside hers, crawling in as well. The others followed suit, opening their bedding and getting into bed one by one, until the room grew quiet with nothing but the crackling sound of burning firewood. Lu Jifei sat by the fire, placing several pairs of shoes they had taken off earlier near the fire pit for roasting. Wu Kuan sat across from him, checking his gun while occasionally glancing at Lu Jifei's face illuminated by the firelight. After a long while, seeing that everyone else was asleep, he finally asked softly, is that your brother? Lu Jifei looked up at him and replied, that's my partner, and also my sister. Wu Kuan paused, clearly intrigued by the word partner. After a moment, Lu Jifei gestured toward Jiang Ming lying beside him and asked, is that also your brother? Wu Kuan smiled, turning to look at Jiang Ming's face for a bit before replying, he's also my partner. Lu Jifei responded with an oh, roasting his shoes for a bit before asking again softly, how long have you known each other? 3 or 4 years maybe. Wu Kuan glanced at the sleeping Jiang Ming beside him and added, and what about you guys? 13 years, Lu Jifei carefully recalled and said, we've known each other since high school. Wow, you've known each other for such a long time. Wu Kuan said. Yeah, Lu Jifei nodded, hesitated briefly then continued, I got separated from him a few years ago, almost thought I'd never find him again. But it's good now. Wu Kuan didn't say anything more, putting down the gun and getting into the covers beside him as he said, sleep early. Alright, Lu Jifei placed the shoes aside and crawled into his sleeping bag too. Just before sleeping, he glanced at Lu Jiha's face, feeling a small amount of surprise inside, had they really known each other for 13 years? In the flickering firelight, his, Jiha, face still looked quite young, as if those 13 years had merely passed in a flash. Only a small scar at the corner of his forehead reflected faintly in the dim light, reminding him of how many tough moments they had been through over the years. Well, this time things should be better, right? Lu Jifei thought, they now had so many companions, guns loaded with ammunition, food, a place to live, and land to cultivate. He could finally stop living in constant fear, couldn't they? That night, they all slept soundly. From midnight to dawn, there was utter tranquility outside. When Lu Jifei woke up in the morning, he saw sunlight piercing through the window covered with burlap sacks, and people moving quietly both inside and outside. Some were checking the condition of the vehicles and conversing in low voices outside. Lu Jifei stretched lazily in bed, feeling a sense of peace that seemed not to match the reality of their current situation. It was like a long time ago, when he woke up in his bedroom, wanting to stay in bed longer while he and Jiuyue were busy washing up and preparing breakfast outside. Lu Jiha came in from outside, bringing a slight chill, squatting next to him and saying, get up quickly. We'll eat and set off soon. Lu Jifei hurriedly sat up, folded the blanket into a roll and tidied it up. Lu Jiha stood up, uncovering the burlap sack on the window. The light came in, illuminating the fireplace and the pot above it, where steam carrying the fragrance of rice indicated that the porridge was nearly cooked. They gathered around the fire and started eating breakfast. They would spend the whole day traveling. The journey was always perilous, but with their companions and fully loaded guns, they felt much braver than before. Wu Daqi sipped his porridge and said to them, "On the road, we need to keep an eye out. If there is a repair shop nearby, we'll stop. We can fix the cars before continuing the journey without delay. Otherwise, further ahead are mountain roads, and I'm worried about potential car problems." All agreed, and Wu Kun asked, "Does Brother Wu know how to fix cars?" "Complicated oil-related issues I can't handle, but changing tires and similar tasks are doable," Wu Daqi replied. Beside him, Zhu Yun added, "Daqi used to work in the military transport fleet, and he handled repairs himself. Even after being discharged, he didn't lose his skills." "That's great." Lu Jiha hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, this trip we will also look for some auto repair tools. Air Fei said there's a tractor at the base, we are all counting on you to get it fixed." Wu Daqi took full responsibility, saying, "No problem. Tractors are easy to repair. As long as there's fuel, I guarantee it will run." Chapter 36, The Town. As they drove further on, the road condition became increasingly worse. There were large cracks on the asphalt pavement, some parts even completely buckled up. Littered with abandoned garbage and filled with potholes all over, the car would rumble loudly as it passed over them. Lu Jiha drove very slowly, carefully avoiding those potholes. But even at this slow speed, it was still faster than walking. On their way there, they had measured the distance step by step, now these roads flashed backward. Every bit of progress toward home meant getting closer to family and an increase in their sense of happiness. The words, "going home," originally brought such a wonderful feeling. By noon, they spotted a small town far ahead. Buildings on both sides of the road were dusty, most being short, and many partially collapsed, presenting a desolate picture. Broken bricks were scattered across the road. Not long after entering the town, Lu Jiha found a repair shop by the roadside. On the dilapidated shop signboard with a big hole, they could vaguely see the words, "Car Maintenance." He quickly slowed down and parked carefully in front of the store, sticking his head out back to shout, "Wu Gu, Brother Wu, shall we stop here for a while?" Zhu Yun and Jiang Ming also pulled up one after another, and the group got off the cars. Lu Jifei and Wu Kun took the dog to scout the direction of the town. Wu Daqi and Lu Jiha entered the house to look for repair tools. Zhu Yun led the two kids to find firewood, preparing to make a fire right here after the car was fixed before continuing their journey. Not long after, Lu Jiha found a tire from behind the store, carrying it out as he asked Wu Daqi, who was squatting on the ground gathering tools, "Wu Gu, does this tire size match ours?" Wu Daqi took it and examined, saying, "Can't believe it's new, it will work. We'll be able to replace it soon." He then took the jack and wrenches towards the car side, while Lu Jiha carried the tire following closely behind. As they just squatted beside the car, suddenly came a series of barking from inside the town. Lu Jiha stood up, gazing toward the direction where the barks came from, and immediately afterward, gunshots echoed through the town. Startled, Lu Jiha hurriedly shouted to Zhu Yun, "Yun Jia, Sis Yun, hide the children." Vu Daqi quickly discarded the jack, opened the door to grab the gun. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming also leapt down from his car holding a gun as they moved. Hearing dense gunfire, panic set in among them, not knowing what situation Lu Jifei and Wu Kun encountered within the town. "No." Jiang Ming held his gun firmly and declared, "I'll go check it out," and rushed toward the town direction. Wu Daqi followed suit but was promptly stopped by Lu Jiha. "There are supplies here, someone must keep watch." Realizing that if everyone went running into the town at the sound of gunfire, leaving valuable supplies gathered at the cost of lives unprotected, they risked losing everything if enemies approached from elsewhere. Wu Daqi thought for a moment, waved his hand signaling Zhu Yun and others to hide inside the shop, crouched near the vehicle while peering cautiously forward. Thinking about Lu Jifei still inside the town made Lu Jiha extremely anxious. He forcibly calmed himself, took out a crossbow arrow from the car and tucked the axe behind his waist belt, hiding himself behind the car looking towards the town. After quite some time, the gunfire ceased and silence settled in until suddenly, several men bolted out from the town towards their parking location. Wu Daqi's heart thudded wildly as he gripped his gun tightly, pressed close against the vehicle, waiting until they neared before abruptly opening fire. Bullets swept past, hitting two people who fell instantly in front. However, those behind responded swiftly, diving and rolling into the drainage ditch at the roadside. After a brief standoff, suddenly shots rang out from the edge of the ditch, hitting the car where Wu Daqi hid, creating two holes in the metal bodywork. Both Wu Daqi and Lu Jiha were startled. These people didn't know their vehicles contained ammunition and fuel. Once a fuel tank was hit, the car would quickly ignite and explode. Since the three vehicles were parked too close together, any explosion could mean total destruction. Wu Daqi immediately bent low, running forward to shoot suppressive fire toward the ditch, pinning the attackers so they couldn't peek out again. Watching on the side, Lu Jiha grew worried. This couldn't continue indefinitely. Wu Daqi wouldn't last much longer. Glancing at their positions, ideas whirred in his mind. He turned and ran into the shop. Remembering there was a rear door which usually led to a toilet or pig pen for such roadside shops, he was indeed greeted by open fields upon pulling it open. Running out, he changed direction toward the town. Zhu Yun closely trailed behind him. Both armed with axes, they moved along the wilderness heading straight for the middle of the town, passing 2 households when they discovered a narrow alley between houses leading perfectly toward the road. Just as Lu Jihe was about to turn into the alley, he suddenly heard footsteps and heavy breathing coming from it. He quickly hid himself against the wall, holding his breath. Soon, a man darted out of the alley, followed by another. As soon as the man passed the corner, Lu Jihe abruptly swung his axe at the man's head, chopping down the first one. However, the second swing missed as the other person had swiftly dodged aside. Zhu Yun recklessly rushed forward, grabbing the gun in the man's hand and trying to lift it up with all her might. The two began struggling over the gun. When the man found that he couldn't shake Zhu Yun off, he sharply raised his knee, hitting her stomach. Despite the pain, Zhu Yun refused to let go. At this moment, Lu Jihe also pounced forward, and the 3 rolled on the ground fighting. The gun accidentally fired, shooting a burst of bullets into the air. The man was extraordinarily strong. In no time, he kicked Zhu Yun away and pinned Lu Jihe to the ground. Just when the situation turned critical, a stick suddenly swung from behind, striking heavily against the back of the man's head, followed by 2 more hits. The man didn't even groan before falling down. Still gasping for breath, Lu Jihe didn't get up yet but saw Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan each standing on one side, beating the man on the ground furiously with sticks, while yelling curses, "Son of a bitch, I'll beat you to death. How dare you hit my brother?" Another said, "Wild donkey's son, how dare you hurt my mom? Try that again." Seeing the man already unconscious with blood streaming from his head, they finally stopped. Wu Yuan struck a few more times on the body of the other one who had been chopped down earlier, while Lu Jiuyue helped his elder brother and Zhu Yun to stand up. Without brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lu Jihe picked up the gun and ran along the alley ahead. Zhu Yun sat by the wall, holding her belly, urgently saying to the 2 children, "Quickly follow him, be smart, hide well. Don't get injured." Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan rushed along behind Lu Jihe into the alley. When they reached the end of the alley, they saw the road ahead, with ditches beside it, where 2 men were crouching low, sneaking back toward the town direction. Apparently, after hearing gunshots from the house just now, they realized their ambush failed and started retreating. Lu Jihe pointed his gun, shouting loudly at them, "Stop." Those 2 froze, then slowly stood up with their hands raised. Wu Daqi also came running from beside the car, aiming his gun here. Lu Jihe kept a tight eye on every move of these 2, ordering them to drop their weapons on the ground. At this moment, the man behind suddenly waved his hand, and something heavy whizzed through the air flying directly towards them. Lu Jihe hastily ducked down into the alley. He then saw an axe deeply embedded in the wall where he just stood, splitting the wall. Terrified, Lu Jihe immediately saw those 2 bending low to run forward. He hurriedly shot a few rounds towards their fleeing directions but missed. As the 2 were about to escape around the corner, suddenly someone from inside the town rushed out. It was Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei intercepted them from the other end, firing a few shots without much effort killing the 2. "Ah are you hurt? What's the situation here? Where is Jiuyue?" "Wu Gu," Lu Jifei shouted while running towards them, worry evident in his voice. Upon seeing Lu Jifei still alive and energetic, Lu Jihe's heart, which had been tightly held, finally relaxed. He shouted back, "I'm fine, everything is okay here. What about the town? Where are Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming appeared at the end of the town, the walnut following closely behind them. They all ran toward this side. Lu Jifei, seeing that Lu Jihe was truly unharmed, calmed down. At this point, Wu Daqi urgently asked, "Where is Zhu Yun?" Lu Jihe suddenly remembered that Zhu Yun was still behind and ran back into the alley, saying, "Sister Yun seems injured." Wu Daqi became anxious upon hearing that his wife was hurt and followed him back, both running to the corner where they found Zhu Yun, who had been helped to her feet by her son. Wu Daqi dashed forward, panting and shouting, "Ayun. Are you alright, Ayun?" By this time, Zhu Yun had recovered somewhat and quickly waved her hand, saying, "I'm fine, just got hit in the stomach earlier, it's a bit uncomfortable." Wu Daqi squatted down and carried his wife to the front, while Wu Yuan found a chair from behind the shop for her to sit and rest. Lu Jihe checked her, luckily finding no injuries to bones or internal organs, allowing the people nearby to sigh with relief. "Go find some firewood, boil some hot water for her to drink," Lu Jihe instructed, and Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue hurriedly went to gather wood to start a fire. Meanwhile, Wu Kuan and Lu Jifei recounted the situation in the town to them. It turned out that they had been conducting a routine patrol along the road with the walnut when it suddenly barked as they were about to reach a house. Thanks to its timely warning, both men reacted swiftly and hid themselves in good cover, thus managing to save their lives. The group of people hiding there must have been seasoned robbers, equipped not only with guns but also a large number of them, about a dozen or so. They probably heard the sound of the car arriving earlier. A group had already hidden by the roadside house, very likely preparing to ambush them as they passed by. However, they didn't expect to be discovered prematurely by Lu Jifei and his team, leading to an early skirmish. Even though the ambush failed, these people still fought hard against Lu Jifei's group for quite a long time. Moreover, some of them were dispatched to try to seize supplies. But they clearly hadn't anticipated encountering such tough opponents this time. The 2 men and 1 dog in the town rapidly managed to stabilize the situation. Later, Jiang Ming joined from the outside to launch attacks, and the 3 managed to overcome their enemies despite being outnumbered, turning the tide. As for the 6 people sent outside the town, they also met misfortune. They failed not only to seize the supplies but instead lost their lives. Now, recalling the event, all involved felt deeply terrified. If they hadn't stopped the car early on the roadside and taken great precautions to send patrols everywhere while also bringing along a dog, they might have all fallen here. Lu Jihe kept calling it good luck and said they should add extra food to us meals. Lu Jifei also said, "Now, Walnut is my life-saving brother. I wouldn't just feed it meat, I'd even kneel down before it." After talking for a while, Wu Daqi saw his wife's complexion improve slightly, and went over to inspect the vehicles by the side of the car. Fortunately, except for the one carrying food that was shot with 2 holes, the other cars were unharmed. He and Lu Jihe began changing the tires while the others continued to keep guard with their guns drawn in case any remaining enemy came to fire at them. Once the car was repaired, no one paused for meals. Wu Daqi stuffed the jack, wrench, and tires found in the shop into the car, and everyone quickly climbed in and left this dangerous place without hesitation. Chapter 37, Going Home. After traveling for 2 consecutive days, they finally reached the intersection of the winding mountain road leading to Pingxi at dusk. The reason for the slow pace was twofold. On one hand, the road was indeed very difficult to navigate, with occasional sections of the road being covered by landslides and mudslides from the adjacent slopes. In such cases, they had to first clear away the mud and debris before they could proceed. On the other hand, the group of more than a dozen people they encountered in a small town along the way left them uneasy. Every time they came across villages or areas with clusters of houses, they would send someone with walnuts to scout ahead and confirm there were no abnormalities before driving through. Fortunately, along this entire journey, they didn't come across any people, nor did they encounter wolf packs or zombies, safely making it to this point. When they arrived at the fork in the road, the sky was already dark. They decided not to continue up the winding mountain road. Lu Jihe led the convoy to the house where they had spent their first night leaving the mountains. As usual, several armed men went over first to patrol around, checking that the area surrounding the house was quiet, before driving down the road and parking in the open space in front of the house. The group lit a fire inside the house, warming themselves while having dinner. Afterward, they extinguished the fire and retired early. Everyone knew that the upcoming mountain path would be tough, as the vehicles wouldn't be able to reach Pingxi and they would have to carry all the supplies manually, so conserving energy was crucial. Deep into the night, Wu Daqi suddenly woke from a dream. In the pitch darkness, he heard Walnut, his dog, growling restlessly, emitting low throaty whimpers. Wu Daqi immediately sat up, rousing Wu Kuan who was sleeping nearby. Upon waking, Wu Kuan also started in surprise but quickly calmed Walnut and signaled him to be quiet. Then, the 2 of them carefully uncovered the sack blocking the window and cautiously peered out. There was a moon this night, its faint light casting shadows over the distant and near mountains as well as the remnants of snow. It illuminated the nearby road as well. The road appeared empty, seemingly devoid of anything unusual. But soon after, they heard a howl from afar. Then, a group of black, shambling zombies emerged from the end of the road, looking from afar like a pack of wolves but much larger in size. Under the moonlight, it was clear these zombies had dark bodies without red muscle masses visible. Even so, confronting such a large number of regular zombies was still extremely perilous. Neither Wu Daqi nor Wu Kuan dared take this lightly. They quietly woke the others, each person grabbing their weapons while attentively listening to the sounds outside. Lu Jifei also walked to the window, uncovering a section of the burlap bag to peek out. He saw the vague yet eerily silent black and white world where the zombies were running along the road towards the mountain, like a migrating herd of animals. They quickly reached the segment of the road in front of the house. Under their watchful eyes, the leading zombie soon passed the crossroads, continuing forward. The rest of the zombie horde followed closely behind, dashing toward the mountain. However, as half of the zombie group had passed, one of them abruptly stopped at the crossroads, sniffed the air a few times, and took a few steps toward the house, letting out a hissing scream. The people inside became tense upon hearing the sound. Luckily, only 2 zombies followed it off the road, while the rest continued to run farther along the road. The 3 zombies leapt like wolves, quickly reaching the front of the house. They sniffed and probed around the cars, with one jumping onto the roof and letting out a howl. Another howled in response. As soon as the zombies started heading towards the house, Wu Daqi aimed his gun at them but quickly realized this was a mistake. The zombies on the road weren't far away, and the gunfire would surely attract them back. Wu Daqi gently set his gun aside and instead grabbed an axe. In the darkness behind him, the others silently dropped their guns and picked up axes or other handy tools. Wu Kuan opened the door first and slipped out silently, followed closely by Lu Jifei. The 2 swiftly darted into the yard, hiding beside the broken remnants of the wall. Just after they hid, a zombie jumped onto the scattered bricks and tiles and entered the yard. Before it could land and stabilize itself, Wu Kuan struck with his axe. With a dull thud, the zombie collapsed without even managing a cry. At the same moment, Lu Jifei triggered his handheld crossbow. With a whooshing sound, the arrow pierced the air, striking another zombie outside the house. The last zombie let out a hoarse howl. Before it could finish, an axe already flew through the air, thrown by Wu Daki, and struck true against the zombie's body. The zombie swayed and ran off. At this moment, Lu Zhifei and Wu Kun simultaneously leaped over the courtyard wall and quickly chased after it. On the way, Lu Zhifei shot another arrow which also hit its mark. The zombie staggered for a few steps before collapsing, whereupon Wu Kun caught up and severed its neck with an axe. As the two returned, they found Jiang Ming and Lu Jihe had already chopped at the zombies lying on the ground, delivering several axe blows each. The group stood in the yard, looking toward the road until they were sure the horde of zombies had run far away and wouldn't suddenly return. Only then did they go back inside. They took off their shoes again and went to sleep. However, Lu Jihe couldn't fall asleep immediately. In a low voice, he said, "Why did those zombies suddenly appear here?" Lu Zhifei patted his hand, comforting him, "Don't worry too much, zombies always wander around along the roads." But Wu Kun spoke softly, "Could it be that they're being chased by Red Corpse ghosts, so they've come this far?" In the darkness, everyone fell silent for a while before Lu Zhifei continued, "That's possible too. But even if they come, we have our guns. And plenty of ammunition." This reassurance calmed them down. Yet Wu Daki thought about the safety of Pingzi and asked, "How far is the winding mountain road? Could the zombies reach Pingzi as well? The last time we came out, we walked on the mountain path for a whole day." "The road surface has collapsed in many places," replied Lu Jihe. Zhu Yun then said, "Based on this, it should be much safer inside Pingzi than outside. Zombies usually follow the roads. Even if a few stray ones manage to wander in, they won't cause much trouble. There's also a hidden tunnel leading into Pingzi, it's a cave. However, the location of the cave is rather secluded," added Lu Zhifei, explaining the specifics to everyone. After discussing for a bit, all agreed that the cave was a potential hazard. Their first task upon entering would be to seal off the cave entrance. As their conversation carried on, the group gradually grew quiet and drifted off to sleep. This time, there were no more zombies coming to disturb them until morning. After sunrise, the group rekindled the fire, ate breakfast, and Wu Daki led people outside to dig a pit. They threw the bodies of the 3 zombies from the previous night into it and set them alight. Then, they drove onto the winding mountain road. After bumping along the narrow, battered road for over half an hour, the car finally stopped. There was a total collapse of the road ahead, making further vehicle movement impossible. After stopping, they briefly discussed by the roadside and decided to bring the food back first. The mountain road here was very remote, so it was unlikely for people to come by. However, leaving the food behind might easily attract wild beasts or become spoiled by zombies. Ammunition and fuel stored here, however, provided some peace of mind. Subsequently, the group began unloading the food from the vehicle and started the arduous hike, carrying loads on their backs. The winding mountain road was just as difficult to navigate as when they had come. The road surface was nearly destroyed by cracks, and sections of the road kept collapsing into the valley, forcing them to detour around via the slopes beside it. Fortunately, this time they carried shovels with them, allowing them to dig small footholds for stepping during climbs and descents, which made it less grueling under the heavy load. Because of the difficulty of the path, Zhu Yun actually felt more at ease. She sighed heavily while walking, saying, "This damn road, a large number of zombies surely can't pass through it. Even if someone comes this way, they definitely wouldn't think there's a village inside. Staying inside will be safer." These words inspired everyone, who suddenly stopped complaining about the tough road conditions. On the contrary, they felt that even worse collapses on the road would still be acceptable. As the group walked with frequent pauses, every single one of them was soaked with sweat and covered in mud. Along the way, they stopped to eat something, then continued their journey. After enduring the arduous trek, they finally arrived at the innermost mountain pass just as the sun was setting. From here, the sights within the Pingzi Basin were clearly visible. "Ah hey, Zhifei, is that the house you live in?" Zhu Yun pointed at a building and asked. "Yes, we've lived there for about half a year." Lu Jihe, originally exhausted, suddenly regained energy upon seeing the house. He looked entranced at the village illuminated by the sunset, gazing at the black soil and fields, the houses between the mountains, the stream meandering through the basin, and the distant snowy peaks. This was his home. During the time he stayed here, the basin was always blanketed in thick snow, and even the snow hadn't melted completely when he last left. It was the first time he finally saw its true face. The others also quietly gazed at the Pingzi, feeling that something was different here from the outside but unable to articulate what. After a long while, Jiang Ming hesitantly said, "This. Is it that there's a bit more green on the ground here than outside?" Upon this reminder, everyone else realized what he meant, Wu Daki nodding repeatedly, "That's right, that's right. On closer inspection, it truly is." Wu Kun sighed, saying, "No wonder there's a poem that says, the grass appears green when seen from afar but vanishes upon close inspection. This must be the grass color. It has to be the grass." Wu Yuan muttered as well, "Are the wild grasses sprouting?" For a long time, the fields outside had often been barren, devoid of even weeds. The winters in this apocalypse were always unbearably cold and interminable. Even during the fleeting warm days, ice still lay beneath the surface soil, preventing plants from growing. Large swaths of trees gradually withered, the once flourishing blue planet becoming increasingly desolate, transformed into a world of barren earth tones. Yet, now they saw this small village, which although still looked desolate, revealed faint, soft touches of green amidst the desolation. In those harsh winters, seeds had lain dormant beneath the earth, waiting for the warmth to return, the ice layers to melt, then struggling to break through the soil, blossoming with the colors of early spring. It seemed even the humblest life forms had never ceased striving, never abandoned their perseverance in this cruel new world. Wow, Lu Jiuyue softly exclaimed, saying, "Brother, when we left, the snow hadn't completely melted yet. Who would have thought that now little grasses have already begun sprouting?" Wu Daqi also perked up, saying, "Let's go. Hurry up. Before the sun sets, let's head back." Chapter 38, Going Home Too. The next section of the mountain road was a little easier, all downhill. The road surface was mostly intact with no collapsed areas. The group, carrying their belongings, finally arrived home before nightfall. When they pushed the door open, Lu Jiuyue couldn't help but let out a long howl, shouting, "Ah, we're home. Finally, we're home. I want to take a bath, I want to eat some meat. I want to have a good sleep on a warm bed." This sentence was truly everyone's sentiment. Covered in mud and water, dirty and tired, they desperately needed a hot bath and a steaming meal to comfort their bodies and minds. After carrying their things into the main hall, everyone sat on the ground catching their breath. However, after just a short rest, a sense of responsibility to feed everyone prompted Lu Jiha to get up again and head for the kitchen. He and Zhu Yun were busy washing the pots, heating water, and cooking, while Lu Jihui took a few people and a dog to check around the house front and back, confirming that everything was normal before returning indoors. Their courtyard house had never seen so many people. There were voices everywhere in the yard, kitchen, and main hall, with people moving about. Though exhausted, Lu Jiuyue was very excited. Seeing others were all busy, she and Wu Yuan also got up, drew water from the well, and started cleaning the dusty house. Later, when Jiang Ming found he couldn't lend a hand in the kitchen, he rolled up his sleeves and joined them. However, Lu Jihui took Wu Daqi and Wu Kuan out again. There were only 2 beds at home, clearly not enough for this many people. They lit torches and searched surrounding houses for a bed. After searching for quite a while, they finally found an old-style wooden bed in a house that hadn't completely collapsed yet. Lu Jihui tapped it, it was still sturdy. The 3 of them carried the bed back and placed it in a nearby side room. While Jiang Ming wiped the dust off the bed, Wu Daqi came up with another idea. He said, "Jihui, there are mountains around here. People in the village must have once gone up the mountain to farm. What did they use to drag fertilizer and seeds up? How would Lu Jihui, who had never farmed before, know?" So he just scratched his head bewilderedly. Wu Daqi continued, "Our unit used to be stationed in the mountains. I see locals around here using wheelbarrows, which make transporting stuff on mountain roads easy. Let's search. Maybe we'll find a wheelbarrow in one of these houses. Tomorrow, when we move things, having a cart will be more convenient." Lu Jihui and Wu Kuan were almost exhausted, but upon hearing they might find tools, they immediately regained strength. Holding torches, the group followed Wu Daqi as they went door to door, and sure enough, Wu Daqi was right. Beside a wall, he noticed half a metal frame sticking out from under broken bricks. He quickly signaled for the others to remove the bricks, eventually uncovering a wheelbarrow frame. Wu Daqi was thrilled, saying, "Look. Didn't I say it? There's a cart, go. Let's go inside and look for wheels. There must be wheels somewhere in the house." They searched both inside and outside, finally finding wheels in a side room that had collapsed halfway. In a corner, Lu Jihui also found a nearly rusted pump and brought it out together. Wu Daqi assembled the wheelbarrow and Wu Kuan pushed it a few steps but almost fell into a ditch nearby. The other 2 laughed endlessly. The trio then left the wheelbarrow aside and continued searching other farmhouses. After checking several homes, they couldn't find a second cart. By now, it was completely dark, and from afar came Wu Yuan's call to hurry home for dinner. The 3 of them pushed the wheelbarrow and headed back. Steam filled the small courtyard. In the kitchen, the 2 large pots were boiling, one filled with hot water for everyone to take turns bathing, the other cooking noodles. It was late, too late to prepare anything else. Zhu Yun made handmade noodles with flour, while Lu Jiha chopped cured meat and pickled vegetables for the topping. Though simple, it was a rare and homely treat in these post-apocalyptic times. Everyone was both tired and hungry. They barely spoke as they focused on their noodles, while Taozi wagged its tail and ate a big bowl beside them. Lu Jiuyue had already finished her bath first. Afraid she'd catch a cold, Lu Jiha insisted on wrapping a cloth towel around her head. Now crouching under the eaves, tilting her head to eat noodles, she looked like an old shepherd from northern Shaanxi. Despite her appearance, Zhu Yun couldn't stop praising her, saying, "Oh, little Jiuyue has washed up, she looks so much fresher. Look at her beautiful eyebrows, just like her brother." Lu Jiha immediately joined in with some friendly banter, "Isn't Yuan the same? A good-looking and smart child, but before, with all the dirt on him, I didn't even recognize him." When Jiang Ming came out after finishing his bath, he received a wave of teasing and compliments. "Hey, isn't that little Jiang? His face is finally clean. Turns out he's a pretty handsome young man." His face has a dimple. Are we blind? We've spent so many days together, and we never even noticed. Jiang Ming had changed significantly after his bath, as if he had become a different person. The cold and distant, easily irritable aura that had surrounded him before seemed to have been washed away by the hot water, leaving in its place a somewhat shy young man next door. When he heard everyone teasing him, he became uneasy, wiping his hair while stepping into the shadows nearby. The group then stopped joking with him, and Lu Zhihui instead teased his younger sister, "Come on, sing us a piece. Do you know any folk songs?" This immediately drew a dirty look from Lu Zhihui. She calmly sipped her noodle soup and said, "Second brother, you stink. I advise you to take a shower first. Get yourself cleaned up before talking." Lu Zhihui pretended to kick her out of anger, but Lu Zhihui remained seated firmly on the ground. In the end, it was Lu Zhihe who pulled him away, saying, "That's enough, don't stoop to her level." She said I stink. Lu Zhihui complained. "Even if you do, it doesn't affect how handsome you are." Lu Zhihe whispered to console him. Satisfied, Lu Zhihui put down his bowl and went to heat up water for a bath to make himself even more attractive. This was their first night back in the village. Everyone was tired but also relaxed. Deep down, they all felt that here it was much safer than outside, where nothing would suddenly come to hurt them. Out there, they had to at least pretend to be tough, but now, finally, they could reveal their true selves. That night, Lu Zhiyu slept in one room with her two brothers, Zhu Yun's family in another, Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming stayed in the side room. Lu Zhihui also found a bamboo basket for his loyal dog brother, patting it with warm clothes and placing it in the side room. After eating her fill and bathing, Lu Zhiyu felt clean and refreshed as if she wasn't herself anymore. She patted her full belly, flopped onto the bed, extremely tired but feeling as light as drifting clouds, nearly falling asleep within a minute. "Brother, what are you still doing? Come sleep," she slurred, calling out to Lu Zhihui under the lamp. By the time she finished speaking, her eyes were already closed. "You sleep first." Lu Zhihui tucked her blanket in tightly around her. Although he was very tired too, he insisted on waiting for Lu Zhihe to finish his bath and dry his hair before both climbing into bed together. So fragrant. He sniffed near Lu Zhihe's neck, satisfied, hugged him, and fell into a deep sleep within 3 minutes. The second day was busy once again. Before dawn, everyone woke up. All of them were preoccupied with the supplies by the road and wanted to move them quickly. While Zhu Yun and others were cooking, Wu Daqi took a few people holding torches to wander around the village. Eventually, they found another wheelbarrow in the courtyard of a house. This one even had a cart bed. They pushed it back, added air to the tires, applied motor oil carefully, and tested it, finding it to be convenient and flexible. With these two wheelbarrows, moving things would definitely be easier. After breakfast, the group set off with some dry food. Along the way, Lu Zhihui suggested, "Brother, you stay home and fix those tractors. When they're ready, drive them to this mountain pass, which will save us walking such a long distance." Being the eldest among them, Wu Daqi was respected by all and addressed simply as brother. He agreed with Lu Zhihui's idea, looking back and saying, "It will have to wait until tomorrow I'll repair them. But we don't have fuel at home right now anyway." By the time they reached the spot on the road where they'd left their supplies, it was almost noon. They placed the ammunition boxes and gasoline drums on the wheelbarrows, tying them securely. The 5 men took turns pushing, going around collapsed sections of the road when possible, or stopping to unload goods and carry them over obstacles one by one before readying them and pushing on. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun, Wu Yuan, and Lu Zhiyu each carried miscellaneous items in bamboo baskets, walking slowly and resting occasionally, until they returned to the village just as night fell. After a whole day's work, everyone was covered in mud and sweat, utterly exhausted. That night, they hastily ate dinner and skipped baths altogether, heading straight to bed. The next morning, everyone set out early again, except Wu Daqi who stayed home to repair the tractor. After searching, Wu Daqi found an old vehicle in the village. Clambering up and down, he worked tirelessly, getting grease on his hands and dirt all over himself, but by mid-morning, he managed to start the tractor using the crankshaft. He washed his hands, swept the dust and debris from the trailer bed with a broom, then drove out the gate. The tractor chugged along, emitting black smoke from its chimney, driving through the village and onto the winding mountain road. After passing the first mountain pass and moving a bit further, they arrived at a section where the road had collapsed and the vehicle could no longer proceed. Wu Daqi thus parked the tractor on the road and walked ahead to meet them. As he walked, he ate some dry food he carried with him for lunch. After walking along the route for an hour or two, he finally saw a dog coming toward him. It was Hugh carrying a bag with 2 bottles of shampoo on its back. Upon seeing Wu Daqi, it let out a soft bark. "Hey, good girl, Hugh." Wu Daqi squatted down, ready to pat its head, but Hugh proudly walked around him and continued on her way. Wu Daqi's hand swiped at empty air, leaving him disgruntled as he stood up and kept walking forward. Turning a corner, he finally caught sight of the team members. "I'm here." He called out loudly, rushing over to take the cart from Lu Zhihe's hands. Turning to the others, he said, "Come on, we're almost there. Once we reach the mountain pass, we'll get in the vehicle and ride home." These words greatly encouraged the exhausted others. Imagining that they would soon be able to ride comfortably home re-energized them, and they pushed through their weariness to continue walking forward. However, the promised vehicle was nowhere to be seen. Just when Lu Jiuyue began to suspect Mr. Wu Yuan might be a liar, they finally spotted the distant tractor sitting on the road as it grew dark. "Ah, Dad. I can't believe what you said was actually true," Wu Yuan remarked, utterly drained. "Of course." Wu Daqi gave his son an unsatisfied look and retorted, "Your father always tells the truth, when have I ever deceived anyone?" Upon reaching the location, they left the 2 wheelbarrows where they were, loading the oil drums and ammunition crates into the trailer, while both people and dogs climbed inside. Wu Daqi cranked the engine, starting it up. The tractor roared once again, its headlights illuminating the path ahead, carrying the exhausted individuals back home. It wasn't until the 4th day that they finally transported the last batch of supplies home. Before heading back this time, they dug a hole on a nearby hillside. Wrapping 2 cans of gasoline and several boxes of bullets in plastic film, they buried them in the pit and also drained the fuel tanks of a few pickup trucks. With thoughts of the arduous transport activities drawing to a close and being able to sleep in tomorrow, everyone secretly felt a surge of happiness. Chapter 39, The Courtyard. The next morning, the sun shone on the courtyard as usual. The usually quiet little yard gradually became lively. Everyone had been exhausted these past few days, and finally, they got a chance to sleep in, of course wanting to get their fill of rest. Unfortunately, the body clock doesn't change according to one's will. Early in the morning, Lu Jihe woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that the 2 people in bed were still asleep, so he didn't make a sound. Instead, he just stared at the face of the girl lying next to him for a while, then quietly turned around to look at Fei. Lu Jifei was fast asleep with his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open. His hair had grown a bit longer, and after rubbing against the pillow, it looked like a bird's nest. Lu Jihe couldn't help but smile, recalling how vain this guy used to be. In the mornings, he would never leave home without spending half an hour in front of the mirror fixing his hair. Now, even though his hair is always messy, he seems perfectly fine with it. After watching for a while, Lu Jihe couldn't resist wanting to give a kiss. Not only did he think it, he actually did it. He leaned over and lightly touched Lu Jifei's cheek with his lips. As expected, Lu Jifei reacted similarly to before. He smacked his lips, seemingly mumbled something, and then reached out to hug him and continued sleeping. Lu Jihe lay in his arms for a while, looking at the window becoming gradually brighter. The wall of the yard dyed with a streak of bright yellow sunlight. This quilt-drying fanatic could no longer resist, quietly removed Lu Jifei's arm that was draped over him, and carefully got out of bed. To avoid waking the others, he stealthily opened the door. Once he stepped into the yard, he finally stretched lazily, then went to the well to fetch water and lit a fire in the kitchen to cook breakfast. He used one pot to boil hot water and another pot to simmer porridge. While the porridge was cooking, he mixed the dough and covered it with a wet cloth to let it ferment. Leaving the porridge warm over a low flame in the stove, he went to the storeroom and took a long bath. Hot water poured down over his sore shoulders and limbs. The foam and scent of the shampoo effectively comforted Lu Jihe's body and mind, making him feel as if he were back in the past. Actually, back then, he was merely a young doctor, busy every day not only with work but also with many worries. But now, reminiscing about those times, all the grudges and disputes between people have faded away, leaving behind only the feeling of how precious peaceful times were. By the time he finished his bath and came out from the storeroom, he discovered Zhu Yun and Wu Daqi had also arrived in the kitchen. After greeting each other, Wu Daqi said, "Ehe, why did you wake up so early? Didn't you sleep in?" "I couldn't fall back asleep," Lu Jihe said. "Why don't we eat first?" Wu Daqi then turned to ask his wife, "Should we call everyone to have breakfast or should we eat first?" Zhu Yun, who was placing pancakes around the edge of the pot, replied, "Let's eat our own meal, let them sleep in a little more, everyone has been very tired these days." Once the pancakes were cooked, the 3 sat around the table in the kitchen, eating porridge and pancakes with pickles. After the meal, Zhu Yun kept the food warm in the pot and also went to take a bath. Lu Jihe and Wu Daqi each took a basin and started washing clothes. They had been too busy to wash their dirty clothes which piled up over time. After Zhu Yun finished her bath, she also came out to help wash and sort the clothes. By the time Wu Kun and others woke up, they found several bamboo rods erected outside the house, with colorful clothing hanging all over them, including theirs, washed thoroughly and neatly hung to dry. Wu Kun felt quite embarrassed, saying, "We should have waited for us to wake up." "Don't talk nonsense about whose clothes are whose," Zhu Yun smiled cheerfully. "Anyway, I'm washing them, might as well wash yours together, save some effort. Hurry up, wash your face and go eat." The other newly awakened people gathered around the table, standing rather than sitting, and quickly finished their breakfast. When Lu Jiuyue was eating, her eyes were still half closed, showing signs of not being fully awake. However, after finishing her meal and taking a good bath, she truly came to life. She eagerly ran up to Lu Jifei and said, "Come on, second brother, let's go catch some fish in the pond. It's been a long time since we last had fish." "Alright," Lu Jifei dug out 2 fish baskets, saying, "If we're lucky, tomorrow we can invite everyone to eat fish hot pot." Excitement spread through the whole small courtyard at this news. Just hearing the word hot pot made their mouths water, imagining seeing the steaming pot and fish meat rolling around in a rich, fragrant broth. When Lu Zhifei carried the 2 fish baskets and Lu Jiuyue pulled the ropes towards the pond, the rest followed to watch. The group moved grandly to the waterside, watching Lu Zhifei secure the baskets with ropes and submerge them in the pond, then stayed there discussing it enthusiastically for a while. The ice in the pond had melted, and the water was clear. The dark surface made it impossible to guess how deep it was. Wu Yuan tossed a clod of earth into the pond, and ripples spread out on the water. Everyone's anticipation was palpable. Wu Yuan said, "Will this really work to catch fish?" "Of course." At the mention of this, Lu Jiuyue beamed with pride. "During the snowy winter, we had fish hot pot several times. But this pond isn't very deep, how could there be fish?" Wu Kuan muttered, taking a stick to probe the water. "But the water here is warm," Jiang Ming softly chimed in from beside him. "Didn't you notice? The well water is hotter, much hotter than elsewhere." "That's true," Zhu Yun sighed. "This place might truly be a blessed land. It's warm enough that otherwise Zhifei wouldn't have been able to dig up grain in the fields last year." They stood by the pond for a while before starting back home. Lu Zhifei and the others went back to bathe, while Zhu Yun and Wu Daqi wandered around the plots of land near the courtyard, even venturing into the field to turn some soil over and take a closer look. Lu Zhiha said, "Sister Yun, shouldn't all this land be suitable for growing rice?" "It is." Zhu Yun plucked a few dead roots from the ground and replied, "Look, this land used to grow rice. As long as we have water, let's try planting some." She stood up and added after walking a couple of steps, "We need to hurry and find seeds." "Let's rest at home for a couple of days first," Wu Daqi interjected, "there's no rush. We need to plan carefully where to go next or else we'll end up wandering aimlessly." Lu Zhiha nodded, "Besides, there's plenty to do while we're home these next few days. We can gather the tools, repair the ones that need fixing, and make a list of what we're missing. That way, when we go out to find seeds, we can look for them all at once. We don't want to be caught unprepared when we actually need them." His words reminded the other two. Zhu Yun nodded quickly, "That's right. Let's just rest today, and start looking tomorrow." The group returned home while continuing their discussion. After resting only briefly, Wu Daqi couldn't resist heading to the house where they had found the tractor, searching through it again. He uncovered an old plow in the storage room. He scraped off the rust from the plow blade, brought it back, and dismantled the cart of the tractor to mount the plow on instead. Very meticulously, he also added oil to the joints of the connection. "In the future, we'll rely on this little treasure for farming, so we'd better use it carefully," Wu Daqi told the others gathered around. Then, with admiration from everyone watching, he started the tractor and carefully drove it onto an adjacent plot of land. The rest stood on the dike watching as Wu Daqi held the handles firmly and gradually lowered the plow, allowing the blade to enter the soil. As the tractor moved forward, black soil turned up behind like waves. Zhu Yun and Lu Zhiha crouched in the field, carefully inspecting the depth of the furrows, while Lu Zhifei grew eager to try his hand. He shouted loudly, "Brother Wu, let me give it a try after you've plowed a bit more." "All right." Wu Daqi responded loudly as he continued to drive the tractor slowly. After plowing a few rounds, Wu Daqi got off and handed over the controls to Lu Zhifei. Lu Zhifei thought it looked easy as he watched Wu Daqi, but trying it himself revealed that managing this iron beast wasn't simple. It took great strength to steady the steering wheel. Plowing for a short while was fine, but prolonged use would numb the entire arm. Still, without the tractor, they would have had to drag the plow manually, painstakingly working inch by inch. In comparison, the labor involved in driving the tractor paled in significance. The men took turns plowing until they'd finished one plot. However, this didn't mean they were ready to sow yet. Next, they had to level the turned soil and break the larger clods. They then needed to dig channels at certain intervals within the leveled field to allow the soil to retain moisture while preventing water accumulation. However, they had merely wanted to test whether the plows still worked, so the subsequent tasks would wait until they retrieved the seeds. Thus, after finishing plowing the field, they drove the tractor back home. On the second day, the sun shone brightly as usual. Lu Zhiha eagerly began airing the quilts and washing bedding. Those bamboo poles were not enough for his ambitions, so Lu Zhifei rigged up even more poles both in front and behind the house. While Lu Zhiha stayed at home doing laundry, Wu Daqi took a few others out to search for farming tools. They searched every house in the courtyard thoroughly, gathering all potentially useful items such as shovels, axes, hoes, etc., sharpening those that needed polishing and refurbishing those that required restoration. Lu Zhifei discovered a stone mill in one of the houses. The mill originally had wooden handles, but they had all rotted and fallen off. Even the stone grooves were indistinct, yet Lu Zhifei believed this item would be extremely useful in the future, so he cheerfully carried it home. Wu Daqi found an old-style wooden wind winnower from a collapsed house, though its head was damaged by fallen bricks, making it appear unstable. Wu Daqi, the repair expert, could fix anything broken. Wu Kuan unearthed two peculiar bamboo rods in a storage room with small spinning bamboo paddles attached at the top. Everyone gathered around to inspect them for a long time but could not figure out what they were. Driven by intuition that they were useful, they brought them home. Later, Zhu Yun recognized these objects and explained their purpose. This is called liang gai. It's used for threshing seeds from crops like peas and canola. We only have 2 now, but once we find some bamboo, we'll make more. Over the next couple of days, the courtyard buzzed with constant noise as the group busily split wood, hammered, and mended each broken farming tool they found. When tools were beyond repair, Wu Daqi and Lu Jiha meticulously sketched the designs and structures on paper, planning to recreate them when resources allowed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan went to collect fish baskets, returning with several fish. Zhu Yun was thrilled, immediately preparing the catch. Upon slicing open one fish, she noticed its belly full of eggs and lamented, "Oh no. I forgot. Spring is when fish spawn, we shouldn't have caught these." Hearing her words, Lu Jiuyue also felt sorry, asking, "What should we do? There are so many eggs here. Does every egg mean a potential fish?" Zhu Yun continued cleaning the fish, replying, "Don't worry too much. There must still be fish in the pond. After this meal, let's stop fishing. If you want more, we'll wait 2 months." Squatting nearby, Lu Jiuyue nodded repeatedly, saying, "I'll tell second brother later." For lunch, everyone indulged in a hot pot made of the freshly caught fish. Lu Jiha had become quite adept at cooking fish. With ample seasoning and oil available now, he fried the fish until both sides turned golden brown, then added boiling water to produce a rich white broth. Its aroma wafted far and wide, even tantalizing little Nangua, who usually maintained restraint, circling the stove continuously. Jiha preemptively ladled some fish soup into his rice for the dog as a special treat. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue finally managed to stroke Nangua's head while he ate, flaunting this victory throughout the meal. The noon meal was exceptionally abundant. Not only was there fish hot pot, but also preserved vegetable stuffed pork ribs, salty mustard greens stir-fried with meat, and more. Before the meal began, everyone drank a bowl of the fragrant fish soup. Steam filled the cozy little house as red-cheeked faces exuded warmth, satisfaction, and deep appreciation. "Ah," sighed Wu Daqi after finishing his soup, "never thought in times like these, I'd ever enjoy such a proper meal." Instantly Zhu Yun's eyes watered, quieting the table. Wu Daqi placed down his bowl, silently gripping his wife's hand. Zhu Yun wiped away tears, apologetically smiling at others and said, "Sorry for being emotional. I just thought of Tingting, how wonderful it would have been if she were here." Wu Kuan and Jiang Ming's eyes also misted over, although they didn't know who Tingting was, each person resonated deeply with the melancholy sentiment of loss and regret. They had once drifted about like stray dogs in this world, struggling for food and fighting off attackers, constantly losing loved ones to zombie attacks, believing their remaining lives destined only for suffering. Unexpectedly, they had found a peaceful place to stay and sufficient food to eat. However, those who had died never had the chance to witness any of this. After a while, Lu Zhifei spoke up, "All right, no need to dwell. Sister Yun, Kuaner, don't grieve anymore. Our loved ones watch over us from above. Things will get better, right?" "That's right." Wu Daqi's eyes were slightly red as well, pausing before continuing, "We all must stay spirited. We owe it to them to live our best lives and see if this world can improve." Lu Jiha joined in, "Come on, let's eat. Next time we return, we'll plant vegetables, sow wheat, breed fish in the pond, and possibly hunt more wildlife. It will definitely keep getting better." The group began discussing the days ahead, and the atmosphere once again became lively. The hot pot steam rose to everyone's face, tipsy even without alcohol. The freshly steamed rice was soft and white, soaked in fish soup with an exceptionally rich flavor. In the big pot, crispy rice crusts crackled as the 2 children munched away happily, thoroughly delighted. Before they knew it, everyone had eaten until they were stuffed. In the hustle and bustle, 3 days passed like a flash. As Wu Kuan and the others prepared to leave again, they all felt a strong attachment to this place where they had stayed for only a few short days. However, they had to go because many agricultural supplies remained in the city that must be brought back. Most importantly, they needed to find rice seeds. After much discussion, the group finally decided that only the 5 men would go into the city this time, driving just 2 vehicles. At home, Zhu Yun would stay behind with the 2 children. After all, with so many supplies already transported back, someone needed to remain in case of emergencies. The day before their departure, everyone moved some of the supplies to the cellar on the mountain. Lu Jiha made 2 large pots of steamed buns as provisions for the journey. Lu Zhifei and Wu Kuan taught the 2 children how to use guns. In the evening, Zhu Yun carefully checked the luggage of the 5 men, ensuring they carried enough food and firearms, and thoughtfully secured sleep bags for each of them. On the morning of the 2nd day, while it was still dark, the 5 men and 1 dog left home with their luggage. Under the dim starlight, they headed towards the winding mountain road. The 3 people left behind watched their receding figures wistfully until they vanished at the end of the mountain road. Chapter 40, Hot Spring. Watching those figures, like little black dots, gradually disappear at the end of the winding mountain road, Zhu Yun finally turned his gaze away and looked at the 2 young boys by his side, saying, "Let's go home." Wu Yuan silently nodded. He felt that as the only male in the courtyard with the departure of his father and uncles, he ought to take on the responsibility of being a protector, hence his grave face. Lu Jiuyue, however, was feeling abandoned, which made her mood very sour. Her face had been drooping from yesterday until now. She gazed at the direction where her 2 brothers disappeared and said, "I'll head back in a bit, you guys go ahead." Zhu Yun pondered for a moment and then said, alright, I'll go back and start cooking. You two come back after playing for a while. Wu Yuan agreed, and Zhu Yun went home alone. The path was left with one tall and one short child. The tall one was Lu Jiuyue, the short one was Wu Yuan. They stood there for quite a while before Wu Yuan said, I wonder if they will be able to find rice seeds this time. Lu Jiuyue's eyes were slightly red, she rubbed her nose and said, they should be able to. Weren't you listening when they were discussing it yesterday? I heard they are going to many places. Wu Yuan solemnly nodded, looked at her, and then said, don't worry, my dad and your brother all have guns, and Walnut is following them too. There's nothing to worry about. Lu Jiuyue thought to herself, in these times having guns and dogs wasn't everything. Sometimes, it depended on luck. But it was ridiculous to leave their lucky star behind. She didn't know how worried she would be staying at home. Thinking of this, she became both angry and sad. But considering that she was already a big girl, she shouldn't lose face in front of Wu Yuan who was just a kid. Hence, Lu Jiuyue also nodded and said, I know, let's go back home. When the two returned home, Zhu Yun had already prepared breakfast. The three gathered around the small dining table in the kitchen, drinking porridge and eating steamed buns. Yesterday, the small yard was bustling with activity, making today feel especially quiet. Seeing that neither of the two children were in high spirits, Zhu Yun said, hurry up and eat. We still have lots of things to do even though we're staying at home. After eating, Zhu Yun took them to the place where a nearby collapsed house was located and began digging a cellar. Though they hid most of their supplies, they still kept a part inside the house. In case people or zombies came into the courtyard and they couldn't fight them off, they would have to run and thus need to find a way to hide all their supplies. After the weather warmed up, the ground was no longer as hard frozen as in winter. Their home had just repaired hose, so they spent a good half day and dug a cellar more than a person's height deep. Then the three of them used a handcart to transport all the supplies over, placing them into the cellar, and carefully covered them with soil layers and broken bricks. From the outside, it looked like any other dilapidated house. During dinner, Zhu Yun, worried that Lu Jiuyue might be scared sleeping alone, asked, Jiuyue, would you like to sleep next to us? Lu Jiuyue shook her head and said, I'd rather sleep in my brother's room. She was already a big girl, naturally not wanting to squeeze together with other boys. Zhu Yun understood and nodded, saying, alright, we'll sleep in the adjacent room. If anything happens during the night, call me out. Okay, Lu Jiuyue agreed and added, still, someone needs to stand guard at night, right? I'll take the first half of the night. Since there was Walnut at home the previous few days, they didn't need additional people to stay up at night. Now that Walnut had gone out, for safety reasons, they still had to take turns standing guard at night. After chatting idly for a few moments, they brushed up and went back to bed. Before going to sleep, Lu Jiuyue carved a line with a stone on the wall, marking this as the first day her brothers had left. Where would they spend the night? Was the journey smooth? Would they encounter zombies or other wild beasts again? Lying alone in bed, Lu Jiuyue worried increasingly and became increasingly anxious about her brothers. It seemed Zhu Yun was also concerned that if they stayed idle, they might start to daydream uncontrollably, so he specially arranged plenty of activities the next day. Taking advantage of the nice sun, they took all the quilts out to air them, thoroughly cleaning the house. Every inch needed wiping and sweeping, turning every room into sparkling cleanliness. Then Zhu Yun pulled out a pile of old clothes, allowing Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue to sit beside him, threading needles and mending clothes. Clothes that were truly too worn out to wear could not be thrown away but cut into pieces to be used as rags. When Lu Jiuyue grew tired of sitting, she imitated her eldest brother, taking a stick and heading out intermittently to beat cotton padding. Wu Yuan followed along and watched her beating it with great enthusiasm and asked, will beating the quilt really make it softer? Of course it's true. Lu Jiuyue firmly believed in her eldest brother's methods and said, my brother said so, could he ever be wrong? After every quilt he dries, it's always extra warm, really. Wu Yuan thought to himself, no matter if you beat the quilt or not, the quilt will feel warm after being dried. However, he did not argue but replied, alright, I'll help you beat the quilt too. By evening, with the sun still not having set, they had moved all the quilts back inside, avoiding them getting damp from the dew. After collecting the quilts, Lu Jiuyue stood outside the courtyard looking at the winding mountain road for a while. She thought, with her eldest brother away for these few days, she also needed to properly dry the quilts. That way, when they returned, there would be soft and cozy quilts for them to sleep under. They must come back soon. After busying themselves for a couple of days, they finally finished everything around the house, and the three of them started feeling a bit desolate. On this morning after breakfast, Zhu Yun was walking around the yard, with the two youngsters trailing behind her. The trio strolled casually through the rice fields on the paddy ridges, admiring the green buds sprouting near and far. Later, they walked to the brook that flowed beside the yard. This land here was relatively flat, but even though winter snow had melted, making everything soggy, water was absent in the brook. Squatting by a rock beside the brook, Zhu Yun looked around and asked, was there no water in this brook before? Lu Jiuyue hopped onto a rock as well, thinking back, shaking her head and saying, when I was little, my brother and I played here once. Back then, the brook had water, and it was flowing swiftly. But for some unknown reason, last year when we came here, the brook was dry. Zhu Yun gazed at the stones exposed on the bottom of the brook, slightly uneasy. Based on the terrain, the farmland in the yard used to depend mainly on this brook for irrigation. With the brook now dried up, where would they get water? Reliant solely on rainfall? That couldn't be relied upon. Neither wells nor ponds could water such vast areas. She pondered for a moment and said, how about we follow this brook upstream and see what's going on? Both Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan were bored, so both quickly agreed. To prevent encounters with wild beasts, the three went home and fetched their guns. Both Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan also brought axes along, then they started heading upstream along the dried up stream bed. After crossing the yard, the traces of the brook gradually led into the valley between two mountains. Alongside the brook appeared an old concrete road, seemingly winding around one end of the yard. The three followed the road deeper inside. It was quiet all around, with not a sound. After walking for a while, Zhu Yun asked Lu Jiuyue, have you been here to play before? Was there already a road like this back then? Lu Jiuyue had been very young during her earlier visits, barely remembering anything. After some contemplation, she said, back then, we only played around the sinkhole and the yard, so I don't remember if there was a road here. Wu Yuan glanced at his mother and said, this road was probably built later. Zhu Yun nodded lightly and said, it might originally have been part of the scenic area. The path wound alongside the dried-up brook, sometimes veering left, sometimes right, even cutting across the brook to the other side. On some stones beneath the brook bed remained the remains of bridges. The three carefully walked for a long time, and suddenly, ruins of collapsed houses became faintly visible ahead. Without hesitation, Zhu Yun tightened her grip on her gun and said, stay here a moment, I'll go take a look. However, Wu Yuan softly said, Mom, let me go. My steps are lighter. Zhu Yun thought for a moment and handed over the gun to him. Wu Yuan took the gun and stealthily ran toward the houses. First, he crouched down beside a fallen wall, listened attentively for a while, then jumped into the wall to check things out. After a moment, he waved at the others from within the wall and whispered, come on over, there's no one here. Zhu Yun quickly wiped off the sweat accumulating in her palms discreetly, pretending as if nothing happened, then she and Lu Jiuyue walked over together. Stepping on broken bricks, they circled around inside the courtyard walls. With sharp eyes, Lu Jiuyue noticed a tilted stone nearby, which still bore some words on its surface. She tilted her head and read aloud, Yu Quan Hot Spring, is this character Flan? Wow! Could this place have been where people used to bathe in hot springs? Zhu Yun and Wu Yuan both approached to examine the stone closely, nodding and saying, most likely. Let's proceed forward and explore. As they continued walking forward, a large lotus-shaped pool emerged ahead of them, divided into sections by stones. Zhu Yun mused, it truly is a place for soaking in hot springs. So, there used to be a hot spring here. No wonder, even the well water has always been particularly warm. After leaving the collapsed hot spring resort, they didn't walk far before noticing that the traces of the brook disappeared, replaced by a large slope ahead. The slope was covered with rubble and soil. Vegetation here was clearly denser than in other areas. Wu Yuan followed the edge of the slope and climbed higher. After a while, he squatted down and said, come over quickly. This is this bamboo shoots? Zhu Yun and Lu Jiuyue hurriedly ran over. They saw some bamboo shoots sprouting from the black soil on the hillside. The brown sheaths wrapped around the young buds that looked both clumsy and playful. Wu Yuan asked, Mom, can we eat bamboo shoots too? Lu Jiuyue also looked at Zhu Yun expectantly. Squatting down to observe for a moment, Zhu Yun said, let's not dig them up. They've barely made it through the tough times. Next year, when the bamboo grove becomes denser, we'll come back and dig some shoots for eating. How about that? The two youngsters nodded in agreement. Lu Jiuyue then said, when the bamboo shoots grow into mature bamboos, we can cut them down to make baskets or crates. Right, they have plenty of uses. Zhu Yun responded as she led them carefully climbing uphill, carefully avoiding stepping on the bamboo shoots and grass beneath their feet. Later, near a rock, they found a cluster of deep green wild chives. Zhu Yun squatted down, plucked a leaf, and tasted it. She said, it's wild chive. Since we're not having bamboo shoots today, let's pick some wild chives and go home to stir-fry them. They picked a bunch of fresh wild chives, stood up, and began walking down the slope. Zhu Yun glanced around and remarked, I speculate the hot spring source might be hereabouts. The soil on this slope is likely from a nearby mountain collapsing and covering the spring. Look, there's even a scar left from where the landslide occurred on that mountain. All three looked upward toward the scar mark on the mountain, and Lu Jiuyue suggested, then let's come here tomorrow to dig these sands and rocks away. Would the water from the spring start flowing again after that? Yes, Wu Yuan immediately agreed with a nod and said, we'll bring shovels tomorrow, and even the wheelbarrow. That was exactly Zhu Yun's plan too. As they walked home discussing along the way, Zhu Yun chopped a bit of meat in the evening, minced it, and mixed it with chives as filling to make dumplings together. Fresh chive and pork dumplings went into the pot and soon swelled up, releasing oil droplets. This tantalizing aroma made Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan almost drool with anticipation. Wow, I feel like I haven't eaten dumplings for centuries, Lu Jiuyue exclaimed. Wu Yuan added, yeah, they really smell delicious. There weren't many dumplings, so Zhu Yun portioned them out for the two children and intended to eat leftover rice from the morning herself. However, Lu Jiuyue refused outright. She insisted on dividing the dumplings equally into 3 portions. Seated at the table, they were slurping freshly cooked dumplings, with the fresh scent of wild chives wafting through the air. Having gone a long time without tasting any green vegetables, each bite felt incredibly precious to all 3 of them. They are truly delicious, Lu Jiuyue sighed regretfully while eating, saying, we should have kept more chives for when my brother returns. Don't worry, Zhu Yun consoled her, we'll go search around the hot spring area tomorrow. Hopefully, there are more elsewhere. You're right. Lu Jiuyue brightened up again, let's leave some until they return, and then we can make another batch of dumplings. Okay. Sure, Zhu Yun thought for a moment, and added, unfortunately, we don't have eggs, wild chives scrambled with eggs taste great too. Over time, there should be birds and other animals here as well, shouldn't there? Lu Jiuyue said while eating, humans can endure hardships, and animals surely can too. That's true, Wu Yuan also chimed in, we encountered wolves along the road before. We did too, Lu Jiuyue hastily added, last time when I went out with my brother, we even saw a bear on that mountain. There's a bear. Zhu Yun immediately became alert and said, then we need to be careful day and night. Pausing briefly, she continued, I somehow feel that this year is warmer than last year. I hope I'm not mistaken. It's not a misconception, Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue also chimed in quickly, we feel the same. The weather is really getting better every day. Chapter 41, The Returnee. Because they were thinking about the hot spring buried in the soil, the next day they got up very early. After breakfast, the 3 of them set off with guns and shovels, taking turns pushing 2 wheelbarrows toward the upper reaches of the stream. Once there, they thoroughly checked the surrounding terrain and ultimately decided to start digging from the top. The excavated soil was wheeled away in the barrows and dumped at a lower elevation on the other side. This was a massive project, but the 3 weren't in a hurry. They came over every morning after breakfast, bit by bit removing the soil and gravel from the surface. To save time, they didn't go back home for lunch, instead resting briefly in the dilapidated house near the hot spring, eating dry provisions they brought along before continuing work in the afternoon. Over these 3 days of continuous excavation, they stumbled upon several patches of wild leek sprouts as well. Everyone was delighted, frequently counting down the days until they could return home and have dumplings again. That evening, after finishing their work, as the 3 walked home together, Zhu Yun walked behind Lu Jiuyue, staring at her pants for a while before quietly pulling her aside and asking, Jiuyue, are you on your period? Lu Jiuyue's face turned slightly red, she had been feeling a little unwell since the afternoon, bearing it silently without mentioning it. When Zhu Yun asked, she pressed her lips together and nodded. Zhu Yun couldn't help but reproach her, my dear silly girl, how can you force yourself through this? Even if you didn't tell me, you should have gone home first. Once home, Zhu Yun immediately boiled water for her to bathe and change clothes, then looked for sanitary napkins. Lu Jiuyue rummaged in the cabinet and found the pack her brother had prepared for her, saying, no need, I already have some. My brother has prepared everything. Zhu Yun examined it and saw that it was quite complete, which put her mind at ease. She sighed and said, he, being a man, still considers things so meticulously for his sister, it's no wonder people say he is truly exceptional. After dinner, when Lu Jiuyue returned to her room, she drew a line on the wall as usual and went to bed. Feeling uncomfortable, her mood became low. Thinking of her brothers and not knowing where they were, she felt a tinge of desolation. At this moment, Zhu Yun opened the door and slipped a hot water bottle into her blanket, saying, warm your stomach while it's still hot. Lu Jiuyue obediently hugged the hot water bottle. Zhu Yun sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her by the lamplight nearby and asked, are you feeling any discomfort anywhere? Still okay, Lu Jiuyue replied, thanks, I'm fine. Zhu Yun smiled and said, sleep toward the inside, tonight we'll snuggle together. Lu Jiuyue quickly moved inward. Zhu Yun blew out the lamp, climbed onto the bed, and lay beside Lu Jiuyue. The 2 softly chatted as the night deepened. Initially talking about past experiences, eventually Zhu Yun leaned close to her ear and imparted many important reminders. Some of these were things Lu Jihe had once told her, others were simply private women's topics. So, each month during these few days, take a break and don't overwork. Don't think because you're young, you can wash your hair or take a bath with cold water. When you grow older, you'll regret it. Zhu Yun advised carefully, adding, when I was young and didn't know better, I loved eating cold food in the summer. Now, I often get back pain and deeply regret it. Is it really that serious? Lu Jiuyue said, if it hurts, just tell me, I'll help you massage. Alright, I'll let you know when it hurts, Zhu Yun thought for a moment, then said, it's not us being overly delicate, it's taking care of our bodies. In this era, if you get sick, what can you do? Especially girls, sigh, it's troublesome. Lu Jiuyue deeply agreed, and thus followed suit with a sigh, saying, yes, it's such a hassle. It's really annoying. They kept chatting till midnight before gradually settling down. Zhu Yun, exhausted after a day of hard work, fell asleep soon. As Lu Jiuyue lay beside her, staring at the dark roof above, she felt a strange sense of peace. Now, there was someone to share complaints about the troubles of her menstrual cycle, and also someone to discuss little secrets among women. Those embarrassing and unbearable days seemed easier to handle. Unconsciously, they had been digging mud near the hot spring entrance for 10 days. After removing a layer of surface soil, at a slightly lower point on the slope, they discovered an area of soil that was noticeably more moist, warmer to the touch. From this, they deduced that the hot spring outlet must be below. As the soil below became increasingly damp, it also grew harder to dig. Every evening, when the three returned from the hot spring, they were covered in mud, completely exhausted. But each time, imagining the hot spring underneath, which could flow through the village and irrigate the fields, gave them renewed energy to quickly clear the spring outlet. After digging for several more days, this day finally arrived when they unearthed water from the mud. With a single stroke of her shovel, Lu Jiuyue saw yellow, muddy water slowly seep out of the soil. Wu Yuan and Zhu Yun couldn't help but cheer in unison. Zhu Yun couldn't resist touching the mud and excitedly said, "It's hot. Touch it quickly, it's really hot." "Wow. Can we come here to soak in the hot spring later?" Lu Jiuyue asked. "Definitely." Wu Yuan could barely contain his excitement as he said, "We can even come here to bathe during winter." "With the warm water here, it will definitely be warmer," Zhu Yun added. "Once we clear out this area, we can plant vegetables ahead of time." Yeah. Lu Jiuyue nodded repeatedly. "Then let's hurry up and dig. Let's get rid of all this mud." That night, as they made their way home, they were still discussing the whole project enthusiastically and debating which vegetables they should plant. After bathing and eating dinner, Lu Jiuyue returned to her room and looked at the 3.5 tick marks she'd written on the wall. Instantly, the worries buried deep within her heart surfaced. Why haven't my brothers come back yet? Didn't they say it would only take a few days? Where have these 5 people gone? Or did something happen? As she worried, she slowly added another stroke to the half-finished character with a stone. As time passed day by day, despite their smooth progress in clearing the hot springs, the trio grew increasingly anxious. The children obviously wore their worries on their faces, and even Zhu Yun, who had been trying hard to act as if nothing was wrong, began to feel uneasy. Wu Daqi had assured them before leaving that the trip wouldn't last longer than 10 days, and they would return quickly. So why had it taken them so long? Could they have? She didn't dare to think further, becoming more restless with every passing moment. She almost wanted to jump into a car and rush into the city to look for them. And so, they dragged themselves through another day. That evening, after finishing work and heading home, the three gloomily prepared dinner. During the meal, Lu Jiuyue stood at the door holding her bowl, followed soon by Wu Yuan and Zhu Yun. They ate while gazing toward the mountain road leading downhill. Gradually finishing their meal, darkness enveloped everything, making the mountain road impossible to see clearly. Zhu Yun sighed quietly and washed the dishes in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan remained fixated outside, staring into the dark expanse of faraway mountains. For a long time, Lu Jiuyue eventually turned to go inside. As she stepped over the threshold, she suddenly heard what seemed like a faint bark in the distance. Lu Jiuyue shivered, turning around immediately to ask Wu Yuan, "Did you hear that?" Wu Yuan had certainly heard it too, but neither of them was sure. After a while, the darkness echoed again with another dog bark, this time unmistakable. It was Walnut's call. "Mom," Wu Yuan instantly shouted loudly toward the house, "Dad is back. They've returned." Lu Jiuyue sprinted toward the road, shouting loudly as she ran, "Brother. Is that you? Brother?" Zhu Yun and Wu Yuan followed closely behind her. From the distance, a voice floated back to them, "We're back. We've returned." Down the winding mountain road, the group gathered together. Lu Jiuyue cried and laughed, embracing her elder brother first, then her younger one, and even gave hugs to Wu Kuan, Jiangming, and Walnut. Zhu Yun, upon confirming all 5 were safe and sound, felt her worries dissipate, and couldn't help but scold Wu Daqi, "Why did you stay away so long? You don't know how worried we've been." "It's a long story, I'll tell you later," Wu Daqi replied. "I'm starving, is there any food at home?" Hearing that all 5 men were hungry, Zhu Yun hurried to pick up supplies and said, "Come on. Let's go home and rest, I'll make noodles for you guys." Once home, the group dumped their things and collapsed onto chairs in exhaustion. Lu Jiuyue rushed to help Zhu Yun prepare dinner, while Wu Yuan busied himself setting up beds and unpacking luggage. In the corner, there stood a large bag bulging with contents. He touched it curiously and asked, "What's this?" Sitting nearby and drinking water, Wu Daqi said, "Guess." Eyes lighting up, Wu Yuan guessed, "Is it seeds?" "That's right." Wu Daqi grinned contentedly, adding, "We found 2 bags of them, enough to feed us all." "Woohoo!" Wu Yuan dashed into the kitchen immediately to share the good news with Zhu Yun and Lu Jiuyue. A short while later, the 3 carried bowls of noodles into the living room. Zhu Yun handed the bowls to Wu Kuan and Jiangming, saying, "Where are they? Let me see." While the group ate their noodles, Zhu Yun opened the bag leaning against the wall and scooped a handful of rice to inspect under the lamp. Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue quickly joined her, crowding together under the light. They saw the yellow grains, each looking plump and healthy. With excitement, Zhu Yun's hand trembled as she said, "This is fantastic. You really had a great harvest this time. Where did you find it? Jiling replied with his mouth full of noodles. It was still around the agricultural market we searched before. We turned over every single house there and finally found 2 bags. It wasn't easy. The group began sharing stories about their journey. Overall, things had gone smoothly, except for finding the rice seeds, which took them more time. They visited several places without success, eventually retracing their steps back to the area around the agricultural market. After searching house by house, they uncovered the 2 bags beneath a collapsed building, or else they might have been delayed much longer outside. Meanwhile, the trio at home eagerly shared their new discovery. We found a hot spring on the other side of the mountain. There's no water in the stream because the hot spring's outlet was blocked. The hot spring already has pools built around it. We'll be able to bathe there in winter. There were even bamboo shoots growing there, but we didn't eat them. We dug some fresh wild leeks and made dumplings with them. We saved some of the leeks for you guys. Upon hearing this news, the 5 who just returned were pleasantly surprised. Jifei exclaimed, "Oh, if only we could go soak in that hot spring right now." "Are the dumplings with leek filling good?" Jiangming asked. "I haven't eaten those for centuries, I've forgotten how they taste." Wu Kuan laughed heartily and said, "Sis Yun, why don't we make dumplings tomorrow?" Zhu Yun smiled and responded, "No problem, I'll make sure you all enjoy a hearty meal tomorrow." However, they didn't end up eating dumplings the next day. The whole group had to transport supplies from across the road. Just like before, they left on the tractor when it was still dark out and returned home after sunset, leaving no time to run over to the hot spring area to cut the leeks. It wasn't until 3 days later, after everything had been moved back home, that Zhu Yun announced, "Tomorrow, I want all of you to stay at home waiting for me. No matter what, I'm going to make sure you all eat your fill of dumplings." Chapter 42, Hot Spring. Brother, you can't imagine how excited I was when I saw the hot spring pool. Think about it, taking a hot spring bath in the middle of winter, wouldn't that be heavenly? Second brother, isn't that right? Ah, when the time comes, I'll come here every day. Lu Jiuyue affectionately held her eldest brother's arm and chattered non-stop about her experience of discovering the hot spring. She also didn't forget to occasionally turn around to consult with her second brother. Her 2 brothers were very cooperative, nodding at times and asking appropriate questions like professional supporting actors in a cross-talk comedy show, even though they had already heard this story nearly 800 times. Ever since Lu Jihe and Lu Jifei returned home, Lu Jiuyue became unusually clingy, practically following them wherever they went. Once, she even stood outside the door and talked incessantly to Lu Jihe when he was taking a shower, stopping frequently to call out, "Brother," only continuing her happy narration after hearing his response from inside. Lu Jihe felt deeply for his sister, knowing she must have been worrying about them every day during this period. After their return, he pampered her immensely, sleeping next to her and walking with her hand in hand, wanting to stay together all the time. It was the 4th day after their return. After breakfast, Zhu Yun began chopping meat filling and kneading dough. She also sent Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan to cut chives. The others had long been fascinated by the legendary hot springs, so as soon as their tasks were done, they all followed the 2 youngsters to see the novelty. A group of 7 people plus 1 dog set off along the path into the mountains like on a spring outing. After entering the valley and walking along winding paths for some time, they quickly arrived at the dilapidated house of the hot spring resort. Several people wandered among the broken bricks and tiles while Jiang Ming squatted beside a large stone and said, "This place used to be called Lawn Village, the name sounds pretty." Lu Jifei ran over to study the lotus pond and said, "Hey, this pond is well built, I wonder if it can still be used. Is this considered good construction?" Wu Kuan jumped into the pond, looking around as he said, "This craftsmanship, this design. It's clearly the work of a local mason. Oh, look over here, there's a hole, could the spring water be channeled through here?" Everyone ran over and saw a pipe opening embedded in the ground near the top of the stone wall on one of the compartments of the lotus pond, where possibly a valve used to be installed, leaving now only a dark hole about the size of a bowl. They looked into the hole but couldn't see anything due to the darkness, and Lu Jifei commented, "There must have been a buried underground pipeline used to channel the spring water from upstream." Lu Jihe asked his sister, "How far is it to the hot spring from here?" Lu Jiuyue replied, "Not far, just beyond a small slope." Oh, everyone dragged out their tones and nodded in unison. Wu Daqi beside them said, "Why are we hesitating, let's go take a look." Passing through the ruins of the building, it turned out that after only a few steps, they reached the source of the spring. Speaking of which, the actual condition was quite terrible, it was just a large mudflat scattered with stones of various sizes. In the days since no one had visited, mud had flowed downstream in long streaks, showing absolutely none of the beauty expected of a hot spring. Wu Daqi squatted down by the mudflat, feeling the soil between his fingers, saying, "Can this spring produce only this much water? There won't be enough for bathing, let alone quenching thirst." Lu Jifei also squatted down nearby and said, "It shouldn't be. The year we came here, the creek was flowing full. Unless the spring source has been blocked, or there's been a geological change. Who cares?" Wu Kuan rolled up his sleeves, full of energy. "Anyway, we have the manpower, let's dig and try, and figure out other ways if it doesn't work." "Yes, we have to try regardless. Sister Yun said the fields rely on this spring water for irrigation." Jiang Ming added. Well then, after we finish eating dumplings, we'll come back to work this afternoon, Wu Daqi said, let's bring the tools then. Walking along the edge of the mudflat towards the hillside, they saw Lu Joyue squatting at the slope's edge introducing bamboo shoots to her brother one by one. She had given each shoot a nickname, talking about them as if introducing her own children. Look, this is Yueya, this is Tsueizao, how well they're growing. This one is Wuderang. No, wait. Lu Zhifei interrupted, why does this bamboo shoot have such an unusual name? What did it do wrong? Lu Joyue shot him a look that said, do I need to ask, and said, because it's hopeless, short and black. Then she pointed to a neighboring shoot, look, both are from the same root system, and this one is already so tall. How can I not encourage it? Wu Daqi sighed beside and said, Sister Yu, if Yuan at home heard this, she would definitely feel much pressure. Wu Yuan was cutting chives behind a stone not far away. Hearing this, he stuck his head out and angrily said, Dad, it has nothing to do with me. A few people burst into laughter. Wu Daqi forcibly embraced his son and smiled, alright, don't get mad. I'm just motivating you a little, son, please grow up quickly. Wu Yuan let out a snort and shoved the cut chives into Wu Daqi's hands, saying, go complain to mom when we get home. Amidst laughing and talking, they walked back home. When they arrived, Zhu Yun had already chopped the meat and was rolling out dumpling wrappers. Lu Zhihe washed and finely chopped the chive seedlings, mixing them with seasonings and stirring the meat filling together. Then everyone gathered around the table to make dumplings. Wu Daqi and Lu Zhifei rolled the wrappers while the others made the dumplings. Among them, only Zhu Yun and Lu Zhihe were skilled in making dumplings, creating beautiful ones both fast and neatly. The remaining few people all made oddly shaped ones. Particularly Jiangming, his 10 fingers looked nimble, but when it came to wrapping dumplings, they seemed insufficient even if there were another 10 of them. Sometimes the filling would spill out, sometimes the wrapper would tear. Lu Zhihe had already wrapped 10 dumplings, but Jiangming hadn't managed to close one yet. Watching him struggle, everyone laughed until their stomachs hurt. Go play over there, Wu Kun wouldn't let him continue and said, don't ruin the fillings anymore. How easy is it? We only get to eat chives once every few years. Jiangming could only go and squat next to the walnut and said, we've been rejected, or maybe we should run away from home. After a while, Wu Kun also came to squat with them, and Jiangming said, you're so capable, why were you driven out too? How can you call it being driven out? Wu Kun refuted, they pleaded with me, so I left. Jiangming laughed so hard that he pounded on him. By noon, Zhu Yun put the dumplings in the pot, and before long, plump white dumplings floated to the surface, tumbling in the steam. After they were cooked, a few people couldn't wait to start eating. Biting into one, fresh green chives and perfectly granulated meat steamed inside, the taste was excellent. After finishing the dumplings, they still enjoyed drinking a large bowl of soup, sweat dripping off everyone's noses. Lu Zhihe said, isn't there chive seeds among the vegetable seeds I brought last time? After cleaning the spring hole, let's plant some nearby and make more dumplings. Zhu Yun immediately agreed and added, the area around the spring can be planted now. It's warm there, and it won't take long for vegetables to grow. This statement moved everyone. To have another dumpling feast as soon as possible, they didn't even rest at noon. After lunch, they brought tools and headed to dig the hot spring again, leaving Zhu Yun alone at home busy with housework. When they got there, a few people wandered around the muddy slope a couple of times, and Lu Zhihe chose a place by the creek and said, let's pile the dugout soil here, which will then be used for planting. Good, Wu Daqi said, pick out the stones from the soil. They can be kept to build the field edges. Without wasting any time, they all rolled up their sleeves and got to work. They shoveled the mud and rocks into baskets, 2 people carrying each basket and dumping the contents onto an open piece of land by the stream, where Wu Yuan and Lu Joyue picked out the stones from the dirt and threw them aside. The shorter distance to dump soil saved a lot of effort, plus with many hands at work, by the time they returned home in the evening, they had piled up nearly a mu of arable muddy land by the creek. All covered in mud, they didn't feel cold right after working, but as they reached home, the chilling air hit them. Fortunately, Zhu Yun had prepared hot water beforehand, so each of them took turns bathing in hot water before dinner started. On the second day, Zhu Yun stayed at home washing clothes and cooking meals while the others went to the spring mouth. The area of the muddy bank gradually decreased. By noon, while digging in the ground, they uncovered a section of a cement-built stone wall. Everyone excitedly guessed that this might very well be the edge of the pool built around the spring eye by people long ago. That is to say, after all their hard work, they had finally found the exact location of the spring eye. Everyone worked even harder, continuing to clear along the stone wall. Eventually, they excavated a pond almost half a mu in size, with its edges all built with stones. Jiangming also discovered a pipe opening at the lower slope, identical to the one in the water pool at the hot spring resort. This pipeline obviously served as the water channeling system. Subsequently, they encountered a problem. When they cleared down to the bottom, they found 2 huge stones lying in the water pit. Could it be these 2 stones are blocking the spring eye? Wu Daqi panted. Try to pry them up. Wu Kun suggested. It might not work, Lu Zhifei commented, the mud underneath is soft. Jiangming said, cut some logs and pad them underneath. After several people gathered around the stone and had a lively discussion for quite some time, they finally decided to bring over the tractor. They would pad the muddy ground with logs here and then use ropes to pull out the stones. After returning home for a meal together, they headed back with their tools. Wu Daki carefully drove the tractor along the path all the way to the hot spring source. The group used ropes to tie the stones, while the tractor pulled in front as a few people at the back pried and pushed, exerting much effort to shift the stones. As soon as they moved it a bit, water gushed out from the mud beneath the stone, and everyone became excited, jumping into the muddy water with joy. Then, encouraged by this success, they thoroughly cleared the soil and stones around the spring eye. There was now a nearly 1-acre pond on the ground, the deepest part reaching perhaps the height of 2 men. The pond was dry, but there were already multiple spots continuously releasing water that was slightly warm to touch, likely around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. They returned home happily. As soon as they got home, they couldn't wait to tell Zhu Yun the good news. During dinner, Lu Ji had discussed what vegetables to plant with Zhu Yun, while the others started discussing the construction of the hot spring villa. On the third morning, when they arrived at the stream, they were surprised to find that water had already flowed into the creek. Although the volume wasn't as large as Lu Jifei's memory, it had already formed a shallow stream. This is enough. Zhu Yun smiled brightly, saying, it's sufficient for irrigation. They walked upstream along the creek, stepping on the big rocks in the stream to cross over to the other side, arriving first at the lotus pond. To their delight, the pond was already filled with water, and both the intake and drainage pipes were still functional. What do you think? Are the local bricklayers' skills not up to par? Lu Jifei asked Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan laughed and said, my apologies. We should have cleaned out the broken bricks in these ponds earlier. Let's work on those later, Lu Jihe suggested. Let's go check out the spring area first. By nightfall, the pond was already full, the water crystal clear, and bubbles continuously rose to the surface. Lu Jiuyue crouched nearby, touching the water with her hand, exclaiming happily, wow, it's even hotter than yesterday. I want to take a bath right now. Lu Jihe said. Swimming in there must be amazing. Wu Kuan also remarked. Zhu Yun quickly interjected, hold on. This pond looks deep, and the water is hot. It wouldn't be safe if something happened in there. If you want to soak, go clean out the lotus pond. Alright, Wu Kuan replied, once we're done planting vegetables, we'll go tidy up the bathing pools. Lu Jihe listened and then said, fine. All of you go get your tools and clothes for changing. We can finish the vegetable plot ourselves with Sister Yun. Everyone cheered. Despite this, they helped flatten the muddy land by the stream before leaving. Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun divided the muddy plot into sections, planting a row of chives, half a row of onions, and a large patch of Chinese cabbage and radishes. Following requests from Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan, they also planted strawberries at the corners and covered each bed of vegetables with mulch film, weighing it down with stones. The vegetable garden wasn't large, so it didn't take long for the two to finish. Just as they washed their hands after walking out of the field, clamorous sounds came from the lotus pond. Lu Jihe chuckled and said, sounds like they've already finished over there. Let's go and take a bath too. Chapter 43, Plugging the Hole. It has to be said, the lotus pond built by the local masons, despite its retro shape and rough workmanship, was surprisingly useful. When Lu Jifei's team was cleaning the pond, they found that the entire water inflow and outflow system was still intact, saving them a lot of trouble. Except for some yellow mud slurry that initially flowed out of the inlet pipe, it didn't take long for the mud and sand to be drained, and clear water started to flow. The lotus pond was divided into several small sections by stones. After the water entered the pond, it would overflow all the compartments from top to bottom and finally flow into the last compartment, which had an outlet that guided the water to the nearby stream. The whole water in and out system was very simple, but because of the different sequence of water passing through each section, the water temperature varied slightly among the compartments. The water in the inlet pipes compartment was the warmest, and the water in the outlet pipes compartment was the coldest. In this way, it satisfied people's various needs for water temperature, being very convenient and practical. When Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun finished working in the field and went to the lotus pond, the pond had already been cleaned, and a pool of clear water steamed with warmth. Wu Kuan was squatting by the pond washing a walnut dog, while Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan were soaking in the water enjoying themselves. Seeing them come over, Wu Kuan said quickly, are you done planting the vegetables? Come and rest a bit. Lu Jihe went over and helped him wash the dog, while Zhu Yun squatted by the pond and asked, Yuan, Jiuyue, are you comfortable? Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue each occupied one section, closing their eyes and soaking in the hot water, drowsy. Hearing Zhu Yun's words, Wu Yuan struggled to paddle in the water and said, so comfortable, Mom. Quick, come down and soak with us. Zhu Yun looked around the edge of the pool and asked again, where are your father and uncles? Wu Yuan closed his eyes and said, Dad and Uncle have gone to the other side, they're setting up a shower. Zhu Yun ran over and sure enough, behind a remnant wall, the other 3 men were debugging a set of shower facilities. The faucet was made from a mineral water bottle with many small holes pierced in the bottom and its mouth connected to a flexible tube leading to a 5-liter large mineral water pot. To shower, one simply filled the pot with water and placed it on a shelf high up. Lu Jifei had already tidied up all the broken bricks on the ground and scrubbed the cement floor underneath clean as well. Jiang Ming erected a bamboo pole beside it for bathing people to hang clothes and dry towels. Wu Daqi was installing the faucet on the wall, turned around to see his wife, and hurriedly said, "Ayun, come see how the changing room is doing." Zhu Yun took stock of the surroundings and commented, "Not bad, but there's no roof. If it rains or snows, it will be tough." "We'll just make do for a few days," Wu Daqi replied. "Once we find time, let's properly repair this house here, build 2 changing rooms, then it will be convenient to bathe over here." With ready-made bricks and tiles, Jiang Ming added, "We could also construct another room, and if anyone wants to stay over here, it's fine." Lu Zhifei quickly refuted, saying, "That wouldn't work, there's too little space here. Our family courtyard is much more comfortable." After the men finished building the changing room, they ran back to the pond side and gave the area to Zhu Yun to change clothes. Zhu Yun slowly undressed her thick cotton clothes on the other side of the wall and changed into the thin clothes pants Wu Daqi had brought. It was cold, so she hugged her arms and rubbed her hands, running towards the pond where others were splashing water with a dog named Walnut. The Walnut might have been out of water for a long time, forgetting entirely about restraint and splashing around excitedly from one grid to another, causing tall waves, making Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan scream and laugh continuously. The laughter echoed around the pool. "Mom, come down quick." Wu Yuan wiped water off his face and shouted at her. "Coming, coming," Zhu Yun responded, carefully holding the edge of the pond and descending into the water. The slightly scalding water flooding over her body brought her a pleasant chill, a feeling not experienced since many years ago. These past few years of wandering made even the concept of taking a hot bath an exceedingly luxurious desire. As she was slowly moving towards the middle of the pond, suddenly the Walnut jumped over and splashed water all over her face. Zhu Yun wiped water from her face, laughing and cursing, "Walnut, why are you flapping around here? You scared me." After everyone, including the dog, became tired of fooling around, they seriously began soaking in the bath. They first soaked comfortably in the hot water at a higher temperature, then ran to the grids with lower temperatures to wash their hair and bathe, and finally used a big mineral water bottle to fetch water, headed to the changing room, connecting it to the makeshift faucet to rinse clean before putting on thick cotton jackets. Exiting the hot spring, everyone's face was red and glowing, refreshed. When everyone got cleaned up, the group took tools and walked home. Following the stream for a while, Lu Jiuyue said, "I wonder where this water eventually flows to. Why don't we go check?" With nothing else to do, this suggestion was met with an enthusiastic response from everyone. A few of them cheerfully followed the stream forward. The stream exited the valley and crossed through the fields. While walking through the field, Wu Yuan noticed a dam made of cement in the water and asked, "Dad, why did they block the stream?" Wu Daqi couldn't answer immediately, so Zhu Yun said, "Of course it's for storing water, it makes irrigation easier. Look, by blocking the flow with dams, the water level rises, right? To water the fields here, you just need to open a small channel on the embankment, and the stream water will naturally flow into the fields. Without these dams, fetching water would be much harder." "Oh," Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue hurriedly said, "the people in the fields are really clever." Everyone paused by the dam for a while, discussing how to later divert water to the fields. As they examined more closely, they realized that there were several dams in the stream, all strategically placed, dividing the water into levels and covering almost all the farmland. Lu Zhihe sighed, the local experts here used to be pretty skilled. "Yeah," Zhu Yun looked at the several dams in the stream and said, "It's fortunate these dams are still solid, or dealing with water from high and low fields would be a hassle." Wu Daqi also said, even though Kuner thought the lotus pond didn't look good, the drainage system is genuinely convenient and practical. The walnut dog's fur wasn't dry yet, so Wu Kun wrapped it in his clothes and held it in his arms. After hearing this, he quickly laughed, "It does look good. It's just my poor eyesight. Now I think it looks nice, and lotuses symbolize good fortune." Everyone laughed heartily and continued moving forward. Following the stream through the fields, they walked all the way to the southern end of the field. There, the stream flowed into a cave at the foot of the mountain, becoming an underground river. A few people squatted by the edge of the cave, and Lu Zhifei examined the surroundings, saying, "This water probably flows into the cave system. Why don't we take the chance today and check out the cave while we're here?" "The entrance is blocked," Lu Jiuyue hastily said, "but the wall blocking it shouldn't be very sturdy now, right?" Earlier, Wu Daqi and the others had heard about this cave, but due to being busy, they hadn't investigated further. Hearing them bring it up again, Wu Daqi said, "All right, let's check it out. How deep is this cave? Is there a path inside?" Lu Zhifei explained the situation inside the cave, including their first encounter with the Red Corpse ghost. He also mentioned, that time, those Red Corpse ghosts came from the town through the cave and reached the fields. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. The group then followed Lu Zhifei to find the cave entrance and took a few steps inside before encountering a brick wall. The wall was already somewhat loose, clearly not very stable. Wu Daqi then said, "This won't stop the Red Corpse ghosts. We should dismantle this wall and build a new one that's more secure." "Yes, we should build it," Zhu Yun observed the cave entrance carefully and added, "but this cave seems sturdy, and how deep is it inside? Can we move the wall a few meters inward? Leaving space outside can be useful for hiding supplies. It could also be a place to hide people in emergencies," Jiang Ming supplemented. Lu Zhifei hastened to say, it's pretty deep inside. Let's dismantle the wall first, and I'll take you guys in to see. Several of them lined up inside the cave. Lu Zhifei was inside, dismantling the loose bricks and passing them out through the entrance. Wu Daqi, who was positioned at the outermost part, stacked the bricks neatly on the nearby empty ground. Once halfway through dismantling, a dark, ominous-looking cave opening was revealed. Everyone stopped, craning their necks to look inside, and the walnut barked a few times. So dark. Wu Yuan exclaimed. Should we grab some guns before going in? Zhu Yun was hesitant. It should be fine, Lu Zhifei said. If there were any red corpse ghosts inside, they would have come crawling out already and wouldn't have remained quiet for so long. They continued dismantling the entire brick wall, and Lu Zhiha handed in 2 torches from outside. With torches in hand, they formed a line and ventured inside. They passed through deep stone tunnels until they reached the iron ladder, where Lu Zhifei heard trickling water sounds. Wu Daqi held the torch high and peered into the vast depths of the cave, feeling slightly alarmed. Is this cave connected to the town outside? Lu Zhifei pointed to the ladder and said, go down from here, it'll take about 1 or 2 hours to reach the town, but the path isn't easy. That road is much shorter than the mountainous road, making travel more convenient. Wu Kuan also peeked into the cave, adding, just the dark path looks a bit scary. Let's figure out a way to block the cave first. Zhu Yun looked for a moment and said, even though it's close, it looks too dangerous. If there are red corpse ghosts in the town, they could quietly crawl through. The others also agreed, and this task was better done sooner rather than later. They decided to start immediately. On their way out, Wu Daqi chose a spot where the cave entrance was narrow and planned to build the wall right here. Outside the wall, they left about 10 meters of the cave, which could be used for hiding if there were ever any enemy intrusions. Wu Daqi thought the mud wall wasn't sturdy enough and suggested using stones to block the entrance. He said, I see there are several pig pens in the compound built with stones. We can dismantle them to construct the wall, that'd be perfect. Said and done, they sprang into action instantly. Wu Daqi led a few people to pry the pigpen walls while Jiang Ming took another group to dig mud from the fields, mixing it with water to make a fairly thick mud slurry. Soon after, Wu Daqi drove a tractor, pulling a cartload of stones to the cave entrance. Wu Kuan and Lu Zhifei followed behind, pushing wheelbarrows toward the cave. They loaded the stone materials onto the wheelbarrows, transported them inside the cave, and prepared to build the wall. None of them had experience with masonry work, and both the stones and the cave entrance were very irregular, making it quite challenging. Wu Daqi squatted on the ground, picking up a stone and moving it around, preparing to pile it at the bottom of the cave. At this moment, Jiang Ming rolled up his sleeves nearby, somewhat uncertainly saying, how about? I give it a try. Everyone inside the cave turned to look at him. Jiang Ming scratched his head and said, I've watched others building walls before. Wu Daqi then moved aside, letting him take over the position. After checking the cave entrance, Jiang Ming said, bring me a shovel. Wu Kuan hurriedly fetched a shovel from outside and handed it to him. Jiang Ming first used a piece of dry vine he found somewhere, tying a small rock on it and hanging it at the cave entrance. Then he leveled the ground with the shovel, poured a bucket of sticky mud slurry on top, and only after that started building the wall. Wu Daqi observed for a while and saw how serious and professional he looked, so he couldn't help but say, oh, young Jiang has great skills. Looks like playing Tetris blocks, Wu Kuan said. Jiang, have you ever built a wall before? Lu Zhifei asked. Not really. Jiang Ming placed a stone on the wall, paused for a moment, then continued, I studied architectural design, I've seen others do it more often. Everyone responded with an oh. Wu Daqi excitedly rubbed his hands and said, great. Once we finish this wall, let's start building our own house. Little Jiang will surely come in handy then. Chapter 44, Hail. As the weather became warmer day by day, the green in the courtyard grew richer as well. At first, there was only a faint hint of green, now, the fields had become lush and verdant, lovely to behold. Even the mountains showed patches of green here and there. Spring had truly arrived. The wind no longer cut to the bone as it used to, and the chill of the night was not as severe. Without lighting a fire at night, they could still sleep soundly in warmth. Everyone's mood was good, and Lu Joyue often found herself humming songs while coming in and going out. These days she had been busy, spending each morning with Wu Yuan taking care of their more than 1 acre of vegetable field near the hot spring. By mid-morning, they would uncover the plastic sheets to water the plants, making sure the young sprouts were not scorched by high temperatures, and by evening, they covered the sheets back up, pressing them down with stones, so that the tender shoots wouldn't freeze during the cold nights. In addition, she and Wu Yuan also went out picking wild greens. Many vegetables in the wild were edible. Lu Zhiha and Zhu Yun once took them into the fields to dig for wild greens, teaching the two about different kinds like shepherd's purse, purslane, dandelion, malva, especially the juicy shepherd's purse which could be used to make dumplings, stir-fried dishes, or even salads. Since spring came, their dining table was adorned with green vegetables, much less monotonous than before. The two children were busy searching for food everywhere, while the adults had even more work. They planned to start building houses during the period before planting rice seedlings. Designing the architectural plans naturally fell upon Jiang Ming. Others spent each day dismantling houses from various places. They organized bricks and tiles from the dilapidated houses, piling them to the side, carried out intact wooden beams, piling them to the side, and dismantled relatively undamaged window frames, again piling them aside, until the foundation of the house was ready. These building materials would be continuously transported over. Jiang Ming stayed home the last few days after meals, holding a pencil and sketching on paper. Sometimes he even walked around outside with a measuring tape, doing some measurements. He regretted slacking off too much during school and internships. Over the years, his mind retained very little practical knowledge. Fortunately, all they needed to build were a few simple rural cottages, not overly complex designs. Still, even this required him to rack his brains. Who could blame him when this would be their home? That day, after completing the design plans, he took the drawings to find Wu Daqi and others. A group of them sat on broken bricks, gathering around him as they reviewed the finished plans and listened to Jiang Ming explain where the main house was, where the kitchen would be, their sizes in square meters, how the drainage system would be set up, listening carefully and discussing issues from every corner simultaneously. Little Jiang, isn't this house similar to what Ahe lives in? Zhu Yun tilted her head looking at the drawing and said, I rather liked their small quadrangle courtyard. We can just follow that design. The layout is somewhat similar, Jiang Ming replied, but I've improved the drainage system based on that. Then can we build the toilet inside our house? Lu Zhifei suggested, it's freezing cold to go out in winter. If we can build one inside, that would be great. Of course we can, Jiang Ming pointed to a place on the paper saying, I've built a septic tank here, and the indoor toilet will connect its sewage lines to it. The shower room can also be connected together with the toilet. Do we need to dig a well as well? Wu Daqi scratched his head and asked, we must have a well in the yard. Let's build the house first and then dig the well, Jiang Ming said, I've already reserved the location for digging. Ideally, if we could build a water tower, that'd be better. Build it. If you have the design ready, let's build the water tower. Several people chimed in unanimously. The house they currently resided in stood independently against the mountain, with a large piece of land beside it, which might have been wheat fields long ago but was now abandoned. Based on this terrain, Jiang Ming additionally designed two houses connecting to Lu Zhihe's courtyard, following the slope of the mountain and forming a semicircle. The three families living together meant mutual support in case of emergencies. Moreover, in his plan, photovoltaic power generation panels should be installed on the roofs, and a shared septic tank should be built behind the houses. When conditions allow later, a water tower could also be constructed on the hillside behind the houses for the convenience of using tap water rather than drawing water from the well. After hearing his explanation, everyone became excited and decided to split the workforce into two groups. One group continued demolishing old houses while the other began leveling the nearby site. Full of anticipation, they rose early every day, working hard outside for a while. Once the meal was ready, they returned to eat, quickly tossing down their chopsticks, and grabbing their tools again to continue working outside. A few days later, the nearby foundation was leveled. Jiang Ming used a rope and ash from plants to draw straight lines, and everyone followed these lines to start digging trenches for the foundation. On the third day of digging the foundation, the sky suddenly turned overcast in the early morning. The cold wind howled, and it started raining lightly, then by afternoon it turned into snow. The construction work had to be halted. After working for so many days, they took advantage of this rare break, rested properly at home, and even made a feast of shepherd's purse and pork dumplings for lunch, each eating until their mouths glistened with oil. In the afternoon, Lu Jiuyue worried about her vegetable field and went to check if the plastic sheeting had been blown away by the wind, accompanied by Wu Yuan and the dog. Luckily, the wind was mild in the mountain hollow, and after sweeping the snow off the plastic sheeting, they returned. The sky grew dark earlier because of the overcast weather, and strong winds swept through the yard in the evening, carrying snow everywhere. It was bone-chillingly cold. The fire basin that had been extinguished for several days was rekindled, and after having dinner, everyone gathered around the fire pot to chat for a while before heading to bed. In the middle of the night, everyone was awakened by the pitter-patter on the roof. Lu Zhifei got up, put on his clothes, and looked outside the window, seeing vaguely the hailstones as big as goose eggs falling in the courtyard, and the sound on the roof was very loud. Zhu Yun and Wu Kun also got up, standing by the windows, looking out nervously. Wu Daqi said, I wonder if the roof can bear this. It should be fine, Lu Zhihe comforted everyone, this house is decades old and has withstood countless storms. There was nothing they could do but stand silently in the darkness, listening to the sound of hail hitting the roof. After standing for a while, Lu Jiuyue suddenly screamed, my vegetables. The vegetable field must have been ruined too. Lu Zhifei stroked her head and sighed softly. They had been going too smoothly lately, almost forgetting how unpredictable the heavens could be. Now they could only hope that the hail would not damage the roof. Vegetables could be replanted, there were seeds at home anyway. But if the roof was damaged, it would take great effort to repair it. By the time the hail finally stopped as the sky was getting light, the courtyard was covered with white hailstones, creating a crystal clear sight. However, no one had the mood to appreciate it. Lu Zhifei brought a ladder and climbed up to inspect the roof. Although quite a few tiles were broken, fortunately, this old house survived again, requiring just a replacement of broken tiles. Zhu Yun was busy cooking while the men dragged tiles from other places and kept repairing the roof until the afternoon. After catching their breath, seeing the still gloomy sky, they didn't dare to slack off. To prevent further hail or heavy snow overnight, they placed some dry branches on the roof to provide some protection. After finishing their work, Lu Jiuyue went to see her vegetable field near the hot spring. Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun also remembered that place, so they went with the two children. When they reached the hot spring, it was freezing, yet the pool of clear water was more steamy than ever. In the adjacent vegetable fields, several plastic sheets had been blown off by the wind, and most of the green sprouts that emerged a few days ago were destroyed by the hailstones. Lu Jiuyue nearly burst into tears, squatting by the vegetable field, touching here and there. Wu Yuan was equally heartbroken, muttering continuously, "Oh no, my cabbage seedlings. My strawberries. My leeks." Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun worked together to clean all the hailstones off the plastic sheeting, covering them back on the ridges. Zhu Yun pulled out the fallen cabbage seedlings, intending to stir-fry them for dinner, holding the cabbages to console Wu Yuan. "We did get something out of our efforts, at least we can eat tender cabbage tonight." Lu Jihe also consoled the two children, "What's there to be sad about? We have plenty of vegetable seeds left, which can be replanted. Moreover, look, everything wasn't smashed. The sprouts on the other side of the field are still fine." After checking the vegetable field, Lu Jiuyue pouted and ran to check the bamboo shoots on the slope. She saw that many bamboo shoots, already grown waist-high, had been broken by the hailstones. When Lu Jihe found her, she was quietly squatting there, eyes brimming with tears, looking pitifully helpless. Lu Jihe squatted next to her, pointing at a bamboo shoot, saying, "Hey, look, your Wu Dalong is still alright." Wu Dalong, the short and dark-skinned bamboo shoot, had made it through the hailstorm unscathed. Moreover, upon closer inspection, not only Wu Dalong but also many other small bamboo shoots on the hillside stood quietly, successfully enduring the natural disaster. Lu Jihe patted his sister's knee and said, "See? Even if another hailstorm comes, what needs to sprout will sprout, and what needs to grow will grow. The roots buried in the ground are still fine. Don't be sad anymore, alright?" Lu Jiuyue muttered an acknowledgement and walked back home dejectedly with her brother. In the evening, everyone sat around the dining table, eating the first tender cabbage seedlings and hand-rolled noodles while listening to the wind howling outside. No one spoke a word, and everyone felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Wu Daqi raised his bowl, looked left and right, and seeing a circle of solemn faces, put down the bowl and tapped the table, saying, "What's going on? Why are you all so depressed? Is this your first time encountering hail? Haven't we experienced enough natural disasters over the years?" Everyone looked up at him, and Wu Daqi continued, "If the house is damaged, we'll fix it. If the vegetables are destroyed, we'll replant them. What's this about losing spirit? I don't believe that this wicked weather can bring hail for a whole year. As long as it doesn't hail, nothing can stop us from living." Lu Jihe also rallied, saying, "That's right. This was just a small hailstorm, we can't lose hope." Losing hope isn't exactly the issue. Lu Jifei paused briefly before saying, "I was just thinking about the weather being good one moment and bad the next. How should we plant our few acres of land? Everyone needs to carefully plan, or a hailstorm halfway through could ruin everything. Yes, there's also our house and the solar panels," Jiangming added. "I need to modify my design further to reduce the impact of such snowy weather. And there's the hot spring," Wu Kuan said, "since we have some spare time these days, we should go check it out. There's still a lot of loose soil on the slope, which we need to secure. We definitely don't want a heavy snowfall to cause the mud to collapse and block the spring." Wu Daqi looked around at everyone and couldn't help but laugh after a moment, saying, "Alright, then we'll go check out the hot spring tomorrow. We'll solve problems step by step. I was also thinking earlier that we can't plant all the rice seeds we worked so hard to find this year. We need to test how the harvest turns out first." "Yes, we'll plant a bit of everything this year," Zhu Yun agreed. "On the way back, I discussed with Ah He, and since last year's potatoes and sweet potatoes were a good harvest, we should look around again this year. Perhaps some of them were left behind in the fields, and once they sprout, we can propagate more plants. Let's also grow more soybeans, sesame, and peas. Since crops mature in different seasons, we're bound to have some harvests. It's impossible for it to snow or hail year-round." As they ate, they started discussing farming and building houses, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became lively again. After finishing their meal and washing up, everyone went to bed. Although they all harbored concerns, they were filled with even more courage to survive in this world. Chapter 45 Sweet Potatoes. Fortunately, in the following days, there was no more hail. However, it snowed for 2 days afterward. The white snow covered the fields in the courtyard, and the whole world seemed to have re-entered winter. Once it snowed and froze, it became impossible to continue building houses. While people rested indoors by the fire, there was inevitably some concern. Zhu Yun said, "Don't worry, this is probably a late spring cold snap. After this snow passes, the weather will truly warm up, and we'll be able to start planting." Indeed, after the snowfall, the weather grew warmer day by day. Wild grass nourished by the snow water seemed to possess even stronger vitality. The black of the fields and hills gradually got devoured, with patches of green becoming denser and more magnificent each day. This time, they surged forward unstoppable, and no more wind or snow could hinder them. After the snow melted, the people in the village busied themselves building homes. At dawn, as the sun just shone on the crest of the hill opposite, everyone got up and worked like diligent little ants, carrying bricks, stones, and lumber from all directions, piling them around the foundations. The materials beside the houses accumulated day by day. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. If the timeline were sped up, you'd see that during the alternation of day and night, the once silent village changed every day, the foundations were dug out, walls grew up from the ground, doors and windows appeared on the walls, and the shape of the houses became increasingly complete day by day. The high-intensity work made those building the houses tired every day. But despite physical exhaustion, their spirits were very high. After all, they were constructing their homes according to their own imaginations. In each person's heart, when the concepts of home and garden combined, their meaning far surpassed that of just a house or a field, becoming something worth defending with their lives. As the weather warmed up further, they paused the construction of the unfinished house and began cultivating land to plant crops. The tractor roared and plowed the land in front of their houses, turning over black soil like waves. Then it roared again, finally harrowing the plowed fields repeatedly. Not until the soil in the fields became loose and flat did the people begin pulling ropes to dig ditches 2 feet wide for drainage between the fields. Once the ditches were dug, they carefully immersed the wheat seeds and evenly scattered handfuls of them across the fields. They then used a rake to cover the seeds lightly with soil. That way, the wheat was considered planted. The small bag of wheat seeds found by Wu Daqi and Zhu Yun covered only a few plots of land in front of their houses. In other fields, they planted peas, sesame, and soybeans. These crop seeds had been discovered earlier by Lu Jiuyue in the cellar. Aside from sprouting peas a few times, none of the seeds had been touched by Lu Jihe, who had been waiting for this day. Now, they finally planted all the grain they had saved into the fields. In the 2 plots of land nearest to home, everyone worked meticulously, turning the soil twice and crushing each clump thoroughly before planting various vegetables. Each bed contained specific plants such as scallions, garlic, cucumbers, eggplants, lettuce, peppers, even mint. Vegetable seeds brought back from the city, aside from reserving a small part for emergency use, were entirely sown in the fields in front of their houses. They spent about 10 days planting all the grains and vegetables they intended to sow and planned to start rice seedlings when the weather warmed a bit more. Because Zhu Yun mentioned that rice growth had stricter temperature requirements. Every time they returned home from working in the fields, Lu Jihe would recall the sweet potatoes and potatoes they had eaten through last winter, feeling quite regretful. These foods were filling and highly productive. If they could grow sweet potatoes and potatoes, even without wheat or rice, they wouldn't have to worry too much about starving come winter. If only they could find a bit more sweet potatoes and potatoes somewhere, not a lot, just enough to plant. He thought. After finishing the sowing, they built houses for another 2 days and then stopped again, because the wood supply was almost exhausted. They had to go up the mountain to cut firewood. The group hadn't rested for a long time, so Zhu Yun suggested taking a break for a day before going to cut wood at the back mountain. The next day, a team went to the hot spring outlet. Though saying they were going for a bath, everyone carried tools on their way there. Along the path, they cleared away broken concrete blocks and mud along the stream side to make the broken cement road smoother. Upon arrival, they cleaned the sand near the spring source and only then comfortably soaked in the hot spring pool. To reward everyone for their hard work, Lu Jiuyue and Zhu Yun cut the first batch of chives from the vegetable patch beside the hot spring. The leaves were tender and juicy. That evening, Lu Jihe mixed the filling, while Zhu Yun kneaded the dough, and together they made chive-filled pastries. When the golden brown pastries were bitten into, fresh and emerald green chives spilled out, eaten alongside steaming rice porridge. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied. After resting for a day, a group of them set off to the back mountain with wood-cutting knives. They hadn't been on the mountain for a long time, so the changes in the forest were significant. Originally desolate and barren, now there were small patches of green sprouting up everywhere. Some trees had died, but others had endured the harsh climate and produced new buds from dead trunks. Still other trees had lost their trunks entirely, yet in the arrival of spring, new branches shot up from broken roots. Wu Daqi and Wu Kun pushed wheelbarrows, while several others carried axes, making their way up the winding mountain path. Zhu Yun and the 2 children carried baskets, following along the mountain trail to see if they could find any edible wild vegetables. After walking for some time, Lu Jiuyue suddenly pointed at the roadside and excitedly called out, "Black fungus." Everyone ran over to take a look, seeing a cluster of black mushrooms growing densely on an arm-thick branch by the road. Though they looked fairly small, from their growth trend, they would become a great dish within a few days. "Don't pick them," said Wu Daqi, "just leave them here. We'll take the branch home, let it grow a few more days, then eat them." Lu Jiuyue happily noted the position of the branch, continuing to follow the group forward. Not far ahead, Zhu Yun put her basket down, rolled up her sleeves, and exclaimed, "Great. Tonight, I'll cook you something delicious." She took a few steps toward the side, squatted down, and scooped up a layer of black gelatinous material lying on the ground. She blew off the dirt very carefully before putting it into the basket. Wu Yuan looked into the basket and asked, "Mom, what is this? It looks dirty." "Where's it dirty?" Zhu Yun replied, "This is land ear fungus, another type of mushroom. I'll stir-fry it tonight." "Oh, so this is land ear fungus," said Lu Jihe nearby, nodding. "I've eaten it. Do you remember, Jiuyue?" Last time we came here to play, didn't we have dinner at a local countryside restaurant nearby that night? I remember they served this dish. What did the villagers call it? Earth face skin. Anyway, it was pretty tasty. Lu Jiuyue, looking bewildered, said, how do I not remember? Lu Zhifei turned his head around from the front, saying, You were so picky about food when you were little, how would you eat such a strange thing? It might look weird and even ugly, but it tastes really good, Zhu Yun said as she found another clump of land ear fungus, quickly picked it and placed it in the basket. It's delicious whether stir-fried with meat, chives, or served cold. Besides, it's extremely nutritious, its protein content is higher than eggs and black fungus. Speaking of which, I ate this stuff when I was a child. Time flies, it's been decades. Hearing this, everyone stared intently at the ground, fearing they'd missed this highly nutritious treasure whose nutritional value surpassed eggs. Occasionally someone shouted, over here. There's some under these bushes. There. Look, that's a huge piece. By the time they reached halfway up the slope, the small basket Zhu Yun brought was already half full of sticky black land ear fungus. Upon reaching a part of the mountain where trees grew thicker, a few people left the wheelbarrow and baskets behind and began chopping trees. They avoided the budding ones with greenish outer layers, only felling dead trees and sawing them into sections of firewood. Dead logs broke easily, and after busy hours of work, they soon gathered a large pile of wood. Wu Daqi and Lu Zhifei loaded the thick logs onto the wheelbarrow, securing them with ropes, and pushed their way down the mountain. The rest each carried a large bundle of branches on their backs and followed down the slope. Passing through the mid-slope, Lu Zhihan noticed the place wasn't far from the cellar they used before and said, I'll take a quick look at the cellar and then return. Who wants to come with me? Lu Jiuyue quickly volunteered, I will. Me too. Zhu Yun also went along. The three of them put down their bundles of wood by the side of the road, carrying axes as they detoured to the cellar. Lu Zhiha checked the entrance of the cellar and saw that the camouflaged branches still remained undisturbed. Pulling aside the branches, he found the wooden door intact. Opening the door and entering the cellar, he glanced inside, noticing everything they stored earlier was fine. He merely scanned briefly and then took out several big bags of salt from a cardboard box to carry with him, turning back out of the cellar. Outside, Lu Jiuyue and Zhu Yun stood at the cellar's entrance, gazing toward the broken bricks and tiles not far away. Last winter, when they hit here, there was thick snow everywhere. Now that the snow had melted, the dilapidated houses nearby were exposed. After carefully closing the door and camouflaging the cellar entrance with dead branches just as it was before, the three were about to leave when Zhu Yun said, since we've come this far, let's check if there's anything around here that we can drag back for use. The adjacent house had completely collapsed. They had checked on their last visit when they stored supplies in the cellar. Zhu Yun remembered seeing a beam inside that hadn't broken yet, so she now thought of it, wanting to go inside to inspect its condition. If it was still strong, she intended to take it home for use in building a house. The three stepped over broken bricks and tiles, slowly walking toward the house. Upon arriving, Zhu Yun indeed saw a beam sticking out from beneath the debris. Delighted, she rushed over and tapped the thick wooden beam with the back of her axe. It emitted a resonant buzzing sound, indicating it was still sturdy. As Zhu Yun contemplated how to carry the beam back, Lu Zhiha suddenly called out nearby, Yun sister, come quick. Zhu Yun was startled at his urgent tone and immediately ran over with her axe in hand. She saw Lu Zhiha and Lu Jiuyue crouched by a small mound of soil, both intently examining something. Look! Lu Zhiha pointed at the green sprout emerging from the mound, saying, quick, take a look. Is this sweet potato sprout? Lu Jiuyue held a small spade and gently dug away some dirt, saying, I think it's a sweet potato, but it kind of looks like a potato too. Is it a sweet potato or a potato? Crouching down between the two, Zhu Yun began carefully digging with her hands, and said, don't use the spade, Jiuyue, we might damage the seedlings. This is a sweet potato sprout, and there seems to be some sprouted potatoes down below as well. That's great, Zhu Yun smiled broadly while looking at the small sweet potatoes and potatoes hidden in the soil, now we can plant sweet potatoes and potatoes. But there are so few, although pleased, Lu Zhiha felt regret when he noticed there were only a few sweet potatoes and potatoes, it's not enough. Even if we grow them, it wouldn't be enough to eat. It's enough, it's enough. Zhu Yun beamed with joy and didn't even bother to check the wooden beam anymore. She found a rotten bamboo basket nearby, gently unearthed the sweet potatoes and potatoes along with the surrounding soil, placed them into the basket, and said, let's hurry home. As soon as we get there, we'll start making compost. They took those precious potatoes and sweet potatoes home. After returning, while others split wood or lit the stove fire, Lu Zhiha and Zhu Yun first located an abandoned pig pen, from which they scooped up a layer of rich black earth. Then they mixed the ashes from under the stove with the soil and piled it up into a 1 square meter heap. Afterward, the two carefully cleaned the sweet potatoes and potatoes they brought back from the mountain. In total, they managed to extract only 5 sweet potatoes and 6 or 7 potatoes from the soil. Zhu Yun carefully placed them into the enriched soil and very meticulously watered the soil. Within 10 days, the sweet potato sprouts grew longer and transformed into vines. The vines from the 5 sweet potatoes expanded into a large mass. One day, taking advantage of the light rain halting construction work on their house, Juyun cut the vines and clipped them into sections the length of fingers. She then instructed everyone to plant each segment into the ground. Just from the vines of these 5 small sweet potatoes, they managed to fill an entire small plot. After watering everything, Juyun straightened her back and looked contentedly at the green leaves dotted across the field. She said, "You just wait. This is the first planting. Once the seedlings survive, we will cut the sweet potato vines again to plant the second batch." There's no doubt why sweet potatoes are such great crops. They can grow almost anywhere, especially when tended with good soil and water as we do. I cannot guarantee anything else, but this year, we will surely have more than enough sweet potatoes. Chapter 46, Transplanting Rice. Since returning, Lu Zhifei and the others had been busy building a house, so the photovoltaic power generation equipment they brought back from the city had always been sitting in the corner of the room, with a thin layer of dust on it. After going up the mountain to cut firewood once, the group decided that no matter what, they must find time to install this set of power generation equipment. According to Jiang Ming's original plan, it was supposed to be installed on the roof after the house was completed. But a hailstorm shattered his plan. The solar panels looked so fragile, even hailstones the size of eggs would destroy them, not to mention regular ice, frost, rain, and snow. To prolong the lifespan of this power generation system, they needed to assemble it into an easily storable form. This wasn't too difficult for the few former engineering men. Even though they now struggled quite a bit just trying to understand the simple installation manual, years of diligent studying were not entirely wasted. At critical moments, memories of snippets from their high school physics textbook surfaced naturally in their minds. By piecing these fragments together, they spent only half a day connecting the solar panels and fixing them onto 2 large wooden boards. On sunny days, the boards could be taken outside and placed somewhere exposed to sunlight. On cloudy days or at night, the items could be brought indoors. Though this added some trouble, it was much safer than keeping the setup on the roof. By chance, the sun had been shining brightly these few days. The team took the panels outside, and within just a couple of days, the battery was fully charged. Lu Zhifei and Jiang Ming worked hard, installing an inverter as per the instructions. Now the battery could be used. That evening, they connected the wires and installed a 100-watt bulb. When the light was turned on, the bright white light instantly illuminated the entire room. Their small house had never been so bright, it was glaringly luminous. Everyone squinted, their eyes adjusting. The nights of the post-apocalyptic world were so dark, almost making them forget how many years they had lived under such brilliant artificial lighting. Of course, installing the battery's primary purpose wasn't merely for illumination but rather to help with work. With electricity, many tools could now function. Wu Daqi first pulled out a set of tools he had found and started charging the electric saw inside. The next day, when cutting firewood, he wielded the electric saw effortlessly. The chain buzzed, requiring only slight pressure to cleanly split wood as thick as a bowl's rim in half, like slicing watermelon. The men were all thrilled, taking turns trying out the saw and enthusiastically exchanging tips on its use. Subsequently, they excitedly carried the saw and axe up the mountain again. This time, they only spent more than an hour to push 2 full carts of firewood down the mountain, increasing their efficiency significantly. With electricity, the progress of constructing their house also sped up compared to before. Wu Daqi, the repair expert, even created a mortar mixer using the engine, a stick, and a few wooden boards. Thus, there was no need to mix the mortar by hand for house construction anymore. After a period of wall masonry work, their skills improved greatly. Following days of hard labor, the main room's walls gradually neared completion, finally reaching the stage of lifting the beams into place. The beams for the main rooms were old wooden beams salvaged from other houses. The sturdy wooden beams, each about as thick as a bowl opening, required the combined strength of 2 or 3 men to carry. It took a lot of effort to position them high up on the wall tops. Although this was their first time building a house and they lacked experience, they had brains. Emboldened by the success of the solar panel installation, everyone felt confident this wouldn't be an issue either. Therefore, after breakfast one morning, the group gathered in the yard, discussing plans while scribbling on the muddy ground. Finally, they settled on a method for hoisting the beams. They leaned 2 pieces of wood against the wall to form an inclined plane, then laid the beams across the wood and pulled them upward along the slope. Once a beam was hoisted, having a support point made raising the remaining beams easier. They only needed to loop ropes around the beams and use the tractor's power to lift them up. Within just 3 days, they had managed to fix all the main room beams and rafters in place. To enhance the house's ability to withstand snowy weather, Jiang Ming deliberately increased the angle of the roof's slant during the design phase. In winter, due to the steepness of the roof, accumulated snow would easily slide off, eliminating the need to climb onto the roof daily to sweep off the snow. By the time they had finished covering the tiles on several main rooms, the weather had already grown warm. There was still much to be done, plastering the walls, building side rooms and a courtyard wall, as well as constructing stoves and chimneys. However, they all decided to pause and continue later. First, Jiang Ming had said that the walls needed to dry for a few days before plastering. Second, in order to enhance the stickiness of the mud used for plastering, wheat straw or rice straw must be added, and they planned to collect fresh straw after the wheat or rice matured. Most importantly, it was time to transplant the rice seedlings. Several days earlier, Zhu Yun and Lu Jihe had carried shovels to the streamside, diverting water from the creek to soak several nearby fields. Even earlier, when they had just changed from cotton-padded clothes to lighter ones, Zhu Yun and Lu Jihe began cultivating rice seedlings. They had dug out a lot of fertile soil from the pigsty, sifted it carefully to remove impurities and sandstones, then mixed in wood ash fertilizer, soaked it with water for over a week, and prepared nutritious soil in front of their empty fields. This nutrient-rich soil served as seedbeds for the seedlings, each about 1 meter wide. The rice seeds were soaked in water a few days beforehand, then evenly sprinkled onto the soil and covered with a layer of plastic film to sprout and take root indoors. Every noon, Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan would lift the plastic film to aerate the rice seedlings, while watering them. Under the warm sunlight, the yellow seeds lived up to expectations, quickly sprouting white buds in the fertile mud, turning green in just a few days. Now, the seedlings had grown to nearly a foot tall, making it the right time for transplantation. During this period, at lunchtime breaks, everyone preferred not to stay indoors but to bring their bowls of food and vegetables out to eat in the fields. They squatted by the seedlings, observing how many rice buds had sprouted, discussing the growth of wheat shoots, or worrying about which vegetables needed water. Once, little Jiuyue's naming of bamboo shoots made them laugh for a long time, but now they all understood her sentiment. Each crop in the field was like their own child, its growth tugging at their hearts. Even Hetao, their dog, enjoyed sniffing around in the vegetable garden, occasionally catching a couple of grasshoppers, behaving just like a countryside veteran. Among them, Zhu Yun was the busiest. Not only did she have to care for the several seedling plots, but she also led most of the farming work. After all, though these people looked like farmers, only she had truly farmed before, knowing when cucumbers and tomatoes needed supports, when pepper and eggplant seedlings should have their lateral buds pinched off, etc. Even Lu Jihe, an expert in balcony gardening, became half knowledgeable beside her, frequently seeking advice to avoid counterproductive efforts in the farmland. Now, the whole terrace was full of refreshing green. Unconsciously, the wheat was almost a foot tall, the first batch of sweet potato vines crawled all over the ground, cucumber vines bloomed yellow flowers attracting bees buzzing continuously throughout the day. Soybeans and peas also thrived, and the land long unused didn't hesitate to release its fertility, nurturing every plant lush and strong. Though their wild boar meat was finished, the variety of vegetables on their dining table now kept meals interesting daily. Snow pea shoots, sweet potato stems, Chinese cabbage flower heads, mushrooms, and various fungi, especially the radishes at the hot spring outlet, which grew juicy and succulent, tasting great either stir-fried or mixed raw. One time they even made spring pancakes, chopping the radish, mushroom, and scallions into thin strips, mixing some braised pork sauce, wrapping everything in pancakes. Even Jiuyue, who usually disliked radishes, almost ate too much. One day, seeing the rice paddies had been soaked sufficiently, Wu Daqi took his shovel to let the water into the fields. Upon returning, he told everyone that there were shrimp in the adjacent ditches. Thus, Zhu Yun urgently assigned a new task: go fishing for shrimp. Since the shrimp multiplied rapidly and loved biting the roots of the rice seedlings, upon receiving the task, a group of them grabbed buckets and rods, taking along the dog, heading out to the fields and nearby ditches to catch shrimp. They tied a piece of pig lung or large intestine to a small branch at the tip of a rope, letting it rest underwater for a while. When they pulled it up, several clumsy shrimps clung to the pig lung. In half a day of fishing, they caught a large bucket full of crayfish. Bringing back such a large quantity of shrimp for the first time left everyone ecstatic. That evening, Lu Jihe cleaned the shrimps thoroughly and deliberately opened a spicy hot pot seasoning box brought from the city, using its broth base to cook hand-grabbing large shrimps. Sitting around the kitchen, they slurped spiced crayfish together. Watching everyone savor the dish so happily, Hetao was extremely tempted, the normally reserved dog circling around the table, wagging its tail furiously like a fan for a piece of shrimp. After the paddy fields had been soaked for some time, Wu Daqi drove the tractor to plow the land. He and Lu Jifei took turns driving it, leveling those paddy fields until they were as smooth as mirrors. Next, they began transplanting the rice seedlings. First, they pulled out the seedlings along with the mud at the roots from the nutrient-rich soil, tied them into small bundles, and then transported them to the fields using wheelbarrows. Everyone except the dog rolled up their trouser legs and went into the fields to learn how to transplant seedlings from Zhu Yun. They stretched a rope across both sides of the ridge to create a straight line, stood side by side in a row, and planted the seedlings following the rope, spacing them equally apart. At first, even Zhu Yun wasn't very skilled, but fortunately, this wasn't a difficult task, and everyone soon learned. The hardest part of transplanting was bending over the entire time. They had left early in the morning, eating lunch by the field delivered by the two young boys, and when they returned home at night, their hands and feet were whitened from being soaked, and they were too exhausted to stand upright. Wu Kun massaged his back as he walked, saying, my back feels like it's about to break. Too tired, Lu Jifei added, why is this harder than building a house? Zhu Yun was also quite tired. She said, they're different kinds of exhaustion. Building a house tires your legs, while transplanting tires your back. Not true, Jiang Ming replied, not only does my back hurt, but my thighs ache too. Lu Jihe laughed at the memory of Jiang Ming's posture, saying, why did you assume a horse stance? We told you to bend over, not assume a horse stance. Everyone burst into laughter, and Jiang Ming lamented, I didn't mean to. But my back hurt so much I couldn't bend down, so I had to use the horse stance. The group teased each other all the way home and then quickly went to bed after hastily eating dinner. Their backs ached, they were exhausted, and their sleep that night was restless. However, when the sky hadn't yet brightened the next day, no one slept in. Everyone woke up early, climbed down the ridges, and got back to work. The water in the early morning paddies still carried a chill, but no one cared, they wanted to finish transplanting the seedlings as soon as possible. After all, their summer was so short, and their winters were so long. And in those long, cold winters, whether or not they could eat rice depended entirely on these few fields. A week later, the water paddies in the compound had all been transplanted with rice seedlings. Row after row of seedlings stood neatly in the water, their green leaves waving gently in the breeze, a beautiful sight. The people who had finished transplanting, however, were nearly worn out. The group rested solidly for 5 or 6 days before regaining their strength. After such a prolonged effort, they finally enjoyed a more relaxed period. Chapter 47 Spring Day. On this morning, when Lu Zhifei opened his eyes, he saw bright light already streaming in through the window. It was quiet both inside and outside the house, and there was no one in the quilt next to him. He did not know where Lu Jiuyue and Lu Jihe had gone. It had been a while since he last slept so long, waking up right at daybreak due to his busy schedule. Feeling fully rested, his whole body felt comfortable, so Lu Zhifei stretched lazily on the bed and yawned. At that moment, the door opened, and Lu Jihe walked in quietly and approached the bedside. When he noticed Lu Zhifei's eyes open, he smiled and said, "Are you awake?" Lu Zhifei drew out the sound lazily, not wanting to move. "Are you hungry?" Lu Jihe sat down by the bed and gently touched his face as he asked, "Shall we get up for breakfast?" Lu Zhifei felt a little hungry but didn't want to get up, it was too comfortable. He flipped over under the quilt, reaching out an arm to embrace Lu Jihe and said, "My waist still hurts a bit." Lu Jihe then placed his hand beneath the quilt and gently massaged his lower back. Lu Zhifei nuzzled against him and said, "Doesn't your waist hurt too? You've worked so hard these days." "It's tiring, but I feel at ease," Lu Jihe said with a smile. "Compared to the days of fear and worry in the past, life now is so much better. Even if it's tiring, I'd do it willingly." Wasn't this exactly how Lu Zhifei felt too? Those days of uncertainty, always living from one escape to another, being on guard all the time, against zombies, wild animals, and strangers passing by, they had truly had enough of those times. Although farming was hard work, watching crops and vegetables grow day by day made him feel like they finally had something to rely on for the future. And more importantly, he had family and friends beside him. In the past, the three of them always lived here worriedly, fearing that zombies might come over from the mountains. Now, with more people gathering in the courtyard, even the perilous world beyond the mountain seemed no longer daunting. "Come on," after helping him massage his waist for a while, Lu Jihe said, "if you're sleepy, take another nap after breakfast." Lu Zhifei held onto his waist, reluctant to let go, burying his head in Lu Jihe's shirt and deeply inhaling his familiar clean scent, his favorite smell. Of course, sometimes there would be a faint sweatiness or soil-like odor about him, which Lu Zhifei also enjoyed. There wasn't really any reason behind his preference, it was just liking it. He felt a little ticklish inside, pulling Lu Jihe closer and whispering, "After I finish eating, let's soak in the hot springs together, okay?" Lu Jihe looked back at him. Lu Zhifei raised his eyebrows teasingly and added flirtatiously, "Just us two. We won't call anyone else." Lu Jihe's smile deepened as he quietly replied, "Aren't you in pain because of your waist?" Lu Zhifei's face turned slightly red as he quickly responded, "Your massage just now helped a lot. After soaking in the hot springs, it will definitely feel better. Don't laugh. Come on, say yes. Please." Before Lu Jihe could respond, footsteps were heard from outside, and Lu Jiuyue burst in. Seeing her older brother still lounging in bed, she loudly protested, "Brother, how can you still be sleeping? Get up, let's pick strawberries by the hot spring." Standing up, Lu Jihe said, "All right, get up for breakfast, and we'll go together." Lu Zhifei let out a long groan, covering himself with the quilt and saying, "Who wants to go with you guys? Will you get up or not?" Lu Jiuyue rushed over, directly pulling off the quilt and tickling him as she said, "Lu Lauer, we've been waiting for you for a while. How dare you linger like this? Let me see you sleep some more, huh?" Lu Zhifei rolled over and covered her with the quilt instead. Immediately, Lu Jiuyue cried out for help, "Big brother, come quick. Help me tickle him." Lu Jihe stepped forward to assist, leaving Lu Zhifei sandwiched and struggling to fend off both sides. Three of them wrestled around on the bed, laughing boisterously. After a while, Lu Jihe stopped and said, "That's enough. I'm going to air the quilt outside. Hurry up and get up." As he said this, he carried away the quilt directly. Without the warmth of the quilt, Lu Zhifei had no choice but to get up. After washing and brushing, he went to the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and found congee, steamed buns, and 2 dishes warming inside. So he poured himself some congee, eating while looking around. Noticing the empty yard, he asked, "Where are they?" Sitting on a small stool, sorting green vegetables, Lu Jiuyue replied, Yuan went with his parents to find edible moss on the back mountain. Kuan Gu and Xiao Ming's big brother took the dog to catch shrimp in the ditch ahead. After finishing his meal in a couple of bites, Lu Zhifei went inside to rummage around for a while. He grabbed a towel and shampoo, placed them in a bag, and wheeled out an old-style bicycle with a crossbar on the front. Hanging the bag on the handlebars, he said, "Let's go, we're heading to the hot spring." Lu Zhihe had just taken all the quilts outside to dry them on the bamboo rods by the house. Seeing him done eating, Lu Zhihe quickly filled a basket with wood ash from the stove as fertilizer for the fields. With a basket slung on his left arm and a shovel in his right hand, he stepped out just in time to see Lu Zhifei perched on the bicycle, waiting with his long legs stretched out. So Lu Zhihe sat on the back seat. Just then, Lu Jiuyue came out after washing her hands and asked curiously, "Oh, you're riding a bike. Where do I sit?" "Run there yourself." Lu Zhifei smirked as he kicked off the ground with his long legs and started riding away. Lu Jiuyue chased after him, shouting insults along the way, "Shameless. After waiting so long for you, you just leave me behind like this, Fei, you're no good." Lu Zhifei laughed heartily and stopped the bike after a bit of distance to wait for her. When Lu Jiuyue caught up, he pointed at the front crossbar of the bike and said, "Sit up here." Lu Jiuyue bent down, squeezing herself sideways onto the crossbar. She smiled and said, "At least you've got some conscience. Let's go." Lu Zhifei began cycling, slowly taking his younger sister and Lu Zhihe down the path toward the hot spring. The weather was pleasant, not too cold nor too hot, just the most comfortable time of year. Sunlight poured onto the yard, painting the fields a vivid green that made one's heart feel refreshed. Pointing at 3 black spots by the ditch, Lu Jiuyue shouted, "Look, they're fishing for shrimp over there. Walnut, Walnut, come with me to pick strawberries." The 2 figures in the distance waved at her, and their dog barked a few times in response. They continued riding their bikes, smoothly descending down a slope and turning into the cement trail through the valley. The nearby stream trickled happily beneath the clear sky. After a short ride, they parked the bike by the side of the road, crossed the stream stepping on stones, and soon arrived by the hot spring. On this side of the vegetable garden, everything was lush and verdant. Chives had been harvested several times already, the new leaves were tender and fresh. Chinese cabbages and radishes had bolted and bloomed with flowers, yellow blooms from the selected cabbage plants, and white ones from the radish. Next to the garden was a patch of strawberries planted by Lu Jiuyue. Due to their busy days planting rice earlier, it had been days since they last visited. From afar, they could see the red fruits scattered between the strawberry leaves. Lu Jiuyue screamed excitedly and ran ahead joyfully, yelling, "Brother, so many strawberries are ripe." She plucked one big, bright red berry, took a bite, and said, "It's so sweet." Hurriedly swallowing a few more bites, she picked another 2 and trotted happily back to give each brother a berry. Standing amidst the vegetable field, Lu Zhihe slowly ate the strawberry and nodded approvingly, saying, "Yes, it's really sweet." "The flavor is great," Lu Zhifei commented, "pick more so we can share with everyone." So Lu Jiuyue dashed off to gather strawberries, while Lu Zhihe cut all the old cabbage plants except for those flowering. Then, both he and Lu Zhifei tilled the vacated land, spread the wood ash as fertilizer, preparing to plant other vegetables there in a few days. Once finished, they wandered around the pond briefly. By now, Lu Jiuyue had already finished picking strawberries and was strolling leisurely in the bamboo grove beside the pond. On the slopes above, the previously sprouting bamboo shoots had grown into a small bamboo forest, their branches casting emerald shadows on the spring water. As Lu Zhihe and Lu Zhifei were selecting which bamboo to chop for making baskets, Lu Jiuyue suddenly called out from not far away, "Big brother, come take a look, what kind of tree is this? There are so many little fruits on it. Ugh. Numb lips. Don't just eat random things if you don't know what they are," warned Lu Zhihe as he walked over. Seeing a stout but low-growing shrub covered with thorns, with countless green pea-sized berries, he recognized it immediately and chuckled, "This is Sichuan peppercorn." "What?" Lu Jiuyue grimaced. "No wonder it tasted weird." Happy, Lu Zhihe exclaimed, "Come on, let's harvest some. A little bit of this green pepper added to pickles makes it delicious." Both Lu Jiuyue and Lu Zhifei helped pick loads of peppercorns, holding them in their clothes before walking down the slope back to their original spot. Lu Jiuyue dropped the peppercorns into the basket, where half a basket of strawberries still rested. Together, they carried the basket and the shovel, heading home. When they reached the lotus pond, Lu Jiuyue scooped some strawberries from the basket and placed them on the stone slab by the edge, leaving them for when they bathed later. She was already a young lady now and usually didn't join them when bathing, instead preferring to come with Zhu Yun. She said, "I won't wait for you guys. I'm heading home first." "Alright," Lu Zhifei said quickly, "you cross the stream and take the bike. We'll walk back later." "Do you even know how to ride a bike?" "Never mind, just leave it to me. The path's narrow, be careful not to fall." While walking, Lu Jiuyue waved her hands, obviously annoyed, "I know how to ride. Stop nagging like an older brother, so motherly." Lu Zhihe was stunned. He turned to Lu Zhifei and said, "I haven't even said anything yet, why am I being called motherly?" Lu Zhifei laughed until he bent over, saying, "Ignore her, that dead girl doesn't appreciate good intentions. Let's go, let's take a bath." As they watched Lu Jiuyue walk far away, the two of them stripped off their clothes by the pond side and put them on the nearby stones before getting in the water naked. The water in the pool was a bit hot, but soaking in it felt very comfortable. Lu Zhifei took the towel to scrub Lu Jiha's body, saying, I've been worried about your health every day lately with all this hard work, but I didn't expect you to gain a little weight. With such good appetite and sleep, how could I not gain weight? Lu Jiha smiled, also rubbing his own body a few times and said, aren't I looking better than before? Of course. Lu Zhifei replied, you were too thin before. The warm water had soaked Lu Jiha's skin pink. All his old wounds had healed, leaving only faint white scars in some places. His ribcage beneath his chest no longer felt bony, and although the spine on his back was still slightly protruding, it wasn't as alarming as it used to be. Although still lean, there was now a layer of tender flesh over his skeletal frame, making him much better looking than before. As Lu Zhifei continued scrubbing, his movements grew gentler while his breathing became heavier. They'd both been apart for quite a long time, busy and tired, and didn't even notice it until now, standing face to face with their beloved ones brimming with vitality. Both suddenly found it hard to control themselves. He pulled Ahi's face toward him, bringing their lips together in a long kiss, separating only after a while. Steam made their brows and eyes moist, their lips glistening with moisture. Lu Zhifei nibbled gently at those lips again and whispered softly, finally, I get a taste. Lu Jiha chuckled lightly, asking, doesn't your back hurt anymore? Lu Zhifei also chuckled, whispering back, even if it does hurt, I wouldn't care, it's nothing compared to my life which I'd give to you. Still, no thanks, Lu Jiha blushed, hesitating for a moment before saying, don't move, let me handle it. Chapter 48, Rapeseed. When Lu Jiha and Lu Zhifei returned from the hot spring, it was already past noon. Before they reached home, they could see Wu Daqi and others squatting in front of the yard, cleaning shrimp. Lu Zhifei hurried forward to greet them and asked, how many shrimps did you catch? Is there enough for a meal? Wu Daqi looked up at them and called out, where have you two been? Your sister Yun has been waiting anxiously. If you hadn't come, she'd have run off to look for you. Lu Zhifei's face turned slightly red, but before he could answer, Jiang Ming said, quick, go inside. Sister Yun has something to tell you. Lu Jiha quickly asked, what's wrong? Jiang Ming smiled at him and said, good news. You'll know once you're inside. Lu Jiha left Lu Zhifei behind and hurried into the kitchen in just a few steps. Zhu Yun was busy steaming rice on the stove. Seeing him enter, her face lit up with joy as she said, Ahe, I was just about to tell you. Do you know what I saw today? What did you find? Lu Jiha eagerly asked. Rapeseed. Zhu Yun shouted towards him, unable to stop laughing. My goodness. A huge patch of rapeseed. They've already bloomed. I was so happy. With that, she continued, I've been worrying about finding rapeseed seeds, but now it's perfect. Really? Lu Jiha was also both surprised and delighted. Where is it? How did you find it? Is it far from home? Not far. After we finish eating, I'll take you there. Zhu Yun excitedly wiped her hands on her apron and said, to think I didn't expect this. I originally went up the mountain just to dig for some ground mushrooms, but along the way, we noticed lots of bees flying around. That made your brother greedy, he insisted on following the bees to find honey, saying he wanted to bring some home to mix with water. After following the bees for not long, we suddenly found an entire field of rapeseed flowers blooming in a hollow in the mountain. Goodness, if only you had seen it, those golden flowers were growing so beautifully. That's amazing. As Lu Jiha added firewood to the stove, he couldn't help but smile widely. Our luck is incredible. All thanks to Wu Ge coming up with a clever idea. Absolutely. Zhu Yun tossed the washed ground mushrooms into the pan to stir-fry them, cheerfully adding, your brother has done great work, let him eat 2 more bowls of rice at lunch today. That day's lunch came late. Zhu Yun prepared stir-fried ground mushrooms and shrimp balls. Lu Jiha also fetched a large dish of sour pickled radishes from the jar, and sure enough, Wu Daqi ate 2 extra bowls of rice with the radish. During the meal, everyone enthusiastically discussed the rapeseed field. Lu Jiuyue asked, once the rapeseed matures, will we have a lot of rapeseed oil then? That's right, Lu Zhifei replied, at that time, your brother can fry some pancakes for us with the oil. Woohoo! Both Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan cheered in unison, Wu Yuan immediately asking, can we also fry some dough sticks? With oil, anything can be fried. Wu Daqi confidently declared after some thought, adding, we should use this free time to set up a small press room. Just busying ourselves with imaginary things. Zhu Yun scolded gently, we should first cut down some bamboo and branches to make a few new rakes instead. Don't wait until we need them and realize we haven't prepared any. Alright, Wu Kun agreed, after visiting the rapeseed fields today, we'll go chop some bamboo tomorrow. And sickles, Lu Jiha added, we collected quite a few during our last visit to the village square, but they are all dull. We need to sharpen them, and many of the wooden handles are broken too, so they need replacing. After finishing their meal, the group set off toward the mountains. Carrying baskets and spades, they walked while collecting edible fungi and other mushrooms along the way. After half an hour, after climbing over a hill and walking down a slope, among the trees, they began noticing more bees flitting back and forth. Wu Yuan, who was leading the way, wiped his sweaty face and announced, we're almost there. Walking a little further, they could faintly spot a large expanse of bright yellow through the leaves. Everyone ran excitedly down the hillside to the edge of the field. There in the large field, rapeseed flowers were in full bloom. In the quiet hollow of the mountain, butterflies and bees from everywhere were busy buzzing among the blossoms. Encircling the rapeseed plot, people couldn't help but marvel aloud. Zhu Yun squatted by the edge of the field, inspecting the coarseness of the rapeseed stalks, discussing how much seed they might yield this year. This must be from seeds dropped years ago when harvest wasn't fully gathered. They've matured and sprouted here again, Lu Jiha observed, looking at the endless sea of yellow blooms and feeling unable to contain his excitement. Zhu Yun hummed in agreement, expressing regret. The rapeseed has grown too densely. Look, they aren't thriving well enough. If we had discovered it earlier, we could have transplanted some young shoots and moved them to the land in the courtyard. Wu Daqi chuckled beside them. That's enough. Don't be so greedy. These few acres of rapeseed didn't require any of our efforts, and when it comes to harvest time, you'll only need to come and cut the seeds. Will you still have complaints? Lu Zhifei also laughed, saying, exactly, after this year's harvest, next year we can plant as much as we want. They stood by the field for quite a while before slowly walking toward the house not far from the rapeseed field. Wu Kun and Jiangming had already taken the dog to walk around the front and back of the house. They hadn't found anything unusual, so everyone went inside. The main house was already half collapsed, with the remaining half barely holding up. Inside, there was no one. The yard was overgrown with weeds. Lu Zhifei stepped on the grass and entered the kitchen. A little while later, he walked out holding 2 jars, saying, "Ah hey, aren't you looking for jars to pickle vegetables? Here, there are still several inside." Lu Zhiha then followed Zhu Yun into the kitchen to search through it. There was a wooden little food cabinet in decent condition, and Zhu Yun considered taking it back to use for storing meals in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiha found more than half a tin of lard in the corner of the wall. Unfortunately, it had gone rancid, but he still decided to take the tin home to make candles. On the outside, Wu Daqi and Lu Zhifei wandered around and eventually unearthed an old-fashioned thresher from the collapsed wall edge of the utility room. On a rust-covered iron frame, there was a round wooden bucket mounted with spiraling metal rings distributed around its circumference. At one end of the wooden bucket was a pulley wheel that could be connected to a tractor's power to drive the circular drum and perform the threshing. Seeing this, Wu Daqi immediately grinned. We were just worrying about not finding a machine to thresh rice, and here it is. Wow, what kind of luck do we have? Lu Zhifei touched the pulley, asking, can this thing still be used? It looks so old. Old isn't a problem, and broken isn't either, Wu Daqi said confidently. Anything can be repaired. The only worry would be if we didn't have one and don't know how to build it. As the 2 men were investigating the thresher, suddenly, barks from a dog came from behind the house. Surprised, Lu Zhifei glanced at Wu Daqi, and the 2 rushed towards the source of the barking sounds. As they were running out of the yard, Lu Zhiha also followed behind them, panting as he asked, what happened? What happened? Where's Zhou and Yuan Yuan? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhifei became even more worried inside. The group ran swiftly around the corner of the house and saw Walnut pacing up and down a slope not far away, barking furiously downward. Zhou and Yuan Yuan were squatting with others, staring down. Seeing his sister unharmed, Lu Zhifei finally exhaled in relief. As he approached, he saw a pit deeper than a man on the slope. In the pit was a ragged zombie trying to climb out, but due to the steep sides, every time it climbed halfway, it fell back down. Quietly standing at the edge of the pit, they watched the zombie struggle helplessly. This person, obviously a grandma in life, was very likely the former owner of the house, with several strands of gray hair still sticking to her decayed scalp. She looked extremely weak, unclear of when she had fallen into the pit and struggled at the bottom ever since. This rotted elderly woman clawed the ground while opening hollow eyes to sniff all around, occasionally emitting screeches. Her claws left many marks in the soil at the edge of the pit. After observing for a moment, Wu Daqi grabbed the axe from Wu Kun and jumped into the pit. The zombie staggered around, turning to pounce on him. Wu Daqi raised the axe and hacked at her neck. With a muffled sound, the old woman fell, and her decrepit body twitched a few times on the muddy ground before finally becoming motionless. After gazing downward for a while, Wu Daqi said, lighter. Wu Kun pulled out the lighter and threw it down to him. Lu Zhifei picked up a few dry branches nearby and handed them down too. Wu Daqi piled the wood on top of the corpse and lit a fire. As the flames grew stronger, they swallowed the rotten corpse. Lu Zhiha and Zhu Yun helped pull Wu Daqi out of the pit. As the twilight deepened, the group stood by the edge of the pit watching the body and firewood turn to ash. Then, they found a shovel beside the house, buried the ashes in the pit, and started walking back. On the second morning at home, Lu Zhiha and Zhu Yun went straight to the hot spring outlet to chop back a large bundle of bamboo. Lu Zhiha used a chopping knife to split the bamboo into fine strips, and then further divided these strips into inner and outer layers. The outer layer, with its green skin, was both resilient and strong, suitable for weaving various baskets and carrying poles for grains or soil transportation. The inner yellow strips, which lacked resilience and easily fractured, couldn't go to waste either. They could be woven into various storage tools for clothes or miscellaneous items. Wu Daqi then led the others in dragging the thresher they had found yesterday back home. On their way, they also cut many branches. After returning home, they carefully repaired all the broken-handled sickles and shovels they had collected earlier. While fixing those tools, the group began to clean up the grain drying yard. There was a large grain drying yard in front of each house, now cracked and damaged. They chose one that was relatively flat, cleared the grass off it, removed all the broken bricks and old wooden pieces, and had Wudaki drive the tractor with a big stone roller attached. The tractor rolled over the yard repeatedly until it became as hard and smooth as cement ground, making future drying of grains, wheat, and beans very convenient. After ensuring the farming tools were prepared, they used their remaining time to compact the floor of the new house with a large soil tamper, making it solid and flat. They installed doors and windows. Though the walls were not yet plastered, the house was ready for living. Zhu Yun thoughtfully considered that Lu Jiuyue was growing up and shouldn't continue to crowd together with her two brothers. Thus, she tidied up several rooms carefully and decided to move into the new house on an auspicious day. The kitchen and storage room of the new house were still unfinished, and the well hadn't been dug yet, so the meals were still shared among everyone. But after the move, each person would have their own room and wouldn't need to always stay in the same yard anymore. As their belongings were simple, on the moving day, the group simply moved the beds and bedding inside along with furniture they'd picked up from various places, completing the task. Wu Daqi's family lived in the middle house while Jiang Ming and Wu Kun stayed with the dog in the side house. Lastly, once all the luggage was settled, Zhu Yun took her daughter's urn out from the house and, with her husband and son, dug a pit in a forest not far from their new house, burying the urn there. Lu Zhifei and the others did not disturb them but watched from afar. Wu Daqi squatted beside the grave, carefully carving a few words on a long wooden board, "Beloved daughter Wu Wanting's grave." Wu Yuan planted an apricot tree he'd dug up from somewhere beside his sister's grave. The three stood silently before the grave, a gentle breeze brushing Zhu Yun's hair. Her eyes were slightly red, but she didn't shed tears. Instead, she caressed the words carved into the wood for a long time. Chapter 49, Early Summer. In the early morning, the entire field was enveloped in a thin layer of water vapor. The lush rice paddies were dotted with dewy seedlings that swayed gently in the cool morning breeze. On the grassy embankments, two figures and a dog slowly approached. The tall and slim girl up ahead was none other than Lu Jiuyue, while the short and lean boy following behind was Wu Yuan. Both teenagers had their trouser legs rolled up, their feet bare as they carried a string of eel traps on their backs, looking around the edges of the embankment as they walked. Whenever they spotted a hole in the mud or some long, crawling tracks, they stopped, took one of the traps from their backs, and buried it into the wet mud. These eel traps had been made by Lu Jihe based on Zhu Yun's description. As thick as an arm, these cylindrical traps were designed with a narrowed end containing backward-facing prongs to prevent the eels from escaping after entering. Inside the traps were clams or snail meat. Placing the traps into the ditches in the morning, they could be collected either in the evening or the next day. "Here, here," Wu Yuan shouted from behind, "quick, there's a hole here." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyue hurriedly stopped and took down one of the traps. Wu Yuan jumped into the rice paddy and carefully buried the trap in the water channel, aligning its opening with the eel's burrow, then covered it with a layer of mud. After burying it, he tied a nearby tuft of grass into a knot as a marker so that they could find it accurately when they returned to collect the traps. Behind them, the dog named Hetao sniffed at the grass knot and let out a bark, indicating that he too had memorized the spot. Then the two of them, along with the dog, continued moving forward. By the time the sun had risen higher, they had set down all the eel traps they brought with them and began heading home without any loads. At home, Zhu Yun was busy cooking at the hearth, while the men took advantage of the cool morning air to tidy up several side rooms and the kitchen. Wu Yuan turned the wheel, drawing water from the well to wash off the mud from Lu Jiuyue's legs and feet. Standing on a stone slab, Lu Jiuyue allowed Wu Yuan to pour water over her feet. The cold water caused her to shiver, but she grinned mischievously, "Pour more. Keep pouring." After washing her own feet, Lu Jiuyue took the bucket and poured water for Wu Yuan to clean his feet. Once both of them had washed their feet and hands, they entered the kitchen where Wu Yuan asked, "Mom, what's for breakfast?" "We're having pancakes and porridge," Zhu Yun replied as she cooked the final dish on the stove. "Go call your dad and uncle. Wash your hands, and we'll eat." On the small wooden table already sat 2 plates of dishes and a large stack of fried pancakes. These were leek pancakes, chopped leeks mixed with flour and flattened into thin pancakes, making a perfect match for congee. One plate was a dish of cold cucumber salad. Fresh cucumbers were smashed and mixed with garlic cloves and finely chopped peppers, creating a cool and spicy sensation with touches of red and green, very appetizing. Another dish was preserved vegetables. Since Lu Jihe had figured out how to pickle radishes, now the old vinegar jar had become a treasure chest for the family. Cabbage, peppers, cucumbers, and green beans, everything that could be pickled was thrown in. Lu family's pickles were tangy and salty, always an excellent companion to meals throughout the year. Wu Yuan picked a piece of pickled radish skin from the plate, crunching loudly as he ran outside and shouted towards the new house, "Dad, Uncle, come for food." Wu Daqi responded from the roof, calling everyone down. After washing their hands at the well, they went inside to eat breakfast. Lu Jihe glanced at his younger sister's bare feet and frowned slightly, asking, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Lu Jiuyue handed him a bowl of porridge and said, "I don't want to wear them, it's troublesome." Lu Zhifei, eating his pancake, also looked at his sister's feet and remarked, going barefoot in the fields is fine, but why not wear shoes at home? What if there are rusty nails hidden in the cracks between bricks and stones? You'll hurt yourself. Oh, Lu Jiuyue casually handed a bowl of porridge to him, saying indifferently, understood, I'll go put them on later. Even after breakfast, the brothers continued running back and forth building the house, and Lu Jiuyue still moved about the house barefoot, because the weather was getting hotter day by day. Wearing shoes while tending the vegetable garden or working in the rice paddies would indeed be quite inconvenient, and the shoes got dirty quickly, requiring washing. Going barefoot was far more comfortable. Plus, it felt so much cooler. She and Wu Yuan, both barefoot, ran to the fields to water the vegetables. The chili and eggplant plants grew noticeably different each day. There were endless supplies of cucumbers and tomatoes growing on their respective trellises. At the very edge of the vegetable patch was a section devoted to ginger. Tall stalks topped with bright yellow flowers stood there, resembling sunflowers. After watering the vegetables, Lu Jiuyue also poured some water on the flowers and plants beside the wall. Among the vegetable seeds she had brought back, there were a few packets of begonias and petunias. She loosened the soil by the courtyard wall and sowed the seeds. Unexpectedly, these flowers were very resilient, growing more luxuriantly than the wild herbs outside. By early summer, the wall was adorned with blue, purple, and red blooms in abundance, making a splendid sight. The sky was an unbroken blue, and by noon, there wasn't a single breeze. The sun shone brightly on the fields and houses. It wasn't unbearably hot, but it certainly made one feel exposed to its rays. After lunch, everyone would take a short rest. The doors of all the rooms were left wide open to allow the corridor wind to flow through quietly. The whole world seemed as though it had come to a standstill. Even Hetao, the dog, chose a shady spot by the door to lie down, closing his eyes for a while before occasionally lifting his head to gaze at the drifting clouds above. In the evening, Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan would go out to retrieve the eel traps. This time, Hetao led the way, repeating their morning route. Each time they reached a trap location, Hetao would stop and bark at the grass knot marker, signaling to the two behind him. Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan would fish out the eels from the traps while showering Hetao with compliments. Wow, Hetao is so hardworking. Your memory is really amazing. Thanks so much for helping us. Good boy. We'll make you some eel when we get home. Hetao would squat nearby, head held high and looking straight ahead, exuding an air of proud aloofness. He only continued walking after they had gathered all the traps onto the dike, then stopped again at the next marker, happily accepting another wave of undeserved praise. After spending half a day busy between the two people and one dog, they retrieved about a dozen eels of varying sizes, some thicker than a thumb and others as slim as chopsticks. As they headed home that night, Wu Yuan carried a dripping string of eel traps, while Lu Jiuyue proudly hugged two melons, immediately showing them off to Zhu Yun once they entered. Zhu Yun smiled upon seeing them. Where did you find this pumpkin? She took the green-skinned pumpkin, saying, we didn't plant any, so where did you pick it? It was on the other side of the field, Lu Jiuyue said, is this what a pumpkin looks like? I thought it definitely looked edible. We'll stir-fry the young pumpkin for dinner. Zhu Yun said, next time if you see a pumpkin, don't pick it yet, let it ripen first for sweetness. Once picked, we can boil pumpkin porridge and dry its seeds for roasting. Hearing this, Wu Yuan said, I told you we should have waited, but you wouldn't listen. Lu Jiuyue giggled and nodded, alright, next time I'll follow your advice. For dinner, Zhu Yun not only fried the pumpkin but also stir-fried crispy sweet potato vines. The eels were handed over to Wu Kun for preparation. Those slippery creatures wriggled like snakes, and neither Lu Jiha nor Zhu Yun dared to handle them, so Wu Kun rolled up his sleeves and did the job. He slit open the eels, washed them, and chopped them into segments. Then he harvested a few old cucumbers from the vegetable patch, slicing them into chunks to cook alongside the eels in a spicy dish called drowned eels with cucumbers. Once cooked, the eel stew was fragrant, spicy, and savory, with a rich broth that was often mixed with rice to be eaten down to the last drop. Nearby, Hetao also got a few pieces of eel meat, but his share was boiled plainly. Still, he ate every bite contentedly. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Jiuyue fetched water to bathe herself, and after coming out, she frowned and said to Lu Jiha, brother, I've got a thorn in my foot. Lu Jiha quickly asked, where exactly? Let me see. It was too dark inside with insufficient lighting, so Lu Zhifei lit a lamp, muttering as he did, told you to wear shoes, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've gotten yourself pricked, serves you right. I stepped on it in the field, not at home. Lu Jiuyue insisted stubbornly, Big Brother even said it's fine to go barefoot in the fields. Oh, so Big Brother's word is law now? Lu Zhifei tapped her forehead with his finger and said, then why don't you follow his rule about wearing shoes after working in the fields? Do you ever do that? Lu Jiuyue glared at him and complained, brother, look, he hit me. Lu Jiha glanced at her and said, if you won't obey, you deserve it. You two are just ganging up on me. Lu Jiuyue grumbled resentfully, no one loves me. Lu Jiha couldn't help but laugh at her antics, you act like the boss all day long, having Yuan trailing behind you like a servant. And now you're pretending to be pitiful. Sit still, let me remove the thorn. Leaning against the bedpost, Lu Jiuyue watched as her elder brother examined her foot. She quickly pointed at a small black dot on the sole, a place too tender to touch because it hurt when pressed. Lu Jihe fetched a needle and pinched around the tiny black splinter like he was popping a pimple, carefully pricking under the light. After some time, the minuscule sharp thorn finally came out. Lu Jiuyue massaged her foot, her grin revealing relief as she said, "Ah, much better." Once again healed, she forgot her lesson by the next morning, striding merrily into the fields barefoot. No matter how many times Lu Jihe scolded her, Lu Jiuyue would mouth off assurances but continued with her habits regardless. Later, Zhu Yun saw this and laughed, saying, "Let them be. When we were kids, all the rural children ran around barefoot without harm." Only then did Lu Jihe cease his nagging. Summer had just begun, and already Lu Jiuyue had become a wild tomboy, catching shrimp in the river, cutting firewood on the mountain. Nothing was beyond her capability or courage. One day, they discovered a new bird's nest on a tree on the back hill. As the group discussed beneath the tree, Lu Jiuyue spit onto her hands and scrambled up the tree with ease to inspect the nest. Strangely, Lu Jihe barely looked surprised, as if it were completely normal for his darling little sister to learn to climb trees at the age of 15. After all, hadn't he himself only learned to farm in his 20s? And wasn't he pretty good at it? Before they knew it, the wheat in the fields had already sprouted ears, their tiny white flowers blooming. The new house's kitchen and utility room were also completed one after another. They had built hearths in both kitchens so boiling water or warming food became quite convenient. During the initial design, Jiangming had strategically left side doors in each room. In case of emergencies, with the main gates closed, they could gather through the side doors, making an escape much easier. Finally energized, they headed to the hot spring pool area, constructing 2 small houses over the collapsed foundations there, making it more convenient to change clothes during winter baths. The only regret was that the hot spring outlet was too far from home, and the hot water couldn't be diverted to the courtyard. A several-mile walk was still necessary for soaking. Chapter 50, Harvest. The weather was getting hotter, and the sun was scorching. It felt dry and painful when it shone on the skin. At noon, everyone would reduce the time spent outdoors to avoid getting burnt by the sunlight. For several consecutive days, Zhu Yun had gone to the mountain hollow to check if the rapeseed was ripe yet. She worried that a couple of rains might rot the mature rapeseed in the fields. Fortunately, the sky had been clear all along. One evening, she returned with Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue from the other side of the mountain, bringing good news: the rapeseed was finally ready for harvest. The sickles at home had been sharpened very well in advance, and Wu Daqi had also made several liangai. The liangai was a peculiar tool they had found in the old house before. It was a long stick whose top end connected to a small rotating bamboo paddle. It wasn't too difficult to make, so Wu Daqi tried making a few of them, which Shu Yun tested and deemed acceptable. The whole family had been waiting for the day the rapeseed was ready. That night, Wu Daqi prepared all the tools they would need and placed them in the courtyard. Everyone went to bed early. Lu Jihe steamed a lot of buns, cooked a large pot of rice tea the next morning, and packed it into 2 lidded pots to take as lunch. When it was still dark on the second day, they got up. For protection from the sun, each person wore long-sleeved clothes. After breakfast, everyone loaded up and set off. It took more than half an hour to cross over the hill and reach the mountain hollow. At this time, dawn had just broken not long ago. In the rosy light of dawn, they saw the full field of rapeseed plants with a slight greenish-yellow hue. The rapeseed flowers had long faded, now forming long and pointed pods. Breaking one open revealed rows of black, round rapeseeds. Jiang Ming yawned and touched the rapeseed pod saying, "Sister Yun, the pods are still quite green. Are we cutting them before they are fully ripe?" "We can't wait until they are fully ripe," Zhu Yun said while draping a towel for wiping sweat on her shoulder. "If you wait until they turn yellow and then cut, it will be too late. By then the rapeseed pods burst open, and the seeds fall to the ground at the slightest touch, causing significant losses." As she spoke, she held the sickle in one hand and grabbed the rapeseed stem with the other, making the first cut. Next to her, a few others lined up shoulder to shoulder and started harvesting the rapeseed together. The cut rapeseed was spread flat on the ground, and soon there were long stretches of it covering great distances. At the beginning, the group was aligned in a straight line, but as their speeds varied, some faster, some slower, the lineup began to scatter. Zhu Yun, being an experienced worker, harvested the fastest. Wu Kuan, on the other hand, struggled just to get along with his sickle and thus worked the slowest. Later, even Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan managed to surpass him. Looking around, Wu Kuan saw that the rapeseed nearby was already felled except for the patch in front of him, and he became flustered. "Hey, how come you guys are harvesting so fast?" he called out to Lu Jifei, who was closest to him. Lu Jifei wiped sweat from his face, turned back to look at him, glanced ahead, and responded with despair, "Right, Yuan, how come even you are working this quickly?" Wu Yuan, though short in stature, swung his sickle with surprising speed. As he worked tirelessly, cutting ahead, he said, "I want to get as much done as possible while it's still cool." By the time the sun came up, Wu Kuan and Lu Jifei had finished their first round. Upon standing upright and wiping the sweat from their brows, they realized that those cutting faster had already completed nearly half of their second round. Looking at each other, these two newcomers' eyes brimmed with competitiveness. Wu Kuan spat into his palms and declared, "There's no way I can't keep up with Yuan Yuan." Indeed, facts proved that the shortest Yuan Yuan was a hidden ace in the rapeseed field. Not only did he surpass Wu Kuan, but he eventually overtook even Zhu Yun. Everyone was chasing each other fiercely, and by midday, they had finally harvested one field. The sun beat down mercilessly upon them without any shade, almost burning away their skins. Everyone's clothes were soaked in sweat. They decided to rest a bit before moving on to the next field after finishing lunch. Lu Jihe brought a rain tarpaulin, laying it under a tree. He placed the food on the cloth, and everyone sat around it, using their hats as fans. After fanning themselves for a while, they began eating lunch. The refreshing rice tea was perfect for the moment, and everyone slurped down a large bowl to quench their thirst before starting on the steamed buns. "How many pounds of rapeseed can we collect from these 2 rapeseed fields?" Lu Jiuyue mumbled, cheeks bulging as she chewed her bun. "It's hard to say," Zhu Yun thought for a moment and replied, "perhaps around 100 or 200 pounds. "And how much oil can we extract from that?" Wu Yuan asked eagerly. "Don't stress your mom out." Wu Daqi handed his wife a towel to wipe her sweat-covered face, saying, "She planted crops when she was younger than you. How could she know all these details?" "Cloud's sister, did your family plant crops when you were little?" Lu Zhifei then asked, "Did you grow rapeseed too?" "Why not?" Zhu Yun squinted her eyes, sipping rice tea and fanning herself as she spoke, "Planting seedlings, harvesting rice, cutting soybeans and peanuts, haven't I done all these things? Even if I didn't know how to do them at first, watching others was enough to learn. It wasn't anything overly difficult. Back then, I absolutely hated farming, always so hot and tiring, working year-round for no money. So I worked hard in school and eventually moved to the city, but..." She paused for a moment, taking another sip of her tea before continuing, "But as it turned out, life is full of twists and turns. Who would have thought that one day having a stable piece of land to farm would be such a luxury?" "Yeah," Jiang Ming said after biting into his now cold steamed bun. "In this world, having even a single plot of land to grow on is a blessing beyond compare." Lu Jihe lay back against the rain tarpaulin, stretching his sore waist, and said, "I wonder what's happening outside our mountain. The weather's getting warmer. I bet there are many places like ours where people have started farming again. Even if they're farming, it must still be very tough," Wu Daqi said while eating his bun. "We're really fortunate to have access to the spring here. Otherwise, with so long without rain, where would we get water to irrigate the fields?" Their conversation left them all feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Although they'd only been living in the clearing for less than half a year, the days of struggling like ants seemed far away now, almost forgotten. For a moment, they nearly forgot about those outside the mountains who were still constantly searching for food and worrying endlessly between zombie threats and human conflict. After finishing their meal, Zhu Yun set aside the bowls and pots, and a few of them lay down on the tarp to rest for a bit. In the cool shade beneath the trees, the temperature remained pleasant. The sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves and cast spots of light on their faces. With their stomachs full, sleepiness crept in, and before long, several of them had dozed off. When the sun had slightly shifted westward, they roused themselves from under the tree shadows and began work on another field. This patch was smaller than the one they'd tackled in the morning, but it still took them several hours to finish cutting all the rapeseed. By the time Zhu Yun cut the last bunch of rapeseed, the sun had already disappeared behind the treetops, and it was nearly dark. "Hurry up." Wu Daqi wiped the sweat from his face and urged, "Let's gather everything up and head home." Carrying bundles or slinging loads on their backs, they hurried toward home, managing to return to the clearing just before night fully enveloped the forest. Once the rapeseed was chopped down, it needed to be laid out in the fields to dry for a few days. Taking advantage of the downtime, they watered all the vegetable plots around their home. Under the scorching sun, the vegetables in the fields appeared slightly wilted, and the stream's flow had grown thinner. Luckily, there was a dam across the creek, and the water held by the small dam was enough to irrigate the rice paddies. However, the water in the pond showed no signs of drying up. A narrow channel connected the pond to the stream. During the rainy season, the channel would fill with water, allowing it to flow into the pond. But after such a prolonged drought, the channel had dried out too. Although the water level in the pond had dropped somewhat, it still appeared mostly full. "This pond is quite mysterious," Wu Daqi remarked while drawing water to water the vegetables. "I really want to see how deep it actually is. When will it rain?" Lu Zhifei gazed skyward, expressing his longing. "Don't push your luck," Zhu Yun quickly said. "It can rain any other time except for now. A single rainfall could cost me dozens of pounds of rapeseed harvest." Under the merciless sunlight, the rapeseed pods lying in the hollow on the other side of the mountain turned a bright yellow and even developed some white patches. Some pods had already cracked open, revealing the shiny black rapeseed seeds inside. Even the slightest touch caused the seeds to fall onto the ground. They spread out a large rain tarp on a flat area next to the field and brought the completely matured rapeseed pods over. Laying them on the tarp, they started beating them with lian gai to make the seeds pop out. Once the seeds had mostly fallen, they cleaned out the stems and continued processing new batches of rapeseed on the tarp. Using the lian gai seemed simple but required a little knack. You couldn't use too little force, or the paddle wouldn't swing properly. Using too much force also posed a problem since the angle of the paddle hitting the pod would be wrong. Even Zhu Yun struggled with it, needing to stop occasionally to adjust the fan blades attached to the wooden rod. This time, Wu Kuan finally got his chance to shine. After swinging the Lien Gai for a while, he found the right rhythm, creating wind with each swing. The paddle whirred loudly as it passed through the air and struck the rapeseed pods, producing audible bursts of cracking sounds. He grew more enthusiastic with each blow, prompting Lu Zhifei to watch enviously nearby. Stop for a moment and teach us, he pleaded. Don't interrupt me. Wu Kuan shouted. I need to keep this rhythm. If I stop, I'll lose it again. Everyone burst into laughter. In the end, without anyone teaching them, the others quickly caught on as well. Before long, a thick layer of rapeseed piled up on the tarp, mixed with yellow pods and broken stems. Zhu Yun and Lu Zhihe stopped to gather the seeds onto another tarp, using a sieve to filter out the pods and debris. Black rapeseed spilled through the sieve's holes, pinging softly as they hit the tarp, a sound that was truly soothing to hear. By midday, as the sun blazed overhead, everyone paused for a break. Lu Jiuyue sprawled out on the seed-laden tarp and rolled around, exclaiming, "Wow, these oilseeds are so smooth, they feel amazing." Jiang Ming sat beside her, scooping a handful of black rapeseed and watching them trickle through his fingers. This is so much fun. Really? Let me try. Lu Zhifei wiped his sweat and also sat on the pile of seeds, looking at Wu Yuan laughing nearby before urging him, "Yuan, come on. Come play with the rapeseed. Are you all hot enough?" Zhu Yun shouted from under the shade of the tree, where she had laid out a felt blanket. "You bunch of fools. Hurry over here to eat." With that, the group of fools dusted themselves off, running over to sit around the blanket and start their lunch. The rapeseed harvested from both fields eventually filled 3 large sacks. By dusk, they lifted the sacks to one side and gathered the remaining rapeseed stalks to the edge of the field, tying them up and taking them along. These stalks could be used either as firewood or compost back at their camp, nothing must go to waste. As for the remaining pods that were harder to transport, Zhu Yun instructed them to evenly scatter those across the rapeseed field. "What's the point of spreading them in the field?" Lu Zhifei asked. "Next year we won't even come here to grow rapeseed anymore. We've got our own seeds, so we can just plant them near the clearing. There are already plenty of seeds scattered in this soil," Lu Zhihe explained. "Come next year, the rapeseed will definitely regrow, and then we'll return here to harvest again." "Oh, I get it now," Lu Zhifei exclaimed, adding wistfully, "Wow, how come not having to work feels so good? Who said we're getting this without effort?" Wu Daqi turned around and retorted, "Though we didn't till or plant the soil ourselves, weren't the rapeseeds cut by you? And wasn't the harvest worked on by you?" "That's true," Lu Zhifei admitted. "But why do I still feel so excited? Like I've gotten such a great deal, what's wrong with me?" "Fei," Wu Kuan said as he tied the sack to the handcart, "You, being as straightforward as you are, made a fortune in business in your past life, how'd you manage that?" "Probably all thanks to my previous life's good deeds," Lu Zhifei chuckled, proudly glancing at Lu Zhihe before continuing, "That's why I found a wonderful partner, gained a little sister, and met all of you fine friends here." Chapter 51, Getting Sick. After the rapeseed was harvested, it was spread out on the threshing ground in front of the house, where it was sun-dried for several days. Later, a winnower was used to filter out fine dust and debris before the seeds were stored, ready to be pressed for oil after the wheat harvest. When the weather got hotter, Lu Zhihe transformed from an ordinary quilt-drying enthusiast into an upgraded version. In front of and behind the house, almost every day, there were sheets, pillowcases, clothes of all seasons, sleeping bags, and even various rags washed by him laid out to dry. The sun is a free disinfectant, how could they not take full advantage of it? Under his encouragement and leadership, bamboo poles were also erected in front of the other 2 houses. In front of the quadrangle, there were often rows of colorful flags fluttering in the wind, rich in the atmosphere of life. Lu Zhihe also picked many Chinese herbs based on his past impressions. For example, mugwort from the field, when cut and dried, can be used for moxibustion and mosquito repellent. Artemisia carvifolia from the mountainside, when cut and dried, can treat fevers and malaria. There were also thistle grass, isatis root, coptis. Whenever he saw them on nearby mountains, he would collect them back. Zhu Yun also taught him to recognize a herb that treats dysentery, which was also collected, dried, and sorted into drawers. After it got hot, they had to drink large amounts of boiled water every day. Without tea, Lu Zhihe mixed a peppermint tea using herbs. It tasted slightly sour and cool, very refreshing and thirst-quenching. Later, he even made everyone eat a few cloves of garlic after getting up in the morning, saying that it could also sterilize and disinfect. After eating garlic, the smell in the mouth became strong, and Lu Jiuyue was the first one to be unwilling. When Lu Zhihe asked her to eat some, she cheated by taking just a small bite. One day, this was noticed by Lu Zhifei, who couldn't help but lecture her, "For whom does your brother do all this? Tell me, for whose good is he doing this? Besides, what's wrong with a little smell in your mouth as a young girl? I have a girlfriend, and what have I said?" Lu Jiuyue rolled her eyes and said, "Second brother, can you spray somewhere else? It smells awful." "That's impossible, I've brushed my teeth." Lu Zhifei said incredulously, then covered his mouth and exhaled twice, smelled it, and grimaced, "Damn, it really does stink. But we still need to eat it anyway. got it? If we're all going to stink, none of us should complain about each other. When the younger sister left, he turned around and saw Lu Jiha crouching next to him wiping rags, so he slouched over trying for a good morning kiss, only to be pushed away by Lu Jiha. Ah, this smell. Lu Jiha said, it's quite overpowering. What? Lu Jifei angrily asked, didn't you tell us to eat garlic in the morning? I did say that, Lu Jiha said hesitantly, but I didn't tell you to go kiss someone after eating garlic. Who am I kissing besides my girlfriend? Lu Jifei's face fell, tell me, are you looking down on me? No. Lu Jiha immediately responded firmly. Humph, you say one thing but mean another. Lu Jifei looked at him bitterly, suddenly, I feel how fragile love is, it can't even beat a clove of garlic. Lu Jiha couldn't help but laugh, pulling him over and rubbing against his cheek perfunctorily, saying, all right, stop messing around. Didn't you just say eating garlic is good for you guys? These days, we can't afford to get sick. Lu Jifei squatted beside him, pointing imperiously at his own lips, leaving no choice for Lu Jiha but to grit his teeth and suck on them a couple of times before it was done. Every morning and evening, they took advantage of the milder sunlight to work the fields, removing weeds from the rice paddies and watering the vegetable plots, resting for a couple of hours by noon. With the heat and exhaustion, everyone's appetite diminished significantly. Even Nangua, who was usually energetic, slowed down and often lay under the tree shade, tongue hanging out, breathing heavily without moving. Lu Jiha was most worried about someone falling ill. As a Western medicine-trained doctor with no medication available and self-taught in traditional Chinese medicine, he dared not joke around with people's lives. However, fear what you may, that night, Jiang Ming returned from the field covered in mud, tired, hot, and dirty. Craving the coolness, he directly drew water from the well and drenched himself thoroughly from head to toe. The well water was extremely cold, and although it felt refreshing while bathing, he fell ill that very night, developing a high fever. Wu Kun didn't realize Jiang Ming was burning with fever like a charcoal block until the middle of the night. Panicking, he rushed to knock on Lu Jiha's door. Lu Jiha and Lu Jifei got dressed and came over to this room, only to find Jiang Ming lying in bed, his lips dried and cracked under the lamplight, a sickly dark circle under his eyes. Touching his forehead, they felt intense heat, it must have been around 40 degrees Celsius. Lu Jiha grew anxious too, quickly instructing Wu Kun to stay by his side and use lukewarm water to continuously wipe his body to cool him down. Meanwhile, he and Lu Jifei ran back, set up a pot, and boiled some herbal medicine to bring over. When Wu Kun went out to pour water, he happened to meet Lu Jiha at the door and quickly took the medicine bowl from him. Smelling it, he remarked, this medicine is so bitter. All Chinese medicine tastes bitter, there's qinghao, sweet wormwood, in it, Lu Jiha said anxiously, I've estimated the dosage but I'm not sure how effective it will be. However, drinking it should do no harm. If all else fails, consider it a placebo. He then pulled a few candy pieces from his pocket and added, after he drinks the medicine, let him eat one of these candies to balance the bitterness. Upon seeing clearly that Lu Jiha had candies in his hand, Wu Kun turned back cautiously to check on Jiang Ming inside. Seeing he was still asleep, he whispered lightly, he doesn't eat candy. Thanks anyway, Ahe. Lu Jiha's face flickered momentarily with surprise but quickly recovered. Comforting him, he said, all right. It should be fine, just a common cold. And besides, Xiao Jiang is so young, even without medicine, he'll likely make it through. Don't worry too much. Alright, you should go back and get some more sleep too, Wu Kun smiled at him as he turned back into the house. Supporting Jiang Ming, he helped him take the medicine. Dazed from the high fever, Jiang Ming gulped down the medicine in big mouthfuls, wincing at its bitterness. Wu Kun hurriedly gave him warm water to rinse his mouth and helped him lie down again. By morning, the fever hadn't subsided yet. Lu Jiha, Wu Daqi, and others all came to visit. Noticing the stifling heat inside the room, Lu Jiha instructed them to lay another bed in the main hall and gently moved Jiang Ming over. The breeze there was neither too cool nor too hot, making it much more suitable for recuperation. As everyone murmured softly about his condition, Zhu Yun arrived with breakfast, carrying a bowl of congee and a small dish of pickles. Seeing Jiang Ming still sleeping, she asked, why hasn't the fever gone down? Should we wake him up and let him eat a little before he sleeps again? No need, Wu Kun sighed slightly, saying, he used to be like this. Whenever he falls ill, he can't eat anything and if he does, he just throws it up. Let him rest. Zhu Yun then suggested, then I'll stay here to keep an eye on him while all of you go eat breakfast. Wu Daqi also added, come on, Kuiner, you should go eat as well. Eat something and then lie down yourself for a bit. You don't want to get sick too while taking care of someone. Alright, Wu Kun smiled somewhat apologetically toward Zhu Yun, saying, sorry for the trouble. Don't say that, Zhu Yun quickly replied, since we live together now, we're like family. Go ahead and eat, I'll watch him. The group then headed over to the neighboring house. With a patient at home, Wu Kun obviously wasn't in the mood to eat, hastily eating a few bites before setting down his bowl. Just in time, Lu Jiha had prepared the second dose of herbal medicine, and handed it to Wu Kun to take over. Wu Kun entered the room, placed the medicine bowl on the table, and told Zhu Yun, Sister Yun, you should go eat now. I'll take care of him. Concerned, Zhu Yun stood up but hesitated a moment before adding, once Xiaojia wakes up, ask him what he'd like to eat for lunch and I'll prepare it for him. Okay, Wu Kuan promised, replying, I'll ask him when he wakes and let you know. After Zhu Yun left, Wu Kuan put the medicine aside and sat on the edge of the bed. Watching Jiang Ming's furrowed brow as he slept uncomfortably, it was clear he was feeling unwell. Despite being in his 20s, his delicate features often made him look like a high schooler. His appearance, especially when sick, seemed particularly pitiful. Looking at him for a while, Wu Kuan couldn't help but remember their first encounter. At that time, he was badly injured and barely alive, having escaped from somewhere unknown, lying alone between bricks awaiting death. For a long time afterward, Wu Kuan avoided reminiscing about those wounds. Back before the apocalypse, he probably wouldn't have believed that there could be such malice toward fellow humans, or cruelty to such extremes. Jiang Ming spent a long time recovering from those injuries. His escape may not have been for survival but rather to die with dignity. Although fundamentally damaged physically, due to his youth, he ultimately endured through it. He managed to survive such severe injuries, surely he can get through a simple cold, right? Wu Kuan sighed as he touched Jiang Ming's forehead gently, muttering, with your already fragile health, why are you so careless? When the medicine in the bowl had cooled enough, he finally woke Jiang Ming up. When Jiang Ming awoke, he seemed dazed and disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. He stared at Wu Kuan for a long time as if he didn't recognize him. Eventually, he suddenly murmured, Wu Kuan. Is something wrong? Did you forget who I am? Wu Kuan chuckled, saying, are you feeling better? Let's sit up so you can take the medicine. He helped Jiang Ming sit up and assisted him in drinking the medicine before rinsing his mouth. Then Wu Kuan said, Sister Yun brought some congee. Why don't you try to eat a little? How about that? Jiang Ming shook his head weakly and replied, I don't want to eat. I can't. Wu Kuan was silent for a moment before saying, you can't keep going like this. Eating will help you get better faster. Oh, right, Sister Yun also asked what you'd like to eat. She'll prepare it for you. I really don't feel like eating anything, Jiang Ming smiled faintly and said, Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan leaned in closer and kissed his forehead gently, asking, Jiang Ming looked at him and his eyes suddenly became red-rimmed as he said, thank you, for taking care of me for so long. Staring at him in shock, Wu Kuan said, what are you doing? Don't say things like that, it's giving me the chills. Jiang Ming hurriedly gave him another small smile and said, I just thought I'd mention it casually. Wu Kuan paused briefly before adding, if you really want to thank me, you should take some actual action. Remember when we got together? You made an oath, promising to be with me for life. So what's this now? Are you trying to back out because of a little cold? What nonsense have you been thinking about? Jiang Ming looked at him for a while, then suddenly closed his eyes and silently turned over, presenting his back to him. Wu Kuan pushed his shoulder slightly, saying, hey, don't pretend to be asleep, I'm talking to you. But Jiang Ming continued to remain silent. Wu Kuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his thin shoulders without saying anything further. Since coming to the yard, Jiang Ming had grown a bit stronger physically compared to before, but his arms were still very slim. Now resting on the pillow, the sleeve had rolled up slightly, exposing a wrist dotted with prominent bones. Wu Kuan knew without looking that there were deep scars on that wrist, remnants from the suicide attempt where he cut himself. He remembered how whenever Jiang Ming fell ill in the past, he would always seem detached from the will to live, behaving as if ready to let go and die easily. Of course, over the years they had spent so much time together through tough times, and he had definitely improved a lot since then, at least outwardly. This time, probably due to his vulnerability during illness, he had regressed again. Jiang Ming had initially been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, but after a while, he truly slipped back into a deep slumber. Wu Kuan listened to his steady breathing, stood up, went inside, and changed into a long-sleeved shirt. He then pulled out a thick winter coat from storage and stuffed it into his backpack. Next, he tucked an axe into the bag and walked out of the living room, passing by the dog lying near the door. In a low voice, he said, Walnut, come with me. Chapter 52, Honey. Wu Kuan went out with his dog, first turning to the next door to find Lu Jihe. There was no longer the usual cheerful atmosphere in the kitchen. A group of people were sitting around the table having breakfast, discussing Jiang Ming's illness as they ate. When Wu Kuan came in, they all stood up hurriedly, and Lu Jihe asked, is brother Jiang Ming feeling any better? Wu Kuan shook his head, and Wu Daqi felt very guilty, saying, I was supposed to go to the fields to release water yesterday, but Jiang Ming insisted on going instead, and fell ill when he returned. If only I had stopped him then. Brother, it's not your fault, he brought this upon himself by taking a cold shower. Wu Kuan said, it's fine, just a fever that makes him uncomfortable. I've already given him some medicine. Then let him start on Chinese herbal medicine, Lu Jifei said, if it doesn't work, we can go to the city and look for antibiotics, maybe we'll find some. Wu Kuan shook his head again, the idea of going out to find medicine was more like wishful thinking. It wasn't practical at all. Without even considering how dangerous the city is now, who knows where you could find medicine even if there were no zombies. Any hospital or pharmacy would have been looted empty years ago. And even if you did find something, antibiotics aren't like food, who'd dare use expired ones? You guys keep eating. "Ah hey, come with me outside for a moment." Wu Kuan called Lu Jiha outside and said, "Could you help watch over him later? I need to make a trip to the back mountain." Lu Jiha was a bit surprised and quickly asked, "What are you going there for?" Wu Kuan hesitated silently for a moment before replying, "To see if there's anything he likes to eat, bring it back." "Alright," Lu Jiha wanted to say more but held back, thought for a while and said, "I'll go over and stay with him. You should be careful, don't wander recklessly, okay?" Wu Kuan smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, plus I've got Walnut with me." Lu Jiha stood at the courtyard gate, watching Wu Kuan and the dog gradually walk away, then returned to the kitchen, finishing his meal in a few bites. He then prepared to go to the northern room. Wu Daqi and Zhu Yun were also surprised upon hearing that Wu Kuan went to the back mountain alone, asking, "What is he looking for?" "I hope nothing happens." Lu Jifei consoled the two, saying, "There shouldn't be any problem. Kuan is usually quite cautious, he's probably just going to stroll around the back mountain and pick some mushrooms. I think little Jiang always likes to eat mushrooms." Zhu Yun thought about it and agreed, which made her feel relieved. She urged Lu Jiha to go look after Jiang Ming, assigning all the household chores to her. For boiling medicine, she was instructed to handle it. After cleaning up the dishes, Lu Zhuoyue and Wu Yuan also stood up to help. Lu Jiha gave further instructions, emphasizing that everyone must not wash their hair or bathe with well water, then took a pot of warm water and a small bottle of salt to Jiang Ming's room. Jiang Ming was lying restlessly on the bed in the main hall, sleeping very uneasily. People with colds and fevers always feel discomfort no matter how they lie down, so he kept tossing and turning in bed. Lu Jiha touched his forehead, finding the fever still high, and sighed lightly. Although he spoke confidently to reassure Wu Kuan, he actually felt anxious inside too. In this post-apocalyptic world, what might seem like minor illnesses can kill people, both because there's no medicine and because those who have endured hunger and suffering generally have poor health. They manage to hold on during ordinary days, but sometimes, an unexpected minor ailment could prove too much to bear. Sitting beside the bed, he dampened a towel with water, wrung it out, and placed it on Jiang Ming's forehead. The first time they met this young man, Jiang Ming had a fierce look in his eyes, seeming someone difficult to get along with. But as time passed, they all realized that little Jiang Ming was actually soft-hearted and kind, with a delicate childlike face that made him appear easily bullied. Lu Jiha knew little about his past. In this world, survival itself was hard, and they almost never inquired into each other's histories. However, one thing he did know, Jiang Ming didn't eat milk candies. If, during a time of extreme food scarcity, a person refused to consume a certain food, the reason behind it must be horrifying. Just like how he himself still couldn't bear to eat pork, especially the kind with bones and tendons, just the sight of it made him sick. He tried hard, but when faced with such meat, he would still uncontrollably vomit. While lost in his thoughts, Lu Jiha suddenly heard Jiang Ming's breathing become disordered. He quickly leaned over to check and found Jiang Ming's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his breath becoming increasingly rapid, and soon accompanied by wheezing sounds, as if enduring immense pain and terror. Lu Jiha's heart trembled. He gently pushed him, calling softly, "Little Jiang, wake up." After being shaken 2 or 3 times, Jiang Ming finally woke up with a start. The moment he opened his eyes and saw someone by the bed, he quickly rolled to the opposite side and fell off the bed with a thud. "Jiang, it's me." Lu Jiha was greatly alarmed. He circled around the foot of the bed to help him up while asking, "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" Jiang Ming tightly curled himself into a ball, his whole body bracing against the bed leg in readiness. Staring at Lu Jiha, he shouted hoarsely, "Stay away from me." The sound was full of terror and misery. From several steps away, Lu Jiha immediately stopped moving and slowly squatted down, softly saying, "Jiang Ming, it's me, I'm Ahe." Jiang Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and he breathed rapidly, as if unable to wake from the nightmare for a long time. After a very long while, he gradually relaxed bit by bit. Lu Jiha cautiously took a few steps forward and helped him up from the floor. Jiang Ming sat on the bed, feverish and burning hot, staring at Lu Jiha without speaking. When Lu Jiha tried to pull up his trouser leg to check if he was injured, Jiang Ming reflexively pulled his leg back before he could touch him. Lu Jiha immediately stopped and gently draped a light blanket over him. I slept confused. After quite a while, Jiang Ming managed to flash a smile toward him and rasped out, "Did I scare you?" "How could I be scared?" Lu Jiha handed him a glass of water and added some salt before passing it to him, saying, "Here, drink more warm water. You'll feel better after sweating." He fed Jiang Ming a few sips of warm water and then helped him lie back down. Gradually relaxing, Jiang Ming looked around and asked, "Where is Wu Kuan?" "He went to the back mountain." "He'll be back soon," said Lu Jiha. "Do you want to eat something? Shall I bring you some congee?" Jiang Ming shook his head and closed his eyes wearily. And so Lu Jiha didn't disturb him any further. After a long while, when he heard Jiang Ming's breathing gradually become deeper, as if he had fallen asleep again, he sighed quietly, washed the wet towel that had fallen on the ground thoroughly, and relaid it on his forehead. Until evening, Lu Jiha made him take medicine twice more. His fever had slightly diminished, not as fierce as before. He alternated between sleeping and waking but didn't eat anything and drank very little water. Every time he woke up, he would look around and ask where Wu Kuan had gone. When he asked for the fourth time, Wu Kun finally came back with the dog. By that time, night had almost fallen, and everyone was already anxious about his delay, discussing whether to take torches and search for him in the mountains. Walnut was covered in dirt and fallen leaves, looking rather disheveled. Wu Kun was even worse, his clothes were drenched in sweat, his pant legs muddy, and there was a scrape on his face from somewhere unknown. Yet he was exhilarated, and the moment he entered the house, he grinned broadly, holding up a massive hive to show everyone, stunning them all. "You went to get honey?" Zhu Yun said, "Oh my goodness. Come here, let me see. Were you stung anywhere?" Wu Kun placed the honeycomb into a basin in the kitchen and said, "It's alright, I ran fast enough and didn't get stung." Wu Daqi's sharp eyes spotted under the oil lamp on the table that Wu Kun's hand had swelled up with several bumps, and he hastily said, "Nonsense. Look at those big swollen lumps on your hands, are you just going to ignore them?" Speaking of which, he ordered Zhou Yue to go call Lu Zhihe, and sent Wu Yuan over to watch over Jiang Ming. Lu Zhifei also scolded, I thought you were usually careful and meticulous. Do you have any idea how venomous bees are? And you still dared to disturb their nest. Is this bit of honey more important than a person?" Wu Kun remained silent, just smiling. By the time Lu Zhihe hurriedly ran over from the northern room, he checked Wu Kun's injuries and then got a needle to pick out the remaining stingers. Then he ground some herbal medicine, applied it on his wounds, and said, "Apply this for now, I don't know if it will work, but tonight you're bound to suffer." "There's no problem, am I really that delicate?" Wu Kun said, cutting off a piece of honey from the basin. "I'll take some honey water to him first. You pack up the rest and store it, leave it to be eaten later." He took the honeycomb, called Walnut, and returned to his own room. As soon as he entered, he found that Jiang Ming was awake, talking to Yuan. Seeing him come in, Jiang Ming hurriedly asked, "What's going on? I saw Zhou Yue rushing off with Lu Zhihe earlier, and Yuan told me you were stung by bees." "It's nothing much." Wu Kun touched his forehead and saw it wasn't as hot as in the morning, thus breathing a huge sigh of relief, saying, "That's great. Looks like Ahe's Chinese herbs really worked wonders. Your fever has gone down quickly." After sending Wu Yuan back, he casually added, "Come on, you haven't eaten all day, so let's get up and drink some honey water." Jiang Ming was startled, asking, "Where did the honey come from?" "From the mountain." Wu Kun slowly scraped the honey into a bowl, then added warm water, saying, "I and Walnut followed a few bees to the other side of the mountain for half a day before we found the beehive and got this piece of honey." "You?" Jiang Ming paused for a long while before asking, "Where were you stung?" Wu Kun showed him his hand. Jiang Ming gently held it, looking at where the medicine had been applied, his voice trembling as he asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts, damn it, it really hurts." Wu Kun grinned in pain. "Damn, I even covered my hands and face with thick clothes, but two bees were so cunning that they managed to sneak through the cuffs and sting me, it was unbearable." Jiang Ming lowered his head and unexpectedly burst into tears without warning. He didn't make a sound, just let the tears roll down his cheeks, quickly soaking a corner of the light blanket in front of him. "Oh my god," Wu Kun chuckled, "why are you crying now?" Jiang Ming remained silent, hugging his hand while silently shedding tears. Wu Kun sighed, saying, If I don't give you something sweet to taste, you act like you don't want to live. You neither eat nor drink. When I found you, you were already like this. It was only when I struggled to find some honey and fed you that you recovered your breath. So today I thought, I need to find something sweet again to cheer you up, maybe you'll get better, right?" Jiang Ming's sobbing made his breathing erratic, but he still barely made any noise, only continuous streams of tears kept falling onto Wu Kun's arm, dampening it. Wu Kun wiped away his tears, saying, all right, stop crying. Come on, have a sip of something sweet. Once the bitterness leaves your mouth, you'll remember there are still many people who care about your well-being, right? Why, what? Jiang Ming cried convulsively, choking out, "Why are you so nice to me?" Wu Kun gently caressed his face with the back of his hand, replying, "Because I wanted to find a companion for myself, right? Just having Walnut felt insufficient. We've been together for such a long time, why not try making it work? Can we split apart otherwise? Of course, truth be told, I know you liked me back then only because my family had a dog, isn't that right, Walnut?" Walnut barked obediently in the courtyard, and finally Jiang Ming smiled through his tears, speaking with a heavy nasal tone, "Nonsense. If not that, then you promised yourself to me in gratitude for saving your life. Anyway, it wasn't out of appreciation for me personally." Wu Kun propped him up and fed him the honey water, saying, "Clearly I'm also very handsome, and women used to chase after me by the dozen. Yet here you go, once you fell sick, you're ready to give up." "I'm sorry," Jiang Ming choked out, taking quite a while to continue. "Back then, I just thought, since the world had become so terrible, what was the point of forcing myself to stay alive?" Wu Kun fed him 2 more sips of honey water and asked, "What about now?" "Now, I think there is meaning, at least." Jiang Ming looked at him with red-rimmed eyes and said, "Later, I met you." Chapter 53, Picking Tea. During breakfast, Wu Kun dropped a major piece of news even more exciting than the large chunk of honey he brought back yesterday. He said he had seen a patch of tea trees on the mountain. "I'm not sure if they were actually tea trees, but they grew in clusters and looked just like the tea plantations I've seen on TV before," Wu Kun said as he drank his pumpkin porridge. But at that time, I was in such a rush to find the honey that I only glanced at them and left without getting closer for a better look. The few people inside immediately became excited and started discussing animatedly. Zhu Yun said, what Cohen saw might very well be tea trees. There are many mountains here, and originally the climate in the mountain suits tea cultivation. It's no surprise to find tea plantations. Wu Daqi said, then let's go take a look. Having tea trees, wouldn't we then be able to pick tea leaves and brew our own tea? Lu Zhifei asked enthusiastically. Lu Zhihe smiled and said, that's right. Tea leaves can not only be brewed into tea, they can also be used to clean the mouth. Moreover, tea seeds can be pressed for oil. In short, there are countless uses for them. Lu Jiuyue immediately became thrilled and said with determination, let's go today then. What are we waiting for? Let's go after we finish eating. Wait. Wu Kuan scratched his head a little sheepishly. I tried to recall last night while lying in bed and realized I couldn't quite remember the way. In his hurry all along, he was solely focused on which direction the bees flew and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Hearing this, everyone got anxious instantly. Lu Zhifei said, think carefully again, how could you forget the road you walked? Wu Daqi also said, remembering the general direction would be enough. After all, it's somewhere in the nearby mountains, how could it end up elsewhere? But even so, Zhu Yun replied, there are too many mountains around here, all looking somewhat alike. If we don't remember the way, who knows which mountaintop the tea plantation is on? A brief silence fell over the kitchen until Wu Yuan said, isn't there still walnut? That's right, Lu Zhifei laughed immediately, saying, didn't our walnut go with you? Let it lead the way. No, Wu Kuan was shocked, why do you have more confidence in walnut than in me? That doesn't make sense. Walnut has an incredible memory. Lu Jiuyue proudly stated. It's nothing like you, when we went catching eels, it remembered every single step we took. Eventually, everyone agreed unanimously. They decided that Lu Zhihe would stay behind to take care of Jiangming, while Wu Kuan and Walnut would lead them to find the tea trees. As they ate their breakfast, they discussed what supplies to bring along. After finishing the meal, Lu Zhihe strained out the decocted traditional Chinese medicine and let Wu Kuan carry it to the room in the north. Everyone began preparing separately. After 1 day and 1 night, Jiangming's high fever finally subsided, but he was still very weak, occasionally experiencing low-grade fevers. Wu Kuan helped Jiangming drink the medicine, patted his head, and said, stay good at home. He will come keep you company soon, and I need to go out. Jiangming nodded slightly and looked at him, saying, come back quickly once you've found the tea trees. Alright, Wu Kuan thought for a moment and added, if you want to sleep, sleep a little longer. Tell He what you'd like to eat for lunch. Don't hesitate to bother him, you've already bothered him plenty anyway. Jiangming felt a bit embarrassed and licked his dry lips, replying, alright. From yesterday until now, he hadn't eaten anything, relying solely on medicine and honey water to sustain himself, yet his spirits had improved greatly. Perhaps, having the will to live allows a person to endure even without eating or drinking, supported merely by determination. Seeing this, Wu Kuan was quite reassured. He gave Jiangming a kiss on the forehead, saying, wait for me. And with that, he departed under Jiangming's lingering gaze, grabbed the axe, and called out Walnut to join others. A group of people each holding axes and carrying baskets followed Walnut and Wu Kuan as they wound their way up the mountain along a narrow trail. Gradually, the sun climbed higher, filling the once dim forest with light. The bushes along the path had grown lush and dense, far from their barren winter appearance. In many places, the trees merged into forests, their branches and leaves exuding vitality under the sunlight, while birdsongs echoed occasionally from afar. After about half an hour of walking, the trail disappeared, leaving them to trample through the bushes ahead. Fortunately, the bushes were newly sprouted this year and still shallow enough to pass through. Continuing onward for another stretch, Wu Kuan began to lose his sense of direction, as the surrounding mountains and woods all looked identical, making it truly difficult to discern east from west. Thankfully, they still had Walnut. Walnut lived up to everyone's expectations, trotting confidently ahead with small steps, pausing occasionally to sniff the air before continuing on calmly, a picture of reliability that reassured those following closely behind. Lu Zhifei made marks on the trunks of trees along the way so they wouldn't get lost on the way back. They moved through the mountains intermittently, during which they spotted a chestnut tree, a peach tree, and 2 wild persimmon trees. The chestnuts and persimmons were still green, so they simply walked past. However, the peaches on the peach tree had turned much redder, so they paused briefly under the tree. Wu Yuan climbed up and threw down a few peaches, and Lu Jiuyue wiped the fuzz off on her clothes, took a bite, and immediately shouted, it's good. Yuan, pick more. Wu Yuan then picked all the peaches with red skins. A group of people sat under the tree to eat peaches and drank some water before continuing their journey forward. As it approached noon, they were cutting across a hillside when Wu Kuan looked around for a while and suddenly pointed far away, shouting loudly, look. Isn't that over there the tea trees? Everyone stopped their footsteps and looked through the gaps in the woods toward the opposite mountain, where they saw short shrubs growing along the slope, one clump after another, lush and verdant as though it were a painting. Zhu Yun tiptoed forward to take a look and instantly became thrilled, it's tea trees. It's really a tea plantation. And it's a very large area. Lu Zhifei called out loudly, go, let's pick tea on that mountain. The group broke a path through the bushes, descended the slope, and ascended the opposing hillside. At the bottom of the slope grew many weeds and shrubs, only by the halfway point did tea trees about waist high appear. Originally planted in rows, but due to abnormal climate conditions in previous years, many had died, so now the living ones had grown into dense thickets. The branches and leaves were tightly pressed together, their greens varying in depth, shimmering with a glossy sheen under the sunlight. Can we start picking? Lu Jiuyue held her basket beside the tea tree, eager to try, asking, I want to start. What kind should I pick? None of them had ever picked tea before, so upon hearing this, everyone exchanged looks. Finally, Wu Daqi said, who cares? Pick the tender leaves. Anyway, we're going to stir-fry it ourselves for drinking, why bother worrying about one bud and one leaf? And so, the group dispersed throughout the tea garden, choosing those new buds or relatively tender leaves, plucking them and putting them into baskets. When one cluster was picked clean, they moved on to the next one. This process of walking and picking continued until they rounded the corner of the hillside, and suddenly, an enormous tea tree appeared before their eyes. Its branches were lush and abundant, its canopy spread out elegantly over dozens of meters. Lu Jiuyue shouted joyfully and ran over. Upon getting closer, they realized it was actually two trees tightly intertwined. Their combined trunk was as thick as what would require two people to encircle. While one tree remained alive, the other had already died, leaving behind a dried, yellowish-white stump. What a beautiful sight! Lu Jiuyue stood beneath the tree, looking up at the densely green leaves overhead, and marveled again. Zhu Yan walked up, touched the rough bark, and said regretfully, this tea tree must be several hundred years old. If both trees could survive, how wonderful that would be. Others gathered around as well. Wu Kuan looked up at the tree canopy and asked, how are we going to pick the leaves from this tree? Before anyone could respond, Lu Jiuyue hastily volunteered, let me. In no time, she slipped off her shoes, spat in her palms, and quickly climbed up the tree like a nimble little monkey, carrying her basket and skillfully stepping along a branch toward the tips to reach for distant young leaves. Watching nervously below, Lu Zhifei shouted anxiously, what are you doing, Jiuyue? Show off your strength for what? Grab the branch firmly. Firmly, did you hear me? Lu Jiuyue hesitated for a moment and yelled back, brother, shut up. You're driving me crazy. This angered Lu Zhifei instantly, and he raised his head and retorted, you dare talk back. Just wait until we get home and see how your big brother disciplines you. Once Lu Zhifei invoked Lu Jiha, Lu Jiuyue immediately caved, grabbing the branch with one hand and saying, all right, am I not holding on right now? Tattletale. Humph. Lu Zhifei then started picking tea leaves nearby, occasionally glancing up at the girl perched on the tree worriedly. Beside him, Zhu Yan watched this and couldn't help but laugh quietly. She often felt that Second Fei and Jiuyue were more like real siblings, always bickering. Jiha, on the other hand, seemed more like their father, like the five-finger mountain that could hold Sun Wukong down. No matter how much they argued, a single word from Jiha could pacify both of them. But clearly, Jiha was the most easygoing among everyone. Perhaps this is what the saying means, one thing always overcomes another. Mom, I'm also going to pick tea from the tree, said Wu Yuan, then carried his basket onto the tree. He and Lu Jiuyue each stood on one side, gracefully treading along the branches, picking young leaves near and far within the dense canopy. In no time, they filled a basket, passed it down, and replaced it with an empty one. Unknowingly, the sun had already begun to set in the west, and the group of people were still picking tea leaves so engrossed that they forgot about meals and sleep. It was only later when Wu Daqi noticed the time getting late that he began to urge them with some urgency, let's go, we can come back next time to pick more. If we don't leave now, it will be dark. Being unfamiliar with the road, once it got dark, it would be very easy for them to get lost in the mountains. So although Zhu Yun was extremely reluctant, she too joined in urging the others, shouting several times until finally the two up in the tree slid down. The group then left the tea garden and started on their way home. By the time they returned home carrying large and small baskets full of tea leaves, the sky had grown completely dark. Lu Jiha had already finished cooking dinner and had been sitting by the table waiting with Jiangming for quite a while. Hearing the dogs bark outside, Lu Jiha quickly ran out, seeing them all safe made him relax. He went forward to take the basket off Lu Jiuyue's back and said, why did you return so late? There's just too much tea to pick. We couldn't finish. Lu Jiuyue couldn't wait to show him her basket, saying, brother, look at how tender my leaves are. Aren't they? I specifically chose the tender ones to pick. There, the tea garden is so big. There's also a centuries-old tea tree over there, it grows like a huge umbrella, so beautiful. Brother, you have to come next time. Lu Jiha embraced the basket and smelled it, exclaiming, oh wow, these are real tea leaves. The group put down their baskets and went to wash their hands at the well. Wu Kun selected two red, large peaches, washed them clean, and handed one each to Lu Jiha and Jiangming. Jiangming was pleasantly surprised, gently caressing the peach, reluctant to eat it. He asked, are these from the mountain as well? You should eat it, I've had canned fruit today. Have you eaten something? Wu Kun saw his complexion had improved slightly from the morning, feeling happy himself, said, then keep this for tomorrow, I've eaten several on the mountain already. Just then Zhu Yun walked in, seeing Jiang Ming holding the peach, hurriedly warned, you still haven't fully recovered from your cold, your stomach is weak, so you mustn't eat the peach, or you might get diarrhea. Let it sit for another day before eating. Will it cause diarrhea? Wu Kun immediately snatched the peach away from Jiang Ming, saying, even after a few days, don't eat it. Wait until you're completely well, and I'll take you to pick it ourselves. On the mountain, there are not only peaches but also chestnuts and persimmons. After everyone had washed their hands, they gathered around the table for dinner. Jiang Ming sat nearby watching as they animatedly recounted their adventures in the tea garden, praising how helpful walnuts, a nickname for someone, had been this time. Later, Lu Zhifei brought up pressing tea seed oil, asking, why didn't I see any tea flowers? When exactly do they bear seeds? Can they still be pressed together with rapeseed? Lu Zhihe couldn't help laughing, picking up chopsticks to serve him some dishes, saying, there's no need to rush, the flowers haven't bloomed yet. Forget about pressing oil for now, let's talk about roasting tea. Wu Daqi crunched noisily on pickled radish, asking, so does anyone here know how to roast tea? Among them, even those who liked drinking tea weren't many, and none knew how to roast tea either. But as Wu Daqi said, since the tea was meant for their personal use, there wasn't much need for formalities, so that evening after having dinner, under the flickering oil lamp, the group carefully sorted through the tea leaves they had picked, separating the older branches and leaves to the side. The next day, Wu Daqi rolled up his sleeves high and began roasting the tea personally. He thoroughly cleaned the large wok used for cooking. After drying the water vapor, he poured the tea leaves into the pot, leaving the fire at medium-low. With his hands serving as a spatula, he constantly turned the leaves as they roasted slowly. Almost an hour later, most of the moisture had evaporated, shrinking a full pot of tender leaves into half a pot. Only then did he scoop them out and spread them out on a bamboo tray to cool down. The aroma of roasted tea filled the little house. Lu Jiuyue, walking in and out of the house, occasionally took a deep breath and exclaimed, it smells so good. Homemade roasted tea really does smell better. Once the roasted tea cooled down, Lu Zhihe stored it carefully in clean bottles, taking out a small amount at a time. Later, Lu Zhifei and Wu Daqi noticed there wasn't enough space at home for all the herbal medicines and tea leaves. So they converted an old wooden cabinet into a Chinese medicine cabinet. Each small drawer held neatly organized dried wormwood, compressed mugwort sticks, etc., while bottles of tea leaves were arranged above. Since Jiang Ming's cold had gotten better, everyone thought that Ahe's, Jihe's nickname, herbal medicine was highly effective. Whenever they went out, if they encountered familiar medicinal herbs, they dug them up and brought them back for him to check. Those useful were kept, and those unused were replanted back onto the mountains or fields near their home. As their stock of herbal medicines increased, Lu Zhihe began adding heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs when making tea. Everyone enjoyed drinking his chilled herbal tea in summer. Every morning, Lu Zhihe boiled a large pot of water, pouring it into a huge white enamel teapot. Then he placed the tea leaves and herbs inside. As the curled new tea leaves and herbs gradually unfurled in the water, they turned a whole bucket of boiling water into a lightly green liquid with a distinct plant aroma. However, since he personally stir-fried the new tea, Wu Daqi enjoyed drinking hot tea even more. He held his large teacup and sat under the eaves, sipping it slowly. With a look of contentment, he said, it's fragrant. After all these years, I've finally tasted real tea leaves again. Let me tell you, in my hometown, we steep tea with sesame seeds, peanut bits, and popped rice together. The tea is extremely aromatic, and the dregs can be eaten too. So we don't call it drinking tea, we call it eating tea. Once the sesame seeds in our field ripen, I'll steep some for all of you to try. I'm not lying, just one cup of tea can be as filling as one meal. His words made everyone secretly anticipate it. Chapter 54, Rush Harvest. The bright sunlight was shining, the wheat fields turned from green to yellow as if it only took a few days. Since the wheat ears were filled with grain, Zhu Yun went to the fields every day to check them. She would peel a grain of wheat from the ear to look at its size and color, then taste it in her mouth. The small bag of wheat they brought back had now become a few golden wheat fields, growing very well. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the heavy wheat ears to sway lightly, and the air carried a faint aroma of wheat. The family members had already sharpened the sickles very sharply. Wu Daqi also repaired the thresher and oiled where necessary, waiting for the wheat to fully ripen so they could begin the harvest. But after each visit to the wheat field, Zhu Yun would always say, wait a little longer, just a bit more. On this evening, as they were watering plants in the fields and cooking at home, busily occupied as usual, suddenly the walnut that was lying under the tree shade in front of the house stood up and barked twice towards the wilderness. The people in the fields also stopped their feet, straightened their waists, and exchanged surprised glances. After a while, Lu Zhifei, who was picking peppers in the vegetable garden, hesitated and said, just now, didn't we shake a bit? As he was speaking, the house and the bamboo racks in the vegetable garden trembled slightly again, a piece of tile slid off the roof, and fell on the ground with a sharp sound. Lu Zhifei's scalp tightened, and he ran into the room yelling, Ahe, get out quickly. It's an earthquake. Lu Zhihe was washing vegetables in the courtyard, seeing something was amiss, he quickly ran out too. Lu Zhifei grabbed his hand, hearts pounding, the two stood in the open vegetable field together. People working outside all gathered in the vegetable field, looking at the house and the surrounding mountains. Zhu Yun whispered, "It seems there has been another earthquake." Wu Daqi hurriedly consoled everyone, "Don't worry, judging from what happened, it's a minor earthquake. Only a tile fell." "Will there be another big earthquake today?" asked Lu Jiuyue with her eyes wide open, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. This question no one could answer. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, earthquakes of varying sizes occurred frequently. However, back then many people were living in the wilds to avoid zombies and thus escaped calamities like collapsing houses and fractured earth. Until recently, earthquakes became fewer, but they still couldn't forget how horrifying moments of mountain collapses and earth shaking were. After a long pause, Jiang Ming said, "You don't have to worry too much. Even if there's an earthquake, it won't cause much trouble. We all live in strong bungalows." "That's right," Lu Zhifei also said, "the building we live in has existed for a long time, enduring even the initial earthquakes. When I came last year, it was still fine, we just fixed the roof a bit." These words effectively reassured everyone's emotions. They stood outside the house for a while, saw no aftershocks, and then walked inside, preparing dinner as usual. However, during the meal, they still moved tables and chairs to the yard. After eating, Wu Daqi thought for a moment, ultimately feeling uneasy, decided to let everyone move outdoors for the night. Zhu Yun and Wu Yuan spread tarpaulins and waterproof cloths on the drying platform outside the house. Lu Zhihe lit several piles of artemisia around to drive away mosquitoes. Everyone took their bedding out, laying them on the waterproof cloth, chatting on their quilts. "There haven't been any earthquakes for a whole year, why are they happening again now?" Wu Kuan sighed. "Don't worry about it, aren't they just houses anyway?" Lu Zhifei said, "If they collapse due to an earthquake, we'll rebuild. There's readily available bricks, tiles, and wood materials, it will take a few months to build again. As long as everyone's safe, why be afraid?" "That's right," Wu Daqi also said, "I just can't believe heaven will really make our newly built house fall down, which was designed by our young Jiang." Jiang Ming wasn't that confident about himself either, feeling somewhat apprehensive upon hearing these words. Before he could speak, he saw Zhu Yun suddenly sit up and say, "We will cut the wheat early tomorrow morning." Everyone looked at her. Zhu Yun continued, "I remember from a few years ago, every time after an earthquake, it rained for several days. This time the weather might change too." Saying this, she suddenly raised her arm, sensing the air movement, asking, "Isn't the wind picking up?" "Isn't it?" Many people simultaneously raised their arms. Lu Jiuyue hesitated and said, "It seems like it is." Zhu Yun immediately jumped off her quilt, saying, "We can't waste any more time. Let's harvest the wheat tonight. Our family's field's wheat is ripe enough, it can't bear the rain." As the wheat was crucial for their sustenance over the next year, no one dared to take it lightly. A few others sat up hurriedly at Zhu Yun's urgency. Wu Daqi expressed his difficulty with some hesitation. "It's pitch black outside. We can't see a thing, how are we going to cut the wheat? Don't we have electricity?" Lu Zhifei hastily said while carrying the quilt toward the house, "I'll go get the lamp right now." Nobody cared about the earthquake anymore and headed toward the house with quilts in their arms. After all, if there were more quakes and houses collapsed, they could be repaired. However, if these fields of wheat got wet from rain, there wouldn't be enough time to replant them, significantly impacting their food supply during winter. Not long after, Lu Zhifei arrived at the edge of the field with a battery in one hand and electric wires in the other. Wu Kuan supported a bamboo pole by the field ridge, and together they hung a 100-watt light bulb on the top of the pole, then turned the switch on. The bright light illuminated the wheat field as mosquitoes gathered around the light source. The wind gradually picked up, with no stars visible in the sky. The light bulb swayed gently atop the bamboo pole. With several people holding sickles, they entered the field shoulder to shoulder like they would when harvesting rapeseed and began cutting the wheat. The sharp blade of the sickle swiftly moved across the semi-dry stalks at the bottom of the wheat, producing a rustling sound. Soon, behind each of them, there was a long trail of freshly harvested wheat. Once a trip was completed and they started the second round, Zhu Yun straightened her waist, looking at the increasingly dark sky and said, "Daqi, you and Erfei and Kuan move the harvested wheat inside. Let's try to move as much as possible." Wu Daqi agreed immediately, put down his sickle, and joined Lu Zhifei and Wu Kuan to bundle the cut wheat into sheaves, loading them onto the wheelbarrow and transporting them indoors. The two newly built side rooms were spacious and empty, perfect for storing the wheat sheaves. They split the tasks efficiently. One group continued to harvest wheat while the other kept moving the cut wheat into the side rooms without interruption. The wind grew stronger, making the wheat ears sway unstably, and the light bulb swayed too on the bamboo pole. When they managed to finish one plot of the field, without even catching their breath, they entered another. Nobody had the heart to speak, only focusing intently on their work. Silence dominated the quiet field except for the constant sound of the wind passing through, which brought coolness but heightened the anxiety among the hardworking people. "Ah!" Suddenly, Zhu Yun, who was working ahead, softly exclaimed. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyue instantly stood up and asked anxiously, "What is it, Yun sister?" "It's nothing," Zhu Yun replied, quietly examining the cut on her leg as she clenched her teeth and continued cutting wheat ahead. Blood trickled down her leg, soaking the pants hem and dripping onto the remaining wheat stalks. However, it was too dark and everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks that no one noticed the dark blood stains. After cutting another stretch of wheat, seeing that her wound hadn't stopped bleeding, Zhu Yun stood up and said, I'm going to drink some water. Do any of you need water? The people in the field shook their heads while continuing to focus on their work. Zhu Yun then hurried to the house. After lighting the lamp inside, she rolled up her pant legs and discovered a finger-length cut near her ankle, still bleeding slowly. She couldn't help cursing and tore a piece of cloth tightly to wrap the wound. The blood quickly soaked through the thin cloth strip, so Zhu Yun gritted her teeth and wrapped a few more layers. After sitting there for a bit, she felt that the bleeding seemed to have stopped, so she blew out the lamp, stood up and walked outside. Her injured leg didn't dare exert force, fearing the wound might tear again, thus causing her to limp slightly. Just then, she met Lu Zhifei coming in with the cart and he immediately noticed and asked, Yun sister, what happened to your leg? It's nothing, Zhu Yun waved her hand saying, I twisted it slightly when stepping down earlier, don't worry, walking a few steps should make it better. Rest at home a bit longer. Lu Zhifei urged her earnestly. No. Zhu Yun looked outside at the pitch-black sky, her mind growing more anxious, there's no time to rest. There will be plenty of time to rest after the wheat is all cut. Close to the edge of the wheat field, she refrained from limping further so no one would notice and cause an uproar affecting the work. At this point, the others had already progressed beyond her position, so she silently returned to her designated section of the field and resumed cutting the wheat in a crouched posture. Bathed in the flickering glow of the light bulb, everyone sweated profusely. As the wheat in the field diminished visibly and the wheat stacks in the house rose higher, their sense of urgency lessened. Unnoticed, they worked tirelessly throughout the night, and by dawn, they had cut half of the last field of wheat. At this moment, thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. The rumbling thunder rolled from one side of the mountain to the other, and a sharp crack echoed overhead, startling Lu Jiuyue into a shiver. The dazzling light momentarily illuminated the entire yard. No one wanted to retreat indoors to avoid the lightning or the rain. In this darkness before dawn, they fought like soldiers charging forward on a battlefield. Those cutting the wheat worked faster, and those pushing carts ran as if flying. After being busy all night, no one felt tired, they didn't even have time to feel it. When the first drop of rain fell from the sky, the wheat in the field was down to the final section, quickly surrounded and cut down by several people. Wu Daqi bundled the remaining wheat tightly, and everyone carried a bundle back home while still holding their sickles, running as fast as they could. Though the distance from the field to the house was short, by the time they arrived, they were drenched to the bone by the rain. It seemed like buckets of water were being poured down, and streams cascaded under the eaves. Thunder frequently exploded on the roof, and flashes of lightning split the ink-black sky into pieces. People who rushed back home piled the soaked wheat into the side room and only then let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing. Good heavens, it's raining so hard. Jiang Ming exclaimed from the eaves. Thank goodness Yun's sister was wise enough to make us harvest the wheat overnight, or our hard-earned fields would be destroyed. Everyone deeply agreed and couldn't help but look at Zhu Yun with admiration. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhifei asked, Yun's sister, you said earlier that you sprained your ankle, how is it feeling now? Zhu Yun didn't reply immediately, only wiping the hair stuck to her face from sweat and rain. Calmly, she said, my leg has a cut. Can you check it for me? Chapter 55, Cutting Wheat. The few people under the eaves were all surprised and gathered around, especially Wu Daqi, who became anxious immediately upon hearing the news. When did you cut yourself? Is it a bad wound? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Wu Yuan also bent down to pull up her trouser leg and said, let me take a look, where is the wound? It's nothing, no problem. Zhu Yun quickly waved her hand to stop them and said, it's just a small wound, from when I was cutting wheat earlier and accidentally slashed my leg with the knife. I mainly wanted Ahe to check it to make sure it doesn't get infected. Do you even know it can get infected? Lu Jihe's expression turned unusually stern as he said, come on, go to the main room, light the lamp, and let me clean and medicate the wound. While some were busy lighting lamps and others boiling water, Wu Daqi carried his wife into the main room and made her sit down. Lu Jihe squatted in front of her, rolled up her pants, and revealed her ankle which was wrapped with several layers of cloth. Where did you get this cloth from? Was it clean? Lu Jihe frowned as he began to unravel the layers of fabric. The blood from the wound had already coagulated, and the innermost layer of cloth was stuck to the flesh. As Lu Jihe gently pulled it, he inadvertently reopened the wound and caused fresh bleeding. He quickly stopped and angrily said, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have sterilized cloth at home, surely more hygienic than whatever random piece you used here. Wu Daqi felt both anger and heartbreak as he also scolded, don't you know to be careful? Even if you don't think about me, at least consider Yuan. Rarely did Zhu Yun speak in such a humble tone as she replied, I was just worried that we wouldn't be able to harvest the few acres of wheat in time. It's no big deal, the wound isn't deep. Lu Jihe originally wanted to scold her a bit more, but seeing Wu Daqi's eyes turn red, he refrained and turned around, went to the medicine cabinet in another room, grabbed some herbs to mix together, and boiled them on the stove. When the herbs had been boiled into a dark brown liquid, he ladled it into a basin and brought it over to the next room. Wu Daqi had already prepared hot water and helped Zhu Yun scrub herself lightly without washing her feet, afraid that touching water would cause the wound to become inflamed. After the herbal solution cooled down, Lu Jihe instructed Zhu Yun to soak her foot in the basin. After soaking for a while, he carefully began peeling off the wet cloth strip stuck to her flesh. The thunder was too loud, making it unsafe to use electric lights. Wu Yuan and Lu Jiuyue thus squatted nearby, holding oil lamps to illuminate for them. As the cloth strips were being torn off, they inevitably pulled at the wound, causing it to bleed again. Lu Jihe then pressed a clean piece of cloth onto the wound to stop the bleeding. After some time, when the bleeding stopped, he helped Zhu Yun dry her foot and the wound, saying, "The wound really isn't deep, no need to bandage it. Just be careful not to wet it when bathing." "Alright, then we'll skip bathing these couple of days, I'll just wipe her down." Hearing there was no serious harm, Wu Daqi sighed in relief and hurried to pour out the water outside. Lu Jihe nodded and said, "Just be careful yourself. As long as it doesn't get infected, there shouldn't be any issues." Zhu Yun felt extremely grateful, and standing up in her cloth shoes, she said, "Thank you so much, Ahe. Go back and sleep for a while, you've been up all night." Only at this moment did Lu Jihe realize how exhausted and sleepy he was. Looking at the sky, dawn had already broken, yet the heavy rain continued unabated, showing no signs of stopping. Wu Kuan and Lu Jifei had cooked some simple breakfast in the kitchen and brought it over, allowing everyone to eat quickly before each washed up and went to bed. Thunder rolled incessantly overhead, accompanied by streaks of lightning as if shaking the house to its foundation. The sky seemed to be leaking non-stop, torrents of rain pounding on the roof tiles and water streaming everywhere with a rushing sound. Wu Daqi woke up after only a couple hours of sleep. Seeing his wife still asleep beside him, he quietly got up to check her ankle wound. Seeing no redness or swelling, he relaxed a bit and started worrying about other things. Would there be another earthquake? Could their house withstand it? With such heavy rain, would their rice paddies be flooded? His worries deepened as he thought, until finally he decided, screw it, if it quakes, let it quake. If we die, so be it. But as long as I'm still alive, I intend to live freely and joyfully. This damned heaven, the more it tries to deny us happiness, the more I will seek my own happiness right in its face. Muttering curses to himself, he got up, dressed, found a piece of rainproof cloth to drape over himself, and walked to the door to look outside. The courtyard was filled with white misty rain stretching far and wide. Rows of green beans in the garden were flattened by the rain, and water pooled halfway up in the empty wheat fields. Wu Daqi couldn't help feeling relieved. It was fortunate his wife reacted quickly and harvested the wheat in time. Otherwise, half a year's labor would have gone down the drain. Then he looked towards the rice paddies in the courtyard. The rice fields were also flooded with white water, only revealing a little green seedlings on the surface. The water in the stream had risen a lot as well, one could tell from afar that the current was very rapid. Wu Daqi watched for a while, then barefoot, ran to the vegetable patch, propped up the green bean trellis and reinforced it. He also picked a few cucumbers, some tomatoes, and an eggplant, preparing to go home to cook. When he got to the door, he saw Lu Jifei had also gotten up. Fei, why didn't you sleep longer?" Wu Daqi asked. "The damn thunder was too loud, woke me up." Lu Jifei yawned standing under the eaves. Wu Daqi then washed 2 tomatoes and handed one over to him, and the two stood under the eaves, watching the rain and eating tomatoes. After a while, Lu Jifei said, "Let's go see the rice paddies, brother." Wu Daqi had the same thought, so both of them took shovels, wrapped in waterproof cloth, and walked toward the rice fields in the courtyard. When they passed the pond, they saw that the water had already overflowed past the embankment, merging with the nearby fields. They waded through water that came up to their knees along the field ridge. By the time they reached the edge of the rice paddy, their pants were completely wet. The water in the field submerged more than half the rice seedlings, only leaving some tips visible above the waterline. Wu Daqi couldn't help but feel anxious. After pacing around for a long time observing, he finally worked together with Lu Jifei to dig a gap beside the dam blocking the stream, allowing the water to drain more quickly. Then they dug several gaps along the field ridge next to the creek, directing water out of the rice fields into the stream. Busy for a good while, both their clothes were soaked through. Seeing that the water level in the rice fields dropped a bit, they carried their shovels back along the ridges to return home. Everyone else had already gotten up as well, busy cooking and boiling medicine. After Wu Daqi and Lu Jifei bathed and changed clothes, they were forcibly fed large bowls of hot ginger soup by Lu Jihe, who pressed their heads down. Everyone gathered to eat dinner together, chatted for a bit, and then went back to bed quite contently. The rain fell intermittently for a whole half-month before finally clearing up, with no earthquakes happening again. On the day the sun came out, everyone in the house was excited. Jiang Ming and Lu Jiuyue washed a huge pile of clothes accumulated during the rainy days, drying them on all the bamboo poles in front of the house. Lu Jihe early that morning took his basket to check the vegetable plot by the hot spring outlet. However, when they reached halfway, they turned back because the creek water was too deep and swift, pulled back by the Lu Jifei who accompanied him. Once the threshing floor's muddy ground dried halfway, Wu Daqi started the tractor and used a big stone roller to press the mud flat once again. A few people either carried or shouldered the wheat bundles from the side room and spread them out across the threshing floor to dry. Some of the wheat bundles were damp and already smelled moldy, but after 2 days of relentless sunlight, the moldy smell was finally dried out. After the rain stopped, the temperature dropped significantly, though the sun remained harsh. The temperature difference between day and night was substantial. One morning, when the sun warmed up the threshing floor, everyone lifted the threshing machine and winnowing fan there and started processing the wheat ears enthusiastically. Zhu Yun's foot injury hadn't healed yet, so she was forbidden from participating, but still couldn't stand the loneliness, insisting on standing at the edge of the threshing floor, occasionally pointing her finger and giving instructions. Thus, she proudly acted as an off-field advisor. After the wheat was dehusked, dusted, and laid out on the yard to dry for several days until each grain shone golden and bright, it was then bagged and stored indoors. Those coming and going who saw the bags of wheat were all cheerful. Zhu Yun and Lu Jihe discreetly inventoried the stockpile and happily muttered, "Enough, enough. Even if we set aside 2 bags for seeds, the remaining will be enough for us to eat for the better part of a year." During this period, their food stocks consumed very little. The pumpkins in the fields had ripened, and the sweet potatoes had grown, and Zhu Yun frequently cooked pumpkin porridge and sweet potato meals for them. Both her and Lu Jihe were skilled cooks who knew how to carefully manage their living expenses. By swapping various vegetables for main meals, they not only saved grain but also kept everyone happy with varied, hearty dishes. As summer was about to end, the cellars still had a fair amount of rice and flour left, coolly stored and protected from insects. Combined with the provisions and canned goods they brought from the city and the newly harvested wheat, even without those acres of rice paddies, they wouldn't starve next year. With this certainty, Zhu Yun felt much more relaxed and settled down at home to recover. She confidently entrusted the management of those few rice paddies entirely to Wu Daqi. Her leg cut originally wasn't serious, and with careful care, soon scabbed over. Not long afterward, she was running around everywhere like before. After finishing with the wheat straw was also dried thoroughly and stacked in one corner of the threshing floor. With the wheat straw prepared, many tasks could now be arranged ahead of time. Lu Jifei suggested pressing oil first, while Jiang Ming wanted to repaint the house first. In the end, it was Lu Jihe who made the final decision, saying, "Let's not rush into that yet. Let's harvest the soybeans first. After gathering them, this year I'd like to try making some soy sauce." This idea received unanimous approval from everyone. They hadn't eaten soy sauce for a very long time, which was such a luxurious treat. The crops in the fields had all grown well this year, the land had been left idle for several years, so its fertility was abundant. Thanks to their careful tending, they knew the harvests of other crops, such as sweet potatoes, and others, would also be excellent. Producing some soy sauce wouldn't be overly extravagant. With great enthusiasm, a few of them rushed to the field to cut down the soybeans and carried them back to the threshing floor to dry. Using a flail to separate the beans, they ended up collecting 2 large bags of soybeans. The newly harvested soybeans were plump and full, each looking incredibly inviting. Lu Jihe's interest in making soy sauce was actually sparked by Zhu Yun. During a previous chat, Zhu Yun had mentioned offhandedly that there was an elderly person in the village who made their own soy sauce. She had watched the process and even helped out once. At the time, Lu Jihe had quietly remembered this detail. When the soybeans were ready and they began preparations, they soon discovered that one was purely theoretical, having never practiced before, while the other was reliant on hearsay. Fortunately, both were hardworking. After discussing procedures for an entire afternoon, the two started washing the soy sauce jar and got right to work. Before brewing the soy sauce, Zhu Yun scooped out a measure of freshly harvested wheat, washed it clean, laid it out to dry in a sieve, and then ground it into wheat flour. Meanwhile, Lu Jihe had pre-soaked half a bucket of soybeans in well water until they swelled, after which he steamed them. Once the soybeans were steamed halfway soft, he let them cool, then mixed them evenly with wheat flour, ensuring each soybean was coated with the flour. This mixture was spread across a large bamboo tray and placed in an empty room to ferment and grow mold. Zhu Yun strictly adhered to traditional methods, forbidding anyone else from entering the room, fearing interference might affect the growth of mold. The more she emphasized this, the more restless the others became, always trying to sneak a peek inside, only to be firmly turned away by Zhu Yun. Eventually, she even locked the door to the room with a big lock, opening it only when she or Lu Jihe needed to go in. About 5 or 6 days later, a thick layer of yellow-green mold had grown on the soybeans. The two of them transferred the beans into a soy sauce jar filled with salt water. They covered the jar's mouth with a plastic film, then placed a sieve over it and pressed down a brick for stability. Climbing up ladders, they carefully moved the soy sauce jar to the rooftop. One stood on the ladder, the other crouched on the roof, gazing at the soy sauce jar with mixed feelings of uncertainty. Inside, there were soybeans, wheat, and salt, all precious ingredients they couldn't afford to waste. But soon, Lu Jihe thought about how capable his sister-in-law Zhu Yun was, while Zhu Yun recalled how smart her brother-in-law Lu Jihe was. Mutual trust growing, the two descended from the roof, looking forward to their efforts with eager anticipation. Chapter 56, The Sudden Raid. After a heavy rain, the weather was getting cooler. Every morning and evening, the whole square was shrouded in a thin layer of cold mist, and one had to wear a lined jacket to go out. There were 2 times when Lu Jihe forgot to wear shoes and had to run back after washing his feet because it was too cold, then obediently put on his shoes. Zhu Yun realized that the brief summer had already ended. And in the apocalypse, autumn was extremely short, snow could fall any time. Now what she worried about most was whether the few acres of rice could mature before the weather got completely cold. In fact, since it got colder, the growth of the rice had slowed down. When autumn arrived, the rice finally filled with grains. After that, Zhu Yun would go to the edge of the rice field every day, like looking at a wheat field before, pick a grain, peel off the husk outside and take a look, and taste it again in her mouth. The grains were still too soft to be harvested, so they had to keep waiting. Apart from the rice which made them anxious, other crops were very competitive, giving them great comfort. Now, as long as it doesn't rain, the drying yard is filled with all sorts of things. Bamboo poles are hung with various dried vegetables such as dried green beans, dried red chili peppers, etc., and the ground is spread with newly harvested sesame seeds, soybeans, peanuts, and more. When sweet potatoes ripened, sweet potato chips were being dried every day. The few small sweet potatoes found by Lu Jihe were used to their fullest potential by Zhu Yun. They planted 3 rounds of sweet potato vines. After the first round of sweet potatoes grew, they had almost been eaten up. Now the second round also grew. They took time to cut the vines and dug up the sweet potatoes in the field following the roots. The big sweet potatoes looked like small pumpkins, heavy in hand, weighing 5 or 6 caddies each. Lu Jifei and Wu Kun pushed carts to carry the sweet potatoes home, stacking the ones they brought back like a small mountain. Suddenly having so many sweet potatoes, Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun were both delighted and concerned. Unable to eat them all at once, they feared spoilage. Lu Jihe decided to store them as sweet potato chips. They washed the sweet potatoes, sliced them, steamed them, then laid them out to dry for more than 10 days. Afterward, each piece of sweet potato became translucent amber, tasting sweet with a good chewiness. Most importantly, it could be stored for a long time without spoiling. After harvesting the sweet potatoes, they tilled that land and quickly sowed the seeds of Chinese cabbage and radish. They also allocated a small plot for garlic. The Chinese cabbages and radishes that Lu Jihe planted by the hot spring provided plenty of seeds, so they sowed generously without worry. After watering and fertilizing, these vegetables would sustain their food supply until snowfall. As the weather cooled down, they started stockpiling firewood for the coming winter. Wu Daqi led everyone up the mountain to cut wood. With axes and electric saws, pushing carts up the mountain, there were still many dead trees on several hills. Logs were carted down in large quantities, piling up the empty spaces beside the drying yard full. Likewise, these logs needed to be left around the drying yard for a few days to fully dry before splitting into suitable lengths for bundles of firewood, and stacked in the firewood storage room. Once the 2 firewood storerooms were full, the remaining pieces were placed under the eaves and inside an unoccupied wing house. As frost was approaching, one day when everyone had nothing to do, Wu Kun took them up the mountain again to look for those persimmon trees and 1 chestnut tree. Thanks to the marks Lu Jifei made last time along the way, they quickly found the exact location. The leaves of the persimmon trees had fallen off, but red fruits still hung on the branches. Unfortunately, most of the fruit had been eaten by birds, leaving only the core behind. Several people tied sickles on bamboo poles and hung open bags underneath, picking the persimmons not touched by birds. The persimmons were fully ripe, the flesh was mushy, a hole could be torn on the skin, and the pulp sucked directly into the mouth, sweeter than honey. The prickly burrs on the chestnut tree had all turned yellow, and many fell onto the ground. They still used the old method, tying a sickle to a bamboo pole, cutting off the spiny balls from the branches. After cutting almost everything, they squatted nearby, using hatchets to crack open each burr and extract the shell-enclosed chestnuts, leaving the pricked shells under the tree to rot next year and serve as fertilizer. The harvested chestnuts filled more than half a bag, heavy in hand. Everyone sat down, eating raw chestnuts while peeling them, resting for a bit before preparing to head back. At this moment, Lu Jihe was wandering around when he saw a soap pod tree. The tree was very tall, its branches reaching as high as 3 or 4 stories. Its trunk was so thick that one person couldn't wrap their arms around it. There was a large hollow in the middle of the trunk. The trunk and branches were covered with brown thorns. On the branches hung numerous long bean pods. Lu Jihe shouted excitedly to them, "Come here. Let's cut the soap pods." The people under the chestnut tree all ran over. They stood by the soap pod tree, craning their necks upward. Lu Jieyue asked, "Brother, what kind of tree is this? Can we eat the beans on the tree?" "This is a soap pod tree. The pods aren't edible, but they can be used as medicine," Lu Jihe replied. "Most importantly, we can make shampoo out of it, and even use it as soap for washing clothes. I've been thinking about it these past few days. If only I could find a soap pod tree, then we wouldn't need detergent anymore. Who would have thought I'd actually find it here?" Lu Jifei immediately raised the bamboo pole and said, "Let's cut down all the pods and take them home to make shampoo." Standing under the tree, they harvested a lot of soap pods. They also picked up the ones that had fallen on the ground, filling a big bag completely. After going back down the mountain, Lu Jihe grabbed a handful of soap pods, washed them, and soaked them in water. The pods were very dry, so they soaked them for 3 or 4 days until they softened. Lu Jihe then crushed the pods using a small mortar, and continued soaking them. Before washing clothes, they used this soap pod water as detergent. Although it didn't produce as many bubbles as detergent, its cleaning power wasn't as strong either, but it was an excellent substitute. If you put the soap pod water in a pot and boiled it, it would produce a pot full of bubbles. Scooping away the bubbles left the liquid viscous. After filtering out the soap pod residue, you'd get the soap pod shampoo. This shampoo had a faint herbal fragrance and was rumored to have the effect of darkening hair, making Zhu Yun very interested. Since they started making this soap pod shampoo, Zhu Yun began washing her hair every few days. She would often call Lu Jiuyue at dusk, carrying small bottles of shampoo, going to bathe by the hot spring. The considerate Jiuyue would also help her massage her scalp. Both of them firmly believed that as long as they kept washing their hair with soap pods, Zhu Yun's gray hairs would turn black again, just like when she was young. The joy of harvest spread across everyone's faces, and this would be the most comfortable winter they had experienced since the apocalypse. What was there to fear from the cold? They had sturdy little houses, plenty of firewood, and ample food supplies. They also had family and friends by their side. No matter how harsh the snowstorms or how dangerous the outside world might become, there was nothing to worry about. That night, after dinner, they ate roasted chestnuts while chatting, taking a long time before finally heading to bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Zhifei was half asleep when he was suddenly awakened by noises outside. He quickly rolled out of bed and strained his ears, hearing the growls of dogs barking outside. Lu Zhifei immediately became alert. This was the sound of Huatao barking, but Huatao never barked like that unless something was wrong, especially at night. Something must have happened. He quickly put on a pair of pants, grabbed the gun resting on top of his chest, and rushed outside. Lu Zhihe also quickly got dressed and followed him into the yard. At that moment, the side door opened, and Wu Daqi and Wu Kun both came running out with guns in hand. Huatao had calmed down and was now following closely behind them, alongside Jiang Ming. The three cautiously approached the wall, and Wu Daqi whispered, "Don't open the gate. Bring a ladder over." Lu Zhihe and Jiang Ming immediately brought the ladder from the side house and leaned it against the wall. Wu Daqi bent down and climbed it, peeking over the wall in the moonlight. He could vaguely see several shadowy figures rushing toward them through the night mist. "Stop!" Wu Daqi shouted from behind the wall. "Stay where you are, or we'll shoot." The figures halted, quickly retreating into the darkness of the surrounding fields. Then, a hoarse male voice drifted over, saying, "We mean no harm. Please give us some water." The few inside exchanged glances, all wearing suspicious expressions. Wu Daqi sneered and said, "There's water at the stream near the gate. Go drink there." The man paused for a moment and said, "Show some kindness. There are too many wild beasts on the mountain. Let us in to rest our feet before we leave. We have food, we're carrying cans of food, and we'll give you half." Cans of food are a great temptation for those short on supplies. But they weren't lacking food, so Wu Daqi deduced that these people couldn't have come with good intentions. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Lu Zhifei gesturing to him from below. Lu Zhifei quietly grabbed a bamboo pole, placing a small hat on top, which looked like a human head. He lifted it above the wall, giving Wu Daqi the idea. Wu Daqi then called out loud, "No deal. We don't want your cans. Now go away." Before the words had finished, a gunshot suddenly rang out, striking the hat Lu Zhifei was holding and knocking it off. Thinking they had succeeded, the group outside the wall quickly rushed out from the shadows. Wu Daqi silently cursed under his breath and propped up his gun on the wall of the courtyard, opening fire with several rapid shots. Two dark figures collapsed on the ground, while the rest swiftly hid in the ditches and behind the ridges of the vegetable field, using them as cover to return fire. Exchanging volleys, there were a few puffs heard as several holes were shot through the outer part of the wall where Wu Daqi stood. Dirt from the wall rained down. "Damn it, these are desperados," Wu Kun whispered. "I'll circle around from behind to outflank them. Don't let them get away." He led Jiang Ming and ran toward the back door. Wu Daqi held his position on the wall with his gun ready, while Lu Zhihe and Lu Zhifei guarded the side by the gate. Zhu Yun and the two children also held their weapons, finding cover in different parts of the yard. A moment later, the gunfire ceased slightly, and quiet returned to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, Wu Daqi cautiously observed any movements outside when he suddenly saw a small black dot flying into the yard. Wu Daqi's scalp tingled with fear as he immediately shouted at everyone, "Get down." Before the warning was done, the object exploded inside the courtyard with a deafening boom. Another bomb landed by the gate, blowing both wooden doors apart. At the moment of the explosion, Lu Zhifei shielded Lu Zhihe tightly against the wall, Zhu Yun protected Wu Yuan, and Lu Jiuyue safeguarded Walnut, all hiding beneath the eaves. Without shaking off the dust that had settled on him, Wu Daqi promptly fired back and shot down one shadow. At this point, from the south side of the wall, came more gunshots. Wu Kun and Jiang Ming had flanked around and were firing. Using what remained of the courtyard wall for cover, Lu Zhifei opened fire again, felling another figure in the darkness. The last remaining shadow turned and fled towards the ridge. "Ahe, bring the lamp!" Lu Zhifei shouted into the house. Lu Zhihe immediately rushed into the room, pulling out the battery pack and light bulb, turning the switch at the door. The bright, blinding light illuminated the courtyard. Startled, the person running towards the ridge turned back and was hit by a bullet from Wu Kun. Under the lamplight, they cleared up the entrance area. There were 5 bodies found separately in the vegetable garden, behind the ridges, and beside the threshing floor. All were well-built men, one of whom wasn't dead yet and received an additional shot from Lu Jifei. These individuals carried 2 guns and 1 backpack containing homemade bombs. Seeing this, everyone felt alarmed. Wu Kuan led Walnut to thoroughly search the house front and back, making sure no intruders had escaped before relaxing slightly. When dawn broke, they dragged the 5 bodies to a nearby plot of land, dug pits, and buried them. Carrying the dogs, they walked far along the road until they reached the parking place. It was evident that the 3 trucks they had driven back had suffered some damage. One fell into a ditch due to a landslide on the road. The other 2 vehicles were parked near a jeep. It was clear that last night's group had unknowingly driven onto this road, recognizing the presence of others after spotting the trucks. Relying on their instincts, they followed the road to the courtyard, preparing for a surprise attack in the dead of night. They probably didn't expect that there would be dogs in the courtyard, plenty of manpower, and ample ammunition, leading to their deaths. This attack awakened everyone to their vulnerabilities. After enjoying half a year of peaceful living, they almost forgot that only a stretch of mountain path separated the compound from the outside world, and many desperate individuals wandered about who could easily penetrate their defense. Yet, they allowed themselves to revel in the joy of the harvest, neglecting to hide the food supply first. Over the next few days, the group repaired the gates and strengthened the walls again. They also split up to dig several cellars at the back of the mountain, concealing most of the stored grain inside these new hiding spots. Observing the once again mostly empty side rooms, they finally felt reassured. Chapter 57, Rice Fields. After the first frost of early winter, the rice plants in the rice fields began to wither and shrink, both their leaves and stems turned yellow. After inspecting them, Zhu Yun immediately decided that it was time to harvest the rice. In her mind, if they could wait another half-month, if they had about 10 more days of warm weather, their rice harvest would have been better. However, that wasn't possible now, otherwise, the rice stalks would all fall flat on the ground, making the harvest difficult. Additionally, the rice panicles were prone to dropping off into the field. The next day happened to be a sunny day. A group of people brought sickles to the rice field and also carried the thresher over there. Zhu Yun led a team reaping the rice while Wu Daqi, together with Lu Jifei and Wu Kuan, brought over the harvested rice bundles to thresh the grains. Under the power of the tractor, the drum of the thresher spun rapidly. When the rice panicles approached the drum, the golden rice grains were twisted off by the iron rings, falling onto the waterproof tarp laid beneath, and were finally packed into bags. The weather was pleasant, with occasional snow-white clouds floating above the square. Zhu Yun was cutting the rice calmly at a steady pace, occasionally standing up straight and wiping the sweat from her face. After several harvests, they had already become very skilled in using the sickle. Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan even cut faster than her. Even Jiang Ming's rice-cutting skills had become quite proficient now. Their movements were neat and consistent. The right hand wielded the sickle which made an arc motion in front of them, severing large rows of rice plants at the base. The left hand then gripped the rice panicle and gently pulled them toward the chest, laying the panicles down on the open space behind. "Hey, do you still remember when little brother Jiang was planting seedlings?" Zhu Yun fanned herself with her hand and said, his back hurt so much, he couldn't bend over any longer. In the end, he had to plant by squatting in a horse stance. Laughter erupted across the rice field, and Jiang Ming chuckled, saying, "Isn't that true? Back then, I felt like my back would break." Lu Jiuyue stood up and grinned, saying, "Brother Jiang Ming, let me show you what your posture looked like back then." Saying this, she steadied her breath, assumed a horse stance, and swung her sickle forward with her upper body straight. This antics made everyone laugh even harder. "You're laughing at little brother Jiang, but weren't you all the same?" Wu Daqi shouted from beside the tractor. "Back then, after a whole day of planting seedlings, my old back was sore whether straightened or bent. I was shaking when holding my bowl. I thought it shouldn't be this way, after all, I've been trained in the army for many years. So I silently sang inside my heart, 'We who are soldiers, what makes us different?' Hey, don't tell me, but it really worked. I'm not lying to you." There was even more laughter in the rice field. Wu Yuan said, "Then let me give it a try too." As he spoke, he started singing loudly, "We who are soldiers, what makes us different?" Wu Kuan joined with a loud voice, because we all wear simple military uniforms. Lu Jifei didn't know the lyrics but didn't hesitate to join in the fun, singing, "We who are soldiers, dang 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 dang." Amidst joyous laughter and songs, they took 2 full days to finish reaping the rice in several plots of land at their leisure. The harvested rice filled several big bags. When spread out on the drying yard, Lu Jiha felt deeply gratified as he touched the rice grains and said, "They're still pretty full. At the start, I was worried that the rice might not ripen. But who would have expected that it only got cold after the grains ripened?" Zhu Yun sighed as she repeated her regretful thoughts, "If it stayed hot for another month, no, just another half-month, I guarantee the amount of grain we'd get wouldn't just fill these few bags. Our families carefully nurtured acres of rice, how strong they grew. It's such a pity, truly, a great pity. It's good enough, having a harvest is always better than having none." Wu Daqi laughed, saying, "When it rained heavily before, our rice wasn't it flooded once? When me and little Fei came to the stream to release water, I thought to myself, this year's rice crop is finished. Who would have guessed we'd still manage to harvest this much? I'm very satisfied." While the rice was being dried, the men began taking advantage of the last fine weather, mixing straw and mud to plaster the walls of the main rooms. Zhu Yun was busy washing and cleaning, tidying up both inside and outside the house. Lu Jiuyue returned from the other side of the courtyard carrying a lot of ripe pumpkins. Zhu Yun scooped out the pumpkin seeds, washed them clean, and dried them outside. Pumpkin seeds were not only used as medicine but could also be roasted in winter as snacks. At the edge of the courtyard, hanging from several trees were old loofahs and gourds, which they also picked. Rubbing away the withered outer skins of the loofahs left sponges that could be used to wash dishes. The matured gourds were more useful. Once sawn open, they became 2 ladles that could be used for watering plants or applying manure. Zhu Yun even kept a few intact gourds, intending to remove their insides and use them as oil flasks later. As the days passed, the weather grew colder and colder. Every morning when they woke up, a thick layer of fog enveloped the courtyard. It would take the sun rising for a long time before the fog dispersed. People started wearing thin padded jackets. After the wall mud was finished on the main rooms, Wudaki noticed there wasn't much meat in the house aside from fish. So he decided to lead a hunting trip into the mountains. They avoided guns, fearing the sound might attract people or zombies from outside, and only brought axes and other tools. There were quite a lot of rabbits in these mountains, and they had hunted here before. After busting their butts for 2 or 3 days, they previously caught 6 rabbits and 7 or 8 quails and pheasants. That night Zhu Yun stewed a potful of quails, while she salt-cured the rabbits and pheasants so that they could be saved for winter consumption. During dinner, Wudaki enthusiastically said he planned to bring a team to the mountain again to look for wild boars. However, Lu Jihe raised an issue: they didn't have enough salt. At present, it wasn't too cold, but after a successful hunt of a wild boar, they would need to salt the meat immediately. Otherwise, the meat would spoil. But the salt they had retrieved initially had already lasted for half a year, and during the previous period, Lu Jihe and Zhu Yun had cured a lot of vegetables, filling all jars and pots at home with pickled ginger, preserved mustard greens, pickled garlic, leek, and more, even including salted fish and rabbits hanging under the eaves. All this consumed a large amount of salt. The salt they currently had could last a bit longer, but if they needed to cure another pig, there truly wouldn't be much left afterward. So they decided to go back into the city one more time to find some salt and necessary supplies for winter. If they didn't leave now, then they would certainly have to make a trip by springtime. But venturing into the city then would be more dangerous than now. After surviving the hunger through the harsh winter, people could become extremely ferocious, something they had all witnessed firsthand. Moreover, Lu Jihe thought about the 2 young ones at home. Most adults had received education, though they had forgotten many things due to years of hardship, they still recognized characters. But when the apocalypse began, Jiuyue was only in 3rd grade, and Yuan must have just started primary school. Saying that both were illiterate was not far off at all. The world wouldn't stay this way forever. There would come a day when it gradually improved. Indeed, hadn't the weather already been better this year compared to last year? But even if the world remained difficult, certain things shouldn't be lost. Whether it was for the sake of survival in the future or to preserve past civilization, he wished the children could learn more characters and gain more insights from books during their idle winter time. This way, if they ever had the opportunity to leave the yard one day, they wouldn't feel bewildered or panicked. After Lu Jihe expressed his thoughts, there was a brief silence around the dining table. Then Jiang Ming spoke up: "Yeah, I think the same way. And, if we can find books, I want some about architecture. I regret not studying carefully back then." Wu Daqi also chimed in: "Ah, he is right. Actually, I want a repair manual too. Also, books on farming and breeding. Just relying on your rural experience, Yun's sister, I feel it's somewhat unreliable." Zhu Yun, who had been looking at Lu Jihe affectionately, turned red instantly upon hearing this and retorted: "What do you mean, unreliable? You handle it then. Let's try next year doing farming according to your method." Wu Daqi quickly caved: "I can't handle it either. I just mean I want to check out some scientific farming books." "Sai, why are you so upset, honey? I was just saying it casually." Wu Yuan subtly helped his father, saying, "Mom, didn't you just say you wanted to raise quail? Do you know how?" "Exactly, you don't. Find a book, study it, and give it a try." People around started discussing what else the household needed. Lu Jifei found a pencil stub and a piece of paper, jotting down everything one by one. After careful deliberation, they finally decided that the 4 young ones would drive into the city for supplies, leaving Wu Daqi behind to guard the home with Zhu Yun and the children. Unfortunately, despite hiding some provisions, they still had far too many items to leave them unattended, especially after the recent intrusion attempt. Therefore, they must ensure sufficient hands stayed back for security purposes. On the eve of their departure, Zhu Yun prepared a large number of steamed vegetable buns and mantou, along with one of the salted rabbits, as food for the road. Thinking of how perilous the journey ahead was and realizing 4 people with whom they lived closely were about to set out, including Ah He, whom she regarded like her own younger brother, made her heart feel like it had been gouged. The departing group also felt deeply reluctant to leave. In the early morning, as dawn barely brightened the sky, they shouldered their luggage and headed off. Those remaining inside silently followed them out, Lu Jihe saying to everyone, "Don't see us off any further. We'll be back soon." Wu Daqi et al. Stopped. Zhu Yun said, be extremely cautious on the way. If you can't find anything, just forget about it, as long as you return safely. Yeah, Wu Kun smiled and said, we'll leave as a group, and we'll return as a group. Don't worry unnecessarily at home. Lu Jiuyue reluctantly hugged her elder brother, then the second brother, and with a sullen expression said, then you must hurry back. Alright, Lu Jihe was also reluctant to part, as he patted his sister's head and said, I promise to come back immediately once we find the supplies. Lu Jifei, standing nearby, pulled on his sister's little braid. Lu Jiuyue's hair was soft, and it had grown long enough to tie into a small ponytail. He said, be good at home, don't climb trees, and when you go fishing in the stream, call Yuan, don't go alone. For once, Lu Jiuyue didn't talk back. She turned around to hug Wu Kun and Jiang Ming, and before letting them go, she even rubbed her hands over Hu Tao's fur. The four people, along with the dog, stepped onto the frost-stiffened withered grass and walked toward the winding mountain road. When they reached the hilltop, Wu Kun looked back. The fields in the village were neat, and the pond sparkled brightly, no longer desolate like when they had first arrived. In the morning light, the country houses looked warm and inviting, and in front of one house, several figures still stood for a long time. Even though their faces couldn't be seen clearly, Wu Kun could feel their concerned gazes. Chapter 58, Supplies. The four of them were traveling light, moving quickly and reaching the parking spot in just over 2 hours. The previous off-road vehicle had already been pushed into the valley, only 2 pickup trucks remained on the road. Lu Jifei was holding a shovel and went to dig up the oil and bullets they had buried before. They refueled one of the cars, filled their guns with bullets, and threw 2 oil pots and half a box of bullets into the carriage before setting out. Jiang Ming drove towards the city, with Wu Kun sitting in the front passenger seat. Lu Jihe and Lu Jifei sat in the back seat, with the walnut lying between them. All three held their guns except for the driver, always vigilant about the situation on both sides of the road. When the car reached the end of the winding mountain road, it was still early. Thus, instead of heading to their usual lodging house, they directly turned onto the road leading to the city. The road conditions were poor, so Jiang Ming and Lu Jihe took turns driving very slowly. On either side of the road stretched the fields and distant mountains of early winter. The fields contained withered wild grass and varied shrubs, and the mountains weren't as desolate as before. They carried deep green hues, though they bore a bleak atmosphere due to the cold winds of early winter. Still, compared to even half a year ago, things were improving somewhat, at least there was vegetation growing all around. Their journey was rather lucky, they encountered neither people nor beasts or zombies. By evening, they stopped at a house by the roadside. After ensuring there were no anomalies inside with the help of Walnut, they parked the car in front of an open space, entering the house to spend the night. On the second day when they set out again, upon encountering small towns or villages where population clusters were more significant, they would stop to search. These places had mostly been searched before, yet among some collapsed residential areas, they managed to find items like detergent powder, cookware, water kettles, and other miscellaneous daily necessities. As they continued searching and traveling, that afternoon, Jiang Ming drove to a nearby village after finishing a search. Seeing the broken cement road extending far ahead, he attempted to drive forward. He discovered a narrow cement path turning into the mountains. Leaving the car by the roadside, they walked several hundred meters and found a large yard in front of them. The walls were relatively intact, and the gate was tightly closed. Faintly visible on the lintel were the words, XX Nursing Home. Walnut barked anxiously a few times as it approached the house. Wu Kun patted its head, and Walnut quieted down again. After exchanging glances, the four cautiously approached the gate, peering through the cracks. Inside was a fairly large courtyard with 5 or 6 zombies walking about unsteadily. Jiang Ming broke the gate with an axe. Hearing the commotion, the zombies rushed over. Given how long they had been infected, they possessed little fighting power, so neither Jiang Ming nor Lu Jihe needed to engage directly. A quick circle of gunfire from Lu Jifei and Wu Kun eliminated them. Clearing the courtyard of zombies, the four entered the courtyard, finding besides a cement ground, vast wasteland covered in tall grass and thick corn stalks. Corn cobs hung from dried stems, their leaves rustling in the cold wind. Seeing this, Lu Jihe became excited, running over with an axe in hand. He picked a corn cob, peeled it, and exclaimed, "These are all old cobs. Take them, take them." Jiang Ming then joined him in picking corn cobs. Meanwhile, Wu Kun patrolled the premises with Walnut, while Lu Jifei entered the house with his gun to search room by room. He found several packs of salt and half a bag of rice in the kitchen and many bed covers and cotton padding in a storage room. Having finished his search indoors, Lu Jifei returned to the courtyard, where Lu Jihe and Jiang Ming had already gathered armsful of corn, laying them down on the cement ground before returning to the cornfield again. After a few trips, a pile of corn cobs accumulated high like a small hill on the ground. The trio's excitement grew at the sight of the corn. Lu Jifei said, "There's too much to take to the city." Jiang Ming replied, "I see this place is quite secluded. Let's hide it here until we come back for it." Lu Jifei then went in and grabbed a sheet, used it to load the corn cobs, and carried it indoors. At this point, Wu Kun returned and noticed how late it was getting. He suggested, "Let me bring the car in. We'll stay overnight here tonight." He moved the car, while the others sought out shovels and dug a pit nearby to bury the zombies. That night, the group slept on empty beds inside the house. Light rain fell outside, the cold wind piercing through the door cracks. It wasn't clear if it was because the weather had gotten colder or because it was cooler outside the compound. After dinner, the 4 people and 1 dog warmed themselves by the fire briefly before crawling into their sleeping bags. The next morning, they made sure the house door and gate were securely closed before leaving in the car, still heading towards the city as originally planned. They didn't linger much on the road, so by the evening, they had reached the outskirts of the city and found an empty house nearby. The 4 lit a fire, boiled water, and ate their meal. Afterwards, Lu Zhifei took out the tattered old map, laying it on the ground. The group gathered around it to discuss and decided to search for supplies in the residential areas on the east side of the city first. They unloaded the oil and bullets from the car, hiding them in the house. Early the next morning, Jiangming drove to the east part of the city. The eastern area used to be home to 2 universities, the nearby snack street and commercial streets had once been bustling, but now all that was gone. The roads were empty, with only the occasional zombie staggering through the middle, turning to look dazedly upon hearing the roaring sound of the car's engine before clumsily chasing after them, only to quickly fall behind as the truck sped away. When Jiangming parked at a residential complex, the sun had just risen, casting golden rays over the dilapidated buildings. Above the entrance of the housing complex were the golden characters for Shuefu Mingyuan, which shimmered oddly in the sunlight, adding an unusual sense of desolation. Jiangming parked the car behind another covered in dust, and the 4 people and the dog got out. Lu Zhihe sprinkled a handful of ash on the windshield to make it appear as if the car hadn't been driven for a long time. With that done, they moved toward the building entrance. Lu Zhifei and Wu Kuan held their guns, guarding ahead and behind while Lu Zhihe and Jiangming each carried weapons, a crowbar and an axe, as they walked carefully along the cracked path leading into one of the apartment buildings. Following the staircase upward, they systematically searched every apartment one by one, finding fragmented daily necessities such as clumped detergent powder, already yellowed toilet paper, hot water bottles, and more. Lu Zhifei even stumbled across a big pile of pencils, ballpoint pens, and a few stacks of notebooks. By noon, realizing there wasn't anything left worth collecting, they left this complex and headed to another residential area. Here, many houses were older, trees having once stood before them, now most had perished, leaving only bare tree stumps. A few sparse trees managed to come back to life this year, their branches swaying desolately in the cold wind. As usual, they chose one building and began searching each apartment upstairs. Similarly, these apartments had also been rummaged through by others, evident by the disarray left behind. Nevertheless, they persisted and thoroughly inspected every nook and cranny. On the 3rd floor of one building, Jiangming and Lu Zhihe discovered an old-fashioned kettle in the kitchen. Wu Kuan was searching through the living room drawers with the dog, while Lu Zhifei went into another room and didn't return for quite a while. When Lu Zhihe entered the room to call him, he found Lu Zhifei going through a notebook. The room was chaotic, but the bookshelf was filled with books. Books, being useless for sustenance or practicality in the end times, remained untouched. They weighed the vehicle down too, not even making decent firewood compared to a rotten wooden frame. This family must have a scholar. Look. Seeing Lu Zhihe enter, Lu Zhifei handed him the notebook, saying, judging by the notes, I don't care about the contents so much as how meticulously written these are, look at the handwriting. Should we take this back? Maybe Jiu Yu and Yuan could learn something from it. After some thought, Lu Zhihe said, no, thanks. Just bring the textbooks. Minimal auxiliary teaching materials, just grab a couple of workbooks. There's not enough space in the car for too much. Wu Kuan and Jiangming joined them in the room at that moment and laughed upon hearing the discussion. Jiangming remarked, Jiu Yu and Yuan would never expect to still be doing practice problems in the apocalypse. Wu Kuan replied, oh my god, I'm so relieved that I'm an adult already. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Zhihe rifled through the bookcase, pulling out necessary textbooks and placing them into a large cardboard box. He added a few classic novels too. When the box was full, Jiangming prepared to carry the items downstairs, but Lu Zhihe suddenly crouched beside the bookshelf, softly exclaiming with surprise. What's wrong? Lu Zhifei asked urgently. Look, Lu Zhihe pulled out a few books, revealing what seemed like a hidden compartment beneath. Lu Zhifei removed more books and tapped on the cabinet's partition, confirming its existence. It's real all right. Hand me the axe. Jiangming promptly passed him the axe, and Lu Zhifei pried open the hidden compartment to reveal a stack of money and a biscuit tin. He took out the tin and opened it, inside which were a collection of gold and silver jewelry. Sighing, Jiangming commented, what use is this stuff? Can you eat it? Can you use it? Wu Kuan was holding a golden bracelet in his hand, on which intricate dragon and phoenix patterns were carved. He weighed it carefully and said, it's quite heavy. He tossed the bracelet into the box, and Lu Zhifei grinned as he said, since we found it, let's take it. These kinds of precious metals might be useful at some point later on. As Lu Zhifei prepared to close the lid, Jiangming suddenly said, wait. He picked up a key from the pile of jewelry inside the box and examined it carefully from different angles before saying, why is there a key here? The group exchanged glances with each other, speculating on what the key could be for. After a while of silence, Jiang Ming finally said, I thought this house felt a bit off earlier, the layout is slightly different from the ones downstairs. Didn't you notice? No one had noticed, but respecting Jiang Ming's opinion, Wu Kun nodded and replied, seems like there might be something. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before heading straight to another bedroom and asking, don't you think this bedroom is smaller than the ones in the apartment below? At this, Lu Zhifei vaguely recalled that this room did indeed feel smaller compared to the one below. However, differences in furniture size could also create such visual illusions. After sharing his thoughts, Jiang Ming shook his head and said, look at the size of the floor tiles, they're all 60 by 60 centimeters square tiles. There are only 15 laid horizontally upstairs, whereas there are over 20 downstairs. While explaining, he moved the wardrobe against the wall aside, and the others hurriedly came to help. Once the wardrobe was moved, Jiang Ming tapped on the wall, and the hollow sound echoed back. Even Nangwit, the dog, caught on, wagging its tail and softly barking. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wu Kun and Lu Zhifei quickly shifted the cabinet further away, revealing a complete hidden door. Jiang Ming's hands trembled with excitement as he took the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it gently. The bolt clicked open, and the door swung wide. Wu Kun raised his gun, aiming cautiously into the dim interior. As Lu Zhihe lit a lighter, a soft gasp escaped his lips. The hidden chamber was extremely small, with several bags of rice and flour stacked against the wall. In the corner stood 7 or 8 cardboard boxes, which Wu Kun opened and found filled with salt. On the other side were more paper cartons, inside them were instant noodles. Several large containers held bucket-packed rapeseed oil and salad oil, cramming the small space entirely. In the corner lay a bedsheet and a blanket. Lu Zhihe wiped his hand across the blanket, finding it covered with a thin layer of dust. Clearly, the owner had just stored these supplies and never got the chance to use them before something happened and they never returned. Quick! Let's go, take everything. Wu Kun said, his voice trembling slightly. Each person carried as much as they could, bringing the supplies down the stairs toward the vehicle. Just as they approached the entrance of the residential complex, Wu Kun, walking ahead, suddenly spotted 2 figures standing beside the truck. He hastily dropped the items and ducked behind the remnants of the wall, signaling to those behind him. Understanding the situation immediately, Lu Zhifei set down the supplies, picked up his gun, and stealthily made his way forward. Taking cover behind a broken wall, Lu Zhifei fired a shot at the ground near the feet of the 2 individuals. Sparks and dirt flew up from the impact, causing the 2 intruders to panic and flee. Wu Kun, along with the dog, ran over to check around the truck, making sure nothing seemed out of place, then waved for the others to come inside. The rest of the group quickly embraced the remaining goods and piled them into the truck's bed. Wu Kun guarded by the car with his gun, while the others went back up once more to retrieve the final items. After ensuring everything was loaded, Jiang Ming jumped into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove swiftly away from the location. Chapter 59, Same Route. Because of the unexpected gains from this trip, everyone was very excited on the way back. At the thought of the pile of supplies in the trunk, Lu Zhihe couldn't help but smile and said, wow, who would have thought this trip would be so smooth? Wu Kun said, isn't it all thanks to you finding that hidden compartment in the bookshelf? No wonder the ancient said there's gold in books, I'm really convinced now. Damn, can't help but be impressed. Lu Zhifei also said, right. I'm convinced too. Knowledge is truly a powerful force. Xiaojianger could immediately tell there was a partition, while the 3 of us were blind to it, completely unable to notice. It seems we'd better learn some architecture or we'll feel embarrassed to keep moving forward. While they were joking around lightly, they drove the car to the edge of the city, returning to where they stayed the previous night. As usual, Wu Kun went down first with the dog for inspection. After confirming there were no abnormalities, they drove in. After moving the supplies into the house, Jiang Ming and Lu Zhihe backed the car into an alley between 2 buildings, even carefully sprinkling sand on the front windshield to disguise it as dusty before going inside. The 4 people inventoried the supplies again, each feeling quite satisfied. Lu Zhifei said, we've exceeded our target. Amazing. Are we going to the library tomorrow? Or check around the bookstore? Wu Kun asked. Jiang Ming said, let's go to the library first, then if needed, we'll visit the bookstore. Lu Zhihe thought for a moment and said, how about tomorrow we search in the alleys? Maybe some tailor shops or knitting stores have fabric that hasn't been taken yet, it'd be great to bring them back to make clothes. That's a good idea, Wu Kun said, but how do we know which alley has tailor shops? I know, Lu Zhihe smiled and said, where we used to live, there's a small market nearby, and several such stores in the adjacent alley. I once had a dress made for September at one of those shops. Yes. Lu Zhifei hurriedly agreed, let's look for them, maybe we'll really find something valuable. Indeed, Jiang Ming also said, clothes might have already been taken, but fabric should still remain in some places. Others wouldn't necessarily know what to do with it after taking it. After deciding, the 4 agreed to follow Lu Zhihe tomorrow to search for fabrics and then go to the municipal library. Lu Zhifei sighed, if everything goes well, we can head home the day after tomorrow. At the mention of home, everyone became more homesick. They wished to quickly end this dangerous journey and return to Pingxi, eating and drinking freely, enjoying their free lives. That evening, Lu Jiha boiled water, roasted mantu, steamed buns, and vegetable buns, and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal with the rabbit meat they brought along. Then they extinguished the campfire, opened their sleeping bags early, and crawled inside to sleep. Winter nights come early, and as night fell, a cold mist spread through the city. The wind squeezed through door cracks, and even Walnut lying by the door had to tuck its nose between its legs from the cold. In the middle of the night, Wu Kun woke up startled by distant gunshots. Walnut beside him stood up, letting out a low growl. Wu Kun quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag, picked up his gun, and approached the window. He carefully peeked outside after lifting the hemp cloth covering the window. Not far away, intermittent gunshots and zombie screams could be heard. In the darkness, Lu Jiha and others also sat up quietly, put on their shoes, and grabbed their guns to guard by the windows and doors. The roar of cars echoed not far from the house, speeding directly out of town. Gunshots and cries of Red Corpse devils followed, fading into silence as the area gradually returned to quiet. No one knew exactly who these people were or whether they could successfully escape during the dark night. Wu Kun thought about it and patted Walnut's head. Everyone then climbed back into their sleeping bags and slept until dawn. After breakfast, they hid the supplies behind the house at a corner formed by two broken walls. They placed the supplies inside, covered it with a hemp sack, and scattered bricks and tiles over it. From the outside, it was difficult to detect that something was hidden underneath. Then they refueled the vehicle, filled their firearms with ammunition. Lu Jiha drove the car, leading them to his former place of residence. The neighborhood where Lu Jiha and Lu Jifei lived was one of the hardest hit areas in the city. Most buildings had completely collapsed. This included their previous apartment building. However, Lu Jiha didn't linger near the neighborhood but turned the car into a nearby alley. They zigzagged through it, weaving around fallen bricks and cars blocking the road. Once they reached a narrower section, Lu Jiha stopped the car, and everyone got out with the dog to walk further down the alley. On either side of the alley were low-lying storefronts, some already collapsed. After handling a few zombies that popped out using axes, they walked for a while until Lu Jiha halted at one store entrance. He looked around, pulled up the halfway down metal roller door, and went inside. Inside was a large table used for cutting clothes, covered in random sewing tools like a tape measure, wooden ruler, and a box of chalk powder. On either side, wooden cabinets originally held stacks of fabric rolls, most of which were now missing, leaving only a couple on the ground. Lu Jifei and Wu Kun first went in to check, while Lu Jiha picked up some of the fabric, dusted off the dirt, and handed it to Jiangming standing behind him. Then he rummaged through a short cabinet by the wall, pulling out two remaining bolts of cloth. As he moved toward the inner room through a doorway, an enclosed small courtyard came into view. Grass grew wildly on the cracked cement ground, while pots lined against the walls contained nothing but bare dirt. What used to be lush flowers had long since turned to ashes. Wu Kun and Lu Jifei had already searched the main house with the dog when Lu Jiha was about to go in, but Lu Jifei stopped him and whispered softly, "Don't go in yet, check other rooms first." Surprised, Lu Jiha glanced inside the room but retracted his foot, entering an adjacent storage room instead. The over 2-meter-high wooden cabinets here had once been full of rolled fabrics, various colors of thread, and buttons. Now the cabinets were almost empty except for multicolored buttons scattered on the floor and partially taken threads and fabrics haphazardly thrown on the ground. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he squatted down to pick up some buttons and quietly said, "There really is still a lot left." They cut 2 lengths of fabric and bundled all the buttons, threads, and leftover fabric into packages. Wu Kun and Lu Jifei joined in the effort, tying them securely into 2 large packs. As they exited, Lu Jiha hesitated briefly and grabbed the tape measure and box of chalk powder from the large cutting table. Deeper down the alley, they continued walking with their loot to another house. This one had its frontage and yard entirely collapsed. Lu Jiha ventured in, searching among the rubble for quite a while before uncovering a flattened large cardboard box containing many wool yarn rolls. "Wow, we can take this back and knit sweaters," Jiang Ming exclaimed, helping him dig furiously through the broken bricks. Soon after, they found a smaller box of even finer wool yarn, the labels still unopened. After they carried out the boxes, Lu Jifei appeared from the kitchen corner carrying more than half a bag of rice and a small bag of flour. Everyone then either carried or slung items on their backs, heading back toward the mouth of the alley. Once they loaded everything into the trunk of the car, Lu Jifei clapped his hands together and declared, "All right, let's head straight to the library now." Despite gathering so much useful stuff, Lu Jiha's mood wasn't great. Quietly holding his hand in the car, Lu Jifei could only see Lu Jiha turn around and manage a strained smile. It wasn't until the car drove far away and approached the familiar library building that his spirits seemed to revive again. The municipal library's main building was an old-style 6-story structure that miraculously survived all disasters when the apocalypse began, making it one of the few relatively intact places in the city. Besides the main building, there were also auxiliary structures around it, though many had collapsed. They parked the car at a secluded spot, unloaded the items from the trunk, and hid them inside a nearby ruined house. Then the 4, along with the dog, headed directly for the main building. Though the exterior of the main building was still intact, the interior was in complete disarray. The vast hallways were littered with scattered papers and overturned chairs and tables. Wu Kun and Lu Jifei, accompanied by the dog, climbed from the 1st to the 6th floor, quickly surveying the conditions inside. Floors 1 through 3 were book and reading rooms, the shelves and furniture had collapsed, scattering books everywhere. The 4th floor computer room and 5th floor activity room bore traces of robbery and vandalism. The 6th floor, being the office area, was equally chaotic. Several zombies roamed aimlessly in the corridors, charging at them upon hearing noises, only to be swiftly chopped down by Wu Kun and Lu Zhifei with their axes. After thoroughly checking the entire building and finding no dangers, they descended straight to the book area. Lu Zhihe and Jiang Ming had already started looking for books. One went directly to the traditional Chinese medicine section, while the other headed to architecture. Meanwhile, Lu Zhifei and Wu Kun, after coming downstairs, one looked for professional books on planting, breeding, and even smelting, while the other went straight to mechanical repair, each having their own clear goals. Since all the books were scattered together, it wasn't easy to find what they wanted. They stayed inside for a long time before finally gathering up the books they had selected, meeting back together. As they stepped over the books on the floor, Jiang Ming and Lu Zhifei couldn't help but pick up several novels along the way. All right, we can't carry any more, said Lu Zhihe. Don't take everything. Do some further selection, or there won't even be room in the car. The four then squatted behind an overturned cabinet, performing a second round of selections while softly talking amongst themselves. Suddenly, standing beside them, Walnut raised his head and let out a soft growl. Immediately alert, everyone dropped the books, each picking up their guns and axes that were lying nearby, and hid behind the bookshelves. At this point, footsteps could be heard outside. A man's voice echoed, "It's here. Look, there are still so many books. Just grab some useful ones," said another person. The footsteps gradually drew nearer. Through the gaps in the bookshelf, Lu Zhihe saw that there were also 4 people, 3 men and a woman. 2 men were guarding at the entrance with guns and axes, while the other 2 moved into the library. The 4 hiding behind the bookshelves exchanged glances. Lu Zhihe lightly coughed once and asked, "Are you passers-by?" The sound broke the silence of the library and startled the group at the entrance, who quickly took cover, aiming their blackened gun barrels into the interior. "We're just passing through, with no ill intentions," Lu Zhihe responded calmly after thinking for a moment. Slowly rising, he held up the 2 books in his hands and said, "We just want to find some books to take home for the kids and adults." His tone was clean and warm, making him very approachable, which easily earned the favor of the others. After a while, the woman hidden behind the wooden shelf spoke too, saying, "We're just passing by, with no bad intentions." Lu Zhihe continued, "My companions and I have already found the books we need, and we will leave shortly. We won't interfere with you." The other group remained silent for a moment, and the man near the entrance slowly stood from the wall, lowering his gun and said, "Thank you. We just want to find some books as well, and we hope we haven't disturbed you." Both sides exchanged polite yet guarded words. Lu Zhihe picked up the books on the ground, nodding toward the others hidden behind the bookshelf, and said, "There are 4 of us and 1 dog going out now. Please don't misunderstand." One by one, they emerged from their hiding places, picked up the books on the ground, and walked toward the exit, with Lu Zhifei and Wu Kun keeping their gun barrels pointed downward. 4 people and a dog went out sequentially. When Walnut appeared in front of the other group, the people there showed obvious surprise. The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Is that your dog? Are you really raising a dog?" "Yes," Wu Kun glanced down at Walnut next to him and said, "He's our friend, and we've kept him for many years. Rest assured, he doesn't bite." As they passed by at the door, just before leaving, one man hesitated briefly and suddenly asked, "We live in a farm about 200 miles away from here. And what about you?" Although Lu Zhihe and the others actually wanted to exchange information about their situation upon meeting their kind, they feared being too abrupt would make the other side more vigilant and cause conflict. Upon hearing this question, Lu Zhifei hurriedly responded, "We live in a valley with a few trusted friends." With that as the beginning, both groups stood at the entrance exchanging details about their settlement situations. It turned out that these people had farmland and water sources. After the weather warmed up this year, they planted extensively. Due to natural disasters, the harvest wasn't great, but overall, it was still better than previous years. "The food supply at home isn't enough, so we came to the city looking for supplies. Once we get through this winter, things will be better when spring comes next year," one man said hopefully, then asked, "What about you?" "Our situation is slightly better," replied Lu Zhihe. "The rice harvest wasn't ideal, but the wheat harvest was good. Anyway, we have enough food to get through this winter." The expressions in those 4 people's eyes carried some envy, and the woman sighed, "That's wonderful. There are still so many people like us in this world, right? That's wonderful." Lu Zhihe felt a pang of sorrow and was deeply moved. Yes, even though it was the end times, there were still many people like them, holding on to their small plots of land, working hard to fill their bellies. Though life wasn't easy, in such times, no one lived easily. After exchanging a few more words, they nodded at each other, marking their farewell, then left the hall with their books. Upon reaching the parking spot, they quietly loaded their belongings into the car trunk, preparing to set off. Lu Zhihe looked at the 2 bags of rice and flour found that morning, hesitating for a moment, and said, "Why don't we give these grains to them?" Exactly, Jiang Ming had clearly been thinking about it too, hurriedly responding, "Our food supplies are enough, they will starve during the winter." Unfortunately, we only found this much grain this morning. Wu Kun also wore a regretful expression as he added, let's give it to them, help when you can. We'll stay here while you and Ji-Fei go. Thus, Lu Jiha followed Lu Ji-Fei carrying the grain back to the main building. They stopped in a hall where Lu Jiha gently placed the items on the ground, then told the man guarding the door, this is some grain we found earlier this morning. Please accept it. Wishing you all the best. Upon hearing his words, the group who emerged from inside stared wide-eyed in astonishment, obviously not expecting these strangers met by chance to leave such precious provisions behind for them. The woman's eyes immediately welled up, the three men equally stunned, until they turned away toward the exit. Someone shouted loudly after their backs, brother, take care. Take care. Lu Jiha also turned around saying, and Lu Ji-Fei added, it will get better. Yes, it will definitely get better. Those inside waved their hands shouting in response. Chapter 60, Laying an Ambush. This time entering the city, they didn't fire a single bullet but managed to fill up a whole carriage with supplies. Thinking about heading home tomorrow, all of them quietly became excited. When they returned from the library, the weather had turned overcast, dark clouds looming as if snow was coming. Everyone hurriedly took advantage of daylight to check the vehicles and fit them with anti-slip chains. As soon as it was dawn the next morning, after hastily eating some food, they covered the supplies in the carriages with a tarp and quickly set off. As the vehicle drove out of the city, snow began to fall. At first, it was icy pellets that tapped on the windows, then gradually turned into snowflakes. Though eager to return home, Lu Jiha still drove steadily and slowly. Through the swirling snow, the world seemed desolate and tranquil. In this vast wilderness, there seemed to be only their small car traveling along a broken and long road. North winds howled outside the car windows, yet the group of people and a dog inside were warm and snug. Jiang Ming, having woken up early, grew sleepy shortly after leaving the city. Wu Kun said, you can take a nap, wake up when he gets tired. There's me and Ji-Fei watching the sides of the road. That's right, Xiao Jiang, Lu Jiha also said, take a little nap if you're sleepy. I'm not tired now. Jiang Ming agreed, holding the soft and warm walnut, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest, and soon, amidst the car's bumpy ride, he began to feel drowsy. Wu Kun heard his breathing becoming deep and steady, gently draping a piece of clothing over him, and looked out at the snowfall, softly saying, with such heavy snow, will it block the road? Lu Jiha also worried about this point. However, Lu Ji-Fei said, I don't think it will. We'll just drive slowly, safety first. It might take more time on the road, but we'll eventually get home. Just as they were discussing the road conditions in hushed tones, suddenly Lu Ji-Fei spotted a small black dot ahead on the road and immediately became alert. Lu Jiha slowly reduced the speed, while Wu Kun nudged Jiang Ming and said, Xiao Jiang, don't sleep anymore, wake up. Jiang Ming abruptly sat up, by which time the car had already come quite close to the black spot, allowing them to see clearly that it was a person standing alone by the side of the road. That person's clothes and hat were already dusted with a thin layer of snow, with a scarf covering his face, making it impossible to discern his features. Yet, judging by the lean and short figure, he seemed like a child who hadn't yet fully grown up. Kind travelers, please help. The man waved desperately from the roadside, hoarsely shouting, take me for a ride, please. Lu Ji-Fei tightened his grip on the gun, scanning around the person. Beside the road lay a flat expanse of field covered thinly with fallen snow, revealing no signs of an ambush. He thus rolled down the window and said, sorry, our car is already full. I'll get off up ahead. The man ran alongside the moving car, continuing to plead, please, I've walked a very long distance and am exhausted. When we reach a place with houses, I'll disembark. Lu Jiha glanced at the heavy snow outside and then looked at the man, feeling somewhat hesitant. Although this was only the first snow of the year, no one knew how much it would eventually snow. This man stood alone in the snowy fields by the road, looking extremely fatigued. If he couldn't find shelter in time, he might very well freeze to death. Actually, with a bit of squeezing, it wouldn't be a problem to have another person in the car. And the other party was merely a skinny man while they had 4 sturdy men. Even if the man had ulterior motives, there was nothing to fear. The group exchanged glances, and just as Lu Jiha was about to say something, suddenly they heard Jiang Ming say from the back, wait. Don't open the door. His voice was tensely strained, his complexion somewhat pale as he intensely stared at the man by the road, saying, I recognize this person. Wu Kun turned to look at him, noticing his lips trembling slightly, instantly realizing everything. Jiang Ming sharply inhaled and continued, this is one of their usual tricks. First, they send someone to stop our car, leading us to where they've laid an ambush. This person would then request to disembark. Lu Jiha was startled and asked, so what do we do now? Wu Kun's face darkened, silently thinking for a moment before saying, stop the car, I'm getting out. Lu Jiha hurriedly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Wu Kun opened the door, shouldering his rifle as he walked to the man and said, we can take you with us too, lift your hands, I need to pat you down. The man, having run to exhaustion, hearing this demand, quickly raised both arms high. Wu Kun searched him thoroughly from head to toe but found no weapons, which surprised him a bit. At this moment, 2 bangs sounded behind from the car doors, and both Jiang Ming and Lu Ji-Fei got out of the car as well. Lu Zhifei held the gun vigilantly, surveying the surroundings, while Jiang Ming walked toward them from the rear of the car, saying as he walked, "Shorty, do you still remember me?" The man on the roadside was stunned, then turned and sprinted towards the field. Wu Kuan chased after him closely, tackling him to the ground. The man quickly swiped off his hat and pulled a small, sleek dagger from his hair, snapping out the blade and viciously stabbing toward Wu Kuan's neck. Jiang Ming, who had been watching clearly from the side, immediately kicked the dagger far away into the snow where it disappeared. With his hat removed, a thin face was revealed, a grown man with an honest and handsome appearance. Jiang Ming looked down at him, asking, "Where have you set your ambush?" The man glared at Jiang Ming silently. Wu Kuan slapped his face and said, "Answer me. Are you deaf?" Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he still didn't speak. Wu Kuan sneered coldly, "Not going to talk, huh? Alright, I know exactly how to deal with heroes like you." Saying this, he handed his gun that had been in the way to Jiang Ming, then drew the axe from his back and chopped it down onto the man's left hand. With the blade passing through, 4 fingers jumped up, landing on the snow-covered ground. The man screamed loudly and desperately shouted, "Wait, I'll tell. I'll tell everything." Jiang Ming exhaled a puff of white breath and said, "He won't tell the truth, just cut his throat." After hearing this, Wu Kuan grabbed the man by the neck, preparing to swing the axe upward. The man struggled frantically, gripping Wu Kuan's hands tightly while shrieking, "I'm telling the truth. I'll say everything. Don't kill me. They're hiding right ahead, I'll lead you there. Strike me dead if I'm lying. I don't already know that you would ambush us ahead." Wu Kuan bellowed, "Speak. Where ahead?" Groaning, the man replied, "It's just ahead, in a town, really. In a 3-story building near the exit of the town." After finishing his interrogation, Wu Kuan dragged the man a bit further into the snowy field, then stomped down hard on his leg bone. He told Jiang Ming, "Leave the man to you." Saying this, he took his gun and walked toward the road. The man, with one broken leg, crawled forward desperately, pleading all the while, "Deng Xiao, listen to me, there's justice in everything, what happened before is not my fault. Apiao and Big Brother Li are still ahead, go settle accounts with them." "No, I'll help you settle scores with them. This time, I swear I'll definitely help you." Before his words could finish, Jiang Ming raised his axe and swung it at the man's neck. Despite being hit, the man didn't die instantly but struggled and crawled 2 more meters before stopping. Jiang Ming followed and hacked continuously 7 or 8 times, nearly severing the head before finally stopping. Standing up, Jiang Ming clutched the blood-drenched axe in the falling snow, blankly staring at the corpse beneath his feet. Suddenly, he began vomiting. After vomiting for a while, he stumbled backward. As he passed Wu Kuan, he was embraced firmly. Wu Kuan patted his back and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." After quite some time, Jiang Ming managed to stop shivering and lifted his head from Wu Kuan's embrace. His eyes were slightly red, though he wasn't crying. He wiped the blood off the axe onto the snowy ground and said, "Let's go, we don't have much time." Everyone climbed back into the car separately. Lu Zhiha asked, "What now? Do we drive straight along this road, or take a detour?" If they avoided the small town, they'd need to make a significant detour, and in such harsh weather conditions, it was easy to get lost. Moreover, Jiang Ming didn't want to detour. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed ahead, saying, "Go ahead. I can guess where these people might lay their traps." "Right." Lu Zhifei also agreed, "We've got plenty of ammunition, why should we fear them?" They had checked all the guns earlier, filling them with bullets and carrying several extra clips. By this point, Jiang Ming had calmed down somewhat and briefly introduced the enemy situation. "When I was captured by them, there were of them. Since Shorty looks honest and straightforward, he would often be sent out as bait to lure passers-by to the ambush sites. Shorty is very good at persuading others, so in the car, he would try to engage in conversation with people, making them let their guard down. Once arriving at the location, he would attack together with those in ambush. These people don't rob just for supplies, they sometimes do it for entertainment." Suddenly, he paused, his eyes reddening as he struggled to swallow saliva, and continued, "Their leader's surname is Li, over 30 years old, with very accurate gun skills, usually serving as a sniper at a high position. We must be cautious. So his aim is very good, huh?" Wu Kuan pulled the trigger mechanism with a sharp sound and smirked, "Then let's see what he's got today." Lu Zhifei also taunted sarcastically, if he was really strong, he wouldn't resort to these dirty tricks. Lu Zhiha's back stiffened when he heard the words, "seeking pleasure." "Since we're already here, let's uphold justice," he said coldly and then looked at Lu Zhifei and Wu Kuan, warning them, "Don't underestimate these guys. If they've managed to survive until now, it definitely isn't just by resorting to these underhanded tactics." The car drove forward for another short distance before some broken houses finally appeared along the road. Lu Zhiha slowed down, and all 4 in the car were on high alert, paying attention to every sound around them. The wind whipped the snowflakes against the broken walls and dilapidated rooftops without a trace of human activity. As they neared a 2-story small building in the middle of the town, Jiang Ming suddenly said, "They're most likely hiding here." The truck came to a slow halt by the roadside. Wu Kuan, keeping watch around them, whispered cautiously, "Ah he, you stay here with the car. When we get out, drive it back to a safer place. When I say 1, 2, 3, open the doors together and start shooting. 1, 2, 3. Upon Wu Kuan's count, the three people leaped out simultaneously, with Huata, the dog following closely. They ran while continuously firing their guns in various directions, aiming toward ruins and windows as they quickly found cover behind the remnants of the broken walls. Afterward, Lu Jiha also drove the car backward quite a stretch, parking safely beside the road before immediately retrieving his gun from the back seat. The three men formed a circle with the dog in the middle, carefully treading over the scattered rubble as they slowly advanced towards the ambush point, a two-story building. With ample ammunition, they sprayed bullets towards every house or wall that might hide an opponent, advancing under a shower of firepower. From the collapsed mountain-like side of a ruined house, Lu Jifei and Wu Kun shot two men who hadn't yet retreated. Just as they crossed through the opening in the wall and moved forward, they heard whistling wind sounds approaching. Lu Jifei ducked just in time to evade a flying axe. Beside him, Jiang Ming had already fired several rounds upward. A groan sounded as someone slumped lifelessly off the wall above. Now close to the two-story building, Huata barked sharply twice upward. Wu Kun lifted his rifle and fired a whole clip blindly into several second-floor windows without even looking. Then, the three flanked from behind a crumbling wall, killing another man armed with an axe on the other side and charging into the building. Wu Kun gestured to Jiang Ming, signaling for him to remain downstairs. Wu Kun himself ascended the stairs alongside Lu Jifei. At a bend, catching sight of a fleeting shadow, both opened fire immediately. Instantly, gunshots echoed upstairs and downstairs like popping beans. Bullets struck the walls, sending chunks of plaster tumbling down as Lu Jifei provided covering fire while Wu Kun charged up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, there was no one left in the living room. Quickly ascending, Lu Jifei joined the scene. The pair stood back to back and began methodically searching each room on the floor, their rifles raised high. Soon afterward, Huata also ascended, making a brief round through the living room. Suddenly, she stopped, tilting her head slightly and whimpering softly toward the semi-hidden portion of the second floor. Simultaneously, Wu Kun and Lu Jifei's rifles discharged, revealing a body tumbling from behind the partition of the second-floor half-section. Blood gushed from the fallen figure, confirming he would not live long. Their search continued when suddenly a heavy thud resonated from downstairs. Wu Kun rushed to the window edge, leaned out cautiously but was yanked back instantly by Lu Jifei. Bullets barely missed Wu Kun's scalp. Lu Jifei propped his gun onto the windowsill, returned fire, and then glanced outward again. In the chaos, a shadow of a man swiftly disappeared behind a shattered wall. That man crouched low, quietly moving in the wind and snowstorm noiselessly, navigating between ruins and broken walls. Like a slippery fish weaving through crevices, once he turned past that distant wall only a few steps away, he'd successfully escaped the two men's field of vision and break free. Ahead was a culvert leading to their campsite, where a jeep awaited. Even if those people knew he was driving away, the harsh weather wouldn't risk them pursuing. When he was merely 2 steps away from the wall, a gunshot suddenly rang out. His legs faltered, collapsing to the ground, stunned as he saw the growing hole on his chest. Blood soon soaked his clothing. Jiang Ming walked slowly through the snowfall, still holding a steaming gun. Looking at the man on the ground, he said, "Big brotherly, how do you do?" With a look of shock, the man lying on the ground could not believe what he was witnessing. Jiang Ming breathed out a cloud of white vapor in the freezing air and said, "You always used to say that good people don't live long, while bad ones survive forever. But why am I alive, while you're about to die?" Blood foam spewed from the man's mouth, he could no longer speak. Jiang Ming smiled, then squatted beside him and said, "Whether you believe it or not, this is your karma. See, even heaven hasn't forgotten about you. And people like you will definitely go to hell when they die. You'll be tormented over and over again, your tongue pulled out, boiled alive, steamed, slowly dissected. Are you afraid, brotherly?" The man on the ground revealed an expression of extreme terror. Jiang Ming put his gun aside, drew the axe from his back, touched its blade with his hand, and said, "Do you want to die, brotherly?" The man's eyes widened as he shook his head violently yet faintly. Jiang Ming raised the axe and swung it down forcefully. With a dull thud, the man's body twitched, and a gush of blood spurted from his severed neck, staining the surrounding snow red. Jiang Ming stared at the man for a while, then wiped the blood off the axe with a look of disgust before picking up his gun and saying to Wu Kun and Lu Jifei standing nearby, "Let's go." They took Huata along and searched through the houses on either side of the town for half a day, ensuring there were no more ambush survivors, then headed toward one end of the town. As they saw the pickup truck in the distance, Lu Jifei waved in the middle of the road. Inside the truck, Lu Jiha had been uneasy, but upon seeing them, quickly set down his gun and drove the car closer. The group got into the vehicle, closing the doors behind them, and the pickup sped through the town and raced forward swiftly. Chapter 61, Wild Boar. The snow fell intermittently, and highways, mountains, rivers, everything was blanketed in white silver. 5 days later, Lu Ji and his companions finally reached the fork in the mountain road after enduring great hardship. Thinking they would soon be home, the fatigue of the past few days disappeared from everyone. They spent one night in an old broken house where they usually rested. The next morning, Wu Kun started the car and turned onto the winding mountain road. The surface of the road and the mountains were covered with a thick layer of snow. It was still snowing, so the pickup truck moved forward slowly on the mountain path, like a frightened turtle. The tire tracks were quickly buried by the snow. Luckily, they knew this road like the back of their hands. When they encountered complex road conditions, Lu Zhifei would jump out of the vehicle and stand in the snow to direct them, moving forward little by little. This short stretch of mountain road took them from morning until afternoon. At this point, there was a bulge of snow in the middle of the road. Lu Zhifei ran down and dug into the accumulated snow, revealing another pickup truck. They had arrived at the parking spot. A sigh of relief escaped from all the passengers as they stopped the car and began to unload things. The mountain roads were hard to walk on even under normal circumstances, the snow made it more slippery and treacherous. 4 people carried part of the salt and grain, leaving the rest behind and covering the cart with a tarpaulin. Then they slid step by step toward the courtyard. Hetao led the way ahead of the group, turning around every few steps to patiently wait for the people staggering behind him. The wind was strong, and the snow heavy, soaking his fur with water. The hats of the people were also soaked with melting snow water. By the time they could see the courtyard, everyone's body was covered in mud and snow water, not a single part of them dry. It was already dark outside. In the weak light of the snow, they followed the path down the slope. Hetao barked a few times, then suddenly the lights of the courtyard illuminated a small piece of land. From far away, they heard the shouts of Lu Jiuyue and Wu Daqi. Hearing these familiar voices, the exhausted people on the mountain road immediately became excited and shouted loudly in response. Soon afterward, the rumbling sound of a tractor echoed through the courtyard. Wu Daqi drove the tractor, pulling several people and the dog back home. Inside, the house was warmly lit. Zhu Yun was busy in the kitchen making dinner, while hot water boiled in another pot. As soon as the group stepped out of the car, they were pulled inside to shake off the snow and take turns having a hot bath. After changing into clean, warm clothes, they gathered around the fire pit in the main room, roasting by the fire while eating freshly cooked dinner. Only at this moment did Lu Ji notice a new heater installed in the main room. The stove was dug out from beneath bricks when they dismantled a house in the summer. Former residents used it during winters for warmth. When they found it, the iron stove was crushed and damaged, looking completely unusable. Now it was repaired and neatly placed near the wall inside the main hall. Lu Ji dipped his spoon in the dumpling soup, saying, "It's quite convenient to use it here for heating. But I remember there was a chimney connected to this stove. Why isn't it installed now? Where does the smoke go?" The others in the house gathered around, smiling broadly. Lu Jiuyue petted the dog while eagerly saying, "Brother, once you're done eating, just come in and you'll see." Impatient, Lu Ji entered the adjacent room with his bowl still in hand. He saw against the wall that a brick bed, a heated platform called Kong, was built, its surface smoothed flatly with clay. With surprise, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Ah, when was this done?" "This." He touched the surface, saying, "It's warm. So cozy." "Your brother constructed it," Zhu Yun joined in, laughing. He had nothing to do at home and wanted to install this stove for heat. During installation, he thought about making it similar to what northerners used to do, building a couple of heated platforms, Kong, indoors. He first tried making one in our room, and I thought it was great, so I let him build one in every room. Inside and outside are properly coated with clay so there is no smoke leakage. I tested it a few times, and it heats up pretty fast. After firing it for 2 more days, once the Kong is thoroughly dried, we can move over and sleep on it. People from outside squeezed and holding their bowls to see the Kong. Lu Zhifei, feeling along the edge of the Kong, said, "It really is warm. I can't wait any longer, I want to sleep on it right now." Lu Ji quickly pulled him aside, saying, "Sister Yun said it's not completely dry yet. Wait until it dries thoroughly before sleeping on it." Jiang Ming also touched the Kong enviously and said, "This is so good. We can do some handicrafts or read books during winter without getting cold while sitting on the Kong." Wu Kuan hurriedly asked, "Brother, did you construct a Kong in my room?" "Yes, yes." Wu Daqi answered hastily, "Everyone in the family except for Hetao has a Kong. Your sister Yun also wove a basket for Hetao, lining it with cotton jackets, so it stays warm." After observing the Kong for a while with approving sounds, the group finally went back to continue eating. After finishing their meal, everyone was exhausted and retreated to their rooms early to rest. That night, Zhu Yun added a layer of sawdust to the stove, allowing it to smolder gently, heating the brick bed thoroughly. The warmth spread throughout the room, raising its temperature higher than the other areas. Outside, though snow continued to fall, the people inside slept soundly and comfortably. Over the following few days, the group rose at dawn and returned late into the night. Battling against the wind and snow, they successfully transported supplies from beyond the mountains. Looking at the retrieved salt, fabric, yarn, and various books, Zhu Yun couldn't hide her joy. To celebrate their efforts, she asked Zhou Yue and Wu Yuan to catch some fish from the pond. Fortunately, after several days of snowfall, the sky finally cleared up, revealing a world blanketed in white. As it had been a long time since anyone had taken a proper bath, the entire group decided to soak in the hot springs near Lotus Pool. As they approached, they were greeted by a thick cloud of white mist enveloping the entire spring. The surrounding mountain peaks were covered in snow, yet the area around the hot spring remained free of snow, melting it instantly upon contact. At Lotus Pool, the men undressed to bathe, while Zhu Yun and Lu Jiuyue carried baskets to the vegetable garden next to the spring. The vegetable patch was covered with plastic sheeting, which they lifted to reveal lush, verdant crops underneath, a sight that brought immense satisfaction. Zhu Yun harvested scallions and cilantro and pinched off tender bok choy leaves, deciding to cook them with the fish hot pot later at home. Upon returning from the hot spring baths, lunch was already prepared, a large pot of fish soup filled with Sichuan peppercorns and chilies, garnished with chopped green scallions and fresh cilantro. Before starting the meal, everyone drank a bowl of steaming fish soup, relaxing every pore in their bodies. After a few days of rest at home, Wudaki suggested hunting in the mountains again. With an ample supply of pickled, preserved, and dried vegetables as well as fresh produce from the hot springs garden, their winter food needs were secure except for one thing, meat. If they could hunt a large animal like a wild boar, it would be perfect. He had already prepared a scraper for removing pig hair and repaired a large wooden basin for boiling the hair off. His knives were razor-sharp. All was ready, except for catching prey, so the men gathered, planning to take Hetao and their weapons on another hunting trip. However, despite 2 outings yielding several wild rabbits, they failed to encounter any wild boars, much to everyone's regret. This day, when the men went up the mountain to hunt, Zhu Yun and Lu Jiuyue stayed behind and headed to Lotus Pool for a bath. Arriving there, they visited the vegetable garden as usual but were startled by what they found. The plastic sheet covering the field had been torn open, the once thriving vegetables partially devoured. The muddy ground was littered with disordered footprints and overturned soil. The 2 women were heartbroken and infuriated as they examined the damage before Zhu Yun finally spoke. Could these really be wild boar tracks? Definitely, said Lu Jiuyue angrily. How dare they destroy our vegetable patch? I'll go tell brother right away. We've been searching for this pig, and now it comes looking for us. Without taking a bath, they rushed back home. They waited some time until the hunters returned from the back mountain. Once they arrived, Lu Jiuyue quickly told them about the damage caused by the wild boar at the hot spring entrance. Wu Daqi was immediately excited and set off with Lu Zhifei and others toward the hot spring area. However, after circling around the nearby valley for quite a while, they still came up empty-handed. During dinner that evening, they were still buzzing about the incident. Wu Kuan remarked, "It's strange, that boar is somewhere in the mountain, so why can't we find it?" Jiang Ming added, "There are too many mountains around here, who knows where it's hiding?" Lu Jiuyue lamented, "We have to catch this boar. Not only did it ruin our vegetable garden, but it also destroyed my bamboo forest. Many bamboo roots were uprooted." Wu Daqi was confident, saying, "Since it has learned to come to the hot spring area for food, it will definitely return. Let's wait for it at the hot spring entrance. We'll use a classic ambush technique, waiting by the damaged vegetable garden to capture the boar. We'll definitely get it." Once decided, they immediately began preparations to guard the hot spring area that very night. They also agreed to bring all the tools needed for processing the boar in advance. Listening to their detailed plan, Zhu Yun chuckled and said, "You're already thinking about killing and eating pork when you haven't even seen a single pig hair yet. Rest assured, we'll definitely catch it. Just wait for good news from us at home." Wu Daqi thought for a moment and added, "Ahe doesn't need to come along. When we kill the boar, you and Yun will be busy curing the meat. The task there is enough, so let us few handle it." "That's right, young Jiang doesn't need to go either," Lu Zhifei echoed. "Besides, the cabin is too small, we wouldn't all fit. So, you two stay home." "Exactly," Wu Kuan also said, "it's just a wild boar, how could the 3 of us fail to deal with it?" Lu Zhihe and Jiang Ming felt warmth in their hearts. They knew that their companions were concerned that if they really did encounter a wild boar, Lu Zhihe and Jiang Ming might feel uncomfortable seeing the pig slaughtered. Lu Zhihe thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll help you bring the tools over first." The group of men made 2 trips, carrying the large wooden barrels, knives, and basins to the Lotus Pool area. They placed them next to the pool and carried rainproof felt, quilts, and a bundle of straw to prepare. Wu Yuan, wanting to join the action, brought along his dog Walnut and headed toward the hot spring entrance. Once Lu Zhihe and Jiang Ming left, the 4 remaining men laid the straw inside a small house by the Lotus Pool. They added cloth and thick cushions on top and all crowded together to sleep. The small cabin with its limited space actually helped keep them warm during the chilly night. After chatting for a while, they fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Wu Kuan, who always slept lightly, woke up first. He saw Walnut rising at the door, ears perked and letting out a low bark toward the outside. Wu Kuan patted him gently, saying, "Good boy, I know. Stay quiet." At this point, the others had also woken up. They quietly wrapped themselves in their outer clothing and picked up their weapons, sneaking towards the vegetable garden near the hot spring pool. Before they got too close, they heard some grunting sounds coming from the direction of the animals. In the faint glow of snow-covered hillsides, they spotted 2 black shadows in the vegetable patch, both were digging and munching on vegetables. "Wow, there are actually 2 pigs," exclaimed Lu Zhifei. "We're going to strike it rich." Wu Kuan couldn't hide his excitement either. Wu Yuan, lying nearby, licked his lips and said, "Ah, I'm already imagining roasted pork trotters." Wu Daqi chuckled softly before giving instructions, use guns directly. Ideally one shot will finish them off. It's dark, so we don't want them escaping into the valley where we might lose track of them. Kuan, let's shoot simultaneously. They set up their rifles on a rock by the stream. Lu Zhifei whispered, on the count of 3. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Kuan and Wu Daqi fired simultaneously. 2 gunshots reverberated through the dark valley, and one pig collapsed instantly. However, the other bolted and fled into the mountain pass. Walnut immediately took off after it. Lu Zhifei and Wu Yuan quickly followed, chasing the pig through bamboo groves uphill. By the time they reached the top, the pig was cornered by Walnut, barking fiercely. Panicking, the pig turned and charged downhill straight toward Lu Zhifei. Seeing the charging beast, Lu Zhifei nimbly dodged and quickly fired another shot, hitting the pig right between the eyes. The wounded pig struggled forward about 6 or 7 meters before finally collapsing and dying. Excitedly, the group dragged the 2 wild boars to the stream. Wu Daqi urged, hurry, slice into the pig's throat right after it dies. That way, all the blood is drained out, making the meat tastier. They lifted the boar onto a large rock and retrieved a sharp-pointed knife. Wu Daqi plunged the blade into the pig's throat, causing dark red blood to gush out into a waiting basin beneath. Once the blood flow stopped, they started a fire with gathered firewood and lit torches to work through the night butchering the animals. A large pot of boiling water was poured into a wooden basin, and the pigs were dipped repeatedly to scald them. Once sufficiently softened, Wu Daqi took an electric drill equipped with a corner grinder, powered it on, and began whizzing away at the bristles until the dark skin was scrubbed completely white. The group then hoisted the animal with ropes and hung it from a tree, using well-sharpened knives to cut it neatly in half. Internal organs like liver and lungs were dropped into buckets, washed clean, and carried back home. Even the pig ribs and trotters were carefully divided and sorted into different categories. Working tirelessly throughout the night, the group successfully processed both pigs. They brought the pork back home, and Zhu Yun, Jiang Ming, and Lu Zhihe took over the preparation tasks, curing the meat to be preserved, smoked, or simply enjoyed fresh. Every part of the boars was valuable, and large bowls and smaller basins filled with various cuts, pork innards, blood, ribs, and trotters, overflowed and filled the side room of Wu Kuan's house. Chapter 62, Leisurely Winter. Zhu Yun originally thought she would catch at most a pig, but unexpectedly, she caught 2. Delighted, she was also worried about waste and cooked food in different ways for several days. In the morning, it was braised thick intestine noodles, at noon, stir-fried pig heart, and in the evening, large chunks of pork stewed with Chinese cabbage and radishes. Since she noticed Lu Zhihe avoided fatty meat and often only picked vegetables and beans from the hot pot, Zhu Yun separated the fatty and lean pork, carefully chopped them up, made part into meatballs, and steamed another part into meat cakes. The pork skin was turned into pork jelly. Everyone loved these items, and Lu Zhihe also praised them highly after tasting them. After making the meat cakes and meatballs, they were spread on bamboo baskets, placed outside in the snow to freeze, and then reheated or cooked in a hot pot whenever desired, all with very good taste. The meat and trotters of the 2 pigs filled several basins. Zhu Yun separated the hindquarters of the pig, using the bones for soup, while the meat was slightly pickled and processed into sausages. The sausages were dried for several days, then tied with ropes along with cured preserved meat, pig head meat, and pig ears, hung in a nearby small room. Wu Daqi had already led people to cut many cypress branches, which were piled inside the room and burned with a smoldering fire. The green cypress branches emitted fine smoke that filled the entire small room, producing more delicious cured ham and sausages that could be stored properly for even years if needed. Some of the fresh meat was placed in the snow to freeze until hard, and then hung on the roof beam with ropes. As the weather grew colder, the unheated rooms became giant refrigerators, allowing the meat to remain preserved without issue for 2 or 3 months. Even the pig intestines were not wasted by Zhu Yun. Some parts were braised or stir-fried for consumption, while other parts were finely diced, mixed with salt, ginger, garlic, and red pointed peppers, combined with rice flour and sealed into jars. Whenever desired, a portion could be taken out, fried in a pan, resulting in an oily, fragrant crispy glutinous rice and bouncy pig intestine dish. This type of fatty intestine cake was something that Lu Zhihe particularly enjoyed. After spending nearly 10 days handling everything, all the meat was finally dealt with, restoring the house's usual cleanliness. With nothing urgent left to do, they took advantage of a day without snow, armed with shovels, to run to the hot spring outlet to replenish their vegetable plots, and then everyone relaxed. A group huddled inside, roasting fires and chatting. Even though every family had a heated Kong bed, everyone preferred to gather in Lu Zhihe's house during the day, firstly because eating together was always necessary, secondly because gathering in one room to warm by the fire saved wood, and most importantly, being together provided interesting conversation. They now only ate 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one at night. With plenty of oil, hunger was rarely felt, especially with many snacks available at home, dried sweet potatoes, chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes, greasy peas, and toasted corn peanuts, and homemade peanut sesame tea by Wu Daqi. Trying a little of each item filled their stomachs easily, so much so that they often forgot about meals entirely before it was time. After relaxing, Zhu Yun and Lu Zhihe also liked to experiment with various dishes. When collecting the third batch of sweet potatoes, they made quite a lot of sweet potato starch, dried it, and stored it in bags. Recalling his promise to his younger sister to make milk tea, Lu Jihe attempted it once. First, he used the sweet potato starch to make soft, sticky little balls, boiled the tea water, filtered out the dregs, added milk candy, and, feeling it wasn't sweet enough, added a bit of honey. Served steaming hot and aromatic, everyone found it delicious, especially the two children. After drinking it, Lu Jieyue confirmed that it tasted exactly like the milk tea sold previously, perhaps even more fragrant since it was personally made by her capable older brother. Lu Jihe had originally been concerned that Jiang Ming might dislike the milk tea due to the milk candy, but upon seeing him sip it slowly, revealing true pleasure on his face, he relaxed. It seemed that little Jiang simply couldn't tolerate the shape of the milk candy but didn't hate its taste, similar to how Lu Jihe couldn't eat pig trotters or pork chops but preferred meatballs and meat cakes. However, he had improved a lot now. With the yellow bean and pig trotter stew, though he still didn't love eating the meat, he could consume the soybeans and broth inside. The flavorful soybeans and soup poured over rice, served warm, were sufficient to drive away winter's chill, evoking fond memories of long-ago days. Life really could be this wonderful. In winter, besides occasionally steaming meat or stir-frying dishes, they most favored various hot pots, simple, delicious, and warming. The group gathered around the fireplace, using pork to stew all sorts of dried vegetables, cooking meat cakes and meatballs with Chinese cabbage and potatoes, or freshly caught fish with radishes and greens. On the side table were pickled peppers, pickled radishes, pickled tarragon roots, and pickled garlic as accompaniments. By the end of the meal, their bodies felt warm and cozy, washing their feet before lying down on the heated Kong bed, falling asleep unknowingly soon after. Aside from pondering about food every day, the group also took some time to thoroughly organize the books they had brought back from the city. Wu Daqi personally crafted a bookshelf and placed it in Lu Jihe's living room. After finishing their meals, some of them would sit cross-legged on the Kong bed while others sat by the stove in the living room, roasting fires as they leisurely flipped through the books. This was sheer comfort. The only two who were troubled were Lu Jieyue and Wu Yuan. When Lu Jifei pulled out the thick book 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock tests and handed it to the two, both Lu Jieyue and Wu Yuan were shocked. Flipping through the workbook, they couldn't make heads or tails of it, like hieroglyphics, and Lu Jieyue asked, "Second brother, what is this?" "These are the questions you and Yuan will do in the future," Lu Jifei said proudly. "Ah," Lu Jieyue let out a pitiful wail, "I don't want to do these questions. I can't understand them." Zhu Yun, sitting on the Kong bed knitting a sweater, laughed and said, "If you don't understand, just ask the older brothers. You need to study hard and learn well. Laziness isn't allowed." In reality, even the older brothers could no longer handle those brain-taxing questions. After so many years, who still remembered the little knowledge they had learned in high school? Lu Jihe put the workbook away and said, "Let's proceed steadily, step by step, starting with first-grade Chinese and mathematics." He, along with Lu Jifei and Jiang Ming, created a schedule, teaching the two children phonetics and math every day. Wu Daqi and Wu Koan were very relieved not to be included. Though they knew how to read, they had completely forgotten about phonetics. Going to teach would be misleading the students. But that didn't stop them from offering unsolicited advice from the sidelines. When the two kids occasionally slacked off, Wu Daqi would say, "Quick, snap to attention. Back in our days, we'd sit straight in class. If not, the teacher's stick would fly up right away. Not like he who patiently talks to you about your thoughts." Wu Kuan also chimed in, "That's right. In our time, if we didn't focus, the teacher would throw chalk at us. It really hurt when it hit your head." This story could fool Wu Yuan, but not Lu Jieyue. Lu Jieyue angrily retorted, "Cheating. And I've been to school before. Our teacher never used a stick or threw chalk at us." Now that her mind was set on adventure, she wanted to run outside even during snowstorms, to fish in the pond, turn over vegetable plots at the hot spring outlet. Anything was better than staying inside reading phonetics. Wu Yuan empathized deeply with her feelings, seeing those curving letters and square characters gave him headaches. With various brothers taking turns to teach, the two couldn't pay attention for long before falling asleep. The teachers then started doubting their own skills, resulting in much mutual torment between students and teachers. Fortunately, Lu Jifei had accumulated quite a bit of experience dealing with younger siblings in previous struggles. Seeing the two unwilling to study, he shifted gears and began telling stories instead. He brought back several martial arts novels and started narrating one of them from the beginning. Stories of young heroes and heroines traversing the world with righteousness captivated half-grown children easily. Soon enough, Lu Jieyue and Wu Yuan were enthralled. Every break time, Lu Jifei had to recount at least 2 chapters before they could concentrate on studying phonetics. To get Lu Jifei to continue storytelling, the two treated him like an ancestor, fulfilling every whim without hesitation. However, that second brother Lu Jifei. Halfway through his narration, he abruptly stopped. This left Lu Jieyue feeling tormented, and Wu Yuan equally impatient. These two illiterates then sought help from others who could read, but were met with merciless refusals. Finally, Lu Jihe tossed them a dictionary and said, "Go look up the words yourselves." Poor Lu Jieyue and Wu Yuan, with anger towards second brother seething within them, clutched the dictionary and used the newly learned phonetics to search for characters, struggling to teach themselves in order to devour that heart-stirring classic martial arts novel. Unexpectedly, this method worked far better than the lessons given by teachers. They stammered their way through the entire book, dramatically increasing their vocabulary. Once this breakthrough happened, everything else fell into place. Elementary school math problems became easy to solve too. The tutors happily retreated from teaching, and each focused on their own affairs. Besides reading, Jiang Ming carved a few skewers and joined Zhu Yun in knitting caps. While he struggled with making dumplings, his weaving skills were surprisingly proficient. He mastered knitting immediately. The first cap, gray in color, was given to Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan was delighted, always wearing it whenever he went outside. Later, Jiang Ming knitted a cap for everyone. By the end, his technique had become adept, his needlework fine and neat, experimenting with patterns using different kinds of yarn. But when he looked back at Wu Kuan's cap, it filled him with dissatisfaction due to its many skipped stitches and holes. Wanting to tear it apart and re-knit it, Wu Kuan refused vehemently. Eventually, Jiang Ming compromised by knitting Wu Kuan a scarf. Wu Daqi has now become fascinated with woodworking, spending his days hammering and chiseling with a rhythmic din. To avoid disturbing others, he later retreated to his own room for his craft. Wu Kuan and Lu Zhifei joined him too, the three of them exchanging ideas as they crafted many wooden models, such as windmills and threshing machines that looked almost like the real thing. Later, when Lu Zhihe wanted a small scale for weighing herbs, they managed to figure it out together. Of course, there were occasional mishaps, but any failed woodwork wasn't wasted, it was tossed into the stove as firewood. Lu Zhihe, aside from eating and cooking, is now fully focused on studying the few medical books he brought back. After reading them for some time, he started taking his own pulse. Naturally intelligent and having prior knowledge in medicine, he quickly understood the techniques and began taking the pulse of everyone in the house daily. He would often stand by the medicine cabinet with the small scale, searching for different herbs while standing for hours. For several consecutive days, Lu Zhihe insisted on checking everyone's pulse early morning, noon, and evening. One day, after examining Zhu Yun's pulse, he paused deep in thought for quite a while, then returned to reading his medical books quietly. Finally, he came back and rechecked her pulse again, making Zhu Yun somewhat nervous. She feared she might have some serious illness, so she gripped his hand and said anxiously, tell me, I'm not afraid. After looking around to make sure no one else was near, Lu Zhihe whispered softly, Cloud's sister, could you be pregnant? Zhu Yun turned crimson instantly, shocked, saying, you can really detect pregnancy from taking a pulse? I'm not entirely sure either, but I do know my period hasn't come this month. Could you take my pulse again just to be sure? Lu Zhihe smiled faintly, saying, Sister Yun, you've already had 2 children, how can you not know when you're pregnant? Has Brother Wu figured it out yet? Zhu Yun felt rather embarrassed and muttered, I don't even know for certain myself, so how can I tell him? Oh, this is so embarrassing. I'm practically at menopausal age, and now I find myself in this kind of situation. In a flash, Lu Zhihe hopped off the Kong bed, heading out joyfully, saying, I'll go tell Brother Wu right away. Chapter 63, Lan Zhuang. Zhu Lan Zhuang was born in the autumn of the following year. Wu Daqi and Zhu Yun named their soon-to-be-born child. Zhu comes from the mother's surname, while Lan Zhuang commemorates this place called Lan Zhuang, which gave them shelter and food. The conception of a new life filled everyone in the courtyard with excitement. After Wu Daqi's initial burst of joy, he quickly became worried, anxious about his wife having complications during childbirth. Even Lu Zhihe secretly worried, having once been a doctor, he knew all too well how dangerous childbirth could be. In times when technology was advanced and equipment plentiful, there were still cases of mothers dying on the birthing bed, let alone in these end times where medical care and medication were almost non-existent. Among everyone, Zhu Yun was the calmest. With an attitude of accepting what comes, she held an optimistic view toward this child. It was so coincidental that everything had just stabilized, and they could now afford another mouth to feed. Moreover, she had already given birth twice before. Although her age did pose some concerns, she had ample experience in both childbirth and raising children. Everything seemed just like before. Throughout the long winter, Zhu Yun continued managing household chores as usual, doing whatever physical labor she could manage. Lu Zhihe didn't object because more exercise would only help for an older expectant mother. Additionally, quiet preparations were underway for the baby's arrival. Wu Daqi, Wu Kuan, and Lu Zhifei enthusiastically crafted a cradle for the baby. Jiang Ming knitted hats and scarves with yarn. Lu Zhihe made many little clothes, Zhu Yun prepared numerous diapers, and Lu Jiuyue and Wu Yuan even wove many adorable small toys for the little one using corn husks. Lu Zhihe also trained his younger sister Jiuyue into a midwife. While Jiuyue wasn't particularly interested in dry textbooks, she enjoyed learning medicine from her brother. She was grateful that she didn't have to do those terrifying practice questions anymore, making the complex medical books more bearable. Moreover, reading them repeatedly eventually revealed interesting aspects, aided by her brother's simple and clear explanations. Soon enough, Lu Jiuyue became fascinated with traditional Chinese medicine. The day Zhu Lan Zhuang was born came just as the rice paddies turned golden and ripe. The warm weather lasted a little longer this year, and their rice grains grew plump and healthy, looking especially promising. Everyone in the courtyard went to the fields to harvest the crops, leaving only Zhu Yun at home. By then, Zhu Yun's body was already quite heavy, yet she persisted in preparing lunch for those who were out reaping the rice. As noon approached, Zhu Yun started feeling intermittent pain in her abdomen. Despite the pain, she finished cooking the meal in the kitchen and systematically prepared bedding on a bamboo bed in preparation for the birth. Everything was already thoroughly ready. 2 months prior, Lu Jihe had helped her and Zhou Yue make a list. Sterilized items such as scissors for cutting the umbilical cord, cloth swaddles for the baby, small bowls and spoons for feeding, as well as diapers were packed neatly, waiting to be used on the day of delivery. When the people in the field noticed Zhu Yun hadn't brought lunch, Wu Yuan rushed back and found that Zhu Yun was experiencing contractions. Everyone hurriedly dropped what they were doing in the fields and returned. Wu Daqi stood nervously beside his wife, unsure what to do. Even Lu Jihe felt somewhat anxious. However, Zhu Yun remained abnormally calm, saying, "Why are you all staying here? There's plenty of time before the baby is born. Let He and Zhou Yue stay home. You should eat and get back to the fields, harvesting the rice can't wait." Indeed, they wouldn't be much help in the birthing process. Wu Daqi had no choice but to join the others in the kitchen, finishing lunch with unease before returning to the fields to cut rice. Lu Jihe stayed home with his sister, keeping a large pot of hot water ready just in case. Lu Jihe fed Zhu Yun a bowl of sesame rice porridge, drizzled with honey, to help her replenish energy. When Zhu Yun's pain subsided slightly, Lu Jiuyue would support her arm and slowly walk her around the yard. Zhu Yun's abdominal pain persisted from morning till evening, but her cervix still wasn't fully dilated. By then, the rice in the field had already been harvested, and bags of rice grains, after being shelled, were loaded onto wagons and taken to the drying yard, ready to be spread out and dried the next day. Everyone urged Wu Daqi and Wu Yuan to go back first, as there were still some final touches to complete in the field, which they could take their time with. After Wu Daqi and Wu Yuan rushed back home, they saw Lu Jihe sitting in the yard with a small stove, boiling scissors and cloth towels in hot water. Wu Daqi, flustered and sweating profusely, wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked about Zhu Yun's condition inside. After a couple of words from Lu Jihe, Wu Daqi heard Zhu Yun groaning and immediately left to go inside. There he saw Zhu Yun in pain, her hair drenched with sweat, lying exhausted on the bamboo bed in a large nightgown. Wu Daqi nearly shed tears as he smoothed Zhu Yun's sweaty hair, saying softly, "Damn it, no matter what, I'll make sure we don't have another one after this one. It's too torturous." Zhu Yun managed a weak smile at him, breathlessly saying, "Rubbish. You said that last time when we had our first." Wu Daqi thought that while childbirth had been painful during their firstborn's birth, the conditions certainly weren't as difficult then as now. But realizing this might be bad luck, he held his tongue and said, "Wife, you've worked so hard. You're the hero of our family. The epitome of a heroic mother is none other than you." Zhu Yun frowned without speaking, focusing solely on enduring the pain. Finally, she exhaled and said, "Go away, don't face me with that mournful expression. I don't want to see it." At this moment, Lu Jiuyue entered with a bowl of pig's trotter soup made with yellow beans. Wu Daqi immediately helped Zhu Yun sit up, feeding her the soup and meat. Enduring her pain, Zhu Yun ate a little before lying down again, saying, "I'm fine. You should all go eat some food too, it's been a long day." After everyone finished eating, no one went back inside but instead gathered nervously in Wu Daqi's courtyard, listening anxiously for any sounds from within. The electric lamp was lit in the house, casting bright light across the yard. While helping to boil more water on the stove, they whispered among themselves. Jiang Ming sat silently on the threshold hugging Wu Yuan, watching Lu Jihe and Lu Jiuyue move busily in and out without daring to disturb them. The hours dragged on until finally, just past midnight, came the cry of a newborn child from the farmhouse. Wu Kun instantly stood up from beneath the eaves and shouted loudly into the room, Did it happen?" From inside came Wu Daqi's tearful voice of joy, "It happened. It's a girl." Jiang Ming quickly asked, "Is Yun's sister all right?" A bit later, Lu Jihe replied from inside, "She's fine, both mother and daughter are well." Relieved, those outside sighed in relief. Wu Yuan's shoulders sagged visibly, the young boy nearly shedding tears as he stood up from the threshold, asking, "Can I go inside to take a look?" Inside, the new parents were busy with unknown tasks, taking quite some time. Eventually, Lu Jiuyue emerged with a basin of water, returning it before telling the people waiting outside, Yuan, if you'd like to take a look, you can enter, but others should wait till tomorrow." Vying ahead of the rest, Wu Yuan rushed inside, seeing Zhu Yun lying weakly on the bed while Wu Daqi cradled his freshly born baby girl nearby. Softly calling out, "Mom," Zhu Yun opened her eyes and smiled feebly, saying, Yuan, come see your sister." Approaching his father, Wu Yuan glanced at his sister in the swaddling clothes. She looked shriveled, no larger than a rat, like a hybrid between an old man and a monkey. Disappointed, he muttered quietly, "My sister looks so ugly." Hearing this, Zhu Yun chuckled, and Wu Daqi hastened to explain, "All newborns look this way. When you were born, you looked exactly like this too. As they grow, they get cuter." Wu Yuan hummed in acknowledgement, turning to Zhu Yun again, brushing her hair gently and asking, "Mom, are you very tired? Is the pain still severe?" With her eyes closed, Zhu Yun responded faintly after a long pause, saying, Yuan, once you grow up, treat your spouse well. She will be the one who gives you children, someone who risks their life to do so. Never betray her. Alright, Wu Yuan gently adjusted Zhu Yun's blanket, replying, I understand. Go back to sleep. By the next morning, the people who hadn't seen the mother or child from the previous day flocked over to congratulate Wu Daqi and Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun, already shifted to the Kong bed, though still weak, appeared much better in complexion and was filled with happiness. In the small swaddling beside her lay a pink, wrinkly baby girl. Wu Kuan was the first to hold the child, clutching it as though holding something extremely precious, his nerves taut. Whispering softly, Cloud sister, remember, this kid must call me dry dad eventually. Carrying a bowl of carp soup for his wife, Wu Daqi placed it onto the bedside table, laughing so hard he could barely close his mouth. Repeatedly, he agreed, fine. Fine. Enviously looking from the side, Jiangming finally requested after a while, let me hold her. Assuming the same cautious posture, he carefully studied the baby and said, this child's eyes look just like Brother Wu's. My daughter of course. Wu Daqi proudly answered as he fed his wife. Then Lu Zhifei took the baby and said, her chin looks like Yun's sister and Yuan. Both the siblings look like their mom. Wu Daqi continued chuckling. Alright, stop staring, don't disturb the rest of the child and the mother. Lu Zhihe interjected from the side, and Wu Daqi promptly scurried to take the baby, placing it beside his wife, saying, the doctor has spoken, we listen to the doctor. Those who want to see her can come early tomorrow. After settling the baby down, he buried his head in the swaddling clothes again and breathed deeply, mesmerized as he said, oh my goodness, this milky smell. How long has it been since I've smelled this? Ever since Yuan grew up, I haven't smelled it anymore. I've missed it so much. Chapter 64, New Life. Wu Yuan's first glance at his sister made him think she was rather ugly. However, after looking at her a few more times, he soon thought otherwise. Gazing at her delicate little hand shaped like a lily finger, her curled-up chubby little feet, and her vigor as she slurped her milk, it was like watching a little piglet enthusiastically scrambling for food, exuding charm everywhere. Ah, how could she be so adorable? Even the way she frowned, squinted, yawned, or her mysterious unintentional smiles carried twofold natural comedic flair, making Wu Yuan unable to resist affection. By 1 or 2 months later, when Zhulan Zhuang began to grow out of her wrinkled newborn look, she started to show some water-like radiance and effortlessly won over everyone's hearts. Zhulan Zhuang was born during the busiest season, autumn. Although the rice in the fields had been harvested, there were still many tasks ahead. People had to dig up the last batch of sweet potatoes from the fields, make sweet potato starch and dry them, go hunting in the mountains, cut firewood, press oil, and plant various vegetables for winter. Every morning, after people left home, Wu Yuan stayed behind to take care of Zhu Yun who was sitting her confinement month. To let their mother rest well, Wu Yuan took on all the responsibilities for looking after his younger sister, almost covering everything except breastfeeding. Each time Zhu Yun finished feeding her baby, Wu Yuan would gently take the child in his arms and pat her slowly until she burped before laying her down for sleep. While his mother and sister slept, he washed the accumulated cloth diapers. Each diaper was carefully scrubbed clean, sometimes he even smelled them to ensure no unpleasant odor lingered before hanging them outside on the rope, which looked like colorful flags fluttering in the breeze. By evening, Wu Yuan also prepared by picking vegetables and cooking meals, ensuring that the family members, tired from a day of work, came home to enjoy a hot meal. He had grown into a tall and thin young boy, taller than Zhu Yun already and almost matching Lu Jiuyue in height. Although Wu Yuan wasn't as strong as the others, he was very capable. Whether it was fieldwork or household chores, after practicing twice, he could do everything quickly and efficiently. At first, when helping Zhulan Zhuang change her diaper, his movements were clumsy, but after a few tries, he became more adept at it than even his father. As a result, when autumn chores ended and people returned to a slower pace, Wu Deqi attempted to reclaim his role of caring for his wife and daughter. However, he discovered he had been replaced, the mother and daughter had been so well taken care of that there was no longer a place for him. The heavy snow arrived just as abruptly as in previous years. After the cold set in, Lu Zhihe hastily wove a bamboo roasting cage shaped like a large pot. It was placed upside down on the ground, with a coal-filled basin underneath that could roast diapers anytime they needed drying. This secured an adequate supply of diapers for the little girl. Zhu Yun, due to resting well during her confinement, quickly recovered physically. At her age, this was rare. On one hand, it was because her son cared for her well, and on the other hand, it was also because her daughter was a worry-free little girl. Little Lan Zhuang spent her days eating and sleeping, she didn't cry or fuss when awake, only staring curiously with big eyes at her surroundings. As Zhu Yun held her daughter, she occasionally felt a profound sense of regret because the girl was born into such trying times. The civilization and vibrancy her older siblings experienced might never be within her reach. But then again, thinking about it differently, Zhu Yun also found that this child was quite clever. She had arrived at a time after the worst chaos and cruelty had passed, whereas her elder sister hadn't been so fortunate and didn't have to endure the hardships that Yuan went through. With everyone's affection, Zhulan Zhuang grew bigger every day into a carefree, silly little girl. Through the long winter, while drinking milk initially, she later ate all kinds of special porridges prepared by Uncle A, eventually turning into a plump little girl. She was known for her cheerful nature, a bright, optimistic person, whether with or without encouragement, she would giggle endlessly, bringing infinite joy to everyone. When winter gave way to spring and most of the snow in the courtyard melted, Wu Yuan chose a sunny day and carried his little sister for a tour around the yard. Zhu Lanzhuang saw the outside world for the first time, and she was thoroughly astounded. She drooled with a finger in her mouth, her wide eyes serious as she scanned her surroundings, occasionally wriggling in her brother's arms and making sounds towards a certain direction, expressing her eager curiosity. After that, the small courtyard could no longer contain her. When Zhu Yun and Wu Deqi went to plant vegetables in front of their house, she would hum and stretch out her hands, insisting on going with them. When her uncles wanted to cut bamboo at the hot spring outlet, she would shout, "Aha," to join in the fun. When her fathers went to gather mushrooms from the hill behind, she wouldn't let go of Jiang Ming, demanding to be taken along. And when Aunt Jiuyue went shrimping with her brother in the yard, she absolutely had to tag along. Perched on her brother's shoulders the entire time, she would chime in with all sorts of onomatopoeic words while observing, fully expressing her opinions about shrimp fishing. By the time spring planting came around, everyone was busy working the fields, growing vegetables, peanuts, soybeans, sesame seeds, fertilizing, sprouting rice seedlings. Thus, the responsibility of taking care of little Lan Zhuang began to fall onto the shoulders of Walnut. As the adults worked the fields, they would spread a bamboo mat under the shade of a tree, place a cushion on it, then lay Zhu Lan Zhuang down on top, arranging some toys nearby. Walnut faithfully stood guard beside her. After playing for a while, Lan Zhuang would plop her bottom up high and crawl away like a piece of meat, huffing and puffing toward an adventure. Whenever she got close to the edge of the bamboo mat, Walnut would dash over to fetch her back by mouth. Then Lan Zhuang would crawl again, Walnut would fetch her again. This cycle continued until the little girl became utterly exhausted and fell asleep on the mat. At that moment, Walnut would retrieve a small blanket and gently place it over the sleeping girl. Then, it would quietly lie by her side, occasionally standing up to chase away grasshoppers jumping onto the mat. The early spring breeze brushed through the trees as the dog and the little girl nestled peacefully together, both falling into a deep sleep. When the little girl woke up, she would raise her feet to look at the sky, babbling incomprehensibly with Walnut. Perhaps because of this, during her early attempts at speech, the first word Zhu Lanzhuang clearly articulated was "mommy," and the second was "Mao Mao." At first, everyone didn't know what she meant until, in great urgency, she pointed at Walnut and called out, "Mao Mao." They finally realized that Walnut had acquired another term of endearment. This made all the men rather jealous. Wu Deqi felt his position had been surpassed by a dog, feeling quite bitter. Even Wu Kun envied Walnut a little, lamenting that the dog's son had better luck. After trying so hard for so long, he still hadn't gotten even a call of godfather. As Zhu Lanzhuang grew day by day, the open space around their home also changed gradually. Land that had lain barren for years now exuded increasing vitality. Trees on the slopes became more lush, and animals in the forests multiplied. Bird nests started appearing in the trees surrounding their dwelling. By early summer, Zhu Yun successfully incubated 7 or 8 quails and fenced off a patch of land with bamboo lattices beside their house to raise the fluffy baby birds. Feeding grass to the young quails every day became one of Zhu Lanzhuang's non-negotiable tasks. Beyond the open space, the outside world was quietly changing too. During the quieter periods of summer in the fields, Lu Jihe and others left home once again, leaving only Wu Deqi and Zhu Yun behind with the children to guard the property. On the road, they saw various wild grasses growing luxuriantly in neighboring fields and distant hillsides. Amidst the wild grass were scattered plots of yellow beans, green beans, and corn. At the city edges, they encountered some strangers. Though wary of each other initially, after brief exchanges, they discovered these people weren't vagrants but settlers like themselves, living in clusters and surviving by farming and hunting. This discovery brought great comfort to everyone. The world was getting better bit by bit. With sufficient food to fill bellies, highway robbers gradually decreased on the roads. This time, they managed to secure some supplies smoothly, mainly various kinds of books. Upon returning to the compound, Lu Jiuyue became much quieter. She would take advantage of the downtime between agricultural chores to flip through the numerous returned books, not just medical texts but even manuals on mechanical repair. Occasionally, this 17-year-old girl would rest her chin on her hand and stare off into the distance, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. Her body was here, but her mind seemed to wander far away. This worried Lu Zhifei somewhat. One night, lying in bed discussing this with Lu Zhihe sighed lightly and said, "She's growing up, our little girl is growing up." Lu Zhifei immediately became melancholic as well, saying, "Oh no, has this brat fallen for someone? Would she leave us someday to get married elsewhere?" Lu Zhihe thought, who could possibly know? 17 years of life are yet so long, no one can predict what might happen. Just like how he couldn't have imagined at 16 or 17 years old that by the age of 30, he'd be living in a mountain hollow with a man named Lu Zhifei, farming every day and feeling quite content with such a life. Lu Zhifei mused alone for a while, then sighed as he stroked Lu Zhihe's hand and said, "Sigh. A sister grows up beyond her brother's control. Let her marry whomever she loves, as long as she's happy, that's what matters most. Don't I have you?" You and I will be together forever. In the darkness, Lu Ji he smiled faintly. The worry about his younger sister marrying far away had dissipated too. He thought that Ji Fei truly lived life more insightfully than himself. Of course, he wished Zhou Yue would stay by their side all her life. He had even secretly observed Wu Yuan, finding this boy to be of good character, worthy to entrust one's daughter with. But however thoughtful he could be, Zhou Yue's life was hers alone, and as her elder brother, he should only step in when necessary to give his blessings but never presume to dictate her path. That winter was still as cold as the previous ones. However, they had found some cotton seeds last year, planted them, and this year they had an excellent harvest. Zhu Yun and Lu Ji he used the freshly harvested cotton to make everyone new cotton jackets, which were warm yet lightweight. Zhu Yun also planned that after spring came, they would grow more cotton so that by next winter, they could prepare a few new quilts. None of them anticipated the night when hundreds of red zombies would tread through the snow, crossing over the mountains, to encircle their yard. Fortunately, they still had Walnut. Though it had shown obvious signs of aging, it remained highly vigilant. It barked immediately, alerting everyone. The electric lights in the yard turned on, causing the red zombies to go wild, screaming and retreating into the shadows. Everyone gathered in Lu Jihe's yard, with the men climbing onto the roof and the walls, while Zhu Yun and Lu Jiuyue were responsible for passing ammunition upwards. The gunfire burst out, pu pu pu, and the dark shadows filled with fleeing red zombies, their howls startling everyone's hearts. The gunshots and zombie howls woke Zhu Lan Zhuang from her sleep. Born during peaceful times, the little girl had never heard gunshots or seen zombies. When Zhu Yun quickly tied her with a cloth around her chest, hearing the sudden loud noises made her kick and cry hysterically. Zhu Yun quickly hugged her daughter tightly, covering her ears and gently swaying her to comfort her, loudly saying, "Don't be scared, Lanbauer. This is celebrating the new year, Daddy is setting off firecrackers." Perhaps intrigued by the word firecrackers, Zhu Lan Zhuang, who was usually very easy to calm, soon stopped crying. With tears brimming in her large eyes, she looked around from her mother's arms, then spotted familiar faces. She pointed at the people on the roof, babbling unclearly, "Big Daddy, Little Daddy." Wu Kuan and Jiangming responded mid-battle from the rooftop, calling back, "Hey." Relieved somewhat, she pointed at the other roof and shouted, "Big Uncle, Little Uncle." Lu Jihe and Lu Jifei, perched on the roof, briefly answered, "Hey, Lanbauer, you're awake." Encouraged, Zhu Lan Zhuang then pointed at two figures on the wall and said, "Daddy, brother." Her father didn't reply, but her brother turned around and answered, "Hey, sister, I'm here." At that moment, Lu Jiuyue hurriedly climbed down the ladder attached to the eaves and called out to her, "Lanbauer, where am I?" Seeing that all familiar people were around, Zhu Lan Zhuang finally felt reassured. Her face smeared with tears, she began to laugh sweetly, calling out cheerfully, "Aunt Jiuyue." Her clear laughter rang out among the gunfire and zombie cries, seemingly incongruous and absurd. Yet, this laughter added boundless courage to those inside. That night, they repelled the crazed attack of the red zombies, barely managing until dawn before running out of ammunition. When the sun rose, they retrieved the ammunition from the cellar behind the mountain, armed themselves, took Walnut along, and searched everywhere for any red zombies hiding in the shadows. Eventually, near the entrance to a cave and its long passage, they discovered dozens of hiding red zombies. Lu Jifei and Wu Kun brought gasoline, poured it inside, set it on fire, and the entire cave erupted into flames. Inside, the red zombies screamed miserably, some recklessly bolted out, only to be killed by those waiting outside. By evening, they had eradicated every red zombie they could find, but no one dared let their guard down. The light stayed on all night, and the men took shifts guarding the roofs until the night fully passed and the sun rose again. They finally laid down their high-strung nerves. They dug a large pit, dragged all the bodies scattered across the courtyard into it, burned them, and covered the ashes with dirt. For half a month thereafter, they remained on edge, sending someone out each night, until there were no further sightings of red zombies. Only then did they relax. On this day, taking advantage of the clear weather, Wu Kun set out with the dog and a few men, following the trail of the zombies as they traveled a great distance outside the mountains. They began to ascertain that these red zombies had come here because there was simply nothing left for them to eat in the city. That's why they were forced to leave their hiding places in buildings during the winter when days were short and nights were long, venturing into the wilds to find food. This might have been their final frenzy. These creatures that fed on carrion would probably resort to cannibalism if they couldn't find food, wouldn't they? Thinking about it, even if no one exterminated them, they would die off by themselves eventually. This thought brought everyone a measure of peace. As they made their way home, they noticed the snow in the clearing had melted almost completely. Little green shoots were already sprouting from the soil exposed beneath the snow. Jiangming paused, saying, "Look, the first grass of spring." Wu Kun stood beside him and replied, "Yeah, the snow on the mountain has melted too." Lu Jifei gripped Lu Jihe's hand, sighing deeply, without realizing it, spring has come again. Lu Jihe smiled back, holding his hand tightly, thinking to himself, yes, spring has indeed come again. In the sunny clearing, familiar fields and vegetable gardens stretched out before them. At the end of the bright stream lay their beloved hot spring pool. Wreaths of smoke curled up from the little earthen house, where someone waited expectantly at the door. This was their home, so peaceful and tranquil. What was there to fear? What was there to worry about? Even if they would face all sorts of troubles for a long time to come, when one spring after another arrived as promised, the world would surely grow better bit by bit, wouldn't it? It would be like that, surely. Let's go back. Time for dinner. Wu Kuan draped an arm around Jiang Ming's shoulder and headed down the slope. After eating, let's check out the flowers in the tea plantation behind the mountain. The plum blossoms must have bloomed. Lu Zhifei held Lu Zhihe's hand and returned home. At the thought of the ancient tea tree covered with white blossoms, everyone became excited. Jiang Ming broke away from Wu Kuan and said, let's see who gets to the big tree over there first. With those words, he took off running, as nimble as a rabbit. The others on the hill followed close behind, their laughter echoing across the entire clearing. The end.